In early winter, the night is as cold as frost. Feathers of snow cascade from the sky, while the north wind howls fiercely. The atmosphere is somber, and the streets of the city are cloaked in white. Where is this? Guin stands beneath a street lamp, his expression a blend of gravity and vigilance. Just a quarter of an hour ago, he had been at the temple, studying the evening lesson with his two senior brothers, only to succumb to a momentary lapse of slumber. Yet upon awakening, he finds himself in this utterly unfamiliar place. Guin extends his hand, halting the approach of a figure drawing near. "Miss," the young girl pauses, frowning as she gazes at the unfamiliar youth before her. He appears to be around 17 or 18 years of age, handsome yet still bearing traces of youthful innocence in his features. With a hairpin adorning her updo and clad in a gray shirt and cloth shoes, she presents the image of a Taoist priestess. Snow has settled upon his shoulders, yet he seems oblivious to it. "Miss, may I inquire where this place is?" Guin asks. Su Taoyao glances at him, dismissing him as just another student trying to engage in idle chatter, and casually replies, "The underworld." Having said that, she raises her umbrella and carries her lunchbox, departing with an air of nonchalance. The underworld? Guin ponders inwardly. This girl speaks nonsense. How could this possibly be the underworld? Moreover, her attire is quite absurdly unattractive. As she walks a short distance away, the young girl suddenly stumbles, her expression turning peculiar as she scans her surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Before long, the snowfall ceases. The young Taoist remains standing at the street corner. The streetlight casts a dim glow, creating a mosaic of light and shadow upon the snow-covered ground, alongside the slender and elongated silhouette of Guin. He surveyed his surroundings once more, his heart heavy with mounting doubts. How could the buildings stand so magnificently tall, seemingly impervious to the fierce winds that might topple them? Guin raised his gaze, squinting at the streetlight. Moreover, how could this lamp shine so brightly amidst the swirling snow, as if enchanted by celestial prowess from ancient texts? At this thought, Guin's brows knitted tightly together. Was this truly the underworld? Had he reached the end of his earthly life, his soul claimed by the spectral figures of Yin and Yang? And where were the fearsome guardians, the Oxhead and Horseface? The more he pondered, the stronger his unease became. He was merely a humble, earnest young Taoist, devoted to his practice in the mountains, still in his youth, yet to marry and return to worldly life. How had he found himself in such a predicament? A jarring screech of brakes shattered the stillness of the snowstorm. Suddenly, Guin noticed a square-shaped white beast materializing before him, a chill radiating from its back and creeping up his neck. The creature's body was as large as an ox, with 4 legs resembling spheres, emanating a faint silvery glow. On its front, there was an emblem crafted from several red squares, resembling a blood-red bat with its wings unfurled. Could this be the carriage of the Oxhead and Horseface? How could it appear so bizarre? And where were the beasts that should be pulling this carriage? Guin's body tensed involuntarily, his calves bracing for action as he awaited the fabled figures to materialize before him. When that moment arrived, he would turning on his heel, he fled. But could he truly contend with the formidable Oxhead and Horseface? Guin felt a surge of trepidation. Although he had practiced martial arts for over a decade, how could mere human skills rival the mystical prowess of celestial beings? His master had once imparted wisdom to him. Those who recognize the times are indeed the true heroes. This adage held undeniable truth. It was better to execute a well-timed retreat than to rely on the intricacies of strategy. Guin took a moment to steady his breath, slowly regaining his composure. By the roadside, an aging wooling vehicle came to a halt. The window lowered, revealing a middle-aged man sporting a receding hairline. Upon seeing the man, Guin couldn't help but wonder, was he Oxhead or Horseface? Why was his head barren of hair? Could he be another emissary from the underworld? The man, surveying Guin with keen eyes, nodded in satisfaction and inquired, "Are you the young Taoist? I was told you were on Huabei Road. What brings you here?" At this, Guin felt his throat tighten. The man had indeed recognized him as a servant of the underworld. He stammered, I am." The man chuckled. "You were just what we needed. All right, hop in." With that, he eased off the brake, and the vehicle shuddered to life with a heavy roar. Get in, Guin's gaze darted back and forth across the wooling, and the unmistakable sounds echoing in his ears filled him with dread. This emissary's carriage was astonishingly alive. The little Taoist's courage quickly dissipated. Well, as the master once said, since we are here, we shall make peace with it. Come on up, or you'll be late, came the cheerful voice of the Mediterranean man, who raised an eyebrow and laughed heartily, opening the passenger door to signal Guin to enter. Seeing that he did not appear as fearsome as rumored, the little Taoist felt a bit more at ease. Guin, albeit somewhat anxious, climbed into the vehicle and, following the Mediterranean man's instructions, gently closed the door behind him. He curiously surveyed the interior, silently marveling. Truly, this is the underworld. Even the official's carriage is shrouded in such mystery. At that moment, the Mediterranean man made a phone call. Hello, everyone is gathered. We are on our way. Is this the underworld's technique of long-distance communication? The little Taoist pondered. Yes. The Mediterranean man glanced at the little Taoist in the passenger seat before looking ahead again. The emperor, the monk, the Taoist, all present. I wonder where this wealthy lady comes from, with such peculiar tastes. While others seek male models and internet celebrities, she seems to prefer this cosplay style. TSK. After his remarks, the Mediterranean man hung up the phone. What? Hearing the first half of the conversation, Guin's body stiffened. He cautiously turned his head, stealing a glance behind him. Upon doing so, the little Taoist's face went ashen. Behind him sat two silent figures. One adorned in a resplendent golden dragon robe, exuding an extraordinary aura. One, adorned in a monk's robe, holds prayer beads, his visage exuding serenity. Two, both gentlemen in their 30s, possess strikingly handsome features. Upon noticing the young monk turn his head, they respond with gentle smiles. This evening, they find themselves as colleagues, naturally inclined to maintain a cordial atmosphere, however. As for who will capture the affections of the affluent lady, that remains a matter of individual merit. Guin silently turned back, emotions swirling within him, softly murmuring, "It's over. Even the emperor and the abbot are behaving themselves. What can a mere novice like me possibly do?" With one hand gripping the steering wheel, the Mediterranean glanced at the young monk in the passenger seat, sensing that Guin appeared somewhat uneasy. He spoke up, his tone laced with playful teasing. "Is this your first time here, young monk?" "First time?" Guin nodded earnestly, affirming that indeed it was his inaugural visit after all. One cannot perish twice. The Mediterranean then inquired, "Which of the four treasures of the wealthy lady does our young monk possess?" For treasures of the wealthy lady. Guin was utterly perplexed. He was only familiar with the four scholarly treasures, having never heard of these treasures of the affluent. The Mediterranean chuckled heartily, gesturing towards the two men in the back seat. The monk in the robe spoke first. "Amitabha, this humble monk can only offer the joyful ball of the wealthy lady." From his robes, he produced an unopened steel ball, holding it aloft with one hand over his chest. Next, it was the emperor's turn. Clearing his throat, he declared with a commanding presence, "The treasures of the wealthy lady, the flame mountain and the moonlit fan, are both my signature skills. Rich women find joy." What is all this?" Guin asked, bewildered. "Well, little one, it's best not to inquire too much." With that, the Mediterranean man's laughter morphed into an unsettling tone. Guin felt a chill run down his spine as an eerie atmosphere enveloped him. Outside the car window, neon lights flickered while the young Taoist sat rigidly, like a needle on a pin. The wooling vehicle twisted and turned on the road, eventually entering a realm of bright lights and indulgence. The White Horse Club, a renowned male escort establishment in the city. It is a sanctuary for youthful escorts and a paradise for affluent middle-aged women. Under the somber night sky, a light drizzle began to fall, interspersed with sporadic flakes of snow. In front of the club, a disheveled figure hurriedly fled. The tortures of the underworld were indeed terrifying. Recalling the middle-aged woman adorned with a thick layer of rouge, Guin, still shaken, plunged into the rain and snow, sprinting away. Huffing and puffing, he lost track of time and destination. When Guin finally regained his senses, he realized he was standing on an arched bridge. On the desolate bridge surface, a shiver coursed through Guin as a few strands of hair clung to his handsome cheeks. Despite years of martial training, He found himself unable to withstand the biting cold of the rain and snow. Boom! Two flashes of azure lightning illuminated the sky. Instantly, with a soft sound, a faint rustle of footsteps reached Gu N's ears. He abruptly lifted his head, and before him appeared a familiar, ethereal figure. Meanwhile, Su Taoyao halted in her tracks, her gaze fixated with a peculiar expression on the young man, standing at the center of the bridge. Why? Was it him again? Why was it her again? Gu En felt a surge of panic and uncertainty. Could she be Meng Pa? What Meng Pa? As the voice echoed in her mind once more, the girl furrowed her brows and glanced again at the young Taoist, realizing he had not uttered a word. Was she truly hearing his thoughts? What did he intend to do? Suddenly, she caught sight of the neurotic little Taoist, who swiftly darted behind her. You! An instinctive surge of anger welled up within Gu En, and with a swift motion, he delivered a powerful strike to the nape of the girl's neck. Bang! Su Taoyao collapsed to the ground in response. Chapter 2. The Poisonous Soup of Meng Pa Name. Guen, how old are you? In the prime of youth. Bang! The sound of a heavy thud resonated through the room. Speak plainly. Not long ago. I was merely 18. At the Fondo Street police station. Guen answered the inquiries of the black-clad officer with trepidation. He cradled a cup of hot water in his hands, though his posture appeared somewhat peculiar. Under the glaring fluorescent lights, his wrists gleamed. He was adorned with 2 silver bracelets. Across the table, the middle-aged policeman in a black cotton coat lifted his gaze. Scrutinizing Guen intently, and posed another question. What is your parents' contact information? Guen hesitated for a moment, pondering the officer's inquiry. Gradually, he seemed to comprehend the question posed by the officer. He then candidly replied, I was abandoned by my parents when I was still in swaddling clothes, and since then, I have been following my master in the temple for training. However, now that the realms of the living and the dead are separated, I have no way of contacting my master. Su Guowei raised an eyebrow, his gaze lingering on Guen as he continued to assess him. The stern expression on his square face was fraught with ferocity. Provide your identification number. Guen shook his head in confusion, indicating his lack of understanding. The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. After a moment of hesitation, Guen summoned his courage and inquired, May I ask, sir, will I have the chance to be reincarnated as a human in my next life? Su Guowei's expression darkened further, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether the youth had recently escaped from a mental institution, which could explain his nonsensical ramblings and the audacity to assault his daughter on the bridge in front of the police station. In the 18 years since the birth of his daughter, an heir, their family had never encountered such a bizarre situation. This mad priest surely has a dire fate awaiting him. He truly resembled someone unhinged. Could he have genuinely slipped away from somewhere? He cautiously inquired, Which institution did you come from? Institution? Guen was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly responded, Xianyan Temple. Could it be that this dark-clad officer was somehow connected to a revered ancestor of his? Guen speculated quietly, then added with a hint of excitement, This humble priest is the 38th disciple of Xianyan Temple. May I inquire, esteemed sir, are you? Indeed. He was quite the lunatic. Su Guowei, uninterested in further discourse, directly seized Guen's hand and pressed his finger onto the fingerprint scanner, patiently awaiting the results from the database. As he observed the information flashing on the screen, no matching fingerprints found in the database, Su Guowei intended to ask further questions when his peripheral vision caught sight of his daughter approaching. Let me handle this, Dad, Su Taoyao murmured softly into the middle-aged policeman's ear, picking up a pen to jot down some notes. Seeing the earnest expression on his daughter's face, Su Guowei was taken aback. He glanced at the sheet of paper on the table, which bore a line of elegant handwriting. This young priest appears to be from ancient times, believing he has arrived in the underworld. And he might be the missing junior disciple mentioned by my great-grandfather. Su Guowei felt a sense of bewilderment. Had his astute daughter also succumbed to madness? He scratched the back of his head, fully aware that his daughter had consistently outshone her peers in various aspects since childhood, possessing a strong will and a remarkable sense of propriety in her actions. Though whimsical, she had never deceived herself. Yet, this situation seemed rather absurd, didn't it? Dad, trust me. Su Guowei wore a troubled expression, but ultimately nodded, rising to relinquish his seat to his daughter while he stepped aside to observe. Where is the Xianyan Temple located? Jiuhuang Mountain. And where is Jiuhuang Mountain? Faced with the girl's inquiry, Guen felt inexplicably apprehensive. After all, this was Meng Pa. Meng Pa, indeed. Even though she could distinctly hear Guwen's thoughts, Su Taoyao couldn't help but silently curse at that moment. Feigning calmness, she replied, Ping'an County. Su Taoyao opened her computer's search interface, typed in several keywords, and then gestured for Su Guowei to look at the screen. Ming Su Bohang remarked in record of the Western Branch Grass Hall. Previously, there was a great mountain in Ping'an County, towering and distinct, called Kunshan, which is supported by 9 peaks. Hence, it is also referred to as Jihuang. Upon reading this, Su Guowei's pupils contracted as if recollections flooded back to him. Immediately after, he heard his daughter speak again. Who resides in the temple? This. Guwen hesitated, biting her lip. Bang! Another sound of a hand striking the table echoed. The temple master is Chun Daoqing, with 3 disciples. The eldest disciple Li Qingfeng, the second disciple Su Ming, and the third disciple Guwen. What year is it in the mortal realm? Guangxiu. No, that can't be right. Guwen composed himself for a moment before stating, Indeed. It is the year of the Xiantong, having just changed its reign title at the beginning of the year. Your second elder brother hails from a wealthy merchant family in Suzhou, yet due to a chronic ailment, he was sent to the monastery at a young age for recuperation. Correct? Yes, Guwen replied, a shiver running down his spine, astonished by the chilling capabilities of the underworld to possess such intimate knowledge of his second elder brother. Simultaneously, Su Guowei, standing nearby, wore an expression of utter disbelief, his mind swirling in confusion. He endeavored to regain his composure, and under the bemused gaze of his daughter, he slowly approached Guwen, asking in a grave tone, Is it true that Su Ming is your elder brother? Yes, indeed. Guwen was bewildered by the unfolding events. Su Ming bore a prominent red birthmark on his left arm, did he not? Guwen regarded the flustered middle-aged man with curiosity, shaking his head. My elder brother possesses a robust physique. How could he have a birthmark? However, I do have one on my left arm. Show it. Su Guowei commanded sharply. Huh. Guwen looked at him in confusion. Expose your left arm. His voice bore a hint of urgency. Guwen obediently pulled down his robe, revealing part of his shoulder. On his left arm, there was indeed a conspicuous round red birthmark. Upon seeing this, Su Guowei trembled slightly, grappling with disbelief. The notion that this seemingly nonsensical young Taoist could truly be a junior disciple of his grandfather was almost too much to bear. His midlife crisis had not yet arrived, yet the foundations of his worldview were perilously close to crumbling. Taking a moment to compose himself, he unfastened the handcuffs and gestured, Near, please take him home. Don't mention anything to your grandfather. We'll discuss matters once I finish my night shift. In terms of both sentiment and reason, he felt it was imperative to bring Guwen back home. Su Taoyao responded with a soft acknowledgement, able to empathize with her father's complex emotions. Traditionally, since her grandfather's generation, any newborn in their family would be sent to Xianyun Temple at the age of 5 or 6, where they would spend several months under the tutelage of the temple's Taoist priests, learning skills to strengthen their bodies. The names of her great-grandfather's master and his fellow disciples were well known to the family. Even before his passing, her great-grandfather had been concerned about his missing young apprentice. However, the sudden emergence of a peculiar young Taoist, with all signs pointing to the possibility that he might indeed be that very person, was utterly beyond the realm of normal comprehension, presenting a significant shock. Were it not for her ability to hear his thoughts, it would be difficult to believe that this innocent, almost naive youth could be her great-grandfather's apprentice. Since one could traverse realms, hearing others' thoughts did not seem too far-fetched. By lineage, she ought to refer to him as her granduncle, perhaps. Let's go, Su Taoyao called out to Guwen, intending to lead him away from the police station. Where are we going? He inquired. Is it to have the official assess the merits and demerits of my past life, and then have Ming guide me to reincarnation or punishment? In a fleeting moment, Guwen contemplated numerous possibilities, filled with trepidation. His unvoiced thoughts were keenly perceived by the young girl. Su Taoyao rubbed the nape of her neck, which throbbed faintly, and a barely perceptible smile graced her lips. She deliberately lowered her voice, tilting her delicate face slightly downward, casting an enigmatic glow on her features. In a chilling tone, she declared, Guwen, the time has come. Let us embark on our journey. Embark. Having crossed the Mengpa Bridge without sipping the Mengpa soup, why must we set forth? With a mind in disarray, Guwen obediently followed the girl out of the police station. 10 minutes later, they stood before a vending machine. Su Taoyao opened a can of cola and handed it to Guwen. Here, drink this bowl of Mengpa soup. In your next life, be sure to live as a plump sow, indulging in ample food and rest, and bear numerous offspring. Her cool voice, carried by a gust of cold wind, penetrated Gu An's ears. A plump sow? Am I destined to be reborn as a pig in my next life? But why a sow and not a boar? Gu An felt a wave of panic, his arm trembling. The can of cola slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground with a resounding clang. He looked down to see the dark brown liquid bubbling and fizzing, its sound sending shivers down his spine. The hair on the back of Gu An's neck stood on end, a chilling sensation racing to the crown of his head. This Meng Pa soup is poisonous. The reference to cola here is drawn from a novel by Hua Jia. Chapter 3, Gu Dalan. It's time to take your medicine. Gulp. The sound of swallowed saliva was strikingly clear. Watching the fizzing bubbles dissipate on the ground, Gu An was momentarily frozen. The Meng Pa soup can corrode the ground with a hissing sound. If I were to drink it, would my soul be scattered? A soft chuckle escaped Su Taoyao upon hearing Gu An's anxious thoughts. Her skin, smooth as mutton-fat white jade, appeared even more pallid under the vending machine's stark light. Her features were exquisite, embodying an ethereal beauty. Her clear, shallow eyes sparkled with a luminous glint, bright and pure, reminiscent of mist creeping up a winter window or the faint starlight of an autumn night. She smirked coldly, fixing her gaze on Gu An, exuding an unsettling chill. Upon hearing the faint laughter, the young Taoist hurriedly looked up, meeting the girl's penetrating gaze, causing him to shudder. Why is this Meng Pa still smiling? The beauty before him only instilled dread. With a crisp sound, Su Taoyao straightened her face and opened another can of cola, handing it to Gu An. She ominously stated, "Drink it all. If any remains, you shall be dragged to the tongue-pulling hell." Gu An trembled again, his eyes darkening rapidly, clearly losing any hope. "Master, senior brothers, I, Gu An, am destined for the path of beasts. If fate permits in the next life, I shall seek to meet you again." He resignedly accepted the cola, tilting his head back to drink. Oh, his eyes brightened. The flavor of this Meng Pa soup is unexpectedly, extraordinarily unique, evoking an indescribable sense of exhilaration. With a contented belch, Gu An briefly reveled in joy before falling silent. As I ponder whether the memories of this lifetime will gradually fade away, I find myself hoping that in my next life, I may live a bit longer. Perhaps being a simple so, content to eat and sleep, would not be so bad after all. Gu An, in a state of numb contemplation, quietly awaits the moment when his memories will vanish. Time passes, and the sky begins to weep gently, the rain falling softly, barely enough to leave a few droplets on the windshields of nearby vehicles. Gu An notices a dimming of the light around him and turns his head, only to find Meng Pa holding an umbrella above him. It seems like an illusion, yet he perceives a hint of pity in her gaze, as if she were observing a stray dog without a home. Suddenly, beneath the umbrella, the girl bursts into a radiant smile, reminiscent of the vibrant peach blossoms of March. Gu An rubs his nose, puzzled as to why Meng Pa is laughing. "All right, I shall not tease you further. This is neither the underworld nor any other realm. It is simply the world as it was." Gu An's eyelids flutter, his gaze sharpening with suspicion. Is Meng Pa about to play tricks on me again? His thoughts drift to the past, remembering that the Qing dynasty has long since perished. Suddenly, a voice rises through the rain, powerful enough to astonish the entire world. Nonsense. When did the Qing dynasty fall? In room 1001 of building 2 in Tanfo Garden. Gu An is changed into a clean, thick cotton coat and warm trousers, seated on the sofa. He lowers his gaze once more to inspect the yellowed black and white photograph within the frame, a gesture he has repeated countless times, 10, 100, perhaps even more. In the photograph within the frame, there lies a slightly dilapidated small Taoist temple, a venerable old priest adorned with a long beard, and two robust middle-aged Taoists. Upon encountering these three faces, which differ subtly from the memories etched in his mind, Gu An is engulfed by a tapestry of emotions. Each season spent within the temple remains vividly alive in his recollections, yet in the blink of an eye, a century has seemingly elapsed. Even after listening to the patient explanations of the young girl, Gu An finds it difficult to regain his composure, and the wariness within him has not entirely dissipated. It has been over 100 years since the fall of the Qing dynasty. I have not descended to the underworld. Rather, I have inexplicably arrived in a future era. This girl, whom I mistakenly presumed to be Meng Pa, is actually the great-granddaughter of Brother Su. Zhuangzhou dreaming of a butterfly? Yet, all of this feels excessively real. If it is indeed true, then my master and brothers must have long since transcended, leaving me in a world devoid of familiar faces. How shall I navigate my existence in this era? He gazes at the unfamiliar surroundings, then casts his eyes out the window. A flurry of snow dances in the air, while the city glimmers with brilliant lights. There is neither the gentle warmth of a full moon nor the faint glow of stars. Instead, there are peculiar towering buildings, and his reflection is cast upon the glass. Strangely enough, he does not experience overwhelming sorrow. It is merely that long-forgotten loneliness, as if a tide has swept in to engulf him entirely. Guin strives to calm the tumultuous thoughts swirling within him and turns toward the young girl beside him. Su, Miss Su. He is yet unaware of the name of this descendant before him. Hearing Guin's voice, Su Taoyao finally extricates herself from the buzzing turmoil in his heart. What is it? As he hesitated in his speech, Su Taoyao blinked her eyes and softly inquired. Guin's gaze flickered, suddenly at a loss for words. According to traditional customs, as an elder meeting a junior for the first time, one ought to present a token of greeting, yet at this moment, he could not find even a single coin on his person, which was truly. Guin began to analyze his predicament. If he adhered to the notions of a century ago, he would be regarded as an unregistered rogue, likely facing considerable inconvenience wherever he went. Apart from possessing some skills in martial arts, Guin pondered for a moment and realized he had no other talents to earn a living. No, wait. I still have this face. A spark of inspiration struck Guin, only to be engulfed by a wave of inner turmoil. Could it be to return to that White Horse Club? To become a gigolo? Should I learn the tricks of wealthy patrons? In retrospect, that place is not so different from the former entertainment districts, merely transforming the roles from women to men. Indeed, a mere penny can thwart even the mightiest of heroes. Su Taoyao maintained her serious expression for quite some time. But upon hearing Guin's half-hearted lament filled with sorrow and resignation, she could no longer contain herself and burst into a soft, amused laugh. Are ancient people truly this entertaining? Since discovering her own identity, he had gradually begun to embody the role of a senior, adopting a somewhat authoritative demeanor. As the girl suppressed her laughter, she found the little Taoist remarkably endearing, akin to a silly puppy. Eventually, her laughter rang out more freely. Su Taoyao's eyes crinkled with laughter, and her delicate crescent-shaped brows seemed to beam with joy. For reasons unbeknownst to her, as she gazed at Guin, a sense of familiarity washed over her, accompanied by a peculiar emotion that stirred within her heart, a desire for closeness intertwined with an inexplicable shyness. This sensation was utterly alien to her. However, it was not long before the young girl furrowed her brow, her expression clouded with displeasure. Why does my former disciple always smile for no reason? Could there be something amiss with her mind? What a beautiful girl, yet her mind seems a bit unhinged. No wonder I felt something was off about her from the very beginning. Alas, what a pity. Guin's inner thoughts were crystal clear to Su Taoyao. What is strange about me? The school belle is Su Taoyao. The top student is Su Taoyao. The object of countless boys' affections is still Su Taoyao. Humph, how infuriating. The young girl, barely past her 18th birthday, remained charming in her own right. The atmosphere fell silent once more, leaving only the hum of the air conditioning in the tidy living room. Oblivious to the fact that he had unwittingly offended the girl again, Guin noticed her sudden quietness and refrained from speaking further. After a while, feeling thirsty, Su Taoyao rose to pour herself a glass of warm water. After a moment's thought, she took another cup and filled it for Guin, albeit with scalding hot water. Then, in front of Guin, Su Taoyao picked up a fizzy tablet from the table and deliberately donned a frosty expression as she tossed it into his cup. Hisses. As the bubbling sound resonated, a faint fragrance wafted into Guin's nostrils. The familiar scene sent a shiver down his spine. Master Ancestor, come drink some water. Su Taoyao's voice was sweet enough to induce a delightful shiver in Guin unexplainably. He recalled the ancient text his senior brother had found beneath their masteress bed, which contained a passage strikingly similar to this moment. The woman poured arsenic into the cup, yet scooped a bowl of white broth and called upstairs. Elder brother, where's the medicine? Wu De Dao replied, it is beneath my mat, by the pillow. Hurry and bring it to me. The woman lifted the mat, shook the medicine into the cup, poured the white broth into it, and stirred it with her silver hairpin until it was well mixed. Just as Guin's expression became unsettled and beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, Su Taoyao, suppressing her laughter, whimsically mimicked the tone of Pan Jinlian from a television drama. Gudala, drink your medicine after speaking. She even playfully patted Guin's shoulder. Slap. Sizzle. Guin felt a wave of numbness engulf him. Chapter 4. hold on in the Flip Garden underground parking lot. After parking the car, Su Guowei sat in the driver's seat, lost in thought for a considerable time before leisurely making his way into the complex. Even with his years of experience in law enforcement, he found it challenging to fully quell the shock he had just experienced. During his duty breaks, he meticulously retraced the events from beginning to end and even enlisted the help of an acquaintance to retrieve surveillance footage from nearby streets. After scrutinizing it frame by frame countless times, he reluctantly conceded to himself that peculiar little Taoist had indeed appeared out of thin air. It is neither magic nor special effects. He, Su Guowei, the chief of the Xindo Street Police Station, has indeed gained a master from the Qing dynasty as his uncle. Remarkably, this uncle is of an age comparable to that of his own daughter. Sighing softly, this middle-aged policeman, with a face etched in worry, inhaled the cold northern wind. The mist that had just begun to rise dissipated almost instantaneously into the night. Before the door of room 1001, old Su, who had stealthily smoked a few cigarettes downstairs, exhaled onto his palm and sniffed the cotton-padded jacket he wore, ensuring no lingering scent of smoke remained. Only then did he retrieve his keys to unlock the door. In the next moment, old Su's movements froze. "Shh, be quiet." A faint gasp emerged from within, unmistakably his daughter's voice. "Apologies, my fault," came a voice lacking in confidence. Belonging to that young Taoist. Old Su pressed his ear against the door, straining to discern their conversation. "Is this your first time?" "Yes. It's my first time, and I'm still a bit inexperienced." The girl huffed. "Hurry up, or I might just die from the pain." "Oh, then bear with it." "I might be a bit too forceful," the young man reassured her. "Be quicker. Otherwise, old Su will return soon." "All right." A sudden cry pierced the air again. Why did his daughter exclaim in pain? What was this first time about? Why was she saying he was too big and to endure? What on earth was that rascal doing with his girl? Outside the door, old Su's breath quickened, his thick eyebrows knitted tightly, and his blood pressure surged. He trembled as he clutched the key, his hands quaking uncontrollably, yet he struggled to align it with the keyhole. "I must hasten." The girl's voice trailed off, almost resembling a whimper. Click. Old Su finally managed to unlock the door. Thud, 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 thud. The imposing officer Su swiftly stormed into the living room. His eyes bulged as he instantly spotted two figures on the sofa. The girl he had been yearning for, was sprawled across the couch, while the young Taoist, to his utter astonishment, was kneeling beside her, using his elbow to massage her back. Old Su was momentarily taken aback, swallowing the ire that had risen to his lips. What on earth are you two doing?" A mere glance at his father allowed Su Taoyao to decipher his thoughts with remarkable clarity. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "You really think we're up to no good?" This the formidable officer Su, renowned throughout the bustling Dando Street, was, in truth, a doting father, never daring to utter a harsh word in front of his daughter nor display an unfriendly demeanor. He was terrified that this daughter, whom he had raised single-handedly since childhood, might suffer even the slightest indignity. He chuckled awkwardly. "Well, it's not that I'm worried, it's just that I thought the master uncle might feel out of sorts, so I was trying to ease the atmosphere." "Just trying to ease the atmosphere. Right, master?" "Master uncle?" After speaking, he forced a smile at Guan. Although the upward curl of his lips hardly conveyed a pleasant sight, the man, with a rather fierce countenance, appeared somewhat menacing even when smiling. Initially, Guan was at a loss for words, compelled to offer an awkward smile in return. He cautiously explained, "Previously, the force applied by the little Taoist was somewhat excessive. I feared it might leave her with hidden injuries, so I thought to help her invigorate her blood flow." Observing the middle-aged man, who bore a faint resemblance to his second senior brother in his features, Guan felt inexplicably diminished. In his memory, that stern and unsmiling second senior brother exuded an undeniable righteousness, radiating an intangible authority, particularly when he had been caught slacking off in his training. Sigh. This morning, I overheard the second senior brother mention bidding farewell to the master, preparing to descend the mountain to confront foreign devils. I wonder if he has truly left. Confronting foreign devils? Su Taoyao, who had risen from the sofa, squinted her eyes and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Su Guowei. Why is my girl suddenly so merry? Regardless, if she is laughing, then so shall I." Old Su, devoid of any burden as the head of the local police stations, joined in the laughter heartily. Ha ha. Guan could not help but swallow hard, glancing at Su Taoyao and then at old Su. Feeling a tumult of emotions within, they are all laughing. If I do not join them, will it seem that I am out of place? To laugh? Or to refrain? If I choose to laugh, should it be a light chuckle or a hearty guffaw? How perplexing. Ultimately, the young Taoist opened his mouth and chuckled. Hee-ha! After perfectly capturing Gu Anxin's voice, Su Taoyao pressed her hands tightly against her belly, struggling to contain her laughter. How could this little Taoist be so endearing? The girl's laughter grew louder, and old Su's chuckles became more boisterous. Guan, feeling increasingly flustered, wondered if this inexplicable mirth was akin to an infectious disease. Much like a plague. At 11 o'clock, Guan finished a hearty bowl of noodle soup and comfortably set down his chopsticks. Upon seeing him done, Su Guowei poured him another cup of water. Guan cautiously accepted the glass, eyeing the boiling water within with suspicion. Surely, this water is safe? Ever since he suspected that his junior's family might be afflicted with some form of madness, a sense of unease had settled within him. Are you full? At the dining table, Su Guowei, who had remained silent until now, lifted his gaze towards Guan. His expression had shifted to a more serious demeanor, starkly contrasting the jovial man who had just entertained his daughter. Yes, Guan nodded, maintaining an upright posture. He understood that the man before him was about to impart some important information. With a habitual tap of his fingers against the table, Su Guowei pondered for a moment before speaking. Master Uncle, I presume Nier has already shared some matters with you. You are aware that you have arrived in a future era, correct? Yes. Good. Although the time that separates you from your master uncle is merely a century, you must comprehend that the changes that have transpired in this world during that century are nothing short of revolutionary. He gazed into Guan's lively eyes, acknowledging that even with the explanations of the past few months, clarity might still elude them. One could only assert that the world is indeed vast. However, Su Guowei paused momentarily, emphasizing 2 points that his esteemed elder must remember. Very well. Upon witnessing his seriousness, Guan too adopted a more earnest demeanor. First and foremost, one must never engage in illicit activities. In ancient times, if someone committed a crime with martial prowess, the authorities might struggle to apprehend the offender. Yet, times have changed. You must never presume that your skills grant you immunity to the law. Otherwise, what would happen? Guan felt a surge of anxiety at his grave tone. Su Guowei did not respond immediately. After a brief silence, he retrieved his phone, opened a pre-prepared video, and presented it before Guan. The video was brief, merely a few seconds long, but the shock it delivered to the young Taoist was ineffable. At the video's onset, an oval object plummeted from the skies, accelerating towards the ground. Upon impact, an overwhelming and dazzling white flash erupted. With a deafening explosion, a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, followed by hundreds of fiery pillars, transforming the entire city into a searing inferno. Guan trembled at the sight, turning to Su Guowei with a slow, hesitant inquiry. If I were to break the law, would I end up like this, blown to pieces? Under Guan's gaze, the elder Su, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded affirmatively. This is merely the first point I wish to remind my esteemed senior. The consequences of the second matter could be 1,000-fold more severe. Gulp. Guan's jaw began to tremble, and he stammered, what is the second matter? It is absolutely. Old Su repeated 3 times, his tone growing increasingly grave. Do not pursue my dear and I. Puffed Su Taoyao, lounging on her bed while playing on her phone, curiously eavesdropped on Guan's thoughts. How naive this simple little Taoist is, to be so easily intimidated by old Su. Chapter 5. The historic handshake between Guan and Su Taoyao in the snowy night. The city's lights began to fade. Soon, the entire metropolis fell into a profound silence. On Tumble Street, in Tumble Garden, building number 2, room 1001, Guan and his companion sat at a table apart, exchanging glances. Guan pressed his lips together, his eyes subtly revealing a hint of resentment. So, your lengthy discourse was merely to keep me away from your precious daughter? Guan found this perplexing. Did he truly appear to be the kind of man who would harbor illicit thoughts towards a beautiful woman? He considered himself a respectable little Taoist, not one to be blinded by romantic inclinations. Moreover, he was her granduncle. How could an elder engage in such frivolities with a junior? Unbeknownst to him, this fledgling Taoist had unwittingly set his first flag. After a moment of contemplation, Guan addressed Su. Yet, as he began to speak, he found himself momentarily at a loss. Facing the middle-aged man who was over 20 years his senior, yet in terms of lineage, was his disciple's disciple, he struggled to find an appropriate form of address. His Shizu, granduncle, calls him Old Su. Noticing Guan's predicament, Su Guowei transformed back into the amiable Old Su. Old Su, Guan managed to utter. then adopted a demeanor that conveyed, "I am the elder, you must trust my words," proclaiming, "I am a practitioner of the Tao. How could I be concerned with such trivial matters of love and affection? Is that so?" Old Su's gaze deepened, as he recalled that his grandfather had mentioned a senior disciple whose greatest aspiration was to become a wealthy man with multiple wives. "Nonsense," Guan retorted, flustered. "I have only ever stated my desire to find a beautiful wife." Having inadvertently revealed his true feelings, Guan felt his face flush with embarrassment. Upon witnessing this, Old Su refrained from further commentary. Instead, he fetched a set of clean clothes that he had yet to wear and guided Guan to the bathroom. He imparted the basics of bathing, explaining which tap dispensed cold water and which offered hot, as well as how to use a hairdryer. He also elucidated the purposes of toothpaste and toothbrushes. Then, he pointed to a nearby side room, suggesting that Guan temporarily reside there until he became accustomed to the modern world, at which point they could consider other arrangements. Guan, still somewhat bewildered by the unfamiliar surroundings, nodded in understanding. After a lengthy session of instruction that lasted nearly an hour, Old Su could no longer withstand the overwhelming wave of fatigue and, stifling a yawn, excused himself from Guan's presence. He had essentially fulfilled the necessary courtesies, adequately performing the duties expected of a junior. The lock's mechanism clicked softly, rendering the living room suddenly desolate. Guan lingered in the side room for a moment before taking his change of clothes into the bathroom. The warm yellow light illuminated the space. Guan undressed completely, feeling no chill. "This heating lamp is truly remarkable," he murmured to himself, instinctively tilting his head back. Half a second later, he squinted against the intense brightness. "Is this really not the sun? My eyes may very well be blinded." After closing his eyes to ease the discomfort, Guan hesitated to meet the four little suns overhead, instead beginning to scrutinize the showerhead before him. According to Old Su, all it took was to pull it upwards for hot water to cascade from the shower. Filled with curiosity, he cautiously tugged at it. The wall-mounted showerhead promptly released a torrent of water. Initially, Guan found the water to be somewhat cold, causing him to shiver. However, the swiftly warming stream soon had him sighing in comfort. As he experienced the soothing warmth flowing from above, he became utterly entranced by this indescribable bliss. After a refreshing shower, Guan dried himself with a towel and glanced at the hairdryer next to the sink. After a moment's contemplation, he decided against using it, dressing quickly before heading out. A series of soft clicks echoed in the pitch-black living room. Just as Guan stepped out of the bathroom, he paused. His ears perked up. Had he been robbed? Guan furrowed his brow, yet a flicker of joy stirred within him. If he could assist his disciple's grandchild in some manner, his own presence in this abode, enjoying free meals and lodging, would seem less burdensome. He then padded barefoot across the floor, gradually making his way toward the source of the sound. Indeed, a shadow sat cross-legged on the sofa, facing away from him. Although he could not discern the figure's features, the hour and the setting suggested that this was no benign presence. Holding his breath, Guan tensed his arms, ready to seize the intruder in one swift motion. Just as his hand was about to clasp the thief's shoulders, that disconcerting voice suddenly rang out, playing lavishly, Lone Lion Tree Pig on the sofa. Su Taoyao was clad in a pink, plush bunny onesie, one hand clutching a bag of potato chips, her cheeks puffed out in satisfaction. She waved her tiny hand, dusted with crumbs, and greeted the unexpectedly arrived Guan with a muffled hello. The hood of her onesie, adorned with two long ears, rendered her akin to a mischievous rabbit pilfering vegetables from a field. "Good evening," Guan replied awkwardly, lowering his hand. For reasons unknown, the sight of this girl, who had teased him on several occasions, inexplicably left him feeling somewhat unsteady. It was as if all his thoughts lay bare before her. Crunch, crunch. Su Taoyao, with her delicate fingers, shoved another handful of chips into her mouth. "Lone Lion Tree Pig, why are you still awake at this late hour?" "I just finished washing up," Guan replied softly. Oh, Su Taoyao nodded her small head, gazing at Guan with his damp hair cascading over his shoulders. "Why didn't you dry your hair?" Within the room, a hairdryer resided. She pouted her lips, imitating the sound of the device, producing a whimsical vroom that seemed capable of drying her hair in an instant. In the pitch-black surroundings, the young girl's eyes remained luminous, akin to the shimmering surface of a lake under the chill of moonlight. Her eyes were truly enchanting. Gazing into those orbs, Guan stood rooted in place, momentarily entranced. Having lived in a Taoist temple since childhood, he had scarcely encountered young women, let alone one as radiant as this girl. He observed her delicate, fair feet suspended above the floor, gently swaying. Were it daylight, Guin might have discerned the veins at her ankles, adorned with a hint of soft pink against her porcelain skin. Regrettably, believing himself to be a paragon of virtue, he merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting his gaze, unaware that after his silent admiration, the girl's eyes had curved slightly in delight. Coming to his senses, he instinctively lowered his voice, remarking that the noise was quite loud and he feared it might disturb them. "Oh, not at all," Su Taoyao replied, rising from the sofa and mysteriously beckoning Guin to approach her. "Listen, old Su is hosting a concert in there." Su Taoyao half squatted at the door, leaning to one side. "A concert?" Guin was somewhat perplexed. Su Taoyao pondered seriously for a moment before rephrasing. "I'm in a performance. He is putting on a show. Press your ear against the door." Guin, half comprehending, bent down to mimic her, placing his ear against the door. Ho-ha, ho-ha. On the other side of the door, the thunderous snoring of old Su reverberated. Indeed, the sound was remarkably loud, was it not? Guin instinctively nodded. Such a resounding snore was indeed rare. Was it not even louder than the sound of a hairdryer? Guin nodded once more. "Therefore, there is no need to worry about disturbing us, right?" Su Taoyao straightened up, suddenly patting Guin on the shoulder, and earnestly advised. "If you don't dry your hair, you might go bald, and being bald won't help you find a wife." Guin, puzzled, inquired, "Why would being bald?" Su Taoyao blinked. "Old Gu, don't you want a wife?" Guin, momentarily dazed, nodded, only to vigorously shake his head afterward. Su Taoyao stifled a laugh. "Master Gu, hurry and dry your hair before going to sleep." With that, the young girl stretched lazily and retreated into her room. Guin straightened his back, preparing to leave, when he suddenly heard the sound of the door lock turning. Turning back, he saw the girl crack the door open, revealing her head adorned with 2 rabbit ears. "Oh, we haven't exchanged names yet, Master." "Huh, isn't it customary for acquaintances in ancient times to share their names?" Oh, clearing her throat, the girl extended her small hand towards Guin and earnestly stated, "Hello, Guin, my name is Su Taoyao." A gentle breeze and the resplendent peach blossom, Su Taoyao. Guin found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this manner of exchanging names. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Su Taoyao's urging voice. "Hurry, shake hands." Oh. Guin extended his hand and gently brushed against Su Taoyao's, only to retract it as if jolted by electricity. By the time he realized the impropriety of his action, the girl had already closed the door once more, leaving behind only the faint fragrance lingering in the air. Guin's nostrils twitched as he recognized it to be the scent of osmanthus, his favorite, a delicate and refreshing aroma that brought him a sense of tranquility. Outside, the young Taoist silently mused in his heart. "Hello, Su Taoyao, my name is Guin." He pondered thoughtfully, reflecting, a commoner, oblivious to the dangers that may follow, can only hope for the well-being of the person before him. Chapter 6. The inquisitive child clinging to the demeanor of elders upon returning to his room, perhaps due to the softness of the bed beneath him, or perhaps because the snoring of his 2 senior brothers was absent, or perhaps due to a myriad of other chaotic thoughts, Guin lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. The solitude of the night always amplifies the emotions within the human heart to an endless degree. In what identity and manner should he navigate his existence in this world? Ultimately, Guin lost count of how many times he turned over before sleep claimed him, only vaguely remembering that outside the window, a blanket of white had settled, and the horizon was tinged with a hint of grayish-white. The following day, upon awakening, he had no notion of the hour. Gulp, Guin felt hunger pangs. He struggled to sit up, feeling a dull ache throughout his body. As he turned his head and surveyed his surroundings, he realized that he had not returned to the temple. Gradually, he began to accept the reality of having arrived a century into the future. The buildings outside were still blanketed in snow, which seemed to have thickened. He wondered if his senior brother had managed to repair the temple roof. With such heavy snowfall, it might fill half the room. Surely, there would still be enough food stored in the cellar. He pondered whether the trap set in the back mountain had caught that large wild boar. Guin suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and got out of bed, stepping out of the room. Do you ancient people also enjoy lingering in bed? In the living room, Su Taoyao was half reclining on the sofa, her eyes half closed, murmuring to Guin, clearly just having climbed out of her warm nest. Guin shook his head. He had not slept well the previous night. Typically, we would rise to prepare for morning lessons at the crowing of the rooster. Not sleeping well, the girl asked, tilting her head. Are you homesick? Not really. It's just that the bed is too soft, and I'm not accustomed to it. Indeed. Su Taoyao nodded in agreement. The beds in Xianyan Temple were simply hardkong beds topped with a layer of cotton bedding. After spending several months there in her youth, she found it difficult to adjust back to a mattress upon returning home. She continued, "Do you want to go back to the temple and take a look? It has been expanded and is much larger now." "No." After a moment of silence, Guan spoke, his voice tinged with a sense of loss and confusion. "No one there recognizes me anymore." Su Taoyao blinked, realizing her slip of the tongue, and swiftly redirected the conversation. "Master Uncle, are you hungry?" "Hungry?" "Not at all," Guan responded, shaking his head hastily. "Alas, I am indeed hungry, but as an elder, should I awaken and declare my hunger to my juniors? It would be no different than a beggar seeking food on the streets. There is a lack of dignity befitting an elder." Hearing Guan's inner thoughts, Su Taoyao playfully mused to herself, "The burden of being an elder is indeed heavy." "What?" Guan, unable to grasp her words, inquired with curiosity. "I said I am hungry, and I am going to the market to find something to eat." "Going to the market to find food?" Guan frowned, contemplating. "Isn't that akin to begging? Surely, their family is not so impoverished. Perhaps I should visit a pawn shop and hawk that jade hairpin to procure some funds." Su Taoyao, both amused and exasperated, patiently clarified, "I simply mean to buy meat buns from the market. We pay them, and they sell us food." Guan felt a bit embarrassed. "How many buns does Master Uncle wish to have?" "No, it's unnecessary." Guan still felt reluctant, believing this did not befit the stature of his Master Uncle. "Truly unnecessary?" Su Taoyao inquired once more. "No." Just as Guan's lips parted to respond, a low rumble emanated from his abdomen. "Gurgle this. Guan awkwardly scratched the back of his head, forcing a smile. "This is also part of the morning lesson. One must first experience hunger to appreciate the difficulty of the path. You may go alone." Su Taoyao found the situation amusing, but couldn't bring herself to expose him, so she donned a look of feigned grievance that was truly pitiful. "Master Uncle, will you accompany me outside? There are many wicked people out there." Upon hearing this, Guan recognized the validity of her words. As an elder, it was his duty to ensure the safety of his junior. "Very well, Master Uncle shall accompany you. Should any unscrupulous thief cross our path, I shall ensure they return from whence they came." With the earnest promise from the simple-minded Taoist, Su Taoyao took her time for over half an hour, meticulously adorning herself before finally preparing to step outside with her phone in hand. "Ah, wait." Just as she crossed the threshold, she dashed back into the house. "Here, put this on your head." Guan accepted a deep blue felt hat, fiddled with it briefly, and then placed it atop his head, revealing only his striking phoenix eyes. Su Taoyao nodded in satisfaction. With the hat on and dressed in the old-style down jacket and cotton shoes, one would never suspect that beneath it all was a young Taoist from a century past. To any observer, he appeared merely as a rustic old man. "Let us go." With that, Su Taoyao closed the door and led Guan down the escape route via the staircase. As for why they opted against the elevator, it was because a certain little Taoist had been thoroughly frightened the night before, terrified of being swallowed by that opening and closing metal box. It was better to avoid unnecessary complications. By taking the stairs, they could also evade the watchful eye of surveillance cameras, serving as a precaution to protect Guan's identity. Until old Su procured an identification card for him, it was best to stir up as little trouble as possible. Su Taoyao could scarcely imagine encountering a pixelated image of her naive granduncle on the programs Closer to Science or Today's Legal Affairs. She had even rehearsed the opening lines of the shows. Closer to Science. On a night beset by snow and wind, a mysterious Taoist stands at the street corner, surveying the throngs of vehicles and pedestrians. His countenance is grave, and his gaze perceives only phantoms and specters. What hidden enigmas lie behind him? A web of complexities, truths obscured, traces elusive, and a quest for clarity in a maze of confusion. Stay tuned for the Closer to Science series, featuring the case of the foolish Taoist from the late Qing dynasty. Today's Legal Affairs. Why does the robed youth exhibit madness in the streets? What compels him to weep in anguish under the moonlight? What lies beneath this chaos? Is it a distortion of humanity or a decline of morals? Tune in tonight at 8 on XXTV 14A and S Road of No Return as we delve into the inner world of the mentally afflicted. Ah! The thought brought forth the sound of youthful laughter, like silver bells, echoing in the corridor. Descending the stairs, the paths of the community were nearly devoid of pedestrians, blanketed instead in pristine snow. On either side lay piles of snow cleared earlier that morning, while the ground was already layered with a fresh coat of powder. The sky appeared somewhat dim, heavy clouds cloaked in a dusty hue, reminiscent of a worn quilt. There was no howling northern wind, yet the air remained piercingly cold. Unlike yesterday's unease, Guin was now filled with curiosity. He trailed alongside the young girl, strolling leisurely, his eyes darting around to observe the surroundings, even finding the attire of passers-by to be quite intriguing. Creak, creak. The snow boots of the two individuals crunched against the ground, leaving behind a chaotic trail of footprints. At this moment, Su Taoyao felt a peculiar blend of emotions, contentment intertwined with an inexplicable sense of tranquility. With each small stretch of their journey, she would slow her pace, waiting for the inquisitive companion to catch up. It was akin to guiding a little child who had never ventured outside, down to play. A smile played at the corners of Su Taoyao's lips, her spirits lifted. She felt as though she was immersed in a nurturing simulation game, tending to a character reminiscent of a bumbling Taoist priest from a century ago. How delightful. Along the way, Su Taoyao would occasionally pause to exchange pleasantries with familiar elderly neighbors, engaging in light-hearted banter about mundane matters. Meanwhile, Guin, ever perceptive, would step aside quietly, patiently awaiting the young lady to finish her greetings before silently returning to her side. The thought of getting lost and potentially being mistaken for a vagrant, destined for a fate of labor in a perilous place, weighed heavily on Guin's mind, a cautionary warning from Su Taoyao that he held dear. As for the location of this treacherous place, Guin was curious to inquire. Yet, Su Taoyao's response left him somewhat bewildered. That place. It's merely a wretched spot where one might go blind from drinking nuclear waste. Chapter 7. Well fed due to the snowfall, only a few figures meandered through the streets. The lampposts flickered to life, one by one, as the wind began to gust, swirling delicate flakes resembling shreds of paper. As the snow fell anew, the breakfast stalls began to pack up, gradually closing for the day, for it was already past 11, and few would opt for breakfast when lunch beckoned. Uncle Da. Su Taoyao entered a breakfast shop, warmly greeting the proprietor who was huddled within a green coat. The vendor, turning with a smile upon hearing her voice, quipped, "Ah, has our little Taoyao risen from slumber? And look, you've brought a bodyguard along for breakfast." He was taken aback upon noticing Guin, standing protectively beside the young girl, and his just was met with a wary glance. Meanwhile, Guin remained alert, his body slightly tensed, pondering if this old man were to suddenly act out. Should I retaliate with one punch or two? Perhaps just one, but I ought to be gentle. What are you thinking about? Su Taoyao, sensing Guin's unspoken thoughts, paused momentarily before urging him to take a seat. She whispered, "This is an old colleague of my father's, not a malicious person." Guin nodded. Though his vigilance had not waned, one can know a person's face but not their heart. He might well harbor ill intentions. Su Taoyao cast him an exasperated glance and turned to the vendor, saying, "Uncle Da, I would like 3 baskets of soup dumplings and 2 bowls of savory tofu pudding." "Certainly," Uncle Da responded cheerfully. 5 minutes later, Guin beheld 3 baskets of delicate dumplings and 2 bowls of tofu pudding adorned with pickled vegetables and scallions. Silently swallowing hard, "She ordered so much. Surely she hasn't included my share as well?" He mused. "But why hasn't she invited me to eat with her?" His gaze fixated on Su Taoyao, who had begun to indulge in her dumplings, his stomach betraying him with an insistent growl. The aroma of her food is simply delightful. With such a large portion, surely she cannot finish it all? If she cannot finish it, it would be a waste. And that is a rather undesirable habit. Even with her nose and mouth concealed beneath a hat, Guin could still perceive the tantalizing scent of the food. The allure of the fragrance stimulated her salivary glands, causing them to secrete fluid incessantly. Guin felt a slight movement in her throat and instinctively lowered her gaze. "I must not look. If I do not see it, I shall not desire it. But it truly does smell exquisite." Cough. Su Taoyao, who was in the midst of savoring a bowl of tofu pudding, could not suppress a chuckle, only to be caught off guard by a cough. Listening to Guin's internal musings, the young girl abandoned her playful intentions. After finishing a basket of steamed buns, Su Taoyao managed to suppress a gentle burp with difficulty. "Oh dear, why am I so full today? Normally, I could devour 3 baskets with ease." The sound of her distress echoed. Guin glanced up at her, lips pressed together, her eyelids fluttering up and down. "If you feel full, it is unwise to eat more. It is not good for your stomach. Dear disciple, allow your master uncle to assist you in finishing it. I can manage." Yet, under Guin's hopeful gaze, Su Taoyao's lips failed to utter the words Guan longed to hear. Instead, she muttered something that seemed to reflect her own frustration. No, no, I must finish this. Wasting food is shameful. She furrowed her brow, glaring at the steamer as if it were her sworn enemy. With that, she reached for her chopsticks and forcefully picked up 2 buns from the second steamer, stuffing them into her mouth with cheeks puffed out. On one side lay a small steamed bun. After considerable effort, she finally managed to swallow both dumplings. Ah, Su Taoyao beamed with a smile, seemingly recalling the presence of Gu and beside her. Master Uncle, perhaps, she began, but abruptly furrowed her brows again. I cannot disturb your cultivation. Guan, whose eyes had just sparked with life, dimmed almost instantly. It's quite all right. I can manage. He opened his mouth. Yet the words he wished to convey remained unuttered. Nevertheless, his expression soon brightened once more. Su Taoyao glanced at her phone, exclaiming in surprise. How is it already past 12? Master Uncle, you were only practicing your morning lessons, weren't you? Since it is now noon, if you were to eat, it would be akin to having lunch, which should not conflict with your morning practice, right? Yes, yes, Guan replied nervously, his mind racing with thoughts. Then, will Master Uncle finish these 2 baskets of dumplings? And this bowl of tofu pudding? She hesitated before continuing. Only, I did touch this basket just now. Ah, Guan's expression remained composed. That is a misjudgment. The foremost tenet of our sect is to avoid wasting food, a principle I have been taught since childhood. Truly worthy of being called Master Uncle, Su Taoyao complimented, following the flow. Guan straightened his back slowly, exuding an air of a wise sage as he declared. In that case, I shall assist you in consuming these little dumplings. Then I shall trouble Master Uncle. Su Taoyao found the situation amusing. Mimicking the gestures of characters from films, she performed a salute with clasped hands. Guan nodded slowly, embodying the demeanor of a venerable master. He then picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks from the table, deftly grasped a soup dumpling, and popped it into his mouth, instantly squinting his eyes in delight. The dumpling's skin was exquisitely thin, encasing a succulent and flavorful filling that delighted his palate. It was a taste he had never before encountered. 1, 2, 3, before long. The steamer basket, once brimming with dumplings, lay bare save for a layer of yellow cloth. The second basket vanished just as swiftly, leaving him to continue blissfully squinting, savoring the lingering flavors that danced upon his lips. A soft sound emerged as the bowl scraped against the table. Opening his eyes, Guan beheld Su Taoyao, one hand propping up her chin while the other slid a bowl of warm tofu pudding toward him. Curiosity piqued, he inquired, "Is this made from tofu?" "Indeed, master." She urged, "Do give it a try." Guan scooped a spoonful, tasting it with intrigue. "This is markedly different from what I had at the tofu shop down the mountain. The tofu there was neither as tender nor as smooth." "The tofu shop? Did it not have a young and beautiful tofu Shishir?" the young girl asked. "Tofu Shishir?" Guan shook his head. "No. It was merely a humble workshop run by an elderly lady." "Oh, how unfortunate," the girl lamented. While Guan indulged in his tofu pudding, she rose to retrieve 2 tea eggs, offering one to him. "Have an egg," she insisted. Guan gazed at the small bowl containing the egg, feeling a twinge of conflict. "If they see how much I can eat, will they cast me out?" He hesitated for a moment before replying. "You may have this egg. I am quite satisfied. Savor the flavor." Well, Guan picked up an egg with his fingers, gently tapped it against the bowl, and effortlessly peeled off the shell. He took a whiff, then glanced at Su Taoyao's method of eating, followed suit by dipping the egg into the broth at the bottom of the bowl, and then popped the whole thing into his mouth. The little Taoist eyes squinted in delight. On the second day of arriving in this new world, Guan was thoroughly fed by Su Taoyao. Chapter 8. There are no Ultramen in this world. Stepping out of the breakfast shop, the sky was already adorned with drifting snowflakes, and the atmosphere had grown clearer. Guan and Su Taoyao had hardly taken a few steps before snowflakes began to settle on their shoulders. "Aren't we going home?" Guan inquired, noticing the change in their direction. "Not going back," Su Taoyao replied, extending her palm to catch a glimmering snowflake. "Then where are we going?" "To the bookstore." "The bookstore? The place that sells books? What for?" Guan asked, puzzled. "To buy books." "Why buy books? Are you going to take the imperial examination?" "Can women participate in the examination now?" "There aren't that many questions," Su Taoyao said, losing patience with the inquiries, and added ominously, "Ask again, and I'll toss you out onto the street." "Ah, I won't ask anymore." Guan obediently closed his mouth and followed Su Taoyao closely. Samway Bookstore. Su Taoyao led Gu into the second floor of the bookstore, where she began searching for relevant books in the history section. Su Taoyao selected several representative books. Yet she felt something was still missing. Consequently, she pulled out her phone to browse through a novel she cherished. Oh, she realized she was missing a practical guide to simplified and traditional characters. She set aside the books she was holding and resumed her search for the guide. After a lengthy search, Su Taoyao was unable to locate it. Never mind, the elementary school textbooks at home had not yet been sold. She could always retrieve them later to teach him how to read. Where is he? Su Taoyao turned around and discovered that Gu En was nowhere to be found. In a state of panic, she scoured the second floor, but to no avail. Just as anxiety began to consume her, she caught a glimpse of Gu En's figure in the children's area on the first floor. Upon arriving at the children's section, she found Gu En embroiled in a heated debate with several boys. Nonsense. Ultraman Orb is clearly more handsome. Ridiculous. It's obviously Zero who's the handsome one. That's not true. Gauss is the ultimate legend. Amidst the three childish voices, a slightly more mature tone interjected, I still think Digga is the most dashing. Observing the three boys in a fervent argument, Gu En could not help but voice his preference for his favored character. Little did he know that this simple remark would provoke a barrage of retorts from the trio. Country bumpkin. Big country bumpkin. Times have changed. Who still likes Digga these days? Humph. Is there any culture at all? You country bumpkin. The tallest among the three boys looked down on Gu En with disdain, even adding a cold snort at the end. Aren't you ashamed? At your age, still coming to see Ultraman? Hurry back and earn a living by hauling bricks. Another boy chimed in, suggesting that he should work harder to buy baby formula. Useless. Gu En was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he seemed no match for these three boys. While he could not retort, he certainly couldn't resort to violence. Frustrated, he suddenly spotted Su Taoyao approaching him, and he immediately cast a pleading glance in her direction. With a subtle smile gracing her lips, Su Taoyao walked up behind the boys and gently inquired, "What are you little ones up to?" Upon encountering a beautiful older sister addressing them, the previously boisterous trio of boys suddenly appeared somewhat awkward. The allure of beauty is an instinct embedded in the DNA of humankind, transcending age. The tallest boy blushed as he stammered, We were discussing which Ultraman is the strongest." Oh, Su Taoyao smiled and continued, "If you are merely discussing, why do you feel the need to insult this brother?" She gestured towards Gu En. Because his clothes are old and ugly, and he's wearing such a hideous old man's hat. It's clear he's just a rustic bumpkin. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Su Taoyao's gaze gradually turned cold. She could clearly perceive Guanxin's voice and, naturally, she understood Gu En's current embarrassment and lingering feelings of inferiority. My esteemed master's grandniece is someone you mischievous children can scold? Sister has a secret to share with you all. You three should come a bit closer. Very well. The trio of little heads nodded in unison and huddled together. Those so-called Ultramen and that M78 nebula are mere fabrications, you know? Su Taoyao spoke softly, yet her words struck the three mischievous children like a thunderclap, shattering their beliefs. Impossible. You're lying. Yes, exactly. Observing their reactions, Su Taoyao smiled gently. If it were true, then why have you never encountered an Ultraman in reality? Well, that's because we're still young. My mother said that once I grow up, I can also become an Ultraman. Yes, my mother told me the same. The three children vehemently countered. But don't you know that those who can transform into Ultramen possess transformation devices? Where are your transformation devices? The girl's voice was like an enchanting spell, gradually shaking their steadfast hearts. Transformation devices? I have one at home. Yes, I have one too. I just didn't bring it today. Oh, then you must have all used them before, right? Su Taoyao inquired. We have. The mischievous children answered in unison, then. Haven't you all transformed into Ultraman? Su Taoyao stifled a laugh and remarked, Children, there is no such thing as Ultraman in this world. They are merely figments of imagination. The three little rascals fell silent, exchanging glances, only to be followed by a cacophony of anguished cries. Humph, you little rascals. Su Taoyao felt a twinge of satisfaction as she pulled the dazed Gu En towards the checkout counter. As they were settling the bill, Gu En suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. What's wrong? Su Taoyao inquired, puzzled. See, can you buy me this one? Su Taoyao glanced down to see that Gu En was clutching a thin picture book. The cover depicted several rows of silver skulls and a red-bodied Ultraman. Titled The Complete Guide to Ultraman. Su Taoyao placed a hand on her forehead, feeling somewhat weary oblivious to the glimmer of hope in Guwen's eyes. "Look at the road. Can't you just wait until you get home to peruse it leisurely?" she said, her voice tinged with exasperation as they stood beside the tranquil path. She paused beneath a street lamp, raising her finger to gently press against Guwen's forehead. "Huh." Guwen, still lost in the allure of the M78 nebula, looked up in confusion, unaware of why Su Taoyao had halted. "You're about to collide with the lamppost." Guwen glanced and realized he was just a step away from the metal pole. Sorry, he said, reluctantly closing the book and sincerely apologizing to the girl. Sigh. Su Taoyao let out a soft sigh, contemplating whether she should find some animated shows for Guwen to enjoy at home, to spare him from being preoccupied with Ultraman even during meals and sleep. At this moment, it was just past 1 o'clock, and the sun hung in the sky, revealing just half of its luminous form. The snow on the road had diminished in height compared to before, occasionally glinting with a cool light that was somewhat dazzling. "What do you say?" Guwen suddenly inquired. "What should I say? Is there truly no Ultraman in this world?" Su Taoyao replied. "Don't even think about me sharing Ultraman videos with you." Chapter 9. Times of old and present. It was midday, and the street, blanketed in white snow, seemed to have gained some vitality. In the center of the road, a traffic policeman dressed in a cotton coat was managing the flow of vehicles, as snowy days are always congested. Guwen clutched a white plastic bag emblazoned with the insignia of Samway Bookstore, atop which lay his treasured volume, The Complete Guide to Ultraman. He held it tightly, frequently observing his surroundings. At the slightest hint of movement, Guwen would become exceedingly alert, fearful of encountering someone with ill intentions toward his prized possession. As for the towering steel beasts that roamed the streets, they no longer intimidated him significantly. To him, safeguarding the complete guide to Ultraman took precedence over being wary of these unfamiliar entities. Su Taoyao watched Guwen, whose anxious demeanor resembled that of an elderly person with dementia, feeling both amused and somewhat sympathetic. Having suddenly arrived in the modern world, if not for their fortuitous encounter, his innocence might have left him wandering aimlessly, struggling for food and shelter. In an even graver scenario, he could have fallen victim to human traffickers. The thought weighed heavily on the young woman's shoulders. One must not only assist him in adapting to the contemporary society, but also keep an eye out for several suitable young women in the future, ensuring a careful selection. Otherwise, how could he possibly win a partner on his own? Alas, it feels as though I am both a mother and a matchmaker. Su Taoyao sighed inwardly. But soon her spirit was rekindled with determination. After all, nurturing a character in a game presents the greatest challenge. The light has turned green. Upon noticing the illumination on the post shift from red to green, transforming into a figure capable of movement, Guwen softly reminded her. "All right, let us proceed." Su Taoyao observed the pedestrians on either side and guided Guwen across the street. What should one be cautious of while crossing the road? Stop at red lights. Proceed on green. And what else? One must always use the crosswalk. If struck, the compensation would be considerably greater. Guwen paused momentarily before continuing. If you see an elderly person fall, do not rush to help. Instead, find an uncle or aunt to assist in recording the incident on their phone. Listening to Guwen recite the key points she had previously advised, Su Taoyao nodded in satisfaction. A middle-aged woman nearby inadvertently overheard their conversation, casting an oddly curious glance at the pair. Am I truly too old to understand? Why do I feel as though these young ones are speaking in code? The woman flicked her freshly styled curls, contemplating her upcoming gathering with friends, where she would undoubtedly outshine them all. The green light began its countdown. Following Su Taoyao, Guwen traversed the flow of traffic, navigating through the throng of vehicles. This young Taoist, hailing from a century ago, seemed to have begun integrating into this bustling city. On their way home, the two still encountered relatively few people. The winter air in the southern regions is damp and chilly, often inducing a sensation akin to inhaling shards of ice upon entering one's nostrils. During the day, the community is predominantly inhabited by retired elders, who tend to their grandchildren at home. After purchasing groceries early in the morning, they naturally prefer to avoid the torment of the cold winds outside. Upon returning home, Su Taoyao hurriedly tossed her small bag onto the sofa and stood before the cabinet air conditioner. As the warm breeze enveloped her, the young girl, whose cheeks had turned a vivid red from the cold, finally felt revitalized. She rubbed her face, causing the flesh on her cheeks to bunch together, while her lips alternated in a playful manner. Facing the air conditioner's outlet, Su Taoyao suddenly found herself in a spirited mood, opening her mouth wide and exclaiming, Just as she was engrossed in her play, she was lightly tapped on the shoulder by Guan. What's wrong? After a brief moment of startled confusion, Su Taoyao quickly replaced her childlike expression with a composed demeanor, speaking in a neutral tone. She was soon to become a teacher. And the girl who had just imitated a child huffing at a fan was certainly not the Su Taoyao she recognized. Noticing her stern expression, Guan silently tucked the Ultraman encyclopedia behind him, abandoning any thoughts of questioning her. And nothing, he stammered, shaking his head, and returned to the sofa. Leafing through the pages of the small booklet, his eyes sparkling with uncontainable enthusiasm. Although he was unfamiliar with most of the words on the pages, it did not diminish his affection for these crimson giants. Time passed silently. Throughout the entire afternoon, the Ultraman encyclopedia remained within Guan's field of vision, never straying far from his gaze. Until Lao Su returned home carrying 2 large bags, he felt a sense of embarrassment. It was only then that Guan placed the book in his room, tucking it beneath his pillow. You may tell me that there are no Ultramen in this world, but you cannot prevent me from cherishing them. Perhaps this is also a unique form of romance inherent in men. By the time Lao Su finished cooking, it was already a little past 7. At the dining table, the 3 of them exchanged little conversation, partaking in a simple meal. However, midway through, Guan, who had been voraciously shoveling rice into his bowl, suddenly paused, lost in thought. Observing this, Lao Su assumed Guan had bitten into something hard and stood up to pour him a glass of water. Yet Guan merely stared blankly, accepting the water without uttering a word. Lao Su intended to inquire about his silence, but his daughter discreetly kicked him under the table. He looked up to meet her gaze, which conveyed a clear message to refrain from interfering. Reluctantly, Lao Su, having finished his meal, took his bowl and utensils into the kitchen, gently closing the door behind him. At the table, Su Taoyao gazed at the silent Guan, who was lost in his thoughts, but she refrained from speaking. She understood that he was homesick, yearning for the small Taoist temple that had been renovated time and again, longing for its once familiar appearance. He also missed his master and senior brother, who had shared meals with him just yesterday at that old wooden table, now chipped at the corner. From this day forth, these 3 vibrant souls would be forever beyond his reach. That evening's meal was far less lavish than today's. With a simple bowl of vegetable soup, a small dish of fried tofu, and a plate of green peppers stir-fried with scant pieces of cured meat. Even the rice presented a stark contrast. One portion gleamed with grains as lustrous as white jade, while the other was a dismal assemblage of aged, unpolished rice mingled with sweet potato shreds. During the day, the eclectic attire and hairstyles of passers-by, the dreamlike splendor of the urban streets, and even the rhythmic alternation of traffic lights overwhelmed Guan in waves. Alongside the awe it inspired, a profound sense of disquiet settled upon him. This young Taoist from the late Qing dynasty felt utterly out of place in this era and city. The juxtaposition of the past and the present, 2 terms spanning time, appeared to be in opposition, yet they intertwined within his existence. Surely, neither my master nor my senior brothers have ever tasted such rice. It is fragrant and sweet. If only Ultraman truly existed in this world, it would be a simple matter for that wondrous power to send me back. It was only when this heartfelt musing floated through Su Taoyao's mind like a dream that she comprehended Guan's insistence on acquiring that book. Chapter 10. Guan learns to read at dawn. A half-moon of sunlight emerged in the east. The rays were not scorching but rather imbued with warmth. The winter sky seemed to have lightened slightly. Guan slept soundly, his cascading black hair splayed across the beige floral bedspread, his features subtly adorned with an alluring charm. He was extraordinarily handsome. With such a visage, he could easily sign a contract for servitude and rise to fame as a popular star within a few years. As the young girl stood by the bed, preparing to rouse Guan, her own thoughts began to spark with cleverness before she could even wake him. Contemplating whether old Su could adeptly manage his identity as a granduncle, she pondered if she should take him along to participate in some talent show. It would be prudent to find him some engagements. Being occupied would surely mitigate his propensity for idle thoughts. Sunlight streamed through the crevice of the curtains, illuminating a small patch of the floor and casting a gentle glow upon Guan's cheek. He raised an eyebrow, shifting from a reclined position to lying flat. Yet, in this seemingly mundane movement, the young lady by the bedside swayed slightly, flustered and hastily retreating to the door. Her heart raced, pounding like a drum, and her porcelain-like skin flushed with a delicate hue of peach. Su Taoyao leaned against the door, whispering softly, her voice akin to a gentle murmur. However, no one could discern her words. Driven by curiosity, she couldn't resist widening the door crack a little more, peering in with her two round, blinking eyes. On the large bed within the room, the covers lay in disarray. Clearly, Guwen's sleeping posture was quite problematic. He was cocooned beneath a thick quilt, topped with a blanket adorned with intricate peonies. The combined weight of these two layers was considerable. She found it hard to fathom how the bedding had come to be in such a state. Could it be that his strength was unmatched? Having only encountered such knowledge in her junior high textbooks, Su Taoyao, with a fervent heart in pursuit of truth, observed quietly for a while before gently closing the door. Her face tinged with a faint yellow hue. By the time Guwen awoke from his prolonged slumber, the room was brightly illuminated. After freshening up, Guwen made his way to the living room, discovering Su Taoyao seated at the table, sipping porridge while toying with a small brick-like object that emitted sound and light. The porridge was in the kitchen. Su Taoyao looked up and said while continuing to spoon porridge into her mouth, "By the way, Master Uncle, the rice cooker is on the right side of the sink. The oval-shaped appliance contains the porridge. Just press the button on the lid." Guwen entered the kitchen, searching for the location of the large iron pot. Hearing the young girl's reminder, he shifted his attention to the white oval machine. "A rice cooker? Do you continuously stir the rice as if frying, and then cook it? There's no fire underneath. How does it cook the porridge? How peculiar. How exactly is the porridge prepared?" Guwen suppressed his urge to pick it up for a thorough examination and instead returned to the dining table with a bowl of porridge. Su Taoyao was scrolling through several videos, while Guwen remained quietly intrigued by how the rice cooker operated. After finishing a bowl of porridge, he could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "So, how does that rice cooker cook rice?" Su Taoyao shot him an amused glance and leisurely opened her smartphone browser. She typed in the working principle of the rice cooker and began to enlighten Guwen about its mechanism. The rice cooker, also known as an electric pot or rice steamer, transforms electrical energy into thermal energy for cooking, capable of steaming, boiling, stewing, and simmering food, making it convenient and safe to use. Not only can it cook food thoroughly, but it also maintains warmth, ensuring cleanliness and hygiene in its use, free from pollution. Saving both time and effort, it is an indispensable tool in the modernization of household chores. Its historical development. Su Taoyao, with utmost seriousness, recited the information regarding rice cookers from the encyclopedia, articulating every word from its historical evolution to its operational principles, and ultimately reading aloud the entire 884-character guide on purchasing strategies. "Did you understand?" Su Taoyao took a sip of water and smiled at Guwen, momentarily lost in thought, then nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Oh, what exactly did she just say? I can clearly comprehend the meaning of each word. Yet when they are strung together, they become utterly incomprehensible. Isn't it a rice cooker? Why does it sound like it operates on electricity? How peculiar. Though I didn't grasp the content, I must feign understanding. Otherwise, my status as a junior will be diminished." Su Taoyao silently received Guwen's unspoken thoughts, observing his expression that suggested he genuinely understood. The young woman refrained from exposing the truth. She stood up and tidied the dishes on the table, placing them in the kitchen. Then, she glanced at Guwen twice. "Would you like to take some time to learn the current characters with me?" Guwen was momentarily taken aback, recalling the unfamiliar characters from that Ultraman compendium. He intended to agree, but suddenly found himself hesitant to lower his pride. "I have the honor of being her great-grandfather's junior, and for her to teach me how to read would certainly render me quite inept. If Brother Jia were present, he would undoubtedly wrap his arm around Guwen's shoulder, his smile both wicked and flamboyant. This in it is simply lacking." Sensing Guwen's thoughts, Su Taoyao offered a faint smile before quickly adopting a different demeanor. Sighing softly, she feigned a look of shame, her eyes flitting back and forth over Guwen. "What's wrong?" Just as the young girl anticipated, upon witnessing her expression, the kind-hearted Guwen would surely inquire. In Su Taoyao's presence, Guwen's subtle emotions were as transparent as hints in a role-playing game, unmistakably clear. At this moment, the dynamics between the two were decidedly unequal. With Guwen firmly in Su Taoyao's grasp, our language teacher assigned us a task to translate between traditional and simplified characters, those characters from your time. Yet I find myself utterly unacquainted with traditional characters. Thus, the young girl's voice grew increasingly timid, fading to a barely audible whisper. Hoping to use the pretext of her teacher's great uncle's literacy to complete the assignment, Guwen, astutely catching on to her key phrases, brightened with understanding. "Honestly, if you had mentioned this sooner, your great uncle may not be a scholar, but he is well versed in characters." Suppressing her inner excitement, Guin replied, "Feel free to tell me directly what you need. I shall grant you whatever you wish." "Really?" Guin, embodying the dignified demeanor of an elder, nodded thoughtfully and gestured toward the coffee table in the living room, exclaiming, "Bring forth your homework, and I shall impart to you the entirety of my life's knowledge." With that, he straightened his back and, hands clasped behind him, sauntered toward the sofa. Su Taoyao stifled a giggle, as if she could envision the tail of Guin wagging playfully behind him. "Ah, Master Uncle Gu, you are truly endearing." Chapter 11. The Assistant Gu and Is Ready Master Uncle? Yes. Was the character for Peach written this way before? Su Taoyao inquired, pointing to a line from her elementary school textbook. Indeed. Is it pronounced T-O? Yes, it's pronounced T-O. And what about these two characters? She then moved her fingertip to the word mother on the paper. This is also pronounced M, but it was once written as. Oh, how is it written? Guin took the pencil from the young girl's hand and adjusted his grip for a moment before writing the two characters for on the paper. Much like wielding a brush. After a moment's contemplation, he added the character for Peach in front. There, the three characters Peach Mother are written as such. What? Su Taoyao tilted her head, seemingly not having heard clearly. I said, Peach Mother. Ah? The girl still bore a look of confusion. What about Peach? Peach Mother, Guin patiently reiterated. Oh, Su Taoyao squinted her eyes and softly responded. Guin. This girl is quite mischievous. As night fell, it remained the familiar routine of old Su returning home with groceries to prepare dinner. Old Su, still busily engaged in the kitchen, requested Guin to knock on Su Taoyao's door, indicating that dinner would soon be ready. Guin readily obliged. He gently tapped on the door, and soon heard Su Taoyao's voice from within. The door is unlocked. Master Uncle, please come in. After a moment's hesitation, Guin pushed the door open. Inside the room, Su Taoyao was seated at her desk by the window, diligently working on an examination paper. The sky had completely darkened, and the rare sight of the moon appeared, its light obscured by clouds. Su Taoyao set down her pen and turned to look at Guin, who stood at the threshold, inquiring, Are we about to eat? Yes. Indeed, he replied. The young woman noticed Guin gazing curiously at the bookshelf, which was densely packed with an array of books. Have you read all of those? Guin asked. Almost. I've perused quite a few, she responded. How wonderful. Guin marveled, adding, The collection in the temple is not as extensive as yours. Many of those are textbooks for school, Su Taoyao explained. Master Uncle, feel free to come over and see if there's anything that piques your interest. All right. Guin entered somewhat bashfully, for in his time, there existed a decorum regarding the interaction between men and women. Entering a lady's chamber would often invite criticism. With keen eyes, he scanned the meticulously arranged books. Oh, he exclaimed, pulling a book from the shelf and holding it flat in his hands. Guin gazed at the book title on the cover. His curiosity piqued. Could this tome possibly belong to the Taoist canon, with references to both wayward disciples and villainous masters? Just as he was about to delve into its contents for a thorough examination, it was unexpectedly snatched away by Su Taoyao. Perplexed, Guin turned to the girl, noticing her flushed complexion as she concealed the book behind her. What's the matter? He stammered. Su Taoyao's eyes flickered, her lashes trembling beneath her arched brows, displaying an unprecedented anxiety that Guin had never witnessed before. She hesitated, murmuring, in nothing. Is it forbidden for me to read that book? No, absolutely not. Hearing Guin's persistent curiosity, Su Taoyao anxiously retreated, pressing herself against the wall. Completely bewildered by the unfolding drama, Guin could only scratch his head awkwardly as he stepped outside. I am truly intrigued. That volume, Wayward Disciple Above, the Villain, must be an exceptional read. Perhaps it is a treasured secret manual passed down through Su's lineage, which explains her distress. Outside, Guin's inner thoughts effortlessly drifted into the girl's mind. Oh no. Su Taoyao stomped her foot in embarrassment and frustration. The book was indeed a remarkable one. However, the relationship between master and disciple was rather improper. While other texts served as parenting guides, this one resembled a manual on seduction. Elder uncle, it's not that I, Su Taoyao, am reluctant to share this book with you, but rather that I fear it might frighten you, my naive friend. As she pondered, the image of the towering mountain scene she had witnessed that morning inexplicably resurfaced in her mind. After all, she was still a young girl, and the blush on Su Taoyao's face was utterly uncontrollable, quickly spreading to her ears. Su Taoyao could not help but recall certain scenes from the book in her hands, and her mind conjured up two entwined figures, as if the entire world had grown ethereal. It felt akin to a film where the conclusion was already in sight. The lights above the cinema had been illuminated, and the curtain no longer flickered, yet her heart remained burdened by various regrets and surprises that had unfolded mid-narrative. Su Taoyao found herself unable to decipher her own emotions. Perhaps it was embarrassment, tinged with a hint of anxiety. She was apprehensive that Guang might discover her penchant for such literature, and then, she was uncertain of what then might entail. In any case, she was resolute in her desire to keep this book from Guang's eyes. Deep down, Su Taoyao understood that her feelings were not a mere infatuation with Guang. After all, reality was not a novel where one could fall for someone so swiftly and casually. Yet, a vague whisper within her soul seemed to be softly narrating something, leading her to experience a peculiar array of emotions. Humph, this book is my treasure, and I shall not share it with anyone. Su Taoyao pouted, baring her teeth at the empty air, yet she appeared inexplicably adorable and bashful. Knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed once more. Dinner's ready. Hearing Gu Hong's voice, the girl maintained a stern expression and did not respond, slipping out of her room in her pink bunny slippers. The meal before her was as sumptuous as ever. Silence reigned, save for the clinking of dishes and the soft sounds of food being chewed. Noticing that his precious daughter seemed somewhat out of sorts, quietly eating without even touching her favorite fried chicken wings, her cheeks flushed like rosy clouds. Old Su's heart raced with alarm. He glanced at Guan, who had already devoured 2 bowls of rice. His master, maintaining an impassive demeanor, seemed solely focused on his meal. He then discreetly turned his head to steal a glance at Su Taoyao. His daughter appeared somewhat disheartened and perhaps even a tad irritable. Yet the youthful blush on her cheeks presented a peculiar contrast. What exactly transpired during his absence? As old Su's mind began to wander, he found the meal less appetizing, and the array of dishes on the table failed to stir his appetite. My dear daughter, what troubles you? Old Su sighed deeply, his heart heavy with concern. Could it be that my precious cabbage has caught the attention of other swine? Should I arm myself and confront any potential threats? The more he contemplated, the more anxious and irate he became, ultimately slamming his chopsticks onto the table. We are merely dining. What was that for? Su Taoyao furrowed her brows and huffed. Noticing her irritation, old Su quickly sought to appease her, explaining that his outburst stemmed from thoughts of an irksome case he had been mulling over. Humph. Su Taoyao set down her chopsticks and rose to head towards her room. Aren't you going to eat, dear? Not eating. I'm on a diet. Old Su's face paled. His mouth agape. A diet? Surely, she hadn't started dating at school, had she? What was happening? At this moment, Guan finally sensed the discord in the atmosphere. Raising his head in confusion, a grain of rice still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Old Su's attention quickly shifted to Guan, realizing he was the perfect candidate for assistance. Master, could you help me pick up my daughter from school tomorrow? Chapter 12. The little girl steals the big peach the next morning. The sky remained shrouded in gray. Guan heard a knock at the door, and in his drowsy state, he merely turned over to continue his dream. Having finally escaped the early morning routine of meditation and lessons, he intended to indulge in a well-deserved slumber. However, he soon sensed some noise emanating from the corner of the room. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a somewhat weary face staring intently at him. Startled, Guan exclaimed, Old Su, what are you doing? I came to wake you up. Old Su replied. Glancing at the clock, Guan noted it was merely 5:30. Shoo, Old Su whispered, raising his index finger to his lips. There's no time. We must hurry, Master Uncle. Where to? Guan asked, utterly bewildered. To handle your enrollment procedures. Enrollment procedures? Yes, it's quite similar to attending a private school. Am I supposed to start with kindergarten then? Guan inquired, lifting the covers. He had gleaned a fair bit about the current educational system from Su Taoyao the previous day. Prenatal education, kindergarten, elementary school, middle school, high school, university yesterday. She mentioned that he would first need to attend kindergarten, specifically the nearby Tumbling Kindergarten, which she claimed was quite suitable for him. Guan earnestly repeated the young lady's words and then looked expectantly at old Su. Can I really go to kindergarten? After all, Su Taoyao had portrayed kindergarten as a veritable paradise. Old Su regarded him with an odd expression, saying nothing more, merely urging him to hurry. In a hurried manner, Guan completed his morning routine and, after finishing breakfast, donned a blue and white outfit provided by Old Su before accompanying him in a rugged vehicle. The vehicle emerged from the garage, slowly traversing the yet uncrowded roads. Master Uncle, my Nier may be in love. In love? Indeed, Nier is in love. Old Su's face was a mask of despair. At that moment, his thoughts were consumed by the image of his tender little cabbage in the field, now vulnerable to an unexpected boar. What of love? Gu Wen's mind momentarily blanked. In his understanding, love merely signified mutual affection. Old Su paused, then, with a hint of impatience, began to elucidate the terrifying consequences that could arise from young love at this age. It would begin with secret rendezvous in the schoolyard, only to be caught in the act by the long-suffering principal wielding a flashlight, leading to public condemnation before hundreds, if not thousands, and being forced to read a self-critique in front of them all. Su Taoyao, known for her pride, would surely throw a fit if she suffered such humiliation, and her ire would inevitably be directed towards both him and Gu Wen. Upon hearing this, Gu Wen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. He recalled the times he had been at the mercy of her playful teasing and imagined her wrath. Indeed, it would be an unbearable ordeal. With utmost seriousness, he turned to old Su and said, "Is there anything I can do? Please, speak candidly." "Very well." Old Su gazed intently at Gu Wen and said solemnly, "Last night, I leveraged my connections to place you in Ni Air's class. During this period, I must trouble you, esteemed master uncle, to keep a vigilant eye on her and guard against those suspicious boys. Should any unsettling signs arise, extinguish them at their inception." "Understood." Gu Wen nodded emphatically, determined to eradicate any potential threats before they could take root. At that moment, as the two reached a strategic consensus, Su Taoyao was roused from her slumber by the blaring alarm clock. After donning her bulky school uniform, the young girl engaged in a brief morning routine, her gaze falling upon the breakfast that old Su had prepared: fresh milk, a boiled egg, and several rabbit-shaped buns, all still warm. Still grappling with the remnants of weekend lethargy, Su Taoyao sat vacantly in her chair for a while, only to suddenly remember that she was returning to school today, leaving Gu Wen alone at home. Rising from her seat, she knocked on his door, but received no response after a considerable wait. Upon opening the door, she found the bed devoid of Gu Wen's presence. The bathroom and kitchen were equally vacant. Could it be that old Su had taken him out? Having finished her breakfast, Su Taoyao slung her bag over her shoulder and stepped out the door. "Ah, the trials of attending school," she sighed. Winter mornings were often shrouded in a thin mist that lingered in the air, the atmosphere imbued with a damp chill. After alighting from the bus, the girl, with half her face wrapped in a scarf, shivered slightly, her hands tucked into the pockets of her winter uniform as she trod along the path. The campus was already bustling with figures, most of whom huddled against the cold as they hurried along, while some boys sped by on bicycles, their faces etched with urgency. In the classroom, filled with students who are often seen borrowing each other's assignments, Su Taoyao entered at a little past 6:40, just moments before the morning self-study session commenced. However, the atmosphere within the room was far from conducive to study. The noise was cacophonous, with some students exchanging borrowed work, others recounting their weekend gaming escapades, and a few discussing the latest gossip surrounding their idols. The air was thick with unpleasant odors. A muddle of scents that included the aroma of steamed buns and pancakes, mingled with a distinct vinegar tang reminiscent of spicy noodles. Taking her seat, Su Taoyao furrowed her brows in dismay, only to discover that the source of the vinegar smell was none other than her desk mate, Chen Lanlan. "Lanlan, why are you indulging in such peculiar foods in the classroom again?" Su Taoyao inquired. Chen Lanlan slurped up a mouthful of noodles drenched in spicy oil, paired with a crisp lettuce leaf, and responded while chewing, "What's wrong, Tao Tao? Did you skip breakfast?" As she spoke, Chen Lanlan extracted several loaves of bread from her drawer, along with an assortment of snacks, including sausages, braised eggs, and spicy strips. Su Taoyao even caught a glimpse of several bags of sunflower seeds nestled within her drawer, in flavors such as walnut, cream, green tea, and original. Su Taoyao opened her mouth, feeling exasperated. "Lanlan, you really shouldn't eat snacks every day. It's not good for your health." Upon hearing this, Chen Lanlan cast a disdainful glance at Su Taoyao and retorted, "You wouldn't understand. The more I eat, the taller I will grow." Su Taoyao gazed at her petite and adorable friend, feeling too apathetic to engage further. If she craved snacks, so be it. There was no need to justify it with the promise of height. The central air conditioning unit above the classroom was blowing warm air, creating a slightly warm atmosphere. Su Taoyao removed her winter coat and draped it over her chair. As she took out her Chinese textbook, preparing to review classical literature, she sensed a pair of somewhat resentful eyes upon her. She looked up to find the blue-haired girl staring at her. "What's the matter? Not doing anything?" Su Taoyao inquired. The blue-haired girl shook her head, her gaze still fixed on Su Taoyao. Taoyao, why have you grown so much again? Last year, we were both little tycoons with enviable figures, and yet this year, you've transformed into Big Taoyao. Speak. Have you been secretly taking some kind of medicine? If it works so well, why not share it with me? I also want to become Big Blue. The blue-haired girl pouted, her expression filled with envy. Su Taoyao parted her red lips and coldly uttered a single word. Get lost. Humph. The blue-haired girl, unfazed, retorted, take this. A little lowly steals Big Peach. Just as the two were exchanging words, their homeroom teacher entered the classroom, accompanied by a young boy and holding a thermos cup. Chapter 13. Gu Henin's first day of school. The homeroom teacher approached the podium, observing the chaotic classroom without uttering a reprimand, simply standing quietly behind the lectern. Before long, the noisy classroom fell into an instant silence. This might be a universal talent possessed by every homeroom teacher, the ability to invoke silence. The teacher, with the few remaining strands of hair on either side of his head neatly arranged, complemented by thin-framed glasses perched on his nose, exuded an aura of scholarly elegance. Everyone, please listen. Today, our class will welcome several new students. He reached out and gently placed a hand on Guin's shoulder. Classmate Gu, why don't you give us a brief self-introduction? Guin nodded, curiously surveying the unfamiliar faces in the classroom, feeling a twinge of nervousness. I am Guin. I look forward to your guidance. A round of applause welcomed Guin. The classroom echoed with scattered claps. Please take a seat at the back of the first group. There are still 2 empty desks. If you need any assistance, feel free to approach me or the class monitor. The class monitor? That would be Su Taoyao. The homeroom teacher pointed to Su Taoyao, who sat in the second-to-last row of the first group, then patted Guin's shoulder and departed with a teacup in hand. Guin hesitated at the podium for a moment, lowering his head as he walked toward his seat, unaware of whether his sudden appearance would displease Su Taoyao. Classmate Gu, are you a boy or a girl? Why do you have your hair tied up with a hairpin at the back? A teasing voice emerged from the crowd, followed by a wave of laughter. Guin paused, instinctively touching the back of his head, standing frozen in place with an awkward smile, unsure of how to respond. He allowed the group of boys and girls to continue their playful jests. What are you laughing about? At that moment, a clear voice rang out. The self-study period is about to begin. Everyone, take out your books. Su Taoyao, seated in the back row, stood up and leisurely walked toward the podium. The classroom, which had previously been as noisy as a market, fell into an immediate hush at the sound of her voice. As Su Taoyao approached him, Guin gradually ceased to feel awkward. Instead, an inexplicable sense of security welled up within him. He returned to his seat. Su Taoyao navigated around Gu and softly uttered a brief remark. Oh, Guin obediently nodded in response. Wait, take this book. Guin turned back to see her extending the book in her hand toward him. Take it, she stated calmly. Guin, puzzled, thought. I still have many characters I do not recognize. Later, we will wait for everyone to read together, read attentively, and remember as we go. All right. Guin dutifully accepted the book, for today marked his first day at school, and he felt compelled to behave well. The teacher emphasized the importance of respecting one's elders and adhering to traditions. Su Taoyao had mentioned that in school, one must heed the teacher and the class monitor. Disobedience might result in the teacher wielding a ruler as punishment. What a dreadful rule. The morning reading commenced. He flipped to Lesson 21, The Joy of Wandering. Guin leafed through the pages until he swiftly located the section. A glance at the page revealed elegant characters penned by a young girl, filled with annotations and key points. The Joy of Wandering. I've read this before. Guin's spirit lifted, and he felt he would soon find his place in this academic environment. High school students? Mere trifles. The material I've encountered is even suitable for someone at my kindergarten level. Hearing Guin's slightly proud thoughts, Su Taoyao, who was leading the reading from the podium, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, nearly unable to contain herself. She stifled a laugh, striving to maintain her aloof persona within the class. Below the podium, Guin began to read with great enthusiasm. In the Northern Sea, there is a fish called Kuin. The magnitude of Kuin is unfathomable, perhaps spanning thousands of miles. Transforming into a bird, it is named Pong. The back of Pong. Just as Guin was about to recite the subsequent line, its magnitude is unfathomable. A voice suddenly interrupted, declaring the need for 2 barbecue grills. He paused, bewildered, as the voice continued. 1 secret recipe, 1 mildly spicy, and a bottle of snowflake beer. Let us boldly venture into the world. Once the entire passage was recited, Su Taoyao led them into a second round. In the Northern Sea, there is a fish called kuan. The magnitude of kuan cannot be contained in a single pot. Transforming into a bird, it is named pong. The enormity of ping requires 2 barbecue grills, 1 secret recipe, 1 mildly spicy, and a bottle of snowflake beer. Let me boldly venture into the world. By the end, Guan was utterly perplexed, the initial spark of pride having completely dissipated. So this is the prowess of high school students. The early study period swiftly elapsed. Su Taoyao was perplexed as to why old Su arranged for Gu Hanan to be in her class. Yet she could not bear to see Guan ridiculed as he had been in the morning. Hence, while Guan went to the office to collect textbooks, she took it upon herself, under the guise of the homeroom teacher, to caution a few rebellious students in the class, advising them to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. After 3 consecutive classes in the morning, Guan struggled to maintain his focus, barely resisting the enveloping drowsiness that threatened to consume him. As for the reason, it is naturally the concern of being punished by the teacher. During the break of the 4th period, Guan finally succumbed to exhaustion and rested his head on the desk, closing his eyes for a brief nap. When the bell for class rang again, he jolted awake. What is this? Guan murmured to himself as he gazed at the pile of papers that had mysteriously appeared on the empty desk beside him. Exam papers, prepared for the upcoming test. Su Taoyao, seated in front of him, casually tossed another biology exam paper onto the pile. The mountain of papers appeared to grow taller. An exam? It is quite similar to the imperial examinations of ancient times. Guan silently regarded the towering stack of papers, feeling overwhelmed. Or perhaps not overwhelmed. After all, this was merely a few subjects assigned in the morning. The day was still young. Su Taoyao remarked nonchalantly. These days, exams largely come down to who has practiced the most questions. By the way, what brought you here so suddenly? She inquired. Just, well, that is how it went. And then I came. Guan, not skilled at lying, felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. If you don't want to talk about it, then forget it. Su Taoyao turned back, feigning indifference, yet secretly reveling in her delight. Silly Gu, do reveal what old Su is truly plotting. The girl pretended to focus on the blackboard, her attention, however, entirely fixated on Guan's unspoken thoughts. Phew. Thank goodness I didn't say it out loud. Otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Disastrous? What do you mean by disastrous? Su Taoyao squinted her eyes. After tailing her for so long, I haven't seen her get close to any boy. Who on earth is she dating? The lament of Guan left Su Taoyao momentarily stunned. Love? Who is in love? The young girl could hardly fathom such a notion. Having never cast a significant glance at her male peers throughout her upbringing, how could she suddenly find herself entangled in romance? This cannot be allowed. I must keep a vigilant eye on her. Otherwise, should she sneak away with her little boyfriend to some secluded corner, what then? Such a young age, and already engaging in clandestine affairs. As her elder, I must impart some wisdom. With a snap, Su Taoyao's hand, gripping a black pen, tightened abruptly, her knuckles paling in response. Chapter 14. The Perilous Journey of the Paparazzo. Guan the chivalrous Guan remained blissfully unaware that the girl before him was gradually becoming incensed. What nonsense was he spouting? Had his mind been diminished by the passage of a century? Su Taoyao bit her lip, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and ire. Throughout the entire English lesson, her thoughts wandered far afield. It was not until the bell rang that she regained her senses. Something is afoot. This sudden realization compelled Su Taoyao to lift her gaze. At the classroom window stood a tall, slender boy, cradling a small pink gift box. His expression rife with hesitation. She felt a twinge of displeasure. This lanky boy was the class monitor from the adjacent class, with his strikingly handsome features. Commendable academic performance, consistently placing him among the top 50 students, and his adeptness at basketball. He epitomized the archetype of the school heartthrob that captivated the affections of many young girls. However, one cannot ascertain whether it was an excess of indulgence or a lapse in judgment. But from the very first encounter with Su Taoyao, he initiated a thread on the school forum, proclaiming that he would undoubtedly win her heart. Thus began his pursuit of the young woman, which has persisted for over 2 long years. Regrettably, each time they crossed paths, Su Taoyao would promptly circumvent him. To him, who relished subtlety and intricate emotions, he was perceived by Su Taoyao as nothing more than a heap of dung, buzzing with flies. During the school anniversary celebration in his first year, he took to the stage with a guitar, performing a song entitled Be My Cat. At the conclusion of his performance, He audaciously directed the microphone towards Su Taoyao's class and, in front of the entire school, delivered an impassioned confession. I hope that in the coming March, when the peach blossoms bloom, I can take my beloved cat and go on a romantic date with you. If the blossoms next year are not sufficiently beautiful, there will always be the year after and the years to come. If fate allows, I wish to witness the March blossoms with you every year. With those words, under the gaze of nearly 3,000 students and faculty, he locked eyes with Su Taoyao and made a heart gesture with his hand. Such a greasy and cliched declaration, drenched in self-importance, elicited nothing but revulsion from Su Taoyao, who felt an overwhelming urge to retch amidst the chorus of envious screams from her female peers. Then came this year's school anniversary celebration, where she, as a co-host, once again endured the insipid declarations from the school heartthrob. Taoyao, shall we warm up the atmosphere before the event begins? Taoyao, who gave you the audacity to address me so? Dressed in an elegant evening gown, Su Taoyao squinted her eyes with a sweet smile, enchanting in its simplicity. This smile rendered the campus heartthrob utterly mesmerized. He momentarily lost his composure before confidently declaring, "Allow me to perform a magic trick for you." With a flourish, he proclaimed, "Tada, I have transformed into someone who adores you." He attempted to convey his affections through a heart gesture. However, the encounter took an unexpected turn. Su Taoyao, thoroughly unimpressed, swiftly dispatched him to the ground with a firm kick. In a fit of indignation, the campus heartthrob enlisted the help of a few friends after school on Friday, intending to confront Su Taoyao at the school gate and coerce her into a relationship. Yet, within mere moments, all four boys, including the heartthrob, found themselves bested by Su Taoyao, one of whom suffered a broken arm in the fray. From that day forth, Su Taoyao's formidable reputation was established throughout the school, a key reason why no male classmate dared to contradict her. After a brief period of tranquility, the campus heartthrob re-emerged, much to Su Taoyao's chagrin. She anticipated he would have learned his lesson, yet he audaciously reappeared before her. Already in a foul mood, Su Taoyao's irritation intensified. She turned to the boy by the window, casting him a frosty glare, and asked, "Do you wish to provoke me once more?" Behind her, Gu Wen's eyes widened in astonishment, turmoil brewing within his mind. Indeed, she has secretly fallen in love. He mused. To be hit is to be loved. Seeking a beating must surely be a form of courtship. Su Taoyao, already incensed, felt her head spin at Gu Wen's naive musings. What on earth was he thinking now? The girl's face flushed crimson once more, this time entirely due to indignation. She suppressed the urge to turn around and deliver a fierce blow to Gu Wen, deciding instead to first shoo away the slothful nuisance before her. Su Taoyao flung open the window and declared, "If you have something to say, then speak. Do not squander my time." Taoyao, silence. The girl, her expression as frigid as frost, sternly reprimanded. She propped a book upright on the table, then concealed herself behind it, eavesdropping on the conversation between the two, startling Gu Wen in the process. How fierce! In the days they had spent together, he had never witnessed Su Taoyao in such a state. It seems they are quarreling. I must remember this well and share it with old Su later in secrecy. Suddenly, the sharp click of a camera shutter pierced the air, capturing Su Taoyao's attention. She turned around to find Gu Wen covertly snapping photos of her with his phone. Meeting her gaze, Gu Wen quickly retracted his head, chuckling nervously. "I pressed the wrong button, pressed the wrong button. Oh no, how could the camera make a sound while taking pictures? How do I turn that sound off? Old Su just taught me this morning. I hope I haven't been discovered. Old Su told me to use this phone to gather some evidence for him." Su Taoyao closed her eyes and took a deep breath, then turned back without acknowledging Gu Wen. In her mind, she repetitively chanted, her foolish companion could wait until they returned home for a proper reprimand. Home to scold. Home to scold. Zhang Ziyu? Or perhaps Zhang Xielu? Never mind. She impatiently flicked her gaze out the window, muttering that no matter what your name is, I shall be frank with you today, stay out of my sight. Shao. Su Taoyao, I truly like you. Could you afford me a chance? Murmured a boy from the Zhang family, the school heartthrob. Upon hearing this, Gu Wen could no longer contain himself and had shifted from his original seat to an empty one beside him. Is this an unbreakable bond? What transgression has the young man committed to provoke Su's ire? Gu Wen speculated quietly about the entanglement between the two, increasingly convinced of old Su's prowess. Truly, one deserving of the title of constable, able to deduce the happenings surrounding Su Taoyao without witnessing them firsthand. At that moment, The blush on the girl's cheeks had spread to her chin, and soon, her neck was also tinged with color. Su Taoyao felt as though she were a fish steaming in a pot, warmth radiating from her entire being. On one side stood the so-called suitor she abhorred, and on the other, her naive yet imaginative Uncle Zhang. Get as far away as possible. Su Taoyao gritted her teeth and managed to utter, promptly shutting the window and drawing the curtains tight. However, after a brief moment, her eye caught a flicker of white light. It was the flash of a camera. With a frosty expression, she fixed her gaze on Guan behind her, who quickly recoiled and hid once more. Su Taoyao reached out and yanked down the textbook titled Standard Experimental Textbook for Ordinary High School Courses published by the People's Education Press. Guan blinked, perplexed, and stammered. What happened? Remember to mute the shutter sound and the flash when taking candid shots. What candid shots? What flash? Guan exhibited no awareness of being caught in the act. With another round of blinking, he defended himself. Xiao Su, do not speak nonsense. Chapter 15. Encountering a master. The class bell rang punctually. Su Taoyao, in frustration, clenched her fists and returned to her seat. The classroom swiftly transitioned from the clamor of the break to a serene silence. As they were now in their senior year, a subtle tension permeated the atmosphere. The lesson was mathematics. Guan revitalized his focus, eager to absorb as much knowledge as possible. No, this is not a martial arts practice. Let us start over. Sitting upright, Guan attentively observed the teacher as he sketched two intersecting lines on the blackboard, followed by several slanted lines, while discussing quadrant problems. Guan nodded along, occasionally interjecting with affirmations. Indeed, absolutely, you are correct. Did he comprehend the material? The answer was unequivocally negative. Guan clearly did not grasp what the teacher was saying. What on earth is this teacher talking about? What is the first quadrant? And what is the second quadrant? So complicated. Even the classics are not this convoluted. Sleepy before long, Guan adeptly learned how to doze off in class without attracting the teacher's notice. First, he ensured his back was straight, maintaining an upright posture. Then slightly lowered his head, positioning his chin at a 75-degree angle to the horizontal line. He opened his book with both hands, placing it at an angle on the edge of the desk. As long as one does not observe you from a close distance, this posture, whether viewed from the front or the side, would lead one to believe that you are engrossed in the contents of a book. Guan sleeps soundly, her lips slightly parted, emitting soft breaths. If undisturbed, Guan would surely enjoy a peaceful slumber. Su Taoyao leans against the backrest of her chair and then gradually pushes backward with force. The desk, devoid of books in its drawers, is easily toppled by the young girl. With a smirk, she suddenly sits forward, causing the now unsupported desk to crash back to the ground. Thud. The sound of the impact is not particularly loud, yet it is sufficient to rouse Guan from her dreams, just as it coincidentally drowns out the voice of the mathematics teacher at the front of the class. Startled, Guan instinctively rises, letting the book in her hands fall to the floor. A hush falls over the air. The mathematics teacher at the podium lowers his head, adjusting his reading glasses, and gazes toward Guan in the last row of the classroom. New here? Yes, indeed. What is your name? Guan. Do you harbor any dissatisfaction with the teacher, or do you believe the explanation of this problem is incorrect? The mathematics teacher taps the chalkboard, and chalk dust cascades down. Guan glances at the board, observing the chaotic scrawl resembling a frantic drawing, and shakes her head in confusion. Were you paying attention? Yes. Then, can you solve this problem? Guan's confidence appears somewhat lacking. After a moment's hesitation, she responds, a little bit. How much is a little bit? How much? After a moment of hesitation, Guan shyly raised his hand, extending 2 fingers as if to indicate a minuscule amount. He did not utter a word. Still, he grasped some of the terms the teacher had used. For instance, we will do this first, and then that. The mathematics teacher's breath hitched. After decades of teaching, he had not encountered such a mischievous student in quite some time. With a swift motion, a piece of chalk shot from his hand, hurtling towards Guan's forehead like a bullet. Yet, Guan merely tilted his head and evaded it effortlessly. His expression grew serious. Realizing the teacher's proficiency in stealthy projectile skills was formidable indeed. I have encountered a master. The mathematics teacher, whose countenance was darkening, harbored the same thought. Students who could evade chalk with such ease were exceedingly rare. The atmosphere became tense. After a prolonged silence, the scholarly-looking teacher commanded in a deep voice, "Stand behind me and pay attention." Very well. Guan picked up the book from the floor and suddenly inquired, "Sir, do you not use a ruler to discipline students?" The teacher's expression darkened further. Why would I punish you? Isn't it said that those who misbehave should be struck with a ruler on their backside? Gazing at Gu En's worried face, the mathematics teacher felt a pang of anguish in his heart. He pointed at Gu En and exclaimed in anger, "Hold your book and go stand at the classroom door. Stand there for 2 periods. The next class is still mine." Aware of his mistakes, yet oblivious to their nature, Gu En approached the door with a book in hand. The mathematics teacher, who had hoped to continue his lecture in peace, was interrupted by Gu En's hesitant inquiry. "Sir, are you really not going to hit me?" "No. Get lost." Amidst a chorus of laughter, the elderly teacher slammed the door with a resounding thud, nearly driven to frustration by Gu En's antics. The midday sun shone warmly, though it was occasionally pierced by a biting cold wind, and the skeletal trees outside, adorned with a mantle of snow, resembled exquisite white jade. It bore a striking resemblance to a tipsy spring day. Gu En even caught a glimpse of a shadow flitting across the distant sky, reminiscent of a bird he had encountered in the hills during winter. During the break, a few students ventured out to fetch water or visit the restroom, casting curious glances at the youth adorned with a hairpin at the door, though their intrigue was brief and limited to hushed discussions upon returning to class. Gu En stood patiently outside the classroom, feeling no impatience. After all, the minds of ancient people were often simpler. Thus, he leaned against the wall and comfortably dozed off. After an hour or so, he awoke refreshed, only to realize that the final bell for class had rung. In a flurry, students from the unaffected classes spilled out, a torrent of youthful exuberance racing through the corridor, causing the entire building to tremble slightly. Gu En, startled by the commotion, wondered if a brawl was about to erupt. Observing the throng, he felt utterly at a loss. After another 10 minutes, his own class finally concluded. The grim-faced old teacher was the first to exit, casting a piercing glance at him before sauntering towards the office. Eager to return, his classmates hurriedly burst out of the classroom, making their way to the cafeteria. For nothing could possibly take precedence over a meal. Those who lagged would find nothing but a broth devoid of seaweed awaiting them. A hand clapped on Gu En's shoulder. "Let us go?" Gu En turned his head, discovering it was Su Taoyao accompanied by a short and unassuming girl. "Where to?" Gu En inquired. "To eat? Back home. To the cafeteria. Isn't it free?" "Indeed. Will we have enough to eat?" "You can have as many bowls as you wish." "Great." With that, the girl linked arms with Chun Lon Lon, striding ahead of Gu En Tao Tao. "Who is this person?" The blue-haired girl, intrigued by their conversation, leaned in to whisper to Su Taoyao. "A distant relative, currently staying at my home." "Staying at your home?" The blue-haired girl exclaimed in astonishment. "You're not pulling my leg, are you? What would I deceive you about? Is he not your childhood sweetheart, betrothed by fate, who has fallen on hard times and come to live with us? Are you out of your mind?" Gu En trailed behind them, curiously surveying the scene. Chapter 16. Little Su, the best in the world. On the second floor of the cafeteria, long queues formed at several serving counters. Gu En observed the cafeteria with keen interest, closely following Su Taoyao as they joined one of the lines. "Is it possible to eat 3 meals a day at school?" he quietly asked. "As long as you have a card." "Card?" Su Taoyao showed him the meal card in her hand, saying, "This little card is what we use during mealtime." Gu En gazed longingly at the blue card. "I don't have this card. How am I supposed to eat?" "No card?" Su Taoyao exclaimed in surprise. "Then you won't be able to eat." "Huh?" Gu En stood there, bewildered. "Didn't you say that one can eat without money?" "Not exactly. I merely mentioned that eating doesn't require spending money," the girl replied with a smile. "No cost. Just swipe the meal card." Gu En. Observing Gu En's crestfallen expression, Su Taoyao felt her earlier gloom dissipate somewhat. "Humph. That LL teach you to speak nonsense." Gu En inhaled the fragrant air, reluctant to leave. "So, shall I take my leave? Little Su is so beautiful and kind-hearted. Surely she wouldn't want to see her esteemed master uncle go hungry." Upon hearing this, the girl's mood brightened a bit, a hint of unrecognized joy shimmering in her eyes. It's all that someone's fault for making little Su unhappy. Since ancient times, love has ensnared the heart. No wonder those who seek power are never troubled by matters of the heart. Who is this someone? That clingy boy from the next class? I truly am not in a relationship. Su Taoyao felt a headache coming on. How can a boy have so much internal drama? Sigh. I must remember this and mention it to old Su tonight. On November 20th, little Su once again played a trick on her beloved master uncle, leaving him without lunch. Wait, why is it once again? Never mind, it's not important. What truly matters is that I have no food to eat. Su Taoyao was thoroughly irritated by Gu En's incessant chatter and shot him a glare. Gu Hanhan, Silence. Guan looked at Su Taoyao in bewilderment, wondering, is she calling me? But I Haven T uttered a word. Reluctantly, Su Taoyao straightforwardly declared, be honest, I'll buy you some food. All right. 10 minutes later, Guan sat before Su Taoyao with a bowl brimming with rice, unable to contain the questions that had long been simmering in his mind. Xiao Su. Su Taoyao savored a spoonful of soup before inquiring, are all the uncles and aunts in there afflicted with some ailment? Why do you say that? Guan, his head bowed, replied mysteriously, I just saw them serving food at the window, and their hands kept trembling, incessantly shaking. The half-spoonful of vegetables quivered until only a thin layer remained. Uffed. Su Taoyao, having anticipated this, barely restrained her laughter, while Chen Lanlan beside her erupted with uncontrollable giggles. She had never witnessed anyone deliver a joke with such earnestness. Ha ha. Taodao, your cousin is just too hilarious. How can he be this amusing? Ha ha. What? Su Taoyao cast a faint glance at her, her voice tinged with an inexplicable emotion. Do you like him? No. Chen Lanlan cast a peculiar glance at her dear friend, exclaiming, haven't I mentioned it countless times? I adore muscular men, the kind that are exceedingly robust. She reiterated her preference with fervor. Guan, who had been intently focused on her meal, was drawn into the conversation, pondering, are you referring to those valiant warriors with remarkable skills? After a moment of contemplation, Chen Lanlan nodded, adding, indeed, the more formidable, the better. Ideally, someone who can engage in close combat with me, battling for hundreds of rounds. Upon witnessing Guan's sudden intake of breath, Chen Lanlan furrowed her brow in confusion. What's wrong with my cousin Taodao? She mused, when suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her thigh. What are you doing? She pouted, raising her hand to deliver a light slap on Su Taoyao's hand. It was indeed that delicate hand which had pinched her thigh moments ago. Su Taoyao glanced at the contemplative Guan and retorted, can you tone it down a bit? You look decent enough, yet your mouth seems to be racing on the highway. With a playful grimace, Chen Lanlan chose silence, becoming impatient as she resumed her meal. In her eyes, the cafeteria food paled in comparison to the snacks stashed in her drawer, if given the choice. She would gladly feast on spicy strips for all 3 meals. Morning would be filled with way long gluten, lunch with small spicy sticks, and dinner with kissing burns. Bliss. And you, hurry up and eat. Su Taoyao urged Guan. Okay, Guan replied, picking up her chopsticks. Yet her thoughts remained entangled with a lingering question. Could Su's friend truly be some sort of master? With her petite frame, how could she possibly contend with such a formidable warrior? Su Taoyao sighed, pressing her forehead, feeling weary. After finishing their meal, the 3 of them stepped out of the canteen, where delicate snowflakes had begun to fall. Wow, it's snowing again, Chen Lanlan exclaimed, raising her small fist and bouncing with excitement. However, Su Taoyao, who had her arm linked with the exuberant girl, found herself swept up in a flurry of commotion. Guan quietly gazed upward, captivated by the soft, cascading snowflakes. For a moment, the deep azure sky was adorned with dancing willow catkins. Just then, Guan broke the tranquility with a loud hiccup, abruptly ending their brief reverie. Did you overeat? Su Taoyao inquired. Su Taoyao sighed. Let us go. I'll take you to the infirmary to get some digestive tablets. Digestive tablets? They will help your stomach feel better. Is that really necessary? Guan hesitated, aware that in his era, medicine was often quite costly. The poor feared poverty, but they feared illness even more. It's just the price of 2 bonds, Su Taoyao remarked, glancing at her watch. Come on, we need to go back to class after this. Guan pursed his lips and followed the girl toward the infirmary. The infirmary was located at the end of a small path just outside the canteen, only a few minutes away. Snowflakes fluttered gently around them as they walked slowly, their heads and shoulders dusted with snow. Xiao Su, Guan called. You are truly kind. Thank you. Su Taoyao paused momentarily before continuing on her way. Indeed, you are truly exceptional. Guan believed that perhaps his demeanor lacked sincerity, and he promptly took 2 large strides to walk alongside her. I have never encountered anyone as wonderful as you. Oh. Su Taoyao did not raise her gaze to meet Guan's. She merely responded softly and instinctively quickened her pace. Truly, I am not deceiving you, Guan exclaimed while pursuing her. Little Su is the finest in the world. I know, must you be so bothersome? The winding path was transformed in hue by the falling snow. The footprints of the young girl on the snow appeared somewhat constrained, resembling blossoms blooming upon the snowy canvas. At the entrance of the cafeteria, Chen Lanlan, having had her fill of snow, turned back and finally noticed something amiss. Where are the two of them? All alone and desolate. Chapter 17. You allow me to sleep once again. It was a drowsy afternoon. At the twilight, the horizon was painted in shades of orange and red, and the snowflakes seemed to be tinged, coated in a soft, dusky hue. Guan walked behind Su Taoyao, carrying a light blue backpack on his back. He had unmistakably become Su's devoted bag carrier and was gradually adopting her essence. Little Su, can we go home now? Home? Does that mean we need not return tomorrow? Tomorrow, the day after, and even the day after that, we must come. Guan was taken aback. Do I still have to endure 4 more days of cryptic lectures? Come on, the bus has arrived. The doors of the bus swung open. Beep. Student card. Beep. Student card. The bus on this route rarely reaches full capacity, whether during rush hour or not, giving it an almost desolate atmosphere. Su Taoyao swiped her card twice and guided Guan to a window seat in the back row. Guan sat by the window while Su Taoyao occupied the aisle seat. The air inside the bus felt somewhat stuffy and was tinged with a murky scent. Su Taoyao urged Guan to open the window just a crack, and immediately, the wind rushed in, producing a soft whooshing sound. Occasionally, a few flakes of snow would drift in, landing in Guan's hair or gently brushing against his face, only to quickly melt into small puddles of water, refreshingly cool and somewhat pleasant. Xiao Su, how long until we reach home? Guan inquired. If there is no traffic. About an hour and a half, she replied. Ah, I see. Guan nodded, falling into silence for a moment. Xiao Su, what are we having for dinner tonight? He asked again. Old Su will take care of that. Understood. Guan began to drift off into thought, idly gazing at the monochromatic flow of vehicles outside, occasionally spotting a red or pink car that seemed out of place. After a few more minutes, Guan appeared to lose interest in the scenery and turned to call out to Xiao Su, only to discover that she had already fallen asleep. Su Taoyao slept peacefully, and the wind from the window tousled the strands of her hair, which danced gently in the air. This was the first time Guan had seen her in such a manner. Absent was the playful teasing she often exhibited, and the mischievous glint in her eyes was replaced by a serene tranquility. The whimsical spark had diminished, giving way to a more profound, placid essence. They were not far apart, and Guan could distinctly perceive a faint fragrance wafting through the air. It is the fragrance of Su Taoyao that envelopes the air, reminiscent of that evening's delicate osmanthus scent, a subtle essence akin to that of shampoo. Guan silently contemplated. I shall inquire of Xiao Su later. I too desire this fragrant shampoo to refresh my hair. Guan held a fondness for this aroma, as well as an affection for the tranquil Xiao Su. A flake of snow drifted in with the breeze, melting upon the girl's brow. Su Taoyao frowned slightly at this. Observing her reaction, Guan hurriedly closed the window, sighing in relief as he noticed the tension in her brow ease. Clutching his backpack, Guan continued to gaze absently out the window. This world remained profoundly unfamiliar to him, each moment an exquisite novelty. Suddenly, a jarring halt of the bus jolted the slumbering girl, causing her to collide with the backrest of the seat ahead, eliciting a sharp thud. Dazed, Su Taoyao rubbed her head, her body shifting as she sought a more comfortable position against the seat once more. The girl drifted back into slumber. Yet the bus had now entered the most congested stretch of the road. Certain drivers afflicted with road rage had already rolled down their windows, extending their heads to exchange polite inquiries regarding each other's immediate relatives amidst the chaos. The bus lurched and halted repeatedly, accompanied by the cacophony of honking horns outside. Su Taoyao swayed along with the bus, bumping and jostling. It is indeed peculiar, this enigmatic creature we call a woman, who seems capable of sleeping through the most tumultuous of disturbances. When she wishes to remain asleep, no amount of external prodding can awaken her. Should someone attempt to rouse her against her will, she would merely endure the bitter consequences of such an intrusion. After a brief struggle, Su Taoyao finally settled into a new position. She tilted her head slightly to the right, gradually leaning against Guan's left shoulder. Guan was momentarily taken aback. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Men and women should maintain a respectful distance. Upholding a man's dignity and self-respect, Guan slowly shifted towards the window, inching away from her. Once he completely withdrew his shoulder, Su Taoyao's head lost its sole support, and she toppled over. Awakening with difficulty, she opened her eyes to see Guan's expression of panic, as though his innocence had been tarnished. After a moment's contemplation, Su Taoyao commanded, "Come a bit closer." This. Guan hesitated, mustering the courage to respond. "Xiao Su, this is not appropriate." Just borrowing a shoulder won't cost you anything, honestly. Su Taoyao, feeling a bit irritable from being awakened, cooled her tone. Come here. No, I want tea. Guwen stubbornly refused. Without further ado, the girl delivered a light punch to Guwen, the force akin to a mere tickle for him. Xiaosu, you cannot act this way. Guwen admonished earnestly. There has always been a distinction between men and women. However, Guwen's words trailed off abruptly. Let me rest on your shoulder, and I'll show you a movie of Ultramantiga tonight. Hey, movie? Is it similar to shadow puppetry? Guwen's eyes sparkled with interest at the mention of the movie, far surpassing the appeal of shadow plays. All right, what do distinctions between men and women matter? What do respectful distances matter? At this moment, all of those concerns were cast aside by Guwen. Ultramantiga was the only thing that mattered. Guwen, feeling quite proactive, shifted closer to Su Taoyao, sitting up straight, his mind entirely occupied with thoughts of his beloved Diga. Lower down a bit. Guwen adjusted his position, trying to ensure that Su Taoyao could lean comfortably against him. Are you comfortable? Guwen inquired. Not bad, Su Taoyao complimented. Then asked Guwen, wake me up when we reach our stop. Do you know which station it is? Tanfeng Avenue, Tanfeng Garden. Guwen replied. Good. Su Taoyao murmured softly, closing her eyes once more, resting her head on Guwen's shoulder. The sky transitioned from orange to gray, soon enveloped in darkness. The journey continued, punctuated by the incessant honking of horns, as the bus glided smoothly with the flow of traffic. Classmate, wake up. Wei arrived at the final destination. Sensing someone speaking beside him, Guwen groggily opened his eyes, only to be greeted by the face of a middle-aged man. What's happening? The bus has reached the last stop. You must disembark now, as this is the final service for the night and will not return. Guwen, still in a state of confusion, turned to Su Taoyao, noticing she too appeared to be in a daze. Have we arrived at the community entrance? Wei reached the final stop. Guwen, feeling somewhat lost, shifted further aside. Su Taoyao, never mind, it's not too far, let us walk back. She regained her composure and led the somewhat bewildered Guwen off the bus. Xiaosu, I truly didn't mean to. Oh, the bus was swaying so much that I fell asleep instantly, or rather, I fainted. Oh, I assure you, it shall not happen again. Beneath the streetlight, the young Taoist, burdened with a backpack, resembled a child who had unwittingly committed a transgression. Chapter 18, The Diary of a Simpleton. Underneath Building 2 of the Flip Garden, Old Su, with a furrowed brow, breathed in the chilly air, his fingers instinctively resting against his lips, drawing in a breath of the cold breeze. No wisps of white smoke, nor flickers of flame, for smoking is detrimental to one's health. Old Su could hardly fathom that the auxiliary he had arranged was tamed by his daughter on the very first day. Although his intentions stemmed from concern, he ultimately endured a tirade of cold words from her. Alas, at home, Guwen dutifully secluded himself in his room, eagerly watching videos of Ultraman battling monsters. However, he pondered, why is it that Diga is once again faltering? Must he truly be limited to a mere 3 minutes forever? And the angle of your punches leaves much to be desired. The following day, Su Taoyao rose early, preparing to rouse Guwen from his slumber. As she approached the door, she suddenly heard a voice that was nearly choked with emotion. I believe that there will surely be light in this world. This wretched sense of empathy. Su Taoyao suppressed the urge to kick the door, waiting a moment before gently tapping twice and calling out, time to rise. We must head to school. The pride of a young boy is best safeguarded, for it is exceedingly fragile. I'm coming, Guwen replied weakly, finally realizing that dawn had arrived. Sporting 2 dark circles under his eyes, he followed the girl once more to Yongping No. 1 High School. Xiaosu, I'm feeling quite drowsy. Guwen slouched, enveloped in a sense of despondency. I told you, there are no Ultramen left in this world, yet you remain so captivated. Su Taoyao remarked, adjusting the scarf around her neck. Nonsense, Guwen instinctively retorted, but upon catching a glimpse of Su Taoyao's expression, he silently averted his gaze. Immature. Guwen, lacking the courage to argue further, trudged through the snow-laden ground towards the classroom. Before long, the classroom was filled with the harmonious sound of students engrossed in their studies. However, today marked the beginning of an English reading session. Guwen was unfamiliar with the letters A and C, yet he possessed a commendable level of understanding. He dutifully rested his head on the desk, facing a brand new English textbook. It must be said, Guwen's capacity for learning was truly commendable. Astonishingly, on only his second day at school, he had grasped the foundational skills that some of his classmates had yet to master. The last 2 periods of the morning were designated for self-study. Observing his classmates quietly working on their exercises, Guan found himself feeling rather bored. He pondered various thoughts, yet could not conjure up any activities to occupy himself. Xiao Su, Guan softly called out, covering his mouth. However, after several attempts, there was no response from Xiao Su. Could Xiao Su have fallen asleep? Isn't it inappropriate to sleep during class? No way. The sense of responsibility within Guan surged once more. As Xiao Su's distant senior, I cannot idly stand by and watch her squander this opportunity. I must lend a helping hand to Xiao Su. Guan steeled himself, pondering how he could assist Xiao Su. Suddenly, a crumpled piece of paper landed on his desk. He thought, who dares to ambush me? His expression turned serious as he scanned every corner of the classroom and scrutinized each classmate, eager to identify the suspicious individual. Another crumpled paper appeared on his desk, and this time, Guan discerned the identity of his assailant. Why is it Xiao Su? He wondered. Why is she throwing paper around? With a mix of surprise and suspicion, he smoothed out the paper, revealing handwriting that unmistakably belonged to Su Taoyao. If you have nothing to do, just grab a notebook and jot down some thoughts. Upon reading her words, Guan felt a sudden clarity. So, Xiao Su is concerned that I might be bored. After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a 0.5mm gel pen from the inner pocket of his uniform. This pen had been a gift from Su Taoyao the previous day, and he kept it close, fearful of misplacing it. Carefully, he removed the cap and clumsily grasped the pen, then earnestly began to write on the paper. Thank you for your concern, Xiao Su. After completing the first sentence, he furrowed his brow, studying the letters he had written. The more he looked, the more they resembled the markings of a chicken's claw. He scratched out the 7 characters with the pen tip, determined to continue writing. Each stroke was executed with utmost effort, yet the resulting letters were even less legible than before. What had once resembled a chicken's claw now appeared akin to a cat's paw print. While the previous attempt was barely decipherable, this one had devolved into a chaotic scrawl. Feeling disheartened, he scratched it out once more. He bit the pen cap, pondering for a long time, before once again lifting the pen to inscribe a character that consumed nearly half the page. Guan finally nodded with satisfaction, skillfully crumpling the paper into a ball before gently tossing it back. Su Taoyao gazed at the large character, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. She paused in the midst of solving a spatial geometry problem and wrote on the paper, I have 2 new notebooks. One in pale pink and the other in deep pink. Which one would you like? Pale pink? Deep pink? Aren't they essentially the same color? Guan lifted his head, contemplating for a moment, before marking a check beneath the words pale pink and then inscribing another. Half a minute later, Guan examined his diary with a sense of general satisfaction. However, he found himself unable to appreciate the cute, pastel kitten illustration on the cover. He, the formidable Guan, felt that such a delicate design tarnished his reputation. Nonetheless, it was a token of affection from Su, and he reluctantly accepted it, though the fondness on his face was hard to conceal. Holding the diary, he contemplated writing his name on the first page, yet he deemed his handwriting rather unsightly. He wrestled with the idea of asking Su Taoyao to write his name for him, thinking it would make it easier to retrieve should he misplace it. Upon flipping open the cover, he was pleasantly surprised to find Su's handwriting already inscribed in the bottom right corner of the first page. Class 35, Guan Ah. Su's handwriting is truly beautiful. Guan could not help but silently praise her, then joyfully began to draw lines on the blank space, reciting as he wrote, Weather, clear. My name is Guan, and I am 18 years old, a Taoist from a century ago. My great-granddisciple is Su Guowei, and his daughter is Su Taoyao, the one with the gentle breeze and radiant beauty. We reside in room 1001 of building 2 in the Flip Garden. Old Su's ribs are exceptionally delicious, and my cat. Oh, I do not have a cat. Guan elegantly filled an entire page with his thoughts. He concluded with, Old Su has a somewhat fierce demeanor, resembling his grandfather, the second senior brother. Little Su is strikingly beautiful in an indescribable way. She is simply very lovely, even without my words. She bears no resemblance to Old Su at all. After finishing, Guan closed his notebook and began gazing out at the falling snow, patiently waiting for the class bell to ring. Meanwhile, Su Taoyao, seated before him, found herself unable to concentrate on her writing. Gu Hanan, I know I am beautiful, but must you keep reiterating it? Is it not bothersome? Chapter 19. I can't get it in Little Su. I can't seem to fit it in. You need to apply a bit more force. I am already exerting tremendous effort. Then why is it still not fitting? The hole must be too small, right? I believe it's simply that you are unable. Little Sue, you cannot say that about me. Why not? If you can't insert it, isn't it your inability? In the bathroom, Guin held a wrench in one hand and a screw in the other. He gazed at the storage rack that had once again detached from the wall. Lost in contemplation. Why is it that this screw simply will not fit into the wall? Forget it. I'll wait for Sue to return and let him handle it. Su Taoyao shook her hand and left the bathroom. How infuriating. Guin tidied up briefly, yet remained unsettled. Why couldn't he manage to enter? It was already Saturday afternoon. Would he still copy his exam paper? Outside, Su Taoyao's voice echoed. Why copy? Guin closed the door, casting a curious glance at the girl seated at the coffee table in the living room. Master said that one must be grounded in reality and live sincerely. If you don't copy, will you be able to write? No, I can't, Guin replied matter-of-factly. The teacher is going to check on Monday. Those who haven't completed their work will be punished with standing. Do you want to be outside the classroom, subjected to teasing from those girls? Upon hearing this, Guin couldn't help but swallow hard. Ever since he unlocked 100 challenges to test the patience of his teachers, the entire senior class was aware of the handsome boy with long hair in class 15, who frequently found himself standing outside the classroom as a punishment. Among the high school girls, a small portion were swayed more by appearances than principles. With Guin's exquisitely delicate features, he easily captured the attention of those girls. Some even boldly approached him with love letters and chocolate gift sets. Confession? Shy. Hesitant. No matter, they just charged ahead. Guin, I really like you. Will you be my boyfriend? Guin, I want to be with you. Darling, should we go to your house or mine this year? Father of my child. Shall we have another 2 babies to respond to the national policy? Faced with such an embarrassing confession, Guin found himself at a loss. His cheeks flushed as he clumsily declined. Yet, the pile of love letters and chocolates could not be returned. Strangely, Guin had never even opened a single letter, all of which were discarded by Xiao Su into the trash bin. After all, you wouldn't understand them, so it was better to throw them away. But, what was that? Su Taoyao shot him a cold glare. Nothing, nothing. Guin, observing the inexplicable anger of Xiao Su, felt no inclination to retort as he replied. Xiao Su is right. Shall I dispose of them? Do it. Guin nodded vigorously. As for the chocolates and biscuits, they were seized by Su Taoyao under the pretext of causing dental issues from excessive consumption, though she did promise to share some with Guin each day. Guin found no fault in her approach of giving him a bit of nourishment while also maintaining discipline. After all, in his heart, Xiao Su was always right. The girl who could hear Guin's thoughts felt a sense of satisfaction at his newfound awareness. Consequently, during lunch in recent days, Guin often enjoyed an extra braised chicken leg or a substantial pork chop. Guin, Xiao Su is truly wonderful. Su Taoyao, more chicken legs. In the living room, Guin sat cross-legged on the floor, diligently copying Su Taoyao's exam papers. Beneath him lay a soft cushion, a gift from Xiao Su. He rather enjoyed this sensation. Reminiscent of his time at the dojo, where his second senior brother oversaw his copying of the scriptures. He copied for an entire afternoon. In spring, he sat inside, with a verdant expanse visible through the window. Occasionally, a long-tailed pheasant would flutter past the window, flapping its wings. In summer, one could hear the incessant chirping of cicadas, accompanied by the resounding roar of the waterfall from the back mountains. The autumn and winter seasons unfold a different tapestry of scenery. No matter how often he gazed upon it, he never grew weary. Although everything had transformed remarkably, Guin still cherished it. In the living room, there was an air conditioner that blew warm air, beside which the quietly diligent Su Xiaoxiao kept him company. However, the sheer volume of papers was overwhelming, causing his hand to ache. Exhausted, Guin set down his pen and idly turned his gaze towards Su Taoyao. Why is Xiaoxiao writing tests while doodling on blank sheets? He pondered. Is she being lazy? Don't dawdle. Hurry up and copy. Old Su mentioned he has matters to attend to tonight. Noticing Guin had paused, Su Taoyao glanced up at him briefly before returning to her homework. Oh. Guin pursed his lips and copied another page of multiple-choice questions, then stole another glance at Su Taoyao. Today, she still wore that pink plush pajama set, her lustrous black hair cascading casually over her shoulders, with a small tuft of hair playfully sticking up at the crown of her head. The warm air from the air conditioner caused that tuft to sway incessantly. Beneath her long eyelashes lay eyes as clear as autumn waters, glistening with shimmering reflections. It seemed she had just solved another challenging problem. Su Taoyao smiled, revealing a few pearly teeth behind her rosy lips, radiating an indescribable youthful beauty. Suddenly, Guan found himself lost in thought, an inexplicable flutter of anxiety stirring within him. Oh no, why does my heart feel a bit uneasy all of a sudden? Have I copied too much? Should I use my phone to check if I have some illness? But I wouldn't know how to do that. Little Su is engrossed in his exam paper. Asking Baidu about illnesses, isn't that a slippery slope leading to cancer? Upon hearing this, Su Taoyao's beautiful eyes sparkled even brighter, akin to a warm moon gradually rising. The curve of her lips formed a distinct smile. This Gu Hanan is adorably foolish. I must keep a close watch on him, ensuring that no wicked women from the outside world can deceive him. The girl thought to herself. In her eyes, her master uncle had no one but Su Taoyao to care for him properly. She, Su Taoyao, being so intelligent and beautiful, could easily look after a little fool, especially one as handsome as him. More than an hour later, Su Taoyao's previous good mood had been entirely shattered. Why did you write every B as 13, and you wrote A as 1-1? Didn't I just teach you the 24 letters on Thursday night? If you submit this English exam paper like this, the English teacher will surely need to be rushed to the ICU. The entire English paper, apart from the questions, seemed to lack any A's and B's. Guan listened to the girl's voice filled with frustration and, instead of responding, patiently waited for her to finish before speaking. Little Su, what is ICU? Su Taoyao. Having become adept at reading nuances, Guan immediately sensed that the girl's emotions were somewhat off. He rose silently, rummaging through the pockets of his coat until he unearthed a piece of chocolate. Su Taoyao glanced at the packaging. It was the same one she had given him the previous week, yet it only bore a small dent. What was his intention? Xiao Su, this is for you, he said. I secretly tasted a tiny bit, and it was so sweet. I've been reluctant to eat it. Su Taoyao fell silent, her mind swirling slightly. Xiao Su, aren't you going to eat it? I heard from Qin Lanlan that this is your favorite flavor. Upon hearing Guan's puzzled voice, a flicker of self-consciousness crossed Su Taoyao's face, quickly followed by a gentle blush that spread across her cheeks. Oh, expressionless. She accepted the chocolate and then rose from the sofa, turning to head towards her room. I'm going to take a nap. Please be quiet. Oh, okay. Guan nodded, oblivious to the girl's unusual demeanor. Inside her room, Su Taoyao lay on the bed, holding the now softened chocolate in her hands, lost in thought. Her cheeks still tinged with pink. Chapter 20. The Jealous One. At 6 o'clock, the night had deepened. Today, old Su returned earlier than usual, without the usual takeout in hand. Upon arriving home, he was surprised to find Guan seemingly engrossed in writing a diary. Gu Shizu, are you writing a diary? Old Su exclaimed in disbelief. How long had it been since Guan had crossed over from the Qing dynasty, and she was already penning her thoughts? Indeed, Guan blinked. I am writing a diary. As he spoke, he leaned forward slightly, indicating that he had been writing continuously for several days. Old Su caught sight of the several pages filled with chicken claw prints and remarked, You have worked hard, Uncle Master. Not too hard. Yet, it is indeed taxing. He replied. Concerned, old Su inquired, Have you made any progress lately? Progress? Guan closed his diary and pondered for a moment before grasping what old Su meant by progress. He shook his head, revealing that Xiao Su had not interacted with any other boys at school lately. Really? Old Su furrowed his brow, wondering if his assumptions were erroneous, as that day. The girl had certainly appeared to be in a minor quarrel typical of young couples. Indeed, Guan affirmed with a nod, contemplating that Xiao Su had not conversed with any other boys at school. Oh wait, I am also male, he thought. It's not a big deal. How could I possibly be in a romantic relationship with Xiao Su? Very well then. Old Su chose not to dwell on the matter further, trusting that with Guan watching over his dear girl, he would undoubtedly be informed promptly should anything arise. By the way, where is she? Sleeping in her room. Guan replied. I wonder if she is hungry. Not hungry. He pointed to a large plastic bowl on the table. I bought a hot pot fish from Yintai City this afternoon. Oh, Old Su suddenly paused. You went to Yintai City? Yes. How did you get there? Old Su instinctively asked. Take the bus. It's not as if you don't catch the 108 route right at the community entrance, and then just 2 stops to your destination. Is it? How do you navigate? Guan cast several curious glances at Lao Su. Isn't there an app called Gouda that serves as a guide? It's quite remarkable. It can direct me wherever I wish to go, and it never tires of speaking, yet it never acknowledges me. Lao Su found it hard to fathom that his master uncle from a century ago had so seamlessly adapted to the rhythm of the modern age. After observing Guan for a while, his curiosity got the better of him. How do you pay for it? WeChat, of course. Where did you get the money? Su Guowei recalled that he had only purchased a phone for Guan, arranged a card under his own identity, and registered WeChat to facilitate communication. He had not provided Guin with any money. Regardless, with Su Taoyao around, the distinction between having money or not was negligible. Money? Xiao Su gave it to me. Guin replied nonchalantly. Lao Su was taken aback, stumbling over his words. Tao Tao. Gave it to you? Throughout his life, Su Guowei had never witnessed his daughter spend a single cent on him. She had always found ways to extract pocket money from him instead. When she asked for hundreds or even thousands, it was only due to the family's wealth that his meager salary could accommodate his daughter's expenses. In his perception, Su Taoyao was not the type to part with her savings. Thus, upon hearing that she had transferred money to Guin, Lao Su was both astonished and engulfed in self-doubt. Am I not good enough to Nier? How could Nier possibly give you money? Just scan the code. Then Guin mimicked the sound of WeChat notifications. 100 yuan. 200 yuan. How much did she give you? Guin took out her phone and examined it carefully. There was still over 200 left. Over 200? Such a meager amount. Well, at least it's something. Old Su felt a bit more balanced in his heart. No, he misread the decimal. The change amounted to 2,786 yuan and 50 cents. Guin suddenly exclaimed. With a crash, the sound of a shattered Sima jar echoed through the living room. It was Old Su, the old vinegar jar, who had been turned upside down. After a long pause, Old Su solemnly clasped his fists. Uncle Master, may I discuss something with you? Speak, came the reply. Could you transfer the more than 2,000 yuan to me first, and then I will send you 3,000? Guin thought she had misheard, blinking at Old Su. Are you confused? Yet, under Guin's earnest gaze, Old Su could not muster the courage to voice his true feelings. He merely wished to experience the affection from his biological daughter, even if this love was second-hand. Sigh, it's nothing. Old Su shook his head, slightly despondent. This was a sorrow difficult for a devoted father to articulate. Guin would never comprehend it. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang. Old Su cast a deep glance at Guin, then instructed her to wake Su Taoyao, while he went to answer the door. In the living room, an elderly man with silvery hair sat upon the sofa, his age exceeding 70 years. Dressed in a brown Zhongshan suit, the wrinkles on his face appeared as if chiseled by a sculptor. With a robust voice, he inquired, What have you summoned me for today? Su Guowei stood nearby, hesitating to speak. What is it? The old man cast a disapproving glance at his son and retorted, Stop stammering and just say it. Do you not realize that every minute wasted costs me a fortune? Dad, actually. Su Guowei lowered his voice. There's something I've kept from you for a long time, and I've been contemplating whether to reveal it. Is it good news or bad news? The old man raised an eyebrow. Not exactly bad news. Then hurry up. Is Anai at home? Yes. Old Su took out his phone and sent a message to his daughter. Bring Guin out. The elderly man leaned impatiently against the sofa, scrutinizing his ineffectual son, clearly indifferent to the matter at hand, yet eagerly anticipating the arrival of his precious granddaughter. Grandpa. Su Taoyao entered the living room, greeting the old man with a sweet call. Oh. Upon seeing his granddaughter, the old man's face transformed into a joyful bloom, his mood markedly uplifted. How have you been lately, Anai? Quite well. Ah, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. The old man affectionately ruffled Su Taoyao's hair, then turned to Su Guowei. Now, finish your trivial matter quickly, so I can take Anai out to play. Su Guowei had grown accustomed to his father's stern visage as he waved to Guin at the corner. Father, this is... Suddenly, a sharp slap landed on his face. How dare you? You have a bastard child out here. Is this how I raised you? The elder's countenance darkened like stormy clouds, with an undercurrent of impending thunder. He is not my illegitimate son. Su Guowei shielded his face, casting a helpless glance at Guin and then at Su Taoyao, taking a deep breath, preparing to reveal Guin's true identity. If not, then who is he? But the elder narrowed his eyes, recalling his son's earlier furtive actions, and abruptly raised his other hand, delivering another resounding slap to Su Guowei's right cheek. How are you a father? She's still so young. And you've brought her suitor home. Su Guowei exclaimed. Can you let me finish? The sound of the slaps was unusually loud. Su Guowei's left and right cheeks quickly swelled, each bearing the imprint of a red hand. The elder remained silent, his face dark as he seemingly restrained his frustration over his son's foolishness. Knowing his father's temperament, Su Guowei realized this was merely the calm before the storm. He succinctly stated, Father, this is Guin, a junior disciple of your grandfather, who has just crossed over. Su Guowei felt a surge of pride, anticipating the astonished expression on the old man's face, but his vision was suddenly filled with an enlarging fist. He could even discern the darkened skin of age spots on the fist. Another one, old Su, who had never mastered much in the art of combat. Never anticipated that whether in his youth or at this moment, he would be unable to evade the fist of the old man. Time travel? Why not traverse to become my father instead, you wretched offspring? Unfilial child. Do you truly believe that I, your father, have grown so senile with age? Following the old man's outburst of rage was the dull thud of flesh meeting flesh. Bang! Awakening without feeling any pain. Old Su opened his eyes to behold the old man's fist being intercepted by another. Master Gu, truly, I am grateful for your assistance. Su Leo Yizi. Casually striking others is hardly a commendable habit. Guin clenched his fingers, exerting some force to firmly press down the old man's fist. Grandfather. Guin is indeed the little disciple of your great-grandfather. Observing the chaos unfold, Su Taoyao, who had been watching the spectacle with great interest, finally spoke up, asserting that while grandfather may not believe old Su's words, the girl had never deceived him. Humph. Old Su retracted his fist, still scowling as he awaited their explanation. Father, please hold on a moment. Old Su, steeling himself, stepped out from behind Guin and retreated to his room to retrieve a file containing Guin's fingerprint and facial recognition results, along with the surveillance footage. He briefly recounted the events, but seeing old Su's furrowed brow in disbelief, he had no choice but to ask Guin to fetch the laundered Taoist robe and jade hairpin. Observe the cloud patterns on the cuffs of this robe, as well as the material and style of this jade hairpin. Are they not akin to those left by my grandfather? If you still believe that is insufficient, old Master Su interjected, I possess enough common sense to discern the truth. Even if these were mere fabrications, you would gain nothing from them. As for that hairpin, your grandfather's is resting upon my bedside table, and I often use it to secure my hair, thus I naturally recognize the similarities between the two pins. Old Master Su then shifted his gaze to Guin, his expression oscillating between a dreamy haze and a piercing sharpness. At that moment, Guin covertly scrutinized the elderly gentleman before her. Despite his advanced age, he appeared remarkably robust. His back was impeccably straight, exuding an air of authority akin to that of a seasoned lion still brimming with vitality. His features bore a striking resemblance to those of Gu's second elder brother, and from a distance, one might indeed mistake him for her sibling. However, his demeanor was less gentle and more commanding. After a prolonged mutual observation, the two eventually ceased their scrutiny, undeterred by the generational gap. Old Master Su directly addressed Guin, calling her Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle Gu, please make yourself comfortable here and take your time to acclimate to the present era alongside Nire. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to speak to this scoundrel of mine. Guin, feeling a touch of embarrassment, instinctively touched her neck and nodded slightly. To be addressed as Martial Uncle by someone old enough to be her grandfather left her feeling somewhat awkward. After all, he understood that in the present age, those rigid conventions that had endured for millennia but were ill-suited to contemporary society were gradually fading away. The mere fortune of encountering the Su family was a tremendous blessing for Guin. Subsequently, Old Master Su engaged Guin in a lengthy conversation, inquiring whether he had faced any bullying at school. Guin replied, with Xiao Su around, no one dares to offend me. The old man further asked if he was accustomed to the food in the school cafeteria, offering to have the hotel chef deliver meals for both Gu and Xiao Su each day if necessary. Guin responded, there's no need. Xiao Su buys me chicken legs and big cuts of meat every day. He then inquired if there were any young girls at school who took a liking to him. Guin answered, many, but Xiao Su advised me not to accept any. Observing how the elder's every word revolved around his granddaughter, Old Master Su smiled knowingly at Su Taoyao, but remained silent, intentionally or not remarking, my dear, you must take good care of your great uncle. Oh, Su Taoyao replied with composure, fully prepared to look after the somewhat naive Guin. For a moment, the living room was filled with a warm, familial atmosphere. However, the two distinct handprints on old Su's face were conspicuously prominent. In the expansive living room, it seemed there was hardly any place for him to find solace. Eventually, the four of them ventured out for a meal. As Guin savored the exquisite dishes laid before him, he suddenly recalled what someone had mentioned about a national banquet while ordering food and curiously asked Xiao Su, what is a national banquet? It is a state-level banquet held to entertain esteemed guests. Esteemed guests? But aren't we just ordinary guests? Guin inquired with a hint of confusion. We cannot truly be regarded as VIPs. Before the grand banquet, it was the emperor who dined. The emperor dined? Guin was taken aback. How could we possibly partake in such a feast? Because we possess wealth, Su Taoyao replied. Wealth? Indeed. Su Taoyao gestured towards the bowl of clear broth and cabbage before Guwen, lowering her voice as she remarked. Those 2 small pieces of cabbage could sustain you with chicken legs for an entire year. Guwen swallowed hard, struggling to fathom how such a modest bowl of cabbage could yield a year's worth of chicken legs. Aside from the broth, he had not even glimpsed a morsel of meat. Assuming a year consists of 365 days, with 1 chicken leg per day, that amounts to 365 legs in a year. At $3.50 per leg, 365 legs would cost 3.5 multiplied by 365. 3.5 multiplied by 365. Guwen lifted his gaze to the resplendent crystal chandelier adorning the ceiling, mentally attempting the calculations. Before long, he surrendered. I cannot compute it. Little Su has yet to teach me decimal multiplication. Guwen pondered dismally, feeling a tinge of melancholy. Mathematics is truly perplexing. Is this really something I, Guwen, ought to learn? Su Taoyao chuckled as she sipped her soup, teasingly adding, it's not just that. The fish you just consumed was even more expensive. Guwen looked on in bewilderment, gazing at the fish bones he had just devoured, remnants of flesh still clinging to them. He contemplated earnestly for a moment before reaching for the bones with his chopsticks, ready to savor the last bits of meat. After all, it amounted to several chicken legs. Chapter 22. Guwen as dead snow fell in endless waves. In the blink of an eye, December arrived. And as the year drew to a close, the entire city seemed to come alive. During mealtime, the fragrant aromas wafting from the cafeteria transcended the dormitory buildings, seeping through the cracks of doors and windows, launching a delightful assault upon the students. Shortly after the bell rang, the entire teaching building was devoid of any lingering shadows. After lunch, the once boisterous cafeteria gradually fell into a tranquil hush as masked aunts and uncles began to tidy the greasy floors. Xiao Su, why are there socks hanging from the trees in the woods over there? Su Taoyao followed Guwen's gesture, discovering that he was referring to a cluster of pine trees to the right of the cafeteria, where dozens of Christmas trees were planted. Not too many. Not too few, exactly 60. Corresponding to the 60 classes across the 3 grades of the school, these trees served as gifts from the institution to the students, with each class assigned one. From their very first day of school, the students assumed the responsibility of caring for these pines until they completed their 3 years of education. With Christmas approaching the next day, each Christmas tree was adorned with an assortment of red socks, both large and small. From a distance, the festive red and green hues, complemented by the snow-white branches, created a jubilant scene. Oh, those are Christmas trees. Christmas trees? They are a type of pine tree used by people abroad to celebrate the holiday, hence the name. I see. Guwen squinted slightly, continuing to observe the Christmas trees, now familiar to him by name. The site bears a striking resemblance to the pine trees atop the mountain, albeit smaller and shorter. What, then, is the purpose of those red stockings? They serve to hold small notes and apples, as well as candies. Noticing Guwen's confusion, Su Taoyao decided to pause her steps, offering a brief account of the origins of this woodland. Subsequently, she patiently elaborated. It is customary to take advantage of this festive occasion to pen a small note, accompanied by trivial gifts, inscribed with the recipient's name, and place them into the corresponding class's Christmas tree stockings. Guwen, somewhat comprehending, nodded in agreement. It was, indeed, a means of extending festive blessings and gifts to friends. Was it not? Su Taoyao soon observed that several stockings on the tree belonging to her class were already stuffed to the brim. Without a second thought, she surmised that most of the contents were likely penned by boys who harbored secret affections for her. However, she realized that during the previous 2 occasions, there had not been such an abundance. In an instant, her expression turned frosty. She cast a glance at Guwen, who appeared lost in thought, unable to discern his current sentiments. Yet, a wave of anger surged within Su Taoyao. The thought of those nearly bursting Christmas stockings, filled with numerous notes and candies from girls enamored with her simpleton, extinguished any trace of emotion from her delicate features. Xiao Su. Guwen exclaimed with excitement as he turned around. What do you? But he halted abruptly. Where had Xiao Su gone? A swift glance around revealed no sign of Su Taoyao. Hadn't she just been conversing with me? How could she vanish in the blink of an eye? Guwen scratched her head, utterly perplexed. At 5:30, the school day concluded. A few students lingered in the classroom, some tidying up their assignments, while others remained seated for their turn at duty. Chen Lanlan cleared out the remnants of snacks from her drawer, ensuring that no wrappers or crumbs were left behind. She certainly did not wish to encounter any cockroaches upon returning to school on Monday. With considerable effort, she meticulously swept and mopped the floor around her desk before shouldering her small bag and approaching her best friend. Su Taoyao had just finished cleaning the windows. Tao Tao, are you still going there tonight? Blue Lolita leaned on the table and inquired. No, why not? Aren't you going to spend Christmas Eve with me? Upon hearing Su Taoyao's response, Blue Lolita's face contorted in disbelief, and she leaped up. Almost, she nearly touched the ceiling. No, rather. She leapt high enough to reach Su Taoyao's height. Chen Lanlin's actual height was 148 centimeters. With shoes, she stood at 150 centimeters. And with her hair styled a bit more voluminously, she could measure an additional centimeter. 150 centimeters, rounded up, is also 160 centimeters. How could she possibly touch the ceiling? Chen Lanlan hopped in front of Su Taoyao, her tone filled with lamentation. Did we not agree to spend every Christmas Eve together? When did I ever promise you that? We only went out together last year. After wringing out the towel and hanging it on the hook, Su Taoyao, with a hint of irritation in her voice, addressed the boisterous Chen Lanlan. I never agreed to that, you know. Last year, you merely deceived me by claiming we were going to the bookstore to buy books, only to turn around and suggest taking me to some nightclub to gawk at handsome men. That's nonsense, Chen Lanlan exclaimed, her voice tinged with panic. She quickly scanned the classroom, realizing that apart from herself and Su Taoyao, there was no one else present. Chen Lanlan retorted indignantly, in the end. We didn't even go in, did we? That wretched security guard actually asked me if I was there looking for my father, just because I'm a bit shorter. Does that mean I can't be an adult? I may only be 160 centimeters, but I am indeed a grown woman. 160 centimeters? Su Taoyao chuckled mockingly, stepping forward. When I'm in shoes, I measure 166 centimeters. How is it that your height surpasses my shoulder by a smidgen? Where did you purchase that height measuring stick? Share the link, and I'll ensure that shop is flagged for next year's March 15th. Faced with her friend's teasing, Chen Lanlan was determined not to be outdone. You fat woman. Keep your distance from me. I'm dizzy from the ball, she exclaimed. Ping pong, tennis, badminton do not faze me. It's just your rugby shape that does. By the way, it seems like you've grown a bit lately, she added, casting a sideways glance at Su Taoyao. Not envious at all. Chen Lanlan, you must remain composed. Though you may be flat, you're wealthy. Not everyone has access to an airport, you know. Lana quickly engaged in a session of self-therapy, feigning indifference as she remarked, if you grow any larger, you might just become a basketball. I wonder if you're aiming for the CBA or the NBA, with your dribbling skills. Even the likes of James and Curry would be scrambling to escape. Su Taoyao, unperturbed, recognized that such banter was commonplace among close friends. After all, her dear companion, who appeared to be an adorable little girl on the surface, was indeed a seasoned flirt beneath that facade, albeit one with a timid demeanor. Yet, her breadth of knowledge was astonishing for someone so young, her face already showing signs of maturity. The very book titled The Sinful Disciple that lay in her room was a recommendation from her. It was undeniably captivating, though one often found themselves inadvertently speeding through its pages, as if the doors to the narrative had been welded shut. Enough of this, let's head home, Su Taoyao declared, moving her chair back into place and shouldering her bag as she departed the classroom with Chen Lanlan. Tao Tao, where's Guan? Why isn't he with you today? He asked dead. In the corridor, the girl's voice was unforgiving. Dead? Chen Lanlan halted, covering her mouth as she quietly inquired of Su Taoyao. Wasn't he here this afternoon? How could it be so sudden? Su Taoyao was at a loss for words, suddenly feeling that those around her had rather peculiar tendencies. Don't just stay silent. Chen Lanlan gently tugged at Su Taoyao's arm, offering comfort. We're all classmates after all. With something like this happening, you shouldn't bear it alone. You can share your thoughts with me, if you wish. Su Taoyao silently withdrew her hand and walked ahead alone. Tao Tao, do not be disheartened. Once Guan is cremated, I shall present him with a few wreaths. Achoo, achoo, achoo. A final sneeze escaped, as Guan rubbed his nose, pondering whether the chill in the air had triggered it. Never mind, it would be wise to complete his errands promptly and return home. He shivered violently before entering the revolving door of the department store. Although it was not his first visit, the bustling and vibrant scene within still astonished him. In his recollections, such lively spectacles were never witnessed during the Qing dynasty. The only moment that could remotely be described as bustling was from his early childhood, when he sat in a herbal basket on his master's back, swaying as they descended to the town for a temple fair. At the fair, vendors sold a myriad of delicacies, while artisans, surrounded by a throng of children, showcased their crafts, be it sugar paintings or sugar figurines. They possessed an extraordinary talent for bringing various animals to life in ways previously unimaginable. What left the most profound impression on Gu-en was the formidable man who could shatter stones with his chest, until he later encountered a master who could swallow swords and breathe fire. Such sights were truly terrifying for the young Gu-en, who had never before laid eyes on such spectacles. Did divine beings truly exist in this world, capable of such feats? It was during that time that his master, seeing Gu-en nearly paralyzed with fear, imparted words of wisdom that resonate with him to this day. Gu-en vividly recalled those words. One must always maintain a heart filled with reverence. Reverence for one's parents and elders. Reverence for heaven and earth. Reverence for all that one can perceive. The world is vast, and its wonders are beyond imagination. Recent experiences have perfectly validated his master's teachings. This mere mortal found himself transported to an era more than a century ahead. In this time, there are no emperors, no landlords or slaves, no famine, and no plagues. Instead, there exists a flourishing Eastern powerhouse. Even if he were to shout to passers-by, "I am a Taoist from the Qing dynasty," no one would believe him. According to Xiao Su, such an assertion would likely land him in a psychiatric hospital before he could even attend the Chaoyang Spring Festival Gala with Xiao Wu. When Gu-en inquired about Xiao Wu, Xiao Su claimed not to know her either. As Gu-en ascended the escalator to the second floor, a flyer was thrust into his hand. "Hello, would you like to try our signature wide noodles?" A young man clad in a red and black uniform smiled warmly. "We are celebrating our grand opening today with special offers." "What kind of offers?" Gu-en instinctively inquired. "Buy a bowl of wide noodles and receive eel meat. Imported from Canada." "No, thank you. I have other matters to attend to," Gu-en politely declined, returning his focus to the screen of his mobile device. He opened the browser and typed in www.baidu.com, searching for what gift should I give to a girl who has been very kind to me. 1. Adornments. The fervent affection that women possess for adornments surpasses the comprehension of many men. Furthermore, these treasures can endure for an extended period, proving resilient and imbued with profound sentimental value. 2. Timepieces. Men of means may consider selecting a refined timepiece for a woman, thereby allowing her to perceive the depth of their intentions. Additionally, the plethora of available choices mitigates the dilemma of selection. 3. Fragrance. Gifting perfume presents an equally splendid option, not only for its aesthetic allure but also for its practicality. The sole drawback lies in its consumable nature, necessitating periodic replenishment. 4. Mobile phones. A mobile phone can elicit a smile from a woman. However, it is imperative to ascertain her preferences prior to purchasing, as not all individuals are enamored with Apple devices. 5. Flowers. Many women possess an affinity for flowers, rendering them an infallible gift choice that is unlikely to miss the mark and may indeed win a woman's affection. As Gu-en perused the suggestions displayed on the screen, he could not help but furrow his brow. Regarding adornments, the question of affordability aside, in terms of sentimental value, presenting that jade hairpin to Xiao Su would embody his care as a mentor towards his junior. A timepiece? Clearly, he did not fit the mold of a man of means. Thus, he swiftly dismissed the first two suggestions. As for the fragrance, it seemed inappropriate. As Xiao Su was already pleasantly scented, what need was there for additional perfume? Gu-en contemplated rejecting this suggestion as well. A mobile phone? That too was unsuitable, for Xiao Su already owned one. Purchasing another would be an extravagant waste, and he would surely be scolded for it. Gu-en scrolled down the screen, his gaze landing on the final suggestion. Flowers? Sending flowers is indeed a delightful idea. Gu-en distinctly remembers that Xiao Su expressed her fondness solely for peach blossoms. However, where could one procure peach blossoms during this season? Gu-en frowned and murmured, "In this frigid winter, even peaches are unattainable. Where am I to find peach blossoms?" Like many men, Gu-en found himself ensnared in the predicament of selecting an appropriate gift for a lady. He continued to browse aimlessly online, hoping to discover a suitable shop where he could swiftly choose a gift to express his gratitude for Xiao Su's care over the past weeks. After some time, Gu-en was approached yet again, this time by a lady adorned with heavy makeup. "Young man, you seem troubled. Have you encountered some difficulty?" Upon seeing the sudden appearance of this woman, Gu-en instinctively took a few steps back. Xiao Su had advised him, when a boy is out alone, he must ensure his safety, maintaining a safe distance from women under 60. With a chuckle, the woman remarked, "Oh dear, Are you pondering a gift for your young girlfriend? Young girlfriend? Guan mused that this title rather aptly suited Xiao Su. Being a younger female friend that corresponded well to his identity as her former mentor and her status as a younger disciple. He was indeed grappling with the decision of what gift to present. Guan nodded and politely requested, "Could you please assist me, ma'am?" "Oh no, I mean, could you help me, please?" "How rude." The woman feigned indignation. "Call me sister." Guan opened his mouth, yet found himself unable to utter the words. "Come on. Come to our store. I assure you, sister will help you choose a gift that your little girlfriend will adore." The woman beckoned to Guan. "Really?" Guan remained skeptical. "Just take a look in our store and you'll see. There are plenty of young men choosing gifts for their girlfriends." She pointed behind her. Guan glanced over and indeed noticed several males behind the glass. This shop must specialize in clothing, but why do the garments appear so peculiar? "Come on, handsome. Let me guide you in selecting a gift." Her enthusiastic invitation quelled Guan's lingering doubts, prompting him to follow her into the shop. Before entering, Guan glanced at the store's name. It seemed a bit odd, yet it certainly sounded like a fitting place for purchasing gifts for women. To the right of the name was a symbol that resembled a pair of glasses, topped with an inverted triangle. Urban Lady Show? Chapter 24. How old is your little girlfriend? Guan nervously clutched his phone as he stepped into the Urban Lady Show lingerie boutique. The interior was fresh and newly adorned, with soft pink wallpaper and plastic mannequins that appeared to have been recently updated. As Guan observed the attire on the mannequins, he felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. He had never anticipated that the clothing in this shop would be so revealing. A wave of concern washed over him. If he were to gift a set of such garments to little Sue, would he not be branded a notorious libertine? It seems an inevitable scolding awaits. The young woman, sensing Guan's hesitation, spoke up immediately. "Don't worry, handsome. The styles in our store are the latest trends of this year, and we use high-quality Xinjiang cotton that is breathable and skin-friendly. I assure you, your little girlfriend will adore them." Guan scratched his head, although he didn't fully comprehend. He felt it was indeed quite impressive. "By the way, how old is your little girlfriend?" she inquired. "How old?" Guan replied. "She's about my age, already 18. "Oh my, what an adorable young man you are." Guan was puzzled by her sudden flattery directed at him. Yet he remembered Xiao Su's warning, maintaining his cautious demeanor. The sister's question regarding age was not about the number, but rather about the size of his girlfriend, the kind represented by letters A, B, C, D, E. A, B, C, D, E? Guan asked in confusion, "What do English letters have to do with size?" "Just this," she said, tapping the chest of a plastic mannequin beside her. "Is this A, B, or C?" Guan tilted his head, blinking in bewilderment, unable to fathom the connection between the letters A, B, C, and size. "That's all right. Not knowing is fine." She waved her hand dismissively, displaying her experience. "This new product is perfect for young people like you. It's both playful and trendy." Finally, she added in a hushed tone, "But heed my advice. You're still young. It's fine to date, but that other matter should be avoided for now." "What is it? Why must one wait until later?" From beginning to end, Guan felt rather bewildered. Having completed his payment and exited the Urban Beauty Show with a petite pink bag in hand. As for the gift that the lady had chosen for him, he had not scrutinized it closely. He merely recalled that it appeared to be crafted from fine silk, likely a silk handkerchief or a similar item. Finally, having prepared the Christmas present for Xiao Su, Guan felt a surge of joy, humming a little tune as he left the mall. Upon descending the bus, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have forgotten to prepare a gift for Lao Su. This was quite inappropriate. Both Lao Su and Xiao Su were his juniors, and if he were to bestow a gift upon only one of them, it would reflect poorly on Guan as a mentor. He pondered this dilemma for a while, until he stumbled upon the fruit shop at the entrance of his community. Like other stores, this fruit shop had organized some promotional activities for Christmas, displaying a bountiful array of peace apples. Peace apples, symbolizing safety year after year. Recalling that Xiao Su had mentioned the significance of peace apples, Guan decided to purchase a large bag of apples, each one meticulously selected. He dismissed those with unattractive colors or blemished surfaces. As for this substantial bag of apples, Guan had already devised a plan for distribution, one for Lao Su, one for himself, and the remainder for Xiao Su. He wished her a lifetime of peace and safety, day after day, year after year. Upon reaching the 10th floor via the elevator, Guan was suddenly reminded that he had forgotten his keys. Just as he reached for the doorbell, he hesitated, glancing at the time. It was already a little past 7. At this hour, Xiao Su should be busy with her homework. After contemplating, he took out his phone to send her a message. Daoist Guan, Xiao Su. When you see the message, could you please open the door for me? Buzz. The phone vibrated, and Guan promptly opened WeChat. I don't want to open it for you. Upon reading Su Taoyao's reply, Guan felt a tangle of emotions. Had he erred in some way these past few days? Why had he managed to irritate Xiao Su again? He pondered for a while, but could not recall any missteps. Daoist Guan, Xiao Su, are you angry? Inquiry no. Daoist Guan, really? Guan tapped the screen with his 2 fingers, his typing slow and deliberate, taking a considerable time to compose the message word by word. Finally, he appended the punctuation most favored by contemporary males. Daoist Guan. In the room, Su Taoyao lay languidly across the table, a few blank exam papers scattered nearby, devoid of any written marks. Yet, on the draft paper, she had scribbled erratic lines, reminiscent of a young girl's emotional outpouring. In the center of the draft, she had drawn an abstract little dog. Although it was clearly a dog, it donned a Daoist robe and sported long hair, with a silly grin adorning its face. Buzz buzz. She rested her head on her arm, tilting it to glance at Guan's message. Silly Gu, really? Silly Gu. A hint of annoyance began to surface on Su Taoyao's face. Can't you tell whether I'm angry or not? And you still dare to send? She furiously picked up her pen and added a few strokes to the draft paper. She drew a pig's nose on the dog in a Daoist robe, glanced at her work, still feeling unsatisfied, and added a curly pig's tail. Stupid silly pig. Though Guan had truly committed no wrongdoing. The mere thought of the multitude of girls at school who held affection for him filled Su Taoyao with an inexplicable sense of unrest, reminiscent of the feeling she had as a child when other girls admired her cherished doll. Even with the understanding that no one could take him away from her, she could not shake off the irritation. What belonged to Su Taoyao was solely hers. Others should not even dare to gaze upon it. Such is the nature of a young girl's sentiments. Yet, what troubled her further was the alarming intensity of her possessiveness towards Guan, which had unknowingly grown stronger over time. Initially, her feelings for him resembled the innocent fondness one has for an adorable child of a relative, delightful and amusing, evoking a nurturing instinct akin to caring for a cherished character in an engaging simulation game. What once brought her joy had now morphed into a tumultuous inner conflict. She remained uncertain whether she had indeed developed feelings for Guan or was merely in the gradual process of doing so. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Guan had sent another message. Guan, Xiao Su, please don't be angry with me. Apology. JPG, I'm not angry. Guan, Xiao Su, I was wrong. I truly am not angry. Guan, so will you forgive me? What a fool. Su Taoyao let out a long sigh, rising to leave the room. Chapter 25. The cat-like girl, so she knows to come back? Has she finished her mischief? Su Taoyao opened the door, pulling along her delicate face. Guan, not daring to retort, lowered his head and stepped inside, cleverly averting the possibility of the girl locking him out. After changing his shoes, Guan shifted the conversation. Is old Su still at work? Still working overtime. More overtime? Have you eaten dinner? No appetite. Shall I cook some noodles for you? Guan placed the peace apple on the table and casually hung his bag, filled with gifts, on the back of a chair. Su Taoyao's expression softened slightly. Where did you go alone after school this afternoon? Coughing softly, Guan, feeling a twinge of guilt, stammered, just went out for a stroll. Noticing his deceit, Su Taoyao's countenance darkened once more, her clear eyes dimming. Were you out on a date with some girl? Guan froze, incredulous as he gazed at Su Taoyao. What is she implying? How could I possibly be out with another girl? And what does date even mean? Does it refer to a rendezvous for a battle? How could I possibly go out to duel with a girl? If I were to go out, it would surely be with Su Taoyao. As long as that's not the case. Su Taoyao's demeanor eased, her pent-up frustration dissipating significantly. The girl's melancholy arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Now go and prepare my meal. I feel like I'm starving. Upon seeing Su Taoyao's lack of fixation on his whereabouts, Guan felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. The ceiling light in the living room radiated a gentle, warm glow, reminiscent of the serene light during an autumn sunset, bestowing a tranquil sense of comfort. Su Taoyao sat at the dining table, her gaze fixed on the bustling figure of Guan in the kitchen, a soft smile gracing her lips, which seemed to have appeared unbeknownst to her. Her delicate, jade-like visage was bathed in a subtle golden hue from the warm light. Even the fine, almost invisible hair on her skin appeared to shimmer with a crystalline luster. In the kitchen, Guan expertly donned an apron, skillfully slicing a small piece of pork into fine strips, and minced 2 cloves of garlic along with some ginger. as old Su often had to work late and was unable to return home for meals, and given his concern over the adverse effects of takeout on their health. Gu involuntarily assumed the responsibility of preparing meals for the young Su. Having spent several years cooking in a temple, Guwen's culinary skills were undoubtedly refined, consistently bringing a smile to Su Taoyao's face with each meal. He heated oil in the pan, adding ginger, garlic, and chili to infuse the air with a fragrant aroma before removing them to stir-fry the pork strips. He was acutely aware of Su Taoyao's preferences. She disliked biting into ginger slices when she wasn't in the mood for vegetables, finding it rather pungent. Though she was not picky with her food and had a penchant for spicy dishes, enjoying robust flavors, she relished cilantro and scallions, and had an especial fondness for delicacies like pig intestines and pig brains. However, Guwen generally kept his distance from such dishes, managing to prepare them for Su Taoyao while struggling to bring himself to partake. Recently, Su Taoyao had playfully teased him, suggesting that he should indulge in pig brains to enhance his intellect. He claimed that this was the only way he could acquire knowledge more swiftly, rather than relying on mere guesswork for multiple-choice questions and scraping by on application problems with a few formulas. It was rather disheartening that his cumulative scores in the 5 subjects of comprehensive science, mathematics, and English still paled in comparison to his Chinese score. It is precisely because of Guwen, the handsome underachiever, that Yangping No. 1 High School has gained notoriety far exceeding that of several other high schools in the city. It is said that during the recent seminar held by the Education Bureau, Guwen served as a cautionary example, leading to an extensive reprimand of the principal by the authorities, so much so that the principal was oblivious to the fact that his wig had fallen off in his fury. Guwen felt a twinge of guilt regarding this, yet he found himself utterly helpless. How could one expect a young Taoist who had just traversed time from over a century ago, and had not even been here for a month, to sit for high school examinations and achieve commendable scores? Was that reasonable? Was that even feasible? Fortunately, Guwen did not succumb to feelings of frustration or disappointment, as his primary task at school was merely to assist old Su in guarding against those wild boars eager to ravage the cabbage patch. Years later, when Guwen reflected upon this experience, he couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. After diligently protecting old Su from the wild boars for so long, he never anticipated that he himself would ultimately become a domestic pig, thoroughly consumed by the little cabbage. Of course, that is a tale for another time. After preparing the stir-fried shredded pork, Guwen swiftly washed the pan and set water to boil. Once the water in the pot began to bubble vigorously, he added just the right amount of noodles for 2 servings. Taking advantage of the time while the noodles cooked, he began frying an egg in another pan, his gaze fixed intently upon it. This was because little Su had a particular fondness for eggs that were not fully cooked, relishing those that oozed with yolk at the slightest poke from chopsticks. After a flurry of activity, he continued his culinary endeavors. Finally, after sprinkling a bit of chopped green onion, Guwen successfully prepared the dry mixed sauce meat noodles. Xiao Su, it's time to eat. Guwen emerged from the kitchen, holding 2 bowls, only to discover Su Taoyao had already dozed off on the table. Gently, Guwen reached out and shook her, attempting to rouse her from slumber. Xiao Su, wake up and eat before you sleep. With great effort, Su Taoyao lifted her eyelids slightly, barely revealing a sliver of her eyes. The girl, still ensconced in her dreams, glanced at Guwen before slowly closing her eyes once more. Xiao Su, please don't sleep yet. Guwen called out to her softly again. Su Taoyao furrowed her brow, murmuring a couple of indistinct sounds, then smacked her lips a few times, settling back into a steady rhythm of breathing. Guwen looked at her with a touch of exasperation, pondering that if she fell asleep now, she would later blame him for not waking her, yet if he did wake her, she might complain about being disturbed. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to rouse her anyway. It is certainly better for Xiao Su to be well fed before returning to sleep. He picked up his chopsticks, dipped them into the sauce, and carefully placed the tip against Su Taoyao's lips. Even in her dreams, she was drawn to the rich aroma of the sauce. Like a little kitten, she wrinkled her nose, inhaling the scent, instinctively extending her tongue to touch the tip of the chopsticks. However, upon witnessing this, Guwen promptly retracted the chopsticks. The girl's taste buds protested instantly, compelling her to furrow her brow and emit a series of indistinct, plaintive sounds reminiscent of a kitten seeking its master's attention for a morsel of food. For reasons unknown, Guwen suddenly recalled a spirited little white cat from years past. As winter approaches, the little kitten with snowy white fur eagerly awaits mealtime, effortlessly scaling the wall and slipping through the door crack into their dining quarters. It then saunters lazily to Guin's feet, nuzzling against him without an ounce of fear. The sound of its soft mews nearly melts Guin's heart, compelling him to take it in. Once they become familiar, the kitten even jumps onto Guin's bed early in the morning, using its soft, barbed tongue to lick his face, urging him to rise, not for any other reason but to satisfy its craving for breakfast. With this thought in mind, Guin can't help but pick up a piece of meat and place it by Su Taoyao's mouth, his tone laced with affectionate indulgence. Little rascal, it's time to eat. He has come to regard her as his own cat. Yet, in the next instant, Guin is suddenly taken aback, his chopsticks slipping from his grasp and clattering onto the table. What are you doing? Su Taoyao glares at him coldly. Chapter 26. A Christmas surprise from Chun Lanlan. What are you doing? Su Taoyao's sharp voice startles Guinai. He stammers, quickly regaining his composure. I merely intended to wake you for some noodles. Really? Su Taoyao questions, narrowing her eyes in an attempt to discern Guin's true intentions. But after a moment of silence, she hears nothing. Well, fine then. She picks up her chopsticks and begins to mix the noodles, though her mind lingers on what Guin might have meant. Just moments ago, she distinctly thought she heard him call out something. Little Peach? This is maddening. Gu Hanan surely did not take advantage of my slumber to confess his feelings, did he? Addressing me as Little Peach, how brazen. A wayward scamp. If he wishes to declare something, he should do so face to face. Although, even if he did, I may not necessarily acquiesce, right? But as a young man, he should possess at least this modicum of courage. Cowardly, isn't it? Has he perhaps been led astray and is now teasing me? Su Taoyao unconsciously bit her lip, her fingers twirling the noodles, while her delicate eyes frequently wandered over to Guin's face, her complexion gradually reddening, oblivious to the dramatic spectacle unfolding in her mind. Guin continued to enjoy his meal, unwittingly becoming the subject of her tumultuous thoughts. Slurping sounds echoed as he devoured nearly half of his noodles. Upon lifting his gaze for a sip of water, Guin noticed Su Taoyao still incessantly stirring her noodles, as though harboring a profound grudge against them. Xiao Su, do eat. Otherwise, your bottom will swell, he jested. Nonsense. My bottom is not swollen at all. The flustered girl, momentarily distracted, retorted without fully comprehending his words. Realizing she had unwittingly blurted out an awkward remark, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Grateful that Guin was still a student and not driving on a highway, Su Taoyao was both mortified and incensed, her eyes shimmering like gentle streams. Having finished his noodles, Guin was about to tackle the fried egg at the bottom of his bowl when he noticed an odd expression on Xiao Su's face. Scratching the back of his head, he cast a reluctant glance at the egg, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he resolutely transferred it to Su Taoyao's bowl. Xiao Su, you should eat this. Under the innocent gaze of Guin, Su Taoyao once again bit her lip, her heart racing uncontrollably. I want to eat it. She returned the fried egg to him. Very well. Guin obediently lowered his head and began to eat. Silly boy, the girl softly chided him in her heart. Her ears flushed a deep crimson reminiscent of intoxication. She too began to bow her head, savoring the noodles in small bites. The noodles were slightly clumpy, and while the flavor seemed somewhat lacking, she felt no discontent. A delightful curve appeared at the corners of Su Taoyao's mouth. What was there to be upset about? Gu Hanan was only kind to her. At 8:30, the two of them lounged on the sofa, the LCD television on the wall broadcasting the news. Outside, the snow lay thick and pristine, and the lights of countless homes sparkled brightly. After watching a report on a coup in a certain country, the broadcast swiftly transitioned to a weather update. For the coming week, the city was set to experience heavy snowfall, urging citizens to exercise caution while traveling. Su Taoyao's phone rang. Hello, is this Miss Su? We have a delivery for you from your local courier. Is anyone at home? Yes. Shortly after hanging up, the doorbell chimed. Ding dong, ding dong. Guin, ever perceptive, dashed to open the door, discovering that the name of the delivery person was familiar to him. Xiao Su, this is a package from Chun Lanlan for you, he noted, as the entire box was meticulously wrapped in a black bag. Sent by the blue-haired girl? Su Taoyao queried. Puzzled, why would she suddenly send me something? Couldn't she just bring it to school? Guin shook his head, handing the package to the girl. Su Taoyao accepted it, shaking it gently in her hands, but could discern no sound. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Chun Lanlan. What did you send? Fierce girl lowly raises male models. It's your Christmas gift. Fierce girl lowly raises male models. I'm not joking. It truly is your Christmas gift. What trick are you trying to play this time? Threatening. JPG, fierce girl lowly raises male models. I promise, there's no trick this time. However, you'd better open this gift when you're alone, or else what? Fierce girl lowly raises male models. Hee hee. You'll find out if you try. It's a big surprise. Xiao Su, do you know what's inside? Su Taoyao put down her phone. She didn't say, and neither did I know what it was. Let us open it and see. She took a small knife from the coffee table and swiftly sliced open the outer black bag. Ah! The girl suddenly let out a piercing scream, startling Guan. What happened? Guan asked anxiously. Before Su Taoyao could respond, he heard an unusual buzzing sound. Bzzz. Bzzz. In the living room, a rapid vibrating noise suddenly erupted, nearly drowning out the sound of the advertisement on the television. He is good. I am good. Watching the box on the floor tremble incessantly, Guan felt a surge of anxiety. He turned to Su Taoyao and noticed her equally flustered expression. Her cheeks flushed bright red. A little Su, is there a mouse in that cardboard box? A mouse. Su Taoyao stood in a daze, nodding immediately. Her expression was flustered, and even her tone became sharp as she exclaimed, It's a mouse. It's a mouse. Chen Lanlan is truly wicked. Of all things to send, she chose a mouse to frighten me. She feigned calmness, rising to retrieve the box, holding it close to her chest as she walked towards the room. Xiao Su, are you not afraid of mice? Guan inquired, puzzled. Not afraid, Su Taoyao retorted, but did not continue to answer Guan's question. Instead, she slammed the door shut with a bang. Guan, realizing belatedly, pondered, why would a mouse buzz? Could it be that modern mice are like rice cookers, rechargeable? Have they transformed into electric rodents? He marveled at this wondrous and magnificent era. With a shrug, Guan caught sight of a small card on the floor, seemingly packaged together with the cardboard box inside the black bag. Curiously, he picked up the little card and began to examine it closely. The card was not large, merely the size of half his palm, and it displayed several lines of text that appeared to be a product advertisement. Soft bone stick body, healthy silicone, dual enjoyment inside and out, intelligent heating, fully waterproof, quietly private, magnetic charging, compact and convenient. One-to-one imitation, every detail crafted with meticulous precision. Dual motors, 10 frequency modes, every experience touches the heart. Christmas Special Edition. A unique love for you. After a moment of contemplation, Guan could not decipher what product this advertisement referred to. Was there truly an electric mouse inside the cardboard box? He flipped the card over. A 5-star review with a picture, adding the customer service WeChat for a 10 yuan rebate. What kind of gift did Chen Lanlan send? Guan scratched his head in contemplation, yet he remained utterly perplexed. Chapter 27. Xiao Su, when did we become engaged? Chen Lanlan, are you out of your mind? Fierce Lolita raising a male model. Why did you send me such a bizarre gift? Do you even know how to spell embarrassment? Fierce Lolita raising a male model. Yang Chouerji, is this how you write it? Chen Lanlan, I'm losing my mind. JPG Fierce Lolita raising a male model. Relax, relax, you're about to be an adult too. Can't we all speak a little more intimately? Get lost. Fierce Lolita raising a male model. Hee hee. JPG Merry Christmas, Big Peach. Su Tao set down her phone, gazing at the mysterious object contained within the paper box, her head throbbing slightly. Thankfully, she had managed to keep Gu Hennins from discovering what it was. Otherwise, Su Taoyao would have truly been too embarrassed to face anyone. In the darkness, the young girl lay on her bed, enveloped by the soft, smooth quilt beneath her. She fumbled in the dark and pressed the switch of the bedside lamp. The entire space was soon filled with a gentle glow. Sighing softly, Su Taoyao's delicate face was etched with worry. After lying there for a while, she sat up, propping her hands on the edge of the bed, her small legs swaying slightly, with dainty toes resembling lustrous pearls. Su Taoyao gazed out at the chaotic snowflakes outside, listening to the faint strains of music wafting through the air. It was a cheerful melody, likely emanating from a nearby home celebrating Christmas with a child. After all, everyone harbors a Santa Claus in their hearts, eagerly anticipating a delightful gift on this snowy night. She sat quietly for a moment, seemingly bored, and Su Taoyao exited the room, taking her place beside Guan once more. On the television, the series documentary A Bite of China was being aired. The scenes unfolding on the screen were filled with the vibrant essence of street life. Pork belly skewers sizzled over charcoal, the fat dripping onto the embers, instantly creating a plume of white smoke. Beside them were skewers of lamb and beef, along with a whole squid resting on the grill. A glance further revealed an array of vegetables such as baby bok choy, potato slices, and grilled eggplant, their enticing aromas wafting through the bustling alleyways, stirring the hearts of passers-by even through the screen. Guan was nearly brought to tears from hunger. After a while, a bowl of bright red crayfish appeared on the screen, undeniably tempting. Then, a pair of gloved hands reached into the bowl, plucking one out, twisting its head, and peeling off the shell. Revealed was a piece of snow-white meat tinged with a hint of red, which was then dipped into a sauce before being devoured. Wow! Guan was once again brought to tears from craving. Su, are the crayfish really that delicious? Guan swallowed hard, unsure how many times he had gulped down his saliva. Absolutely, Su Taoyao replied with a radiant smile. Spicy, garlicky, with a touch of 13 spices, sour plum, chilled. All are delectable. Guan blinked, feeling somewhat tempted, and cautiously suggested, "Shall we go eat crayfish tomorrow? I've never seen one before and would like to know what they look like." The young girl smiled again and pointed to the screen, asking if he hadn't just seen it on television. Guan glanced at the screen, still feeling quite tempted. He stammered, searching for an excuse. It's different. What's on television is one thing, but I wish to see it in person. Oh, upon seeing Su Taoyao's enigmatic smile, he pressed his lips together, unable to conjure any further justification. Lobster, I'm so hungry. How can I persuade Xiao Su to take me out for lobster? Noticing his silence, Su Taoyao began to murmur to herself and promptly kicked him. What's wrong? Hurry up and change your clothes. Guan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. They had descended the stairs around 9 o'clock. Yet, the neighborhood seemed more vibrant than usual, bustling with people on the streets. This was likely due to the congregation dispersing from the church outside the community. Devout worshippers, having completed their prayers, began returning home. Moreover, several young couples, in the throes of romance, seized the opportunity to hold hands and exchange blush-inducing sweet nothings on this snowy night. Beneath the glow of the street lamps, shadows of couples embracing could be seen. Guan and Su Taoyao shared a large umbrella, walking side by side. As they passed, a couple lost in a passionate kiss. Guan couldn't help but voice his thoughts after walking a short distance. Xiao Su, it seems a bit inappropriate for them to be so affectionate in public. Doesn't it? Inappropriate? How so? They neither had a matchmaker's arrangement nor parental consent. Su Taoyao chuckled, remarking that it is now a century later, and the notion of a bride and groom meeting for the first time on their wedding night has long since vanished. So, is love now characterized by freedom? Guan suddenly recalled those 4 words. Su Taoyao nodded in affirmation, explaining that young love often flourishes in youth, only to evolve into discussions of marriage in later years. So, are they currently in love, with the prospect of marriage looming a few years ahead? Guan slowed his pace and turned to observe a couple beneath the street lamp, lost in their embrace, seemingly oblivious to the world around them. Su Taoyao also paused, contemplating. Love and marriage, after all, are entirely different matters. Guan was puzzled. In his view, such intimacy surely indicates a commitment to marriage and the eventual joy of raising a plump child. Su Taoyao, sensing Guan's thoughts, reflected before speaking. Love is a mutual affection. If I like you and you like me, then regardless of whether tomorrow brings a storm or a clear sky, we can share a delightful date. However, love may last for years, months, or even, in shorter cases, just a few weeks. It lacks a definitive timeline and can often be viewed as a fleeting joy between 2 individuals. In contrast, marriage is a lifelong commitment between 2 people. It means that if rain is forecasted for tomorrow, you would prepare an umbrella for me, and when the weather turns cold, I would purchase a new scarf for you. You would tolerate my little temperaments, and I would offer you everything within my power. The former expresses a desire for a future together, while the latter reveals that the entirety of my present and future revolves around you. In other words, for a married couple, their romantic relationship often becomes a reminiscence of the past. However, for those in a romantic relationship, their future marriage may not necessarily represent the continuation of their current romance. Guan could not fully comprehend the young girl's sentiments, but vaguely understood that love and marriage are 2 distinct entities. They continued their walk, the soles of their shoes crunching softly on the snow. Suddenly, Guan broke the silence. Xiao Su? Is what you said truly the case? Which statement? Su Taoyao inquired. The one where you mentioned that if it rains tomorrow, you would prepare an umbrella for me in advance, and when the weather turns cold, I would buy you a new scarf. What about it? Guan appeared somewhat bewildered, shaking the umbrella he had taken when it started to snow. He then touched the scarf around his neck, which she had gifted him when the temperature dropped. Xiao Su, when did we get married? On that snowy night. Su Taoyao's heart fluttered at Gu En's unexpected question. The most sophisticated hunters often present themselves in the guise of prey. Chapter 28. Xiao Su, shall we divorce? Xiao Su, when did we tie the knot? Gu En's voice carried a hint of anxiety, yet it was predominantly filled with confusion and helplessness. Finished. From a generational perspective, if Xiao Su and I were to marry, would that not be considered incestuous? The young Taoist's heart was in turmoil. Upon hearing Gu En's heartfelt thoughts, Su Taoyao's own heart became equally disordered, thumping wildly, utterly unmanageable. Although she understood that Gu En's words were neither a confession nor a peculiar flirtation, the shyness swelling within her was unstoppable, akin to melted syrup. Stealing a glance at Gu En, whose expression was fraught with conflict, she surprisingly discovered that she harbored no rejection or displeasure. If any other boy dared to speak to her in such a manner, Su Taoyao would undoubtedly have unleashed a barrage of martial arts moves. The snow in the air intensified, falling upon the umbrella with a soft, rhythmic patter. She noticed, on Gu En's right shoulder, a small patch of snow that had appeared unnoticed. Illuminated by the streetlight, the water stains on his black down jacket glimmered, remnants of the vanishing snowflakes. Su Taoyao's gaze softened, reminiscent of the gentle flow of March peach blossom water. Even though the umbrella was large enough to shelter both of them, he instinctively tilted it toward his side. A sense of warmth enveloped her inexplicably. She observed his long, slender fingers, clearly defined and firmly gripping the umbrella handle, seemingly unyielding against the fiercest winds or heaviest snows. Yet he remained steadfastly by her side, shielding her with the umbrella, creating a small sanctuary amidst the cold wind and snow. Though the howling wind continued to echo in her ears, and the sight of large snowflakes persisted before her eyes, Su Taoyao felt a gentle warmth radiating from every inch of her skin, as if her heart itself was aglow. Thump, thump. The sound of her rapid heartbeat echoed in her ears, and the girl began to perceive the wind around her growing increasingly cacophonous. She longed to embrace Gu En's slender, yet not fragile waist, and rest her head against his chest, hoping to discern whether his heartbeat resonated in harmony with her own at that moment. Is this the feeling of a fluttering heart? It seems rather delightful. Xiao Su, Gu En called out to the girl, his brow furrowed as if he had something of great significance to convey. Su Taoyao looked up, meeting Gu En's gaze. What is he about to say? Could it be that he truly intends to confess his feelings? If he utters something embarrassing, should I gently decline first or feign agreement? Why not simply agree outright? A girl must maintain her modesty. Su Taoyao's breath subtly grew heavier as she stole another glance at Gu En, then swiftly turned her head away. Just say what you need to say. Let us finish this quickly so we can go eat crayfish, Su Taoyao urged, though she dared not meet Gu En's eyes. Gu En took a deep breath. Xiao Su. We should get a divorce. What? Let us get a divorce, Gu En declared with conviction, utterly oblivious to the fact that Su Taoyao's gaze had frozen in disbelief. Divorce? Why are we talking about divorce? What am I hearing? Who am I? Where am I going? Su Taoyao found herself sinking into a profound confusion. Why did I ever hold expectations for this foolish Gu? She listened as Gu En continued to speak. I am your distant grandmaster. And yet what? The youthful maiden's charming face revealed not a trace of emotion. And yet, Gu En scratched the back of his head and sincerely remarked, you once mentioned that your beloved is a heroic figure, destined to come riding on a rainbow to marry you. I am but an ordinary little Taoist. As Gu En continued, his voice dwindled into a whisper. Cautiously observing the maiden's expression, fearful that his words might provoke Su Taoyao. Little did he know that his statements were nearly enough to ignite her fury. Oh, Su Taoyao replied coldly, offering no further comment, as she turned and strode ahead. What are you doing, little Su? Gu En exclaimed, holding up the umbrella and hastily pursuing her. Could you refrain from following me incessantly, like a pesky little shadow? Little Su, you cannot treat me this way. I am indeed your distant grandmaster. And what of that? Do you believe I want to cast you out tomorrow? Gu En fell silent, swiftly stepping beside her again, raising the umbrella over her head. Do not let the snow fall upon you. Is it not said that one can easily catch a cold? The irritation within the maiden surged and swelled. At that moment, Su Taoyao could conjure 1,000 reasons to despise Gu En, pinpoint a myriad of his flaws, and utter 100 hurtful remarks. Yet, As she observed his flustered pursuit to shelter her from the snow, her heart inexplicably softened once more. As anger surged to her lips, the young girl's frustration manifested in a retort. Mind your own business. Don't be upset, Su, Guan implored. Am I upset? Su Taoyao replied with a hint of irritation, quickening her pace. All right, Guan acquiesced, matching her stride while holding the umbrella firmly over her head. They hurried along, soon exiting the community gate. After taking a turn and walking a short distance, they encountered several eateries. Spotting a nearby crawfish night market, Guan was filled with excitement. He nudged Su Taoyao, only to find her veering towards a barbecue restaurant instead. Xiao Su, aren't you having crawfish? No, I'm not, she replied. Well then. Guan turned away, casting a reluctant glance at the crawfish restaurant. The oversized, vibrant crawfish on the shop sign was indeed enticing. Oh, how it tempts you, Su Taoyao thought, casting a sidelong glance at Guan, her steps momentarily faltering as other thoughts began to brew. Let us go. Today we shall indulge in pig brain. Pig brain. Guan exclaimed in shock, though he dared not protest further. Pig brain it is. I shall simply watch Xiao Su enjoy it while I order something else. Is that so? Today, you have no say in the matter. Su Taoyao thought with a smirk, leading Guan into a Chongqing spicy pig brain restaurant. The establishment was modest in size, though the furniture was somewhat worn. It was impeccably tidy, lacking the usual chaos of roadside eateries. At this hour, a few small tables were occupied, indicating a flourishing business. The two individuals found an empty table and sat down. Su Taoyao warmly greeted the proprietress, who was carrying 2 bottles of beer, with a cheerful, Andy Cha. Oh, it's you, Taoyao? What would you like to eat today? Su Taoyao smiled and replied, let us have 4 servings of spicy grilled brain, followed by 2 orders of rabbit heads, 1 dry pot and 1 spicy, and a plate of crispy intestines. All right, would you like some cola? I have it chilled. Yes, bring 2 bottles. Just wait a moment, it will be ready shortly. MHM. Beside her, Guan felt a sense of foreboding as he heard her order so much food. Xiao Su, you've ordered so much. You won't be able to finish it, will you? Su Taoyao nodded, but there's still you. Guan pursed his lips. I can't eat all of this. Oh, you really want to eat? No, not at all. Absolutely not. Guan's tone was resolute. Su Taoyao chose not to press further and instead opened her phone to reveal a photograph. Chapter 29. Grilled brain inside the establishment. Voices of varying pitches rose and fell in conversation. If one sat a little closer, they could hear the clattering of kitchen utensils and the low hum of the exhaust fan in operation. At the small table, upon seeing the photograph, Guan immediately felt a wave of tension wash over him, his limbs instinctively stiffening. He glanced around and noticed that the other patrons were engrossed in their own conversations. Oblivious to what was happening at their table, Guan lowered his voice. Xiao Su, is this really appropriate? What is inappropriate about it? Su Taoyao, with an air of playful arrogance, waved her phone and exclaimed, I see nothing wrong with this. I merely recalled this photograph and thought to share it with you. I certainly wouldn't send this picture of someone in a dress to Chen Lanlan by accident, only to forget to retract it, allowing her to disseminate it in the class group or school forum. With that, Su Taoyao winked at Guan, her expression beseeching him to trust her innocence. Look at how pink this dress is, the craftsmanship, the fabric. It must be incredibly comfortable to wear. She enlarged the picture and continued to describe the dress in a gentle tone. It features so many little bears and strawberries, with floral lace adorning the hem, and a charming white bow at the neckline. What a delightful little dress it is. I wonder who is fortunate enough to wear such a lovely creation. Master Uncle, would you like to know who this lucky girl is? The young woman flashed a playful smile, nudging Guan with her elbow. No, really, I don't want to know. Guan replied, nervously shaking his head, indicating his disinterest in discovering the identity of the dress's wearer. Are you certain? Su Taoyao's face betrayed an unmistakable, mischievous grin. Just one glance, that's all. No, absolutely not. Guan vigorously shook his head again, shifting his chair slightly away from the wall. Show me, Su Taoyao insisted, seizing Guan's arm and thrusting her phone directly in front of his face, mere centimeters from his nose. Behold this delicate, fair visage, the rosy, tender lips, the elegantly arched nose, and the alluring phoenix eyes. Why does this face seem so familiar? Su Taoyao released Guan, her astonishment causing her to cover her mouth in surprise. Turning to the youth, she exclaimed, Master Uncle, the person in the dress bears an uncanny resemblance to you. Even the position of the beauty mark on the left cheek is identical. Perhaps due to the spicy aroma wafting through the air, beads of sweat began to form on Guin's forehead. Master Uncle, could this be your twin sister? Guin managed a strained smile, awkwardly responding, Little Su. I. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Taoyao interjected, No. The woman in the photograph is clearly the same as you, Master Uncle. Little Su. Guin's voice dwindled, his expression growing increasingly uncomfortable. Master Uncle, how can you wear a dress? The young girl's tone grew more serious, akin to a teacher catching a student cheating on an exam. Master Uncle, you are a man of stature. How could you engage in such disgraceful behavior? Guin, drenched in sweat, gazed at Su Taoyao, seemingly burdened with untold grievances. You clearly deceived me into wearing it. You claimed to have bought a dress for a friend as a birthday gift, unsure if the size would fit, and insisted that your friend and I share a similar height and build, urging me to try it on and send a photo to that friend. I was unwilling. Yet you were insistent. Then you transferred 250 to me, asking for a favor. I, being soft-hearted, obliged. Xiao Su at the very least. Shouldn't one conduct oneself in such a manner? In retrospect, it is evident that you were merely toying with me, seeking leverage to threaten me. This is how it is portrayed in dramas. After a moment of calm contemplation, Guin's gaze shifted between the young woman's face and her phone. Despite his earnest desire to believe that Su Taoyao was not the type to disseminate photos, his rational mind reminded him that what Su Taoyao had just articulated was indeed within her capacity. Guin gathered his thoughts and attempted to persuade Su Taoyao, striving to make her realize the fallacy of her intentions. Xiao Su, call me Sister Su. Listen to me, your senior uncle, call me Sister Su. Otherwise, I shall send the photo to Qianlong right now. Sister Su, I was wrong in mere words. Guin found himself utterly defeated, grasped firmly by Su Taoyao. Are we having grilled brain matter later? Yes. What about rabbit heads? Yes. Good Su Taoyao reverted to her innocent and charming demeanor, her faint smile swiftly transforming into a gentle spring stream, melting away the early winter snow. Ding dong. Soon, the small long table was laden with the dishes ordered by Su Taoyao. Gazing at the grilled brain matter sprinkled with minced garlic, scallions, and sesame in the foil box, Guin could distinctly hear the sizzle of the hot oil. As an unsettling churn coursed through Guin's stomach, he met Su Taoyao's intense gaze, fully aware that he could not evade the evening's ordeal. Tofu, 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 echoed in his mind. This isn't from a pig's head, it's all tofu, soft and yielding. With no other recourse, Guin mentally prepared himself for the challenge ahead. Under the relentless pressure of the young woman's eyes, he hesitated, grasping the spoon but unsure how to proceed. Little Su, can we skip this? Guin earnestly sought to negotiate, even though the chances seemed almost non-existent. That won't do. You adore grilled brain matter. I don't like it. You do. One serving is never enough. You need two. Su Taoyao shook her head, her voice alluring. One serving of brain matter is divine. 2 servings can elevate you to the heavens. Hurry and eat. Guin fell silent, sluggishly maneuvering the spoon, gingerly scraping the dish, then staring blankly at the utensil. Is this how one eats? Observing his reluctance, Su Taoyao scooped a generous helping of brain matter and held it to his lips. Open wide. Guin, unable to resist, cast one last lingering glance at the scarlet-laden delicacy before surrendering, shutting his eyes and parting his lips, allowing Su Taoyao to thrust the spoon into his mouth. Upon tasting the brain matter, an initial wave of slight pungency assaulted his senses, causing Guin to frown momentarily, but he soon relaxed as he savored the dish. The velvety and smooth texture of the brain matter captivated his taste buds. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him, igniting a faint thrill. Open wide, take another bite. With his eyes closed, he heard the girl's voice and obediently complied. This time, Guin found himself overwhelmed with delight. After savoring the second bite, tears almost welled up in his eyes, not from longing, but from sheer ecstasy over the exquisite taste. How could there be such delicious food in this world? He pondered. The brain matter is astonishingly delectable. He realized that Xiao Su had not been teasing him. She genuinely wished to introduce him to culinary delights. Xiao Taoyao rested her chin on her hand, quietly listening to Guin's most authentic thoughts, her smile light and airy. When she saw Guin indulging in the brain matter, she too took a bite to taste. Narrowing her eyes, she discovered the same enchanting, silky richness that she adored in grilled brain matter. However, it seemed that today's flavor surpassed even her expectations, lifting her spirits further. She relished this way of life, and perhaps cherished even more the company of the somewhat foolish-looking youth beside her. Chapter 30. The Armored Warrior defeats Ultraman at 10:30. It was the perfect time for stargazing. Yet, the night sky was shrouded in thick clouds, almost as if the white snow had transformed into radiant stars. On the way back, Guan continued to hold the umbrella for Xiao Taoyao. To an outsider, it might appear that Guan was being overly humble before her. Yet, for Guan, he was merely reflecting on the kindness Xiao Taoyao had shown him all along. He sought to repay her for every small and large favor she had bestowed upon him in his own way. As he gradually became familiar with the present era, Guan understood that had he not met Xiao Taoyao or Old Su, his fate, whether alive or dead, would have been uncertain. Even though Su Taoyao consistently enjoyed teasing him, she harbored no ill intentions. Guan was merely a bit simple-minded, not foolish. He understood that Su was genuinely kind to him, with his inherently gentle nature. Her occasional temper was not a concern for him. Once home, the two of them languidly reclined on the sofa, watching a roast show while exchanging a few idle words, mostly Su Taoyao speaking and Guan listening. The latest episode of the roast concluded swiftly, with Su Taoyao laughing heartily at the increasingly sharp jokes from the guests. Although Guan did not fully comprehend the humor, seeing Su so joyful prompted him to chuckle occasionally, fearing she might feel bored on her own. When it was Guan's turn, he adeptly picked up the remote and navigated through the television menu. After a brief search, he finally landed on Armor Warriors, which he had only partially watched the previous night, his eyes sparkling as he clicked to continue. In his heart, his affection for Armor Warriors had surpassed that for Ultraman, as the former spoke Mandarin, making it feel familiar and relatable. I'm going to wash up. Wait for me to finish so we can watch Extreme Challenge together. Guan nodded, assuring her to take her time. He wished to indulge a bit longer in Armor Warriors. Su Taoyao pouted slightly and turned towards the bathroom. Hearing the sounds from her room, Guan had just completed the second episode for the day. Instead of continuing with the subsequent episodes, he switched to the variety show she had mentioned. Every weekend, they would catch a few episodes of Extreme Challenge, and this week marked the second season. At that time, the little lamb had yet to transform into a cunning little fox. The pig had not yet revealed its identity as a master of time management. The Extreme Men's Club remained the same 6 individuals. By the time Su Taoyao finished drying her hair in the room and returned to the sofa, Guan noticed she had changed into that rabbit-themed nightgown, her waist-length hair cascading loosely around her. Su Taoyao's hair was abundant, each strand a lustrous ebony, slender and soft in appearance. Perhaps due to the hairdryer, a small tuft of hair on her crown stood up, resembling gracefully curving willow branches. Is it a new season? Su Taoyao glanced at the screen, using her fingers to tuck a few strands behind her ear. Guan replied, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. The two were seated quite close, and the sweet osmanthus fragrance emanating from the girl enveloped Guan. He could not help but shift his gaze towards her. After her shower, Su Taoyao appeared somewhat languid, nestled on the sofa, her arms wrapped around her knees, squinting at the television like a cat basking in the warm spring sunlight. Her cheeks were flushed, and a faint pink adorned her neck. Her already fair complexion was now accentuated with a subtle blush, the two soft hues merging into an indescribable color. Guan found himself inexplicably drawn to this color, deeming it more beautiful than the delicate mist of dawn atop the mountain peaks. Su Taoyao remained oblivious to Guan's gaze, her attention fixated on the television as she giggled. After a moment of distraction, Guan gradually became engrossed in the humorous scenes portrayed on screen, joining her in laughter. Whether indulging in dramas or variety shows, time invariably slips away. By the conclusion of the second episode, the hour had grown late, past 2 in the morning. Both Guan and Su Taoyao began to feel drowsy. Xiao Su, perhaps it's time for bed? Guan yawned. Since arriving in this world, his routine had synchronized with that of most contemporary youths. As he could no longer witness the sunrise at 5 or 6 o'clock, he settled for browsing the melancholic melodies of the early hours. All right, sleep it is. Su Taoyao, feeling weary, stretched languidly and headed toward her room. She did not forget to remind him, don't play on your phone all night. Tomorrow I'll take you out. Guan nodded, watching as the young girl entered her room before switching off the lights in the living room. After a brief wash in the restroom, he returned to his room. Comfortably nestled in his blankets, Guan suddenly found himself wide awake. As soon as he closed his eyes, Su Taoyao's visage would flood his mind, impossible to shake. What is happening to me? Guan muttered, perplexed by his current state. I haven't given Xiao Su her Christmas gift yet. No wonder she occupied his thoughts. Guan quickly sprang from his bed and rummaged for the pink little bag. Xiaosu, are you asleep? He sent a message via WeChat. Ding dong. No. I'm reading. What's up? Guan, can I come to your room now? Oh. Receiving her reply, he felt a surge of confidence as he grasped the gift and exited his room. Xiaosu will surely be delighted with this gift. Chapter 31. Is this silk scarf meant to be worn on the head? The light in the girl's room glowed with a soft, warm hue. Su Taoyao gazed at Guan, who stood by the door in silence, and prompted him. If you have something to say, please speak. Guan cleared his throat softly, adopting a serious demeanor. Master Uncle, I have been here for over a month without presenting you with a token of my visit. The other day, I thought with Christmas approaching, it would be fitting to bring you a gift. I intended to present it to you last night, but it slipped my mind. I just remembered and came to deliver it to you. With his hands clasped behind his back and standing tall, he exuded the air of a venerable elder. A gift? Su Taoyao's eyes widened in surprise, her heart racing with astonishment. She had never imagined that this somewhat foolish Guan would prepare a Christmas gift for her. For a moment, disbelief washed over her, and she inquired again, You truly have a gift for me? Guan responded with a quiet affirmation, one hand still behind him while the other gently tugged at the fine string of the bag. This is the gift I have prepared for you. Su Taoyao's eyes sparkled with joy and excitement. He actually bought me a gift. Suppressing her emotions, she masked her delight in her tone. You may place it there. She lifted her chin slightly, indicating for Guan to set the bag on the table. This. Guan's expression dimmed, a flicker of disappointment crossing his features. Why does Xiaosu seem so unhappy? Guan pondered as he walked towards the room, trying to maintain a facade of indifference due to his elder status. Clearing his throat, he sensed that he could not bear to disappoint Guan. After grasping his unspoken feelings, Su Taoyao finally spoke up. Well, let me take a look at it first. With a hint of pride, she added. But if I don't like it, I won't keep it. All right. Guan's brow arched slightly, and his voice took on a lighter tone. Approaching the bedside, he handed the bag to Xiaosu and began to recount the details of his gift shopping experience. That lady mentioned that you would surely adore this gift. The materials and craftsmanship are exquisite. She emphasized that it is quite lightweight, so you won't feel constricted while wearing it. Moreover, she claimed it is remarkably tear-resistant, capable of enduring considerable force without damage, allowing for prolonged use. Ah, and there's another significant advantage, he continued. It feels just as if you are not wearing anything at all. Standing by the bed, he continued to speak. Xiaosu, do you like it? Yet. Su Taoyao remained silent. Surely, Xiaosu must be thrilled beyond words. Guan mused to himself. I am indeed a commendable master uncle. His imagination began to weave visions of a delightful future. Should I ask Xiaosu to take me out for some crayfish tomorrow? Although my intention in gifting Xiaosu was not for this purpose, given her wonderful nature, I believe she would have taken me out to eat regardless. With a heart full of joy, Su Taoyao eagerly opened the bag, only to be left utterly stunned upon extracting the silk scarf mentioned by Guan. Once she comprehended the true nature of the scarf, she trembled as if struck by an electric shock. Guan. Hearing Xiaosu's high-pitched call of her name, Guan swiftly turned to her. What's wrong? Guan was taken aback, silently questioning in her mind why Xiaosu suddenly appeared so furious, as though she were about to devour her whole. Although she had yet to grasp the situation, a man's intuition whispered to Guan, when a girl is angry, you must first offer her comfort. Thus, with concern lacing her voice, Guan inquired, Xiaosu, what is the matter? The young girl's chest heaved rhythmically, revealing the tumultuous waves of her emotions. With gritted teeth and a face that betrayed her fury, Su Taoyao nearly shouted, What on earth did you buy? Guan stood bewildered. I think it's a silk scarf. Though she sensed something was amiss, she spoke uncertainly, recalling the aunt's words, it should be. Probably a silk scarf? A chilling laugh escaped Su Taoyao, laced with an eerie undertone. Guan remained perplexed. Su Taoyao picked up the translucent lace sexy underwear in her hand and tossed it directly towards Guan. Now, demonstrate how to use this silk scarf. How does one use it? Isn't it meant to be worn on the head? Guan caught the scarf thrown by the girl and examined it closely, finding nothing particularly unusual. It felt incredibly smooth to the touch, delicate as gossamer. If he were to critique it, Guan could only conclude that this scarf was indeed crafted with a lack of care. In his memory, scarves were always larger than a human face. Yet the one he held was scarcely the size of his palm. It was evidently just a few strands haphazardly tied together. Guan attempted to drape the scarf over his head, but soon removed it again. Xiaosu, do not be angry. The shopkeeper truly has a black heart to pass off such shoddy goods as genuine. After a brief pause, he clenched his fist and declared with righteous indignation, "I shall seek justice tomorrow." Observing Gu En's fervent demeanor, coupled with his earnest thoughts, the girl's irritation gradually subsided. She could certainly comprehend that Gu En was genuinely oblivious to the nature of his purchase. However, the overwhelming sense of embarrassment still firmly occupied her mind. Su Taoyao felt both anger and frustration. How could she not be upset? Just moments ago, she had been elated, thinking this fool had finally grasped the notion of gifting her a Christmas present. Yet, to her dismay, it turned out to be an article of underwear, and one that was merely composed of strips of fabric at that. Which young man would present such an aberrant item as a gift to a girl? Unthinkable. My blood pressure is rising again. Su Taoyao took several deep breaths, forcing herself to regain her composure. Gu En is such a fool. Gu En is indeed a fool. Gu En is a complete idiot. After muttering this mantra 3 times, Su Taoyao finally managed to settle her emotions. She extended her hand toward Gu En, signaling him to hand it over. Gu En hesitated for a moment but ultimately relinquished the silk scarf to her. With a few swift motions, Su Taoyao shoved the scarf back into her bag and tossed it into the drawer of the nightstand. "All right, you should go back to sleep now." "Xiao Su." Gu En began to speak but promptly fell silent. "Go to bed." Gu En nodded obediently and walked towards the door. "Does Xiao Su not like that scarf?" Sigh. Observing Gu En's dejected figure, Su Taoyao suddenly felt a pang of compassion. She called out to him just as he was about to step out of the room, softly saying, "Thank you, Uncle Master." Su Taoyao paused, fabricating a small white lie. "Thank you for your Christmas gift." With his back turned to the girl, a smile finally graced Gu En's face. "Good night, Xiao Su." Chapter 32. Good night, and a warm glass of water. Gu En closed the door behind him. The lock clicked, and the room was once again enveloped in silence. Su Taoyao turned off the light and lay in the darkness. Gu En's recent actions had genuinely taken her by surprise. She tossed and turned several times, realizing that she had completely lost her sense of drowsiness. Grabbing her phone from the nightstand where it was charging, she opened the green icon and located Gu En at the top of her chat list. Su Taoyao hesitated for a considerable time, lost in thought. Her slender fingers hovered over the screen, never descending to type. After a while, the light of the screen dimmed, and she slowly began to tap it. The gentle sound of her fingers striking the keyboard was barely audible. "Gu Hanan, stop playing on your phone. Remember to get to bed early. Good night, pighead. JPG." Upon reading these 2 sentences in the message box, Su Taoyao felt a twinge of discomfort. Was she being overly controlling by constantly reminding him to sleep early? Furthermore, did her message not resemble the tone of a couple in the ambiguous stages of courtship before they officially got together? She scrunched her nose and deleted the entire message. Su Taoyao rephrased her message, "Gu En, sleep early." Yet after a moment of contemplation, she deleted it again. No matter how she thought about it, something felt off. They had just spoken face to face, and now, in the dead of night, sending a WeChat message seemed unnecessary. If Chen Lanlan found out, would she not mock her as a pretentious little sycophant? Late at night, feeling lonely, and still thinking about messaging a boy. How vexing. Su Taoyao pounded the duvet a few times, unable to quell her rising agitation. Suddenly, she recalled Gu En's farewell before he left, a simple good night. For reasons unknown, Su Taoyao felt her cheeks flush, a warm, tingling sensation coursed through her heart, spreading like a gentle wave throughout her body. Many years ago, she had purchased a beloved art book, and a particular dialogue from it remained etched in her memory. "Peach, don't say good night, say Wanan." "Ollie, why?" "Because it is I love you, love you." Su Taoyao holds a deep affection for Ollie, cherishes Peaches, and adores this phrase. To her, good night. What AINI is perhaps the most enchanting declaration of love in existence. Su Taoyao muses, if only Gu Hanan could utter a good night to her every evening. The young girl, lost in her whimsical thoughts, gradually drifts into slumber. Meanwhile, Gu En is nestled under the covers, engrossed in a discussion in the Armored Warriors forum, exchanging views with a group of unknown-aged netizens about which armored warrior reigns supreme. The mightiest weapon resides in the conviction of the heart. Flame Dragon Armor, unite. Wind Eagle Armor, unite. Gu En finds himself inexplicably caught up in youthful exuberance. The following noon, Gu En awakens, compelled by the pressing call of nature. After he finishes his ablutions and exits the restroom, he notices Su Taoyao, now clad in a light beige sweater, seated at the table, enjoying her breakfast. Presumably a recent takeaway. Have you brushed your teeth? Yes. Then let us have some water. Su Taoyao pours a cup of hot water. Guan obediently leans forward, ready to grasp the cup, only to see Su Taoyao pour another cup from the nearby kettle. This time, it is cold water. Guan blinks, perplexed. Drinking hot water excessively can lead to intestinal cancer, while cold water can harm the stomach. She then retrieves a third cup, pouring in both hot and cold water, blending them into lukewarm water. This way, it is completely harmless to the body. Su Taoyao gently explains, propping her chin on her hand, gazing intently at Guan, who has just taken his seat. Xiaosu? Upon witnessing Su Taoyao's unusual demeanor, she instinctively leaned back, feeling a twinge of unease. Xiaosu, if there is something you wish for me to do, please articulate it. Do not behave this way. Nothing at all? Su Taoyao replied with a playful wink. I merely intended to pour you a glass of water. Then why do you require 3 cups? Guan's gaze turned cautious, clearly unconvinced by Su Taoyao's explanation. Because one contains hot water, another cold, and they will be combined to create lukewarm water? Why not simply use 1 cup, pouring half hot water and half cold? Guan astutely identified this critical flaw, then spoke up. Xiaosu, it's all right. If you have something to say, just say it. The master uncle would not hold anything against you. Her expression conveyed, I have already deciphered your little ruse. If you seek assistance from the master uncle, there is no need for subterfuge. Simply state your request. However, if you intend to play tricks on me, that shall not be permitted this time. It is certain that Xiaosu has slipped something into the water, and it would be undetectable if consumed separately. Only when combined would peculiar consequences arise. Naughty Xiaosu. Humph. At that very moment, upon hearing Guan's inner thoughts, Su Taoyao's expression turned icy. She had initially wished to showcase her gentle and considerate side. Yet now she felt an overwhelming urge to seize the cup and douse Guan with water. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately restrained herself. Never mind. I fear that dousing him with cold water might lead to a chill, yet hot water could scald him. I am perfectly fine and have not submerged anything in the water. She gritted her teeth and managed a forced smile at Guan, exclaiming, Master Uncle, you are well. Splendid. Let us have breakfast first. Guan, momentarily taken aback by her words, retreated to his room, instinctively rubbing the back of his head. Little Su, has she become vexed out of embarrassment? Guan suddenly felt a pang of regret, casting a glance towards Su Taoyao's door as he murmured, should I have pretended to be fooled? That way, little Su could have enjoyed an entire day of happiness. After pondering for a while, Guan found himself unable to dwell on the matter any longer, as his attention was irresistibly drawn to the enticing aroma of the meat bun on the table. He reached for the plastic bag, his face lighting up with joy. In addition to the meat bun, there were glutinous rice balls and tofu pudding. Guan quickly fell into a familiar routine, wholeheartedly tackling his breakfast. In her room, the young girl leaned over the table, her expression tinged with regret. Reflecting on her actions that morning, she contemplated delivering a few knocks to her own head with a hammer. She had risen early to prepare Guan's favorite breakfast, then spent over half an hour applying a light touch of makeup, donning a newly purchased sweater, all in hopes of presenting a different side of herself to the oblivious Guan. And what came of it? What followed? If Guan were capable of noticing anything, it would be a miracle. Sigh. Su Taoyao despondently flipped through the sketchbook she had discovered on the bookshelf that morning. Later, in the CAF, she suddenly felt thirsty, and Ollie poured her a cup of hot water. Suddenly feeling that the water was too hot and fearing it might scald the peach, Ollie replaced it with a glass of cool water. Yet, soon he found the water too cold. Consequently, Ollie poured a cup of warm water and added an ice cube retrieved from the refrigerator, creating a glass filled with comforting warmth. Chapter 33 Xiaosu. Could you please let go of me? Xiao Shui inquired. Yet the bright sun above had quietly journeyed from the eastern horizon to the west. The sky was a brilliant blue, adorned with wispy clouds. Guan, donned in a winter hat, revealed a pair of narrow eyes, filled with a mix of curiosity and trepidation as he surveyed the bizarre machines surrounding him. He closely followed Su Taoyao's side. Xiaosu, where have you brought me? To the amusement park. The amusement park? Guan echoed, looking up and surveying his surroundings. Let's go. Where to? To ride the roller coaster. Su Taoyao stifled a chuckle, turning to adopt a sincere expression. This is a must-try attraction at the amusement park. It's the most thrilling. Really? You're lying. You're just a little pup. Guan hesitated but eventually nodded. All right. After more than 20 minutes, the two finally reached the front of the line. Despite the gentle snowflakes drifting down, The amusement park was still bustling with visitors on that Saturday. Upon seeing the roller coaster soaring and diving through the air, Guin's complexion turned pale. It won't fall, will it? It won't, Su Taoyao assured earnestly. Okay. Guin feigned calmness, nodding. After a moment of inner conflict, he asked once more. It really won't fall, right? It won't. Su Taoyao raised her voice and repeated, Then, let us embark on this adventure. Could it be that Master Uncle harbors a fear of heights? After all, is it not a given that martial artists can traverse rooftops with ease? How could one hesitate at the thought of riding a roller coaster? No, do not speak such nonsense. Guin instinctively retorted, sensing that Su had seen through his thoughts. Yet, his tone lacked firmness, resembling more of a fade than genuine conviction. This trivial matter does not faze your master uncle in the slightest. Guin clasped his hands behind his back, tilting his head slightly as he spoke with an air of nonchalance. Consider me, Guin, having roamed the lands for decades. What storms have I not weathered? He mimicked the postures and intonations of the esteemed masters from ancient dramas, yet the deep blue hat perched upon his head rendered him, in the eyes of others, akin to a whimsical youth lost in the pages of a novel, amidst the peculiar gazes of onlookers. Su Taoyao stifled her laughter while guiding Guin to take their seats. She secured the safety harness for him and tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Dear Su. As Guin gazed at the twisting tracks that soared high and plunged downwards, a tremor of anxiety gripped him. It truly won't drop, will it? He posed this question for the third time, receiving the same unwavering reassurance in response. It won't drop. Noting his continued state of alarm, Su Taoyao raised an eyebrow and, in a gruff voice, exclaimed, Gu, dear maiden, do not be alarmed, for Brother Su is here to ensure your safety. Guin pressed his lips together, choosing to disregard the girl's teasing. Despite his firm belief in Xiao Su's words, the innate human fear of heights is not easily vanquished. The engine roared to life, and as he felt the thrust from the seat back, Guin instinctively shut his eyes tight. Soon, the sound of the wind howled in his ears, mingling with the piercing screams of others. Contrary to his expectations of dread, he felt an undercurrent of exhilaration. After a jolt, Guin noticed the roller coaster's speed began to wane, while the screams around him grew louder. He opened one eye, discovering that the roller coaster was suspended mid-air. With a cautious glance towards the ground, he beheld a sea of white snow. The amusement park below was teeming with people, resembling a swarm of colorful bees, densely packed and vibrant. Everyone appeared to have shrunk to a fraction of their original size. This novel experience enchanted him, leading him to ponder that the ancient notion of transcending to immortality must bear a striking resemblance to his own state at that moment. Xiao Su, Guin exclaimed excitedly, turning to see Su Taoyao with her eyes shut, unlike others who were screaming in terror, though her expression was somewhat grim. Xiao Su, he called softly again, but it seemed she could not hear him. Is Xiao Su frightened? Guin mused silently, only to be taken aback as Su Taoyao suddenly lifted her eyelids, her eyes wide with alarm. You are the one who is afraid. Su Taoyao suppressed a statement between her teeth, her voice exuding an unmistakable air of frailty. Ah! She suddenly shrieked. After a brief pause, the roller coaster, carrying dozens of tourists, plunged downward. The abrupt acceleration incited a wave of panic among the crowd. The girl, who had never experienced a roller coaster before, had initially believed she could maintain her composure throughout the ride. In reality, halfway up the ascent, the disorienting jolts had shattered her courage. Had it not been for the presence of Guin beside her, she would have surely cried out much earlier. At that moment, a more intense sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed Su Taoyao, and she could no longer contain herself, vocalizing her inner fears. Whoa, Guin. I should have known better than to let you trick me into riding this roller coaster. Guin. Silly Guin. It's all your fault. The girl's dark hair whipped wildly in the wind, and her fair, delicate face was contorted in distress. A glimmer of moisture appeared at the corners of her eyes. Whether tears or falling snow remained uncertain. Su, the embodiment of grievance, suddenly ceased her cries. Fear, compounded by the biting wind and snow, rendered her clenched fist icy cold. Just moments earlier, her hand had been enveloped by a warm, large palm. It was Guin, gently patting her. Su Taoyao was taken aback. As Guin's soothing voice reached her ears, Little Su, do not be afraid, your master is here. In that fleeting moment, all surrounding sounds vanished. Along with her fears, Guin's voice inexplicably instilled a sense of calm within her. The warmth of his palm gradually eased the rigid form of Su Taoyao. Much like turning on the heating in winter and waiting for the room to become cozy before shedding her outer garments and enveloping herself in the soft embrace of a quilt. It was a sense of security, enveloped in warmth and tenderness, that was palpably reassuring. She couldn't help but wonder if holding him tightly would intensify this feeling of safety. Abruptly, she berated herself. How could she be so undignified as to reminisce on such matters due to a single remark and a mere gesture from Guan? Shame on you. Su Taoyao, can't you have a bit of ambition? Isn't this beneath you? How could she possibly desire his physical presence? Yet, oh, how she longed to embrace him. The musings of the young girl were swiftly interrupted. Xiao Su. Su Taoyao opened her eyes to see Guan, his expression a mix of hesitation and awkwardness. What's the matter? She inquired. Could you? Guan awkwardly rubbed the back of his head. The roller coaster has stopped. Could you possibly let go of me? Let go? Following his gaze, Su Taoyao was astonished to discover that her hands had unknowingly wrapped around his arm, holding on tightly as if fearful he might withdraw. The girl opened her mouth, her face flushed. Chapter 34. The carousel and cotton candy embarrassment can be a fleeting moment. Yet the blush on the girl's cheeks is a hue she would never forget throughout her life. Guan had yet to read such a sentiment, but the vivid image of Su Taoyao's crimson face was already indelibly etched in his memory. I did not do it on purpose. It's nothing at all. I truly did not mean to hold your hand, Su Taoyao exclaimed, her face flushed as she reiterated her point. Meanwhile, Guan merely nodded, acknowledging her words. No, you do not understand. You must think I am taking advantage of you, the young girl retorted. No, but you do. I truly do not. Dare to argue back. I assert you do, and thus you do. Guan, bewildered, suddenly sensed an odd dissonance in the air. How peculiar. Men. Su Taoyao shot Guan a glare before striding directly towards the exit. Hey, Xiao Su. Guan hurried after her. It was my fault. What did you do wrong? I am at fault in every way. Among the throng of passers-by, only Guan and Su Taoyao stood out vividly. They continued to partake in various amusement rides, though they were all of a more leisurely nature. Guan was quite eager to try the pirate ship or the freefall tower. Yet Su Taoyao dismissed each suggestion with a firm refusal. The pirate ship swings back and forth. It is not as safe as a roller coaster, and one might easily fall. As for the freefall tower, it can induce nausea and lead to vomiting. The swinging pendulum and spinning chairs are equally perilous. Observing the throngs at the amusement rides, Guan could not help but inquire. But everyone seems to be having such a splendid time, don't they? Xiao Su, are you afraid? Nonsense, Su Taoyao retorted, as she pulled out her phone and casually searched for incidents involving amusement rides, clicking through a series of pixelated images. Once Guan had finished viewing them, she boldly declared, I would never deceive you. Guan nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Su was the most trustworthy person in the world to her, and would never lie. After a moment of hesitation, Guan ventured, how about we take another ride on the roller coaster? Not a chance. There are far more enjoyable attractions awaiting us. Su Taoyao replied with a dismissive huff. I'm taking you to the most delightful ride first. Really? Guan asked, puzzled. Wasn't the roller coaster supposed to be the most exhilarating? Oh, I must have misspoken. The carousel is actually the most delightful. The carousel? Could there possibly be a horse ranch here? Guan pondered, her expression shifting to one of excitement. Xiao Su, will I really get to ride a horse? What? Have you never ridden one before? Only seen them. Guan shook her head. At the temple, there's just a mule used for grinding grain. Seeing his eager anticipation, Su Taoyao nearly lost her composure, unable to suppress a smile. I assure you, you'll have an exhilarating ride. Really? Guan exclaimed, her eyes widening in disbelief. In his recollection, the price of a horse was far from affordable, and in the town below, few households could afford to keep one. Donkeys and mules were the possessions of the majority. I wouldn't deceive you. If I did, I would be akin to a puppy. Guan nodded, feeling a sense of impatience. When Su Taoyao had previously tried to entice him onto the roller coaster, she had used the same phrase. Guan genuinely found the roller coaster exhilarating, which led him to believe her once again when she repeated it. Su Taoyao guided Guan through the throngs of people. 15 minutes later, aboard the carousel, Guan clutched the pole, questioning the very essence of existence. He turned to Su Taoyao beside him and murmured, Little Su, weren't we supposed to ride horses? Unable to contain herself, Su Taoyao chuckled and retorted, aren't we riding right now? Guan opened his mouth to respond. But before he could articulate his thoughts, Su Taoyao interjected, isn't a wooden horse still a horse? Riding the carousel was both safe and leisurely. Dear Uncle Master, I implore you, please understand my heartfelt intentions. Guan wisely closed his mouth. After all, no matter how much he spoke, Su Taoyao would always find a way to articulate her reasoning. Sigh. Indeed, what difference does it make which horse one rides? Riding this carousel is quite comfortable. It sways gently and spins around. If one were to ride a real horse, it would be rather jarring. Guan, who had always been adaptable, once again appreciated the earnest intentions of Little Su. Little Su was truly too good to him. Guan was almost moved to tears. Having experienced the joy of the carousel, Guan gradually became enamored with it. Master Uncle, look at the camera. Upon hearing Su Taoyao's voice, Guan instinctively turned his head. Click. Guan, adorned with an elderly hat and riding the carousel, was captured in that moment. He bore no objections, even willingly posed for numerous shots with Su Taoyao. To him, as long as it pleased Little Su, he would indulge her whims. Cheese. The young girl lifted her phone, flashing a sweet smile at the screen, capturing their first photograph together. Time flew by swiftly. In the blink of an eye, dusk approached, transforming the sky and the scattered snow into hues of sunset. The two meandered through the park and arrived at a stall selling cotton candy. Master Uncle, would you like to try some? Su Taoyao suddenly inquired. Not really, Guan replied, shaking his head, for he was not fond of overly sweet treats. Moreover, just the day before, Old Su had shared an article on social media warning parents about the carcinogenic additives in street snacks. All right then. 3 minutes later, they remained in the same spot. Guan wished to leave, yet Su Taoyao insisted otherwise. The girl gazed longingly at the various cotton candies in the hands of passers-by. Her desire piqued. Master Uncle, do you not wish to know what cotton candy tastes like? Guan shook his head once more. Did I not just say I wasn't interested? Why does Little Su ask again? Su Taoyao tugged at Guan's sleeve, insisting, No, Master Uncle. You actually do want to taste it. I don't. Guan looked at her quizzically, momentarily unable to comprehend her meaning. Su Taoyao continued. You wish to indulge in cotton candy, particularly the delightful combination of strawberry and mango flavors. If strawberry and mango are unavailable, pineapple and blueberry would suffice. After observing the throng gathered around the cotton candy stall, Guan pondered for a moment and finally grasped Su Taoyao's intention. Oh, so it is that Little Su is craving a treat, yet feels shy to purchase it in front of a group of children, and thus wishes for my assistance. Very well, I shall oblige, for I am indeed her granduncle. As Guan approached the stall with determination, Su Taoyao's face lit up with joy. Humph. Guan has surprisingly caught on so quickly this time. Truly, my kindness towards him is well placed. After a brief interlude, Guan returned to Su Taoyao's side. Here you go, Little Su. Oh dear, granduncle, what are you doing? Su Taoyao replied with a bemused pout. It was clearly your desire that prompted the purchase. So why insist that I partake? She continued. Are you unaware that consuming cotton candy may lead to weight gain? Purchasing it without eating is merely a waste of money. However, since you have bought it, it would be best not to let it go to waste. Su Taoyao exaggeratedly performed her reluctance before ultimately accepting it with a hint of difficulty. Guan stood there, utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. Taking the cotton candy from his hands, the young girl settled onto a nearby bench. She took delicate bites, reveling in the sweetness, while Su Taoyao comfortably squinted her eyes in delight. With a playful gesture, she tore off a small piece and offered it to Guan's lips, saying, Here, have a taste. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped the two, casting a warm glow upon the snow, creating a picturesque scene. Chapter 35. Guan's photo album. In the evening, the amusement park was even more crowded than in the afternoon. Su Taoyao and Guan sat on a bench. One had just finished licking a cotton candy, while the other was preoccupied with the distant roller coaster, lost in thought. Perhaps due to wearing his hat for too long, Guan felt a bit overheated and decided to remove it. Xiao Su, shall we not head back? Guan inquired. Not yet. There are still activities at the amusement park tonight. Oh, feeling somewhat bored, Guan pulled out his phone and fiddled with it for a moment before opening the camera. He captured a picture of the crimson clouds at dusk, followed by 2 shots of the roller coaster and the Ferris wheel. After turning off the flash and shutter sound, he slyly took several candid shots of Su Taoyao, the little one licking the bamboo stick, another engrossed in her phone, one moment smiling joyfully, and the next furrowing her brow. There was even a shot of her discovering Guan's covert photography, her expression one of mock menace, as if to say, You are in trouble. Hand over the phone. Su Taoyao extended her palm, Her gaze locked onto the phone Guwen had concealed behind his back. Guwen resisted, stating, "Xiao Su, did you not tell Lao Su that phones are everyone's private space, and outsiders have no right to intrude? Is that so?" Su Taoyao's expression darkened. In the eyes of Shi Shuzu, am I merely an outsider? And no. As the topic of privacy surfaced, Guwen realized that taking candid shots was indeed a violation of another's privacy. Did he not? But you also. As he uttered the first few words, Guwen sensed a shift in Su's demeanor, which now held a hint of danger. He immediately halted, mentally completing the words he dared not voice. Clearly, you have a penchant for stealthily capturing my moments, snapping photos while I eat, while I nap after class, and even when I sit lost in thought. Upon hearing Guwen's murmurs, Su Taoyao's breath hitched. How could he possibly know? I have always been so cautious while taking those clandestine photos. How could I have been discovered? This shouldn't be happening. The young girl slightly parted her lips, her pearly teeth barely grazing her dewy lips. Su Taoyao felt both embarrassed and self-conscious. The covert acts she believed to be entirely discreet had, in fact, been detected by Guwen long ago. A whirlwind of emotions swiftly transformed into a faint blush on her cheeks, tinged with a hint of shyness. Regrettably, this shyness was quickly concealed by Su Taoyao. Remaining unnoticed by Guwen, "Quick, hand me your phone. I want to see if you've made me look unflattering." After a moment, Su Taoyao spoke again, her tone now laced with a playful charm. Guwen, exasperated, reluctantly surrendered his phone. Su Taoyao reached out to take it, only to find Guwen gripping the device tightly with 3 fingers. "Let go." Guwen released one finger, yet still held onto the phone. As Su Taoyao raised her hand to take a picture, Guwen finally relinquished his hold. "Humph." Grabbing the phone, Su Taoyao suddenly realized she did not know the unlocking password. "What is the password?" 11/11 Singles Day? Guwen shook his head. "It's the day I arrived here." Wrong. Guwen was certain he hadn't misremembered the date. "It's the very first day you, Guwen, laid eyes on me, Su Taoyao. Do you not recall?" The young girl pouted and shot him a glare. Guwen was perplexed by the distinction between the two statements. Was not the first day he traversed into this realm coincident with his first encounter with Xiao Su? Noticing Guwen's silence, Su Taoyao raised her arm and poked him. "Do you remember?" "I remember," Guwen nodded. "November 11th is the day I met Xiao Su." Upon hearing his response, Su Taoyao felt satisfied and proceeded to unlock her device by entering the password. The first thing she did was access the settings and locate the security and lock screen options. She clicked on fingerprint unlock and re-entered her numerical password, adding her fingerprint. The entire process was completed in no time. However, Guwen beside her was growing increasingly anxious. Why does Xiao Su need to record her fingerprint? She wouldn't be thinking of uninstalling the games on my phone, would she? I'm so nervous. I just secretly downloaded them last night and haven't even played yet. Fortunately, I cleverly hid all the games in a private space. Guwen silently commended himself. Unfortunately, his thoughts were entirely transparent to Su Taoyao. Humph. She had even learned this trick. Su Taoyao felt immensely pleased and soon discovered the games in the private space. Armored Warrior, Unmatched Combat, Armored Warrior, Battle of Dawn, Armored Warrior, Heroes Return, Armored Warrior 4, Mind Armor. As she gazed at these games, Su Taoyao suddenly felt a pang of anxiety. Recently, Guwen was discovered to be engrossed in video games. She had already seized his phone and meticulously uninstalled several games such as Ultraman Universe Heroes, Parkour Ultraman, and Ultraman Legendary Heroes. Although the Ultraman games were no longer present, a plethora of Armored Warriors games had taken their place. Playing these games could render one intellectually dull. Did he not realize this? Su Taoyao cast a glance at Guwen and, without hesitation, deleted all of these games, even going so far as to uninstall the App Store itself. However, prior to this removal, she had thoughtfully installed an app called Little Ape Search to gradually guide Guwen onto the righteous path of diligent study. As Su Taoyao continued to tap away at the screen, her expression fluctuated between various emotions. Sensing an ominous atmosphere, Guwen tentatively inquired, "Xiao Su, what are you doing? Have you finished looking at the photos?" Su Taoyao waved her hand dismissively. "Almost there, don't rush me." Reluctantly, she began to browse through the album. The collection of photographs on Guwen's phone was rather limited. He had captured numerous images of the sky, from the break of dawn to the twilight hours and onto the starry night. There were also scenes of clear blue skies, rain-soaked droplets, and landscapes blanketed in snow. Yet, amidst the over 100 photos, the predominant figure was her own image. There was Su Taoyao cleaning the classroom, Su Taoyao diligently working on exam papers. Su Taoyao gazing out at the scenery. Su Taoyao laughing with Chun Lan Lan. And Su Taoyao lost in thought, resting her chin on her hand. For reasons unknown. As Su Taoyao gazed upon these photographs, she felt that in Gu Wen's lens, she appeared to be quite different from her usual self. There seems to be an addition of something, yet simultaneously, it feels as though something is lacking. Master Uncle, Su Taoyao suddenly inquired. Why have you been secretly taking so many photographs of me? Oh, it's nothing much, came the reply. What do you mean it's nothing? You've captured so many images and still say it's nothing. Gu Wen blinked and explained, well, it was old Su who asked me to take them. Oh, the girl's expression fell once more. Chapter 36. Tea art appreciation class in front of a cotton candy stall. A girl adorned in a Lolita style passed by. Suddenly, she halted, gazing blankly at Gu Wen seated on a nearby bench. After a prolonged moment, she blushed and sent a message to her friend, Dandan. I ran into Gu Wen at the amusement park. Dandan replied, Gu Wen? The one whose combined scores in math, English, and science have yet to surpass his score in Chinese? Xianjiang. Yes, that very one. Dandan, what was his score in Chinese again? Xianjiang. I heard it was around 60 or 70. Dandan, is it really that low? But never mind, as long as he is handsome. Xianjiang. Indeed. Gu Wen is the most handsome. Dandan, quickly, go strike up a conversation and add him on WeChat. Xianjiang, do I really have to? Isnt it said that Su Taoyao likes him? I'm too timid. Dandan, what are you afraid of? In the face of love, those who hesitate shall lose. Xianjiang, but I genuinely feel intimidated. Su Taoyao is so much more beautiful than I am, and her grades are outstanding. I cannot compete with her. Eddie, don't be timid. All right, I will buy you a hoe. Dig with all your might, preferably unearthing the very foundation of her home. You have done this before, haven't you? Shi Yangyang, yes. I shall give it a try. Eddie, brave Yangyang, I shall always accompany you. Receiving encouragement from her best friend, Shi Yangyang produced a compact mirror from her small bag and meticulously touched up her makeup, reapplying her lipstick. After taking several deep breaths, she slowly approached Gu Wen. Suppressing her inner excitement, she first walked past Gu Wen, then halted, suddenly turning back. Good afternoon, Gu Wen. With a face full of delight, she greeted him. Gu Wen, confronted by the sudden appearance of the unfamiliar girl, remained wary and asked, Who are you? Shi Yangyang shyly smiled and softly replied, I am Shi Yangyang from class 7 upstairs. Previously, I delivered some chocolates to you. Gu Wen shook his head. It wasn't that he was heartless. It was simply that too many had sent him chocolates for him to remember. Seeing Gu Wen's reaction, Shi Yangyang's expression dimmed, and she felt a pang of disappointment. Yet, she quickly rallied her spirits, realizing it was never too late to introduce herself. Gu Wen, I am Shi Yangyang. Shi Yangyang, like Happy Goat. Gu Wen was perplexed, as was the girl, she as in bamboo mat, Yang as an ocean. Oh, Gu Wen responded, feeling a tinge of regret, thinking there might actually be someone named Happy Goat in the world. After a lengthy hesitation, the girl finally revealed the purpose of her visit. Gu Wen, could you give me a way to contact you? No. Gu Wen replied succinctly. The girl was taken aback, instinctively asking, why? Gu Wen regarded her with a puzzled expression but offered no response. Xiao Su had cautioned him repeatedly not to share his contact information with strangers. It is unsafe. Moreover, this person's attire was indeed peculiar, resembling that of women from foreign lands. One could not help but suspect ulterior motives. A phone number would suffice. I promise I won't disturb you, Gu Wen. I merely wish to add you as a friend and will not engage in anything else, I assure you. Faced with her persistent pleas, Gu Wen pondered for a moment and said, How about I give you my QQ number? Thank you, Gu Wen. Shi Yangyang exclaimed once more, eager to continue speaking, but suddenly halted as a figure emerged in her line of sight. Su Taoyao. Upon encountering that delicate and aloof visage, the girl felt a twinge of trepidation. Sensing the oppressive aura emanating from her, Shi Yangyang quietly lowered her head. Oh, isnt the Shi Yangyang. What is this? Are you daring to dig into my territory? Su Taoyao squinted, her tone laced with mockery. As if struck by fear, Shi Yangyang began to weep softly. Coincidentally, the angle at which the girl bowed her head allowed Gu Wen to glimpse her woeful, pitiful countenance. Dear Su, please do not misunderstand. I merely noticed that Gu Wen Gigi appeared somewhat lonely and wanted to extend a greeting. Upon finishing her words, she lifted her face, revealing 2 distinct trails of tears. How? Why did she suddenly start crying? When did I become her brother? Gu Wen found himself somewhat perplexed, glancing at Xiao Su, who mischievously winked at him, signaling him to remain silent, indicating that her presence sufficed. Guan reciprocated with a wink. Understood, understood. Guan has received Xiao Su's signal. Su Taoyao's spirits lifted slightly as she continued to watch the well-known green tea girl before her. Wu Su, please do not harbor any anger towards Guan Jiji. It is all my fault. I should not have approached him to converse. If you must vent your frustration, direct it towards me. After saying this, Shi Yangyang lowered her head, succumbing to another bout of sobbing. Yet, after a considerable time had passed, she had not heard either Guan or anyone else utter a word. Therefore, she cautiously lifted her gaze and was met with Su Taoyao's enigmatic smile and Guan's impassive expression. What's this? Has the performance concluded? Su Taoyao finally spoke. What performance? Shi Yangyang sniffled, wiping her tears as she replied. Su, while it's understandable that you may be upset, isn't it a tad inappropriate to resort to sarcasm? I am not being sarcastic at all. Su Taoyao's smile radiated brilliantly, her voice neither too soft nor too loud, as she remarked. I am merely conversing with a cup of green tea, while concurrently offering a lesson in green tea appreciation to a certain fool. Guan interjected. Can green tea truly engage in conversation? Surely, the fool to whom Xiao Su refers cannot be me? You. Shi Yangyang stuttered, turning to Guan with wide eyes, as if seeking solace from a friend after enduring a grave injustice. Guan, perplexed, wondered, why is this girl looking at me like that? We are hardly acquainted. Besides, Xiao Su appears to be utterly delighted. Where is the anger in that? Truly, this is quite peculiar. On one side stood Guan, who remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, while on the other loomed the imposing presence of Su Taoyao. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Yangyang ultimately chose to retreat in defeat. Xiao Su, what was that exuberance all about? Was she performing? Acting? Guan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What kind of performance was she putting on? Surely, it wasn't a hidden camera show or a prank on unsuspecting bystanders. Su Taoyao found herself utterly unable to comprehend Guan's train of thought. As Guan surveyed the surroundings, scratching her head, she realized there were no cameras in sight. Furthermore, her tone suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Guan snapped back to attention. Have I not told you countless times that you must not casually share your contact information with others? How could you consider giving that person your QQ? Are you still planning to chat with someone in the middle of the night? She chuckled. No, not at all, Guan confessed. She wanted my phone number, but I didn't provide it. However, when I refused, she wouldn't leave, so I had no choice but to give her my QQ number. Why give her your QQ number? Su Taoyao inquired, puzzled. Because in order to add me as a friend, she must first answer the question I set up. What question? What my phone number is. Su Taoyao was taken aback, but after a moment's reflection, she asked, what if she simply adds you as a friend? I would say my phone is dead, and I don't remember my number, only my QQ number. Su Taoyao fell silent, taken aback by Guan's unexpected cleverness. Chapter 37. Little Su's tears. Seeing Guan gradually becoming more astute, Su Taoyao felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, with Guan's naive disposition resembling that of a blank slate, one could easily foresee a scenario where another woman might take advantage of her, leaving her with nothing but a handful of red bills to purchase some tonic afterward. Then, Guan would cheerfully say, welcome to visit again. Su Taoyao shuddered at the thought and quickly dismissed the image from her mind. At 6 p.m, Su Taoyao and Guan hastily concluded their dinner at the amusement park. It was expensive and unappetizing. After finishing their meal, they resumed their leisurely stroll to aid digestion. The amusement park, cloaked in darkness, presented an entirely different visage. Under the deepening night, the park sparkled with lights everywhere. Gazing at the slowly rotating Ferris wheel in the distance, Su Taoyao felt a stir of emotions. Suddenly, her phone in her pocket vibrated twice. She glanced at the screen, her expression changing abruptly. Xiao Su? Guan, sensing the shift in the girl's demeanor, couldn't help but voice his concern. What's wrong? Su Taoyao fixed her gaze on him, took a deep breath, and endeavored to maintain a calm tone. Old Su has sustained some injuries and has been admitted to the hospital. Guan's eyes narrowed. Is it serious? Su Taoyao shook her head. It should be fine. They said he won't die. Guan replied. Let us go. We should catch a cab and visit him. All right. An hour later, the pair emerged from the taxi and entered the hospital. Although Su Taoyao's face betrayed no signs of panic, her steps quickened involuntarily, hurrying along. After inquiring about directions from the nurse at the counter, Guan followed Su Taoyao as they braved the light snowfall and navigated around a patch of grass to locate the inpatient department mentioned by the nurse. Ascending to the 5th floor via the elevator, they pushed open the door to the ward at the end of the corridor and finally beheld old Su. In the bed near the window, Su Guowei leaned against the headboard, quietly giving instructions to 2 young police officers who stood by his side. His square face retained its characteristic sternness, though it appeared somewhat pale at that moment, with stubble sprouting in uneven patches along his jawline. After concluding their conversation, the 2 young officers saluted old Su before turning to leave. Once they exited the ward, Su Taoyao led Guan to old Su's bedside, a cloud of worry casting a shadow over her features. Originally prepared to close his eyes and rest, old Su suddenly caught a glimpse of his daughter's face, causing him to shudder momentarily, and a fawning smile instantly spread across his features. "Ire," he said with feigned nonchalance, "what brings you here?" "What brings me here?" Su Taoyao replied, her expression stern, her delicate brows nearly converging into a single line. "I'll take one last look at you, and then I'll head straight to the printing shop at the community entrance to print a black and white photo of you to hang in the living room." Old Su, feeling somewhat awkward, rubbed his nose and remained silent. Although Su Taoyao's words conveyed no hint of respect towards him, old Su felt no sense of offense. After all, who would utter such hurtful remarks if they were not genuinely concerned? Moreover, the frost in her hair had yet to melt away. "I've told you countless times. At your age, you shouldn't be responding to calls for duty. With your old bones, even I can't overpower you, let alone expect you to apprehend criminals like others do. You could easily break a leg chasing after a fugitive. And that time you had your calf in a cast for 2 months. Even now, it aches whenever it rains. And remember when you were caught in the midst of a robbery and received a concussion that required hospitalization for several days?" As she spoke, Su Taoyao's emotions surged. "Do you truly wish to be bedridden before you reach retirement age? Su Guowei, you scoundrel." The young woman's voice trembled with restrained anger, her eyes gradually glistening with unshed tears. Beside them, Guan observed in astonishment. After nearly 2 months of acquaintance with Xiao Su, he had never witnessed Su Taoyao in such a disheveled state. However, he was quite familiar with the subsequent antics of old Su. All right, I am but a tortoise." Su Guowei patiently awaited his daughter's tantrum to subside before gently speaking. "Do not be angry, my dear. How can one compare with a tortoise?" With that, he made a comical face and flopped onto the bed, rolling over once more. Indeed, he grimaced, as if he had tugged at a wound. "Do not move. Lie still." Su Taoyao panicked, the tears that had been brimming in her eyes nearly spilling over. Quickly, she blinked and managed to suppress her tears. "What a shameful display. Where did you injure yourself this time?" Old Su chuckled nonchalantly. "Just a minor injury, merely a stab to the abdomen, which has already been treated." "You." The girl instinctively wanted to voice her concern again, but her heart ached too much to continue. Without further ado, she reached out and lifted old Su's hospital gown, revealing layer upon layer of gauze, her lips pressed into a tight line, speechless. "What about the perpetrator?" Su Taoyao inquired. "He ran. We have yet to apprehend him." Su Taoyao exhaled deeply, contemplating. "I'll go ask the doctor how severe your wound is." "Oh, it's not deep. The doctor assured me I would be discharged next week," old Su replied. "You dare?" Su Taoyao exclaimed, glaring at him. All right. I shall heed your wishes, my dear." Old Su softened and spoke again. "You should head back early. It's already quite late. If the snow gets heavier, it will be difficult to walk." He interrupted the girl, continuing, "As you can see, the hospital has no available beds for you to rest, and it isn't far from home. You can come back tomorrow morning." Su Taoyao pondered silently for a moment before nodding in agreement. After chatting with old Su for a while longer, she and Guan prepared to leave for home. Before departing, Su Taoyao couldn't help but nag once more. "If you get hungry tonight, just order something for yourself. Make sure to do that. If your wound still hurts a lot, let the nurse give you a painkiller. I'm not afraid of pain." All right. I will definitely do as you say. What do you want to eat tomorrow? I'll buy it for you. I love everything that Ire buys." Then I'll head back first. Be careful on your way, and remember to send me a message when you get home." "You talk too much," Su Taoyao complained. At 10 o'clock, the two left the ward and walked to the entrance of the inpatient department. Snow began to fall heavily from the sky, and the branches of the trees on either side of the lawn were adorned with a layer of silver. Su Taoyao gazed at the dim night, tears unconsciously streaming down her cheeks. Choking back sobs, she asked, "Master Uncle, do you think old Su is foolish?" "Not really." Guan hesitated. In Su Taoyao's eyes, Old Su did indeed seem somewhat silly. During this period, as Old Su managed the various affairs of the household, Guan could keenly perceive his wisdom. He is foolish, more foolish than you, to leap into a frigid river in the dead of winter to rescue 2 drowning children, nearly losing his own life in the process. For the sake of an elderly woman in the community who had been robbed, he chased the thief through 3 streets, only to be struck by a small truck running a red light while crossing the road. Fearing for the inexperience of the young officers at the station, he always rushed to the forefront whenever a case arose, engaging in the fiercest battles with criminals. Is he not foolish? Su Tao crouched down, burying her face in her hands and weeping. Guan was at a loss for how to console her, so he simply crouched down in front of Su Taoyao. The snow outside swirled in, and he reached out without hesitation, gently ruffling her hair. Little Su had once said that when a girl is upset, a boy should gently touch her head. It should not be forceful, lest it mess up her hair. Silence is essential, as well as refraining from stealing glances, for a girl's tears are precious. The snow fell more heavily. Guan, with his tuft of white hair, silently observed the young girl, feeling a pang of sympathy. Chapter 38. Guan's unease in the deep of night. With heavy snow blanketing the world, the vast hospital remained devoid of tranquility. An ambulance, flashing red lights, arrived with its siren wailing, followed by the hurried footsteps of doctors and nurses. Having wept to her heart's content, Su Taoyao walked ahead with her hands in her pockets, a cloud of gloom surrounding her. Guan followed closely behind and inquired, Little Su, do you feel any better? Better? Su Taoyao paused, biting her red lip with her pearly teeth. I am not even unwell. But didn't you just cry? Crying, you say? Which of my eyes did you see shedding tears? Guan pondered for a moment. Indeed, he had not witnessed Xiao Su weeping, yet he had heard her sobs. When he turned to look, he found that the young girl had already walked away. Guan hastened after her. Hey, Xiao Su, slow down, you might fall. By the time the two returned home, it was quite late. They hurriedly washed up and retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Su Taoyao found it difficult to fall asleep, her mind consumed with worry for Old Su's injuries. Guan felt similarly troubled, reflecting on the words Su Taoyao had spoken earlier, deeply moved. A person like Old Su must surely embody the chivalrous ideals spoken of by their master. A night passed in silence. At the break of dawn, Su Taoyao pulled Guan out of bed. Their first stop was the market, where they procured a wild black fish and a soft-shelled turtle, followed by an old duck. They found a reputable old restaurant to prepare a nourishing soup for Old Su, compensating the chef for his assistance. The two busied themselves throughout the morning. At noon, when Old Su finally saw the duo, the smile on his face appeared rather strained. Su Taoyao set down the thermos she was holding and took the 2 containers that Guan carried, opening them one by one on the bedside table. This is a bit excessive, isn't it? Old Su remarked, touching his forehead and gazing at the 3 bowls of creamy white soup, bemused. Excessive? When injured, one ought to replenish their strength. Su Taoyao handed him the utensils, insisting he finish every drop, declaring that even if he couldn't eat the meat, he must drink all the soup. Old Su feigned a smile and took the spoon to drink heartily. Beside him, Guan watched with longing and couldn't help but let out a burp. The 3 small pots of stew had filled 3 thermal containers, with the remainder nearly consumed by Guan. Under the gaze of his daughter, Old Su felt deeply moved as he finished every last drop of the soup. Was it delicious? Indeed, it was. That's wonderful. Su Taoyao nodded in satisfaction and added, there will be more every day. More every day. Old Su was astonished. I've arranged with the restaurant owner to send you a pot of stew daily. Old Su was overwhelmed with emotion. He truly wasn't accustomed to such indulgence. The two lingered until the afternoon before leaving. As they stepped out of the hospital, Guan suddenly halted and turned back, her expression filled with suspicion. What's wrong? Su Taoyao inquired. It's nothing. Guan shook her head, but the unease in her heart remained. It wasn't just a figment of her imagination. She felt as though someone had been trailing them from the corridor of the ward to the hospital entrance. Let us go. It's time to return and do our homework, Su Taoyao urged. All right. The afternoon unfolded in its usual tranquility. By evening, a light drizzle began to fall, and the chill in the air intensified. Throughout the afternoon, Guan felt restless, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Ding dong. Su Taoyao glanced at her screen and murmured, the delivery has finally arrived. A delivery? Guan looked up. Should I go fetch it? I'll go myself. Su Taoyao pointed to a stack of papers on the table and suggested, perhaps you should prioritize completing this weekend's assignments. After speaking, She took an umbrella and stepped outside. The living room fell into a serene silence. Guin sat for a moment, feeling a lingering unease. He glanced at the glass window, now adorned with cascading raindrops. The rain had intensified. Changing into his shoes, he opted not to take an umbrella. Upon noticing the elevator had just ascended to the 11th floor, Guin's anxiety deepened. He dashed towards the stairwell, descending 10 flights in one breath, his breathing becoming increasingly labored. The sound of rain continued to patter relentlessly. Guin burst forth into the downpour. The Community-S Express delivery station was situated beside the charging station of Building 3, run by a middle-aged couple. A considerable distance from Building 10, Su Taoyao, cradling a package, appeared to be in high spirits. After exchanging pleasantries with the busy couple, she was about to step outside when she caught sight of the breathless Guin soaked from head to toe. His long hair cascaded down his back, droplets of rain trickling from the tips. "Su, are you all right?" he inquired hastily. "I'm perfectly fine," Su Taoyao replied, puzzled by Guin's sudden concern. "Why do you look so pale?" She re-entered the station and requested a clean towel from the couple, handing it to Guin. "You really should have taken an umbrella instead of rushing down like this." Guin dried his hair, casting another worried glance at Su Taoyao. "Su, are you truly okay?" "Of course, I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong with me?" She cast a reproachful glance at Guin, saying, "And you, foolishly going downstairs in the rain. Are you planning to visit old Su at the hospital?" Guin rubbed the back of his head, assuring her, "It's fine. Really, everything's all right." "What exactly is wrong with you?" she pressed, sensing a hint of anxiety beneath his calm facade. Guin smiled, responding lightly, just a bit anxious inside. Su Taoyao rolled her eyes, then remarked, "Can you even dry your hair properly?" With that, she snatched the towel from him, instructing Guin to crouch down while she took the liberty of drying his hair. At the entrance of the delivery station, the girl patiently worked on Guin's hair until it stood on end. Only then did Su Taoyao cease her efforts. Hee. A soft giggle from behind caught Guin's attention, prompting him to turn and gaze at her. Perhaps it was the darkness that made her delicate features appear almost luminous. "What are you laughing at, Xiao Su?" he inquired. "I'm not laughing, ha," she retorted. "You are laughing. I'm not." Seeing Su Taoyao's insistence, Guin decided not to dwell on it further. To him, he preferred the joyful Xiao Su, rather than the tearful one from the previous night. "Xiao Su, you must be happy every day," he thought to himself, catching his silent sentiment. Su Taoyao felt her cheeks flush, concealing her smile deep within. She affectionately ruffled Guin's hair, admonishing, "Next time, don't go out in the rain, understand?" "All right." Guin nodded. Su Taoyao returned the towel and expressed her gratitude to the couple. "Let us go? We should head home now." Guin took the umbrella from Su Taoyao's hands and opened it. On a rainy day, the community appeared deserted. Two figures ambled down the path, their footsteps accompanied by the gentle ripples of rainwater at their feet. Unbeknownst to them, a silhouette clad in a raincoat trailed behind, a glimmer of cold light faintly discernible in hand. Chapter 39. The menace of a rainy night. Guin held an umbrella, engrossed in Xiao Su's narrative about the couple who ran a small courier station. They had migrated to the city for work, investing their savings into this venture, laboring diligently day by day, and gradually improving their circumstances. The conversation then meandered to other trivialities within the community, a neighbor's pet dog defecating at another's doorstep, an elderly lady embarking on a twilight romance with the gentleman across the hall, a mischievous child engaging in a brawl that resulted in a lost tooth. These ordinary tales captivated Guin. The mundane intricacies of daily life unveiled the truest essence of humanity. As they strolled, the figure behind them persistently followed, maintaining a measured distance. He was observant, seeking the opportune moment to strike. The man seemed well acquainted with the layout of the Community's surveillance cameras, lowering his head and pulling his raincoat hood over his face whenever he approached a monitored area, ensuring his identity remained concealed. He resembled a patient hunter, unhurriedly tracking his quarry. With every precaution taken to avoid detection, he stealthily followed, awaiting the perfect terrain to launch a swift, lethal assault. Raindrops cascaded from the heavens, forming curtains of water. Rooftops, windows, vehicles, pavements, and tree trunks were all pelted by the relentless downpour. The sound of rain was incessant, a cacophony that filled the air. In such an environment, the footsteps of the man in the raincoat are hardly discernible, unless one makes a deliberate effort to distinguish. The average person would find it nearly impossible to determine whether the sound is that of the rain or footsteps. Guin and his companion traversed the small square adorned with play equipment for children, situated between two residential buildings. The alleyway ahead is not particularly narrow, allowing two individuals to walk side by side with ample space. Just as they are about to turn into the alley, a dangerous smirk appears at the corner of the raincoat man's lips, and he quickens his pace slightly. He gradually closes the distance to Guin, drawing ever nearer. The ground of the alley is uneven, strewn with numerous pebbles, and in the corners, patches of moss can be seen. The alley, deprived of sufficient sunlight for years, is permeated with a faint musty odor, combined with the scent of actinomycetes wafting up from the soil after the rain. It melds into an exceedingly peculiar aroma that is quite unpleasant. Guin furrows his brow, a sense of unease welling up within him once more. "Xiao Su," Guin calls out. "What's wrong?" Su Taoyao glances at Guin, sensing that something has been amiss since earlier. Guin begins to utter a word, but suddenly stops short, a chilling sensation rapidly spreading from his tailbone to the crown of his head. Instinctively, he pushes Su Taoyao aside and swiftly turns to evade. A gleaming dagger pierces through the curtain of rain, narrowly missing Guin. A ripping sound follows, the sound of his down jacket being slashed. Guin bites his lip, warily observing the man in the raincoat before him. The individual is not tall, indeed rather short, standing at about 1.5 meters. He appears somewhat gaunt, yet his arms extend beyond his knees. The dagger, moments ago, now danced in his left hand like a butterfly. With his head bowed, Guin could not discern the features of the newcomer, only perceiving the uneven stubble along the man's jawline. As for Su Taoyao, after a brief moment of shock, she swiftly regained her composure. She took a few cautious steps backward, maintaining a safe distance. Su Taoyao understood that at this moment, she must not behave like the heroines of melodramatic tales, weeping and wailing, thereby disturbing Guin's focus. She simply lamented not having brought her phone on this outing. Otherwise, she could have swiftly dialed for help. "Master, I shall go to the security office to borrow a phone and call the police. Be careful." With that, the young woman decisively turned and fled. Guin nodded, his expression remaining grave. Despite over a decade of martial training, he dared not underestimate the man before him, who wielded the dagger with such skill. Had he not sensed the impending danger, he might now bear a fatal wound. "Who are you? What is your purpose?" Guin's voice was low, his body gradually tensing. He sensed a faint yet palpable aura of menace emanating from the man, a violent and bloody presence. "Hey." The lean man smirked darkly, seemingly mocking. "I am he who bears the name Su Guowei's father." Hearing the man's croaky voice, Guin's brow furrowed. "Was it you who inflicted the wound on old Su?" If it weren't for another officer firing a shot, that wound would surely have pierced his heart, the man replied, finally lifting his head. "Meddling nature, I shall meddle today, so he may experience the exquisite agony of losing his offspring." With bloodshot, lifeless eyes, a scar stretching from his right temple to the base of his left ear, a cleft lip, and a collapsed nasal bridge, Guin instantly recognized the ferocious visage. He had seen this face before. In recent days, old Su had shown him over a dozen photos of wanted criminals, urging him and Su Taoyao to be vigilant when going out, lest they encounter danger unaware. Skinny Monkey, a wanted felon who committed 3 homicides and then fled to this city? Guin inquired, his countenance growing colder. "Huh, even a whelp like you knows my name?" The man chuckled, somewhat smugly. "Nay." Guin shook his head. "Your hideous face is simply too unforgettable." "You." Skinny Monkey fumed, his eyes twitching incessantly, his features contorting. "Damn it." With a roar, Skinny Monkey pushed off the ground with his right foot, lunging forward. Clutching the dagger tightly, he flashed before Guin and slashed, aiming to slit his throat. Forewarned, Guin leaned back as Skinny Monkey raised his hand. Evading the dagger, Guin swiftly raised his foot, delivering a sharp kick to Skinny Monkey's armpit. Clang! Skinny Monkey's arm went numb, and the dagger clattered to the ground. Having already been outmaneuvered, Skinny Monkey's face darkened, his innate ferocity spiraling out of control. He gritted his teeth, rolled onto the ground, and retrieved the dagger. Even though he was filled with trepidation, the lean monkey stood his ground against Guin. With a heavy stomp of his feet, he launched another surprise attack, gripping the dagger firmly in his hand. He approached Guin and raised his arm, aiming for the vital points of the human body: eyes, throat, abdomen, and groin. The atmosphere of murderous intent thickened in the rain-soaked night. Guin evaded continuously, occasionally splashing through puddles that sent droplets flying. These droplets were soon absorbed by the relentless rain, merging into the gray puddles on the ground. Beneath the curtain of rain, the tension in the alley escalated. One party struggled to gain the upper hand, while the other maneuvered deftly. Neither could secure a decisive advantage. As Guin remained ever wary of the dagger, he gradually found himself cornered against the wall. Clang, clang, clang. The dagger pierced the wall, creating small indentations. In a moment of inattention, Guin felt a sharp cut across the back of his hand. Dark red blood dripped from his fingertips, causing a slight crimson ripple on the surface of the water, which was quickly washed away by the rain until it faded into obscurity. Chapter 40. By the way, do you believe in light? The searing pain on his hand heightened the wariness etched on Guin's face. Despite his relentless attempts to evade, he had still sustained an injury. He couldn't help but worry. Had Xiaosu called the police? Throughout the 3 or 4 minutes of confrontation, he had been striving to buy time, hoping that Xiaosu would arrive with the police to surround this vicious fugitive and bring him to justice. Guin's master had once said, "Eradicate evil without exception." During a casual conversation, Lao Tzu once imparted a profound thought. If you find yourself witnessing a tragedy unfold before your eyes, you must, within the bounds of your capabilities, do everything within your power to either halt the tragedy or mitigate its adverse consequences. Similarly, if you are aware that at some future moment, in a specific location, such a tragedy will occur, you must strive with all your might to prevent it. This is not an overflow of compassion, nor is it a display of a savior complex. It is merely the responsibility of a man. Guin did not fully comprehend this statement at the time, yet his actions in that moment were entirely in accordance with those words. The reason was quite simple. He had wounded Lao Tzu, and he had also expressed a desire to kill Xiaosu. The very thought sharpened Guin's gaze. With a swift motion, the dagger sliced through the air, producing a faint sound of cutting through the void. A glint of cold light reflected in Guin's pupils, magnifying in intensity. He leaped, narrowly evading the attack from the emaciated figure known as the Thin Monkey, pressing against the wall. After the missed strike, the Thin Monkey, exhausted and panting heavily, bore a pallid complexion. On this cold and damp rainy day, the air he inhaled felt like blades slicing through his lungs, one after another. A sense of retreat began to germinate in the Thin Monkey's mind. This long-haired youth was as slippery as a monkey. Taking a deep breath, the Thin Monkey thrust the dagger directly at Guin, intending to seize the opportunity to escape down the alley amidst his evasion. After infiltrating the hospital the previous night, he had unwittingly discovered that Su Guowei had a pair of children, which sowed the seeds of malice in his heart. From the break of dawn, he stationed himself at the entrance of the community, following Guin and his companion from early morning. Subsequently, he devoted an entire afternoon to meticulously noting the locations of the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the area, familiarizing himself with several convenient escape routes in preparation for a hasty retreat. A criminal capable of committing multiple homicides and fleeing to other provinces is certainly not a simple adversary. Just as the Lean Monkey anticipated, Guin deftly evaded a straightforward thrust. The Lean Monkey's face lit up with joy, but in the next instant, that expression was wholly replaced by terror. Guin astutely sensed that the Lean Monkey had restrained his force during the attack, suspecting that he might have further intentions, and remained on high alert. Just as the Lean Monkey missed his strike with the dagger, Guin swiftly seized his wrist, twisting it forcefully, causing the dagger to clatter to the ground once more. Realizing that Guin had a firm grip on his wrist, the Lean Monkey felt a surge of impatience. He lowered his center of gravity and lunged towards Guin in an attempt to break free. However, Guin, who had finally seized the opportunity, was not one to let it slip away. He bent his knee, targeting the Lean Monkey's lower body, delivering a powerful kick. With a thud, the Lean Monkey lost his balance and fell flat on the ground, struggling to rise with one hand propped on the ground. The weight on his chest forced him back down. He glared at Guin, who was pressing down on him while gripping one of his arms, and threatened, "Kid, think carefully. Leave a way out for yourself, lest you face retribution later." Guin remained expressionless, applying additional pressure with both his hands and feet to ensure that the Lean Monkey could not escape. Witnessing the youth's demeanor, the Thin Monkey could no longer maintain his composure. His heart was a tumultuous blend of raging fury and uncontrollable panic. If he were truly taken to the police station, the weight of the lives he carried would be more than enough to warrant his demise. "Young man, if you spare me today, I shall surely repay you handsomely in the future," the Thin Monkey began to plead. Guin merely cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining unresponsive. "Truly, young man, I am not deceiving you, I swear. If you let me go, by next week, No, tomorrow, should you release me, I shall provide you with a considerable sum of money. Yet, Guin continued to remain indifferent. Money. How substantial could a considerable sum be? It likely pales in comparison to Xiao Su's modest treasury. Last time, Xiao Su discreetly revealed to me that her account contained numerous digits, excluding the decimal. There were 8 digits, the first of which was a 9. Observing Guin's unwavering demeanor, the thin monkey erupted into a frenzied tirade, cursing vehemently. Damn it! After a cathartic outburst, the thin monkey grew weary. He once again succumbed to desperation, pleading, I beg you, spare me. I implore you. After listening to his entreaties for a considerable time, Guin opened his mouth, words poised on the tip of his tongue, yet hesitated, his expression fraught with uncertainty. Noticing the change in Guin, the thin monkey felt a surge of joy and even altered his address for Guin. Young sir, feel free to speak your mind. I assure you, whatever you say, I shall fulfill. Really? Guin blinked, his tone tinged with excitement. Indeed. The thin monkey nodded vigorously. Then, Guin began. Hesitating momentarily, the thin monkey promptly urged, Young sir, do not hold back. Am I to proceed, then? Guin inquired. Speak, came the emphatic reply. Could you utter the words, spare my life, kind sir, spare my life. I have an elderly mother with poor vision and a 3-year-old child who is mentally impaired, Guin tentatively suggested. The thin monkey fell into a brief silence. If I say it, will you truly allow me to leave? Not at all. Guin shook his head, exuding a sense of righteousness. I am no fool. A captured villain must undoubtedly be handed over to the authorities. Then why do you wish for me to utter those words? Do you intend to toy with me? The thin monkey's tone reverted to its former menace. Guin's gaze turned peculiar. No one wishes to toy with you. You are simply too unappealing for anyone to take interest. The thin monkey inhaled deeply, only to be choked by the rainwater. He shut his eyes tightly. Resigned to his fate, Guin added, I merely seek to experience the sentiment of those officers in dramas, feeling the thrill when they hear criminals beg for mercy with their nonsensical pleas. Ultimately, the thin monkey could not suppress a curse. You must have some grand scheme in mind. After a while, the wail of sirens drew nearer, and Guin's demeanor relaxed somewhat. After more than 10 minutes, the frail monkey was handcuffed with silver bracelets and was about to be escorted to the police car when Guin called out to him. Do you believe in light? Chapter 41. An anxious Guin in the rain gradually diminished before vanishing entirely, taking with it the dark clouds from the night sky. The radiant moon emerged, hanging delicately in a corner of the heavens, in front of the entrance to the Flip Garden community. Guin and Su Taoyao seized the opportunity to return home before the curious onlookers could block the entrance. The officers on duty that night were familiar colleagues of old Su, who were well acquainted with his beloved daughter. They kindly suggested the two return home to rest, advising them to visit the police station next week to complete the necessary paperwork. Despite the unexpected turn of events that evening, Guin felt little turmoil within. Rather, he experienced a tinge of excitement, as he believed he had acted heroically. In contrast, Su Taoyao, who had been forcing herself to remain calm amidst the crowd, now found herself engulfed in anxiety. No matter how mature or opinionated she appeared in daily life, she was still a young girl sheltered in an ivory tower. Encountering a scene reminiscent of those found only in dramas and novels inevitably instilled fear within her. Throughout their journey home, Su Taoyao kept her head down, saying nothing, and remained close to Guin's side, yearning to seek comfort in his embrace. However, her shyness prevented her from expressing such an intimate gesture. The tension she had been holding in suddenly dissipated, leaving her heart and body feeling weak and vulnerable, her face reflecting lingering trepidation. At the slightest disturbance, she would be startled, quietly clutching Guin's arm, flustered like a fawn lost in the depths of the forest. Her eyes shimmered, and her nose glistened with dew like pearls. Once she regained her composure, she discreetly released her grip, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Upon returning home, Su Taoyao reclined on the sofa, vaguely hearing Guin utter a few words. In a daze, she nodded in response. When the sound of water ceased in the bathroom, Guin indulged in a refreshing hot shower and tended to the wound on his hand. Fortunately, the injury was not too severe. He merely applied some iodine and wrapped it with gauze. He changed into the sweater and plush pants that Xiao Su had bought for him, a delightful shade of pink, also ensuring the wound was well concealed to prevent Xiao Su from noticing. Emerging from the bathroom, Guin found Su Taoyao still resting on the sofa. Approaching her, he noticed that she had fallen asleep, yet her brow was furrowed. Assuming the air conditioning was set too low, He picked up the remote and raised the temperature a few degrees. He crouched down before the sofa, gazing at Su Taoyao in a daze. The reason for his actions eluded him. It was not driven by any impure thoughts or ulterior motives. He simply wished to behold her. Her visage invariably bestowed upon him an unprecedented tranquility and acceptance. Her skin surpassed the purity of snow, and her features exuded an aura of coolness. Su Taoyao's beauty was not that of youthful sweetness, but rather possessed a mature allure reminiscent of a woman in her 20s, concealing an icy demeanor that kept others at bay. Had Guan been an internet aficionado for over 3 years, he might have recognized that Xiao Su's appearance epitomized a commanding presence, striking yet distant. Though her brows are slender, upon closer inspection, one can discern a sharpness to them. Her delicate, upright nose complements her moist, crystalline lips. The upper lip is slightly thinner, while the lower lip is plump enough to evoke an urge to touch. Yet, at this moment, her lips lack color, adding an air of fragility to her demeanor. Guan rarely observed such vulnerability in Su Taoyao. It seemed she was lost in a dream once more, her brows furrowing even tighter. Guan raised a finger, hesitated briefly, and then placed it upon her brow, gently stroking from the center outward, attempting to smooth her furrowed brows. Suddenly, he felt a warmth flush over his face, perhaps due to the breath escaping from Su's nose, brushing against his wrist, tingling and warm, which in turn made his face grow warm. His fingers continued to traverse between her brows. Guan was somewhat stubborn. He simply wished to help her relax her furrowed brow. Su Taoyao was equally obstinate, determined to maintain her frown. They remained in this stalemate for a while. With a sigh of exasperation, Guan, feeling awkward, prepared to withdraw his hand. However, just as he was about to retract it, Su Taoyao, lounging on the sofa, turned onto her side. As her body shifted, her arm deftly encircled Guan's arm, pulling him closer. In that moment, Guan's large hand was transformed into a pillow beneath her face. Instantly, he felt a surge of tension. He had just worried that Su Taoyao might awaken due to his previous reluctance, yet he allowed her to tug his arm. In that fleeting thought, Guan stumbled slightly, his body leaning forward. At that moment, their faces were mere inches apart. Guan could discern the fine, translucent fuzz on her face, and he observed her dense eyelashes fluttering gently with each breath. He could even see the capillaries beneath her skin, reminiscent of the subtle patterns on a porcelain surface. It was breathtaking, causing his heart to race. If only I could lean in a little closer, it seems I could kiss Xiao Su. This sudden thought startled Guan profoundly. What am I thinking? He found it hard to believe that such a notion could cross his mind. It must be that I haven't been diligent in my studies lately. My master's spirit is surely displeased. He silently recited a calming mantra in his mind, and gradually, he managed to regain his composure. He took a deep breath and began to withdraw his palm at an excruciatingly slow pace. His heartbeat quickened with trepidation. What if Xiao Su were to wake suddenly? He feared he would be branded as a shameless rogue. Fortunately, Su Taoyao appeared to be in a deep slumber, oblivious to the pillow slowly fading beneath her face. Guan exhaled in relief, for most of his palm had already retreated, leaving only the tips of his fingers. His movements became even more delicate. Suddenly, the air conditioner emitted a loud noise, the sound cutting through the stillness of the living room with an almost jarring intensity. Guan's scalp tingled with alarm. This is bad. Such a loud noise. Xiao Su is bound to wake up. My entire reputation is about to be utterly ruined. Stiffening his body, Guan dared not make a single move. He fixed his gaze intently on Su Taoyao's face, noticing her eyelashes fluttering as if she were about to awaken at any moment. Guan felt a wave of panic wash over him, imagining a large, red-glowing warning sign hovering above his head. Swallowing hard, he felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He could already envision how Su would react. First, she would scold him vehemently, then confiscate his phone and deny him any food. If her anger escalated, she might even evict him from her home or, worse yet, call the police, leading to handcuffs and a trip to the station for a chat. Guan's pupils dulled, devoid of light. He waited in silence, only to discover that Su Taoyao had not stirred. A flicker of hope ignited within him, summoning his courage. He fixed his gaze on Su Taoyao while slowly retracting his hand. Success! Guan hurriedly rose, tiptoeing back to his room. He exhaled sharply as he gently closed the door, catching his breath. After a moment, he opened his palm and lowered his gaze, his complexion even more flushed than before. The delicate sensation of Su Taoyao's smooth skin lingered on his fingertips, accompanied by the faint scent of osmanthus. In the living room, Su Taoyao on the sofa opened her eyes, her charming face also flushed with warmth. It was a blend of shyness and delight. Silly boy. Chapter 42. Are you polite? Weekends are always fleeting. Despite having accomplished little, the 2 days vanish in an instant. Guan has always believed that weekend time operates at an accelerated pace. At 11:30, he remained in the living room, fervently transcribing his homework. When copying multiple-choice questions, one should first circle a few keywords in the questions, feigning a diligent examination of the material. Then, among the 4 options, one can strike out 2 choices, signifying the elimination of erroneous answers. While filling in the answers, one may selectively revise multiple times, initially selecting A, then crossing it out, opting for C, only to strike that out as well, ultimately reverting to A. After this meticulous refinement, the teacher will perceive one as particularly earnest upon reviewing the exam paper. Regarding fill-in-the-blank questions, it is also essential to underline key phrases for the initial few. One can directly transcribe the correct answers, while for the last 2 or 3 challenging ones, slight alterations should be made to ensure a significant divergence from the correct responses. As for the most difficult final fill-in-the-blank question, it is best left blank. The crucial point is that the number of incorrect answers must greatly exceed the correct ones, reflecting both one's genuine capabilities and an earnest attitude. Guan has developed insights on how to avoid detection by the teacher when grading weekend assignments. If given a choice, he would certainly not opt for such a method. However, to tackle high school questions with his knowledge level from the 5th and 6th grades is truly a fanciful notion. As Su Taoyao would say, what ill intentions could Guan possibly harbor? He is merely innocently foolish. Around 2 or 3 o'clock, Guan finally organized the entire exam paper, then retreated to his room and fell asleep immediately. The night passed without incident. The morning alarm rang punctually. Instinctively, Guan performed a leap from his bed, got dressed in his school uniform, and conducted a brief wash-up. With dark circles under his eyes, he grabbed an umbrella and followed Su Taoyao out the door. The persistent drizzle enveloped the morning. The sky was gloomy, resembling the depths of night. The air was damp and chilly, the cold penetrating to the bone. Su Taoyao's half-hidden face was enveloped by her scarf, while atop her head rested a woolen hat adorned with a small pom-pom, revealing only her pair of clear, sparkling eyes. Beside her, Guan held an umbrella, his face alight with a warm smile. He glanced at the light, gray gloves adorning his hands, which were embroidered with designs he particularly cherished. The thumb featured the Flame Dragon Knight, and the index bore the Wind Eagle Knight. All 5 warriors from the first installment were intricately stitched upon them. Little Su, these gloves are truly warm, he remarked. As long as they keep you warm. Su Taoyao's voice was somewhat muffled through the scarf. Thank you, Little Su. Guan reiterated a phrase he had uttered countless times before. You're welcome, she replied, her eyes squinting in a gentle smile. Su Taoyao's response remained unchanged, yet the adoration woven within it had deepened to a level she could not fully fathom. These gloves were a special commission from a skilled embroiderer, a gift she had intended for Guan for Christmas. However, due to logistical issues, the delivery had been delayed for several days. Yet, witnessing Guan's delight, a smile blossomed on her lips, concealed by the scarf. The two boarded the bus, swaying along the bumpy ride until they reached the school. The streets were filled with students wielding umbrellas, rendering the rainy school day somewhat crowded, umbrellas jostling against one another in a myriad of colors. Upon disembarking, Su Taoyao once again felt the omnipresent chill in the air, shivering slightly. She tightened her scarf and walked alongside Guan. After 2 consecutive days of rain, the accumulated snow had been washed away nearly entirely. The once snow-clad exterior has shed its white garment, leaving the greenery flanking the road stripped to bare branches, exuding a certain desolation. Yet, as one ventures a little further, the scenery brightens once more. In a lawn directly opposite the teaching building, a cluster of over a dozen blossoming plum trees stands resplendent. Amidst the monotonous backdrop, the vibrant crimson blossoms emerge as the sole brilliance within the entire campus. Upon entering the teaching building, Guan tucked away her umbrella, shaking off the droplets of rain that clung to its surface, and gazed dreamily at the clusters of plum flowers. In the courtyard of the Taoist temple, an ancient plum tree stands as well, one that was planted by Guan's revered master. Each winter, it blooms with fragrant flowers amidst the chill, showcasing a stunning spectacle. This venerable plum tree is far more robust than the ones before her, its blossoms even richer in hue. We should head back to the classroom. It's your turn for duty this morning, Su Taoyao urged, tugging at Gu Wen's sleeve as she admired the plums. Oh right. Gu Wen snapped back to reality, clutching her umbrella as she followed the girl towards the classroom. Upon their arrival, they found the classroom still sparsely populated, yet they encountered Chen Lanlan. Tao Tao. Upon seeing Su Taoyao, the blue-haired girl immediately brightened. Su Taoyao ignored her, returning to her seat and busily organizing her backpack and drawer. Tao Tao, Tao Tao, Chen Lanlan exclaimed, raising her head and frowning as she stared at the girl who had sprung before her. Let go, she retorted irritably. Humph. Chen Lanlan pouted playfully. You're the one making a fuss. The blue-haired girl turned around on her stool, sitting down, pondering whether fairies are exempt from the need to relieve themselves. Oh, I have no idea. As Su Taoyao nonchalantly placed the textbooks for the upcoming morning reading on the desk, Chen Lanlan seized her hand, compelling her to gaze into her eyes. Look at me. Do you notice anything different about me today? Chen Lanlan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Different? Su Taoyao scrutinized her carefully, scanning from the adornment in her hair to the shoes on her feet, yet she found nothing amiss. I don't see anything. Oh, come on, take another look. Chen Lanlan pouted, shrugging her shoulders, her voice taking on a sweet, almost cloying tone. Stop it, that's so annoying. Su Taoyao replied, her face contorted in disdain, yet she continued to examine the wildly blinking Chen Lanlan earnestly. After a lengthy pause, she shook her head, unable to discern any difference. Look again, Chen Lanlan urged impatiently, her eyes fluttering once more. I've figured it out. Gu Wen, returning from disposing of the trash, interjected suddenly. Really? Indeed, Gu Wen affirmed with a nod. Now quickly tell me, what is different about me today? Do I really have to say it? Gu Wen habitually rubbed the back of his head, glancing between Su Taoyao and Chen Lanlan. Yes, it's obvious. Your gaze is far more vibrant than that of a certain big peach. Gu Wen hesitated, wrestling internally with the thought. Should I really say this? It feels somewhat impolite to voice it, having sensed Gu Wen's inner conflict. Su Taoyao anticipated that he was about to make a startling remark. Suppressing her laughter, she spoke up. Go on. I too wish to hear. Noticing Xiaosu nodding, Gu Wen cast aside her reservations and pointed to the corner of Chen Lanlan's eye, saying mysteriously, You didn't wash your face properly this morning. Chen Lanlan's expression shifted dramatically as she hastily retrieved a small round mirror from her pocket to check. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, You scoundrel. That's just makeup residue. Makeup residue? Gu Wen queried with confusion. Did you need dough this morning? How could flour get on your face? Chen Lanlan scowled, remaining silent. Is that polite? Chapter 43, Jujube-wrapped walnuts and kissing pastries. After a brief silence, Chen Lanlan shot a cold glare at Gu Wen. Although she was aware that her best friend's fiancé possessed a rather peculiar way of thinking, his remark about needing dough still took her aback. Even a student who slipped through the cracks of 9 years of compulsory education wouldn't utter such a frosty joke. Tao Tao. Chen Lanlan redirected her gaze towards Su Taoyao, pouting, Your Gu Wen is bullying me. Serves you right. Tao Tao retorted, laughing, and the two women engaged in another playful bout, nearly crossing into a dramatic scene. Before long, the classroom was nearly filled to capacity. Some were busy with their assignments while others chatted idly. This year has indeed been bountiful. Month after month, there has been. Someone summarized. Soon, it was time for morning reading. Gu Wen pulled out his textbook, feeling quite upbeat as he read aloud with rhythm and intonation. Although he could only manage a meager score in the Chinese tests, this in no way diminished his fondness for the subject. There is no particular reason. It is simply that he cannot grasp the other subjects at all. At the very least, during the examination, he can recognize the characters on the Chinese language paper. Mathematics? Chemistry? Physics? Could Gu Wen possibly comprehend those? After school in the afternoon, Gu Wen, having endured an entire day of listening to lectures, still felt somewhat dazed. It wasn't until Chen Lanlan opened a packet of spicy strips, filling the classroom with an enticing aroma, that Gu Wen was roused from his stupor. Gu Wen licked his lips, feeling a pang of desire. Chen Lanlan, do you have any spicy strips left? Chen Lanlan cast him a glance and replied, Yes. Can I buy a packet from you? Gu Wen inquired, pulling out his phone to open her WeChat. I'll send you a red envelope. Sure. Gu Wen promptly sent her a red envelope containing 3 yuan, and then awaited her customary gesture of handing him a packet of spicy strips. However, to his surprise, Chen Lanlan merely took out a piece of paper, fished out a single strip from the already opened packet, and presented it to Gu Wen. Thank you for your patronage. Chen Lanlan wiped her fingers and accepted the red envelope, her gaze filled with triumph. This Guin stared at the single spicy strip wrapped in paper. Somewhat bewildered. Isn't it 3 yuan for a packet? Why did you only give me one? It has gone up in price. Gone up in price. Guin furrowed his brow. You're not deceiving me, are you? Of course not, Chen Lanlan replied, stuffing a strip into her mouth. Why would I deceive you? Am I the type of person who would trick you just because you study less? Guin remained skeptical. Indeed, Xiao Su's close friend had never deceived him. Nor had she looked down upon him for his limited education. After silently consuming the exorbitantly priced spicy strips, costing 3 yuan each, Guin licked his lips, contemplating whether to purchase another. He desired more, yet the price was rather steep. Engaged in a mental tug-of-war, Guin finally spoke. Chen Lanlan, would you sell me half a strip? Half a strip? Yes, just half will suffice, and I shall pay you 150. Not for sale. Chen Lanlan decisively rebuffed him, stating that no one conducted business in such a manner, unless... Unless what? Half a strip for 2 yuan. Guin found himself once again in a quandary. Stop making things complicated. Just then, Su Taoyao returned from the office and spotted Chen Lanlan bullying her dear Guin. With a playful reprimand, she declared, quickly, fetch him 2 new packs of spicy strips. Humph, woman. Chen Lanlan exchanged glances with Su Taoyao, her eyes widening in a dramatic display. As if to say that should she continue to favor Guin, their sisterhood would be irrevocably severed. Hurry up. Not giving. Are you going to give it or not? Not giving. Do you still wish to copy my homework in the future? And no. Upon hearing Su Taoyao's ultimatum, Chen Lanlan's demeanor shifted instantaneously. Hee. I was just joking with Guin. I will get him 2 packs of spicy strips right away. With that, she rummaged through her drawer and placed 2 packs of spicy strips on Guin's desk. Xiao Su. Guin instinctively glanced at Su Taoyao. Su Taoyao nodded slightly, accepting the items. This time, Guin received 2 packets of spicy strips, pondering to himself. Xiao Su is truly impressive. Not only can she bargain at the market, but she can also negotiate for my snacks. Upon hearing Guin's praise, Su Taoyao's eyebrows involuntarily arched, clearly relishing the compliment. Observing their interaction, which resembled that of a young couple, Chen Lanlan's large eyes darted around, and she began rummaging through the drawer, subsequently tossing something towards Guin. Here. Guin, have some more snacks. Huh? Guin reached out to catch it. Dates? And walnut-filled dates? And what else? He inquired. Ah, and some. Sweet kisses? Chen Lanlan reminded him, emphasizing the phrase with Taoyao with a playful insistence. Remember not to eat them now. Save them for later to share with Taoyao. She loves eating this with you. Got it. Guin nodded earnestly, placing the snacks into his backpack, intending to share them with Xiao Su later. Dates? Wishing for a prosperous family. Walnuts? Together with peaches? Sweet kisses? After sharing sweet kisses, would it feel as fiery as the flames? Like you? Su Taoyao quickly caught on, wrapping her arms around Chen Lanlan's neck, exclaiming in a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. What are you doing? Taoyao, could you please let me go? Chen Lanlan replied unflinchingly. You are already tied down now, so please refrain from entangling with me any further. Thank you. Su Taoyao. Lanlan, your growth may be lacking, but your abilities have certainly flourished. It's rather ordinary, really. My main intention is to conserve fabric for the nation, while simultaneously facilitating the export of Xinjiang cotton, thus contributing a modest share to the country's GDP. Heh. Su Taoyao let out a cold chuckle, exerting a bit more pressure with her grip. You ought to learn from me. I purchase larger sizes daily. Where is your patriotism? Chen Lanlan was still reluctant to concede. Is that so? Su Taoyao narrowed her eyes, twisting Chen Lanlan's earlobe between her fingers, gently teasing it. Ha ha, help. Chen Lanlan suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, help. Haraha. Someone seems to be getting flustered and may wish to silence me. Haraha. Guin observed the playful banter between the two, shaking his head. Truly childish. They exhibit none of the maturity and composure befitting my role as a senior figure. Chapter 44. You have been removed from the group chat amidst a cacophony of noise. Chen Lanlan pleaded for mercy, and Su Taoyao finally released her. The two adjusted their backpacks and departed the classroom. By the way, what did the homeroom teacher summon you for? Su Taoyao shrugged, her tone laced with resignation. It's just about the New Year's Eve party. Our class's program was eliminated, wasn't he it? Why is the homeroom teacher seeking you out again? She wants me to save the day. She mentioned that the lead dancer for the dance program twisted her ankle during rehearsal half a month ago and has yet to find a replacement. She wanted to enlist my help last week, but I ignored her. So today she has come looking for you again? Did you agree? Yes, I did. Why? A soft giggle escaped Su Taoyao's lips as she lowered her voice. Perhaps it's because they have been searching for me incessantly. And I've grown a bit soft-hearted. Chen Lanlan, with a mischievous grin, covered her mouth. Who else would they seek if not you? Is there another in the entire school who excels in both singing and dancing like Su Taoyao? There is none. Guan, who had been lingering behind, suddenly interjected. In this world, there is no second Su. Little Su is the best in the world. He added emphatically. Enough already. If we don't leave now, I might as well skip dinner. Chen Lanlan retorted with a mock gagging sound as she noticed a bus halting at the stop. She waved her hand and stepped away. Did I say something wrong, little Su? Why is Chen Lanlan acting so dramatically? Guan inquired. Su Taoyao shot Guan a glance, subtly adjusting her scarf until it nearly obscured her eyes. She was acutely aware that her cheeks were likely flushed with embarrassment. Little Su? Guan called out again, noticing her silence. Oh dear. Su Taoyao stomped her foot, covering her ears, muttering as she walked. I don't know. I don't know. Please don't ask me. A dark cloud loomed across the sky, followed by a resounding clap of thunder. Raindrops began to fall. Guan hastily unfurled an umbrella and hurried after her. Little Su, it's raining. Oh, you are so bothersome. Oh, then I shall cease to trouble you then, please. Refrain from speaking. MMM. Guan closed his mouth, mumbling incomprehensibly. What are you saying? After finishing, he fell silent once more. Guan remarked, it's raining. You should come over and hold the umbrella. Oh, Su Taoyao slowed her steps. By the time they reached the entrance of the community, the sky was no longer visible. With the umbrella overhead, they could only see its canopy. Upon returning home, Guan first opened the umbrella on the balcony, then carried the vegetables he had just purchased from the market into the kitchen. He washed the vegetables, chopped the meat, and heated the oil in the pan. His movements were swift and precise, barely pausing. One pot simmered with beef brisket and potatoes, while another sizzled with twice-cooked pork. Beside them lay a plate of garlic chives with cured meat and a bowl of tofu soup, all dishes that little Su adored. Little Su, dinner is ready. Guan called out after his flurry of activity. Coming. However, by the time Guan had arranged the dishes on the dining table and even served the rice, Su Taoyao had yet to emerge from her room. Little Su, come and eat. Guan's voice rose slightly. Coming. Only then did Su Taoyao emerge, stepping out in her fluffy rabbit slippers. She glanced at the spread before her, sat down, and picked up her chopsticks, ready to eat. Yet, the next moment, she heard Guan's familiar voice chiding her. Little Su, you must wash your hands before eating. Do you know how many people fall ill simply because they dislike washing their hands before meals? Hand washing should involve 7 steps. Enough, Su Taoyao declared, surrendering with a raised hand. Upon her return from washing her hands, Su Taoyao was taken aback to find Gu and had surprisingly brought her another pair of chopsticks. As her heart softened, a flicker of resentment towards old Su arose within her. It was all old Su's fault for incessantly sharing articles titled What Every Parent Must Know in their social circles, causing Gu to at times sound like a nagging mother. Ah, autumn. Meanwhile, lying in his hospital bed, old Su sneezed and murmured, could it be that Anir misses me? He chuckled softly to himself and resumed perusing the messages within the Yongping No. 1 middle school parents group. A fellow parent had just shared an article titled A Must-Read for Parents of Children Taking the College Entrance Exam Next Year. Old Su clicked on the link, reading intently while simultaneously creating a new note. He titled it A Must-Read for Parents of Children Taking the College Entrance Exam Next Year. Beneath it lay a series of densely packed notes about children's early romantic relationships, 10 tips to prevent early romantic relationships, how to stifle early romantic tendencies in children, and on how fathers should establish a tall image in their children's hearts. After thoroughly digesting the day's articles, old Su compiled a summary before entering it into the new note. Stretching lazily, he returned to the group chat, only to find them engaged in a discussion about their children's academic performances. Parent A lamented, "Oh dear, my child performed worse on this month's exam than last time. A significant decline." Parent B reassured, "It's all right. Just put in a bit more effort, and surely there will be improvement next time." Parent A replied, "Parent B, thank you for your comforting words." Parent B, "No need for thanks. How did your child perform in this month's exam?" "Mine ranked over 500. I wonder if a year of hard work could help achieve a top-tier university." Parent A, "Sigh, my child only ranked 108 this time, while last time they were among the top 50 in the grade." Parent B, "I have something to attend to. Let us chat next time. Goodbye." Parent A, "Goodbye. I look forward to seeking your advice on how to nurture our children. Parenting is quite challenging nowadays." After that, No further messages were exchanged. Noticing the silence in the group, old Su, with nothing much to do, decided to send a message. Xiaosu's father, Sai. Parent A. Xiaosu's father, what troubles you? Did your child upset you? Xiaosu's father, Sai. It's a long story. Parent A. It's all right. This is a parent group, and we are all here to listen to each other's concerns. Xiaosu's father, Sai. Parent A. Pat on the head. Xiaosu's father. It's not a major issue. Just that my precious daughter has been quite different lately. Parent A. Please, feel free to share. Parent A. Children at this age often experience such changes. It could be a decline in their grades leading to disappointment, or perhaps the pressure we parents impose is too great. Parent A. Sai, just like me. I've been putting so much pressure on my child that they fell from the top 50 to 100 in their ranking. As a mother, I truly feel inadequate. Parent A. I intend to find a suitable time to have a heartfelt conversation with my child. I must not impose excessive pressure on him, lest I ruin a promising talent capable of attending prestigious institutions like Tsinghua or Peking University. After sending several messages, Parent A noticed that Xiaosu's father had not responded. So he eagerly tagged Lao Su and offered an apology. Parent A. Lao Su's father, my sincerest apologies for my excessive verbosity. By the way, how are your child's grades faring? Lao Su's father. Rather mediocre, to be honest. There has been no significant change, no progress, yet no regression either. Sai. Parent A. No worries. With a little effort in these final months, improvement is certainly attainable. Cheer up, Lao Su's father. I fear there is no hope for progress anymore. Parent A. How can that be? As parents, we must maintain our faith in our children. My child, during his first year of high school, could only achieve a ranking of 70 to 80 in his grade, yet this year he has stabilized around 50. Your child will surely succeed as well. Lao Su's father. It's quite difficult. From the beginning of high school until now, she has consistently ranked first in her grade. How can she progress further? Parent A. Hee. The veteran Lao Su smiled with unusual joy. He tapped on the screen, eager to continue the conversation, only to be met with a notification. You have been removed from the group chat. Lao Su. I had only just begun. Chapter 45. You are my hero. At 8:30, Guan had finished washing the dishes and completed several exam papers for the day. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to chat on the forum with his good friends about the Xingtian armor, he heard his uncle's voice. Put on a jacket. What's wrong? Regarding the incident over the weekend, we still need to go to the police station to give a statement. Oh, Guan nodded, then hesitated, saying, but I don't have my ID. What if they find out? No worries. Lao Su has already made arrangements, came the reassuring reply. Is it possible to avoid going? Guan suddenly queried. No, we must go, was the firm response. Guan glanced down at his screen, where his friends were calling for him. Do we really have to go? Su Taoyao, peeking over, reluctantly added. They've captured that fugitive this time, and there's a reward. A reward? Guan's eyes lit up as he hurried into the room to grab a coat, rushing to the door to change his shoes. He turned back, saying, Xiaosu, what are you doing? Don't keep the police waiting. Su Taoyao responded with silence. At the police station on Fandong Street. Name? Guan. How old are you? In the prime of youth. Wow, what? I'm about to turn 18. Oh. After Guan answered a few simple questions, he felt that something was amiss. Classmate Gu, would you like a cup of tea? A young officer poured him a cup of hot water, adding some tea leaves. Thank you, Guan replied, taking the cup and suddenly realizing what was missing. He wasn't wearing his silver bracelet. I wonder if the officer could let me wear his silver bracelet again. Last time, I couldn't distinguish between real silver and fake silver. Su Taoyao had just finished giving her statement, minimizing Guan's role in the incident, when she suddenly heard the voice of his heart. Su Taoyao blurted out, Guan. What's wrong? Both Guan and the police officer taking the statement were startled by the sudden exclamation from the girl. And nothing, realizing her momentary lapse. Su Taoyao quickly regained her composure and softly said to Officer Li, who was seated opposite Guan, Uncle Li, I believe you've asked enough questions for now. We still have school tomorrow, so we should head home early. Remembering old Su's admonition, the elderly officer nodded in agreement, amiable as ever. All right then. Su Taoyao sweetly replied, then I'll trouble you, Uncle Li. Next time, please allow me to treat you and the other uncles and brothers at the station to a meal. Of course, Officer Li chuckled. You two should head back now. Remember to rest early tonight. We old fellows are looking forward to you achieving top marks in the college entrance examination next year. I will certainly strive for that. Su Taoyao waved goodbye to the few people in the office, leading Guan out of the police station. Xiaosu, Guan, holding the umbrella, looked at her with anticipation. Did we forget something? Although Guan was hinting at something, Su Taoyao maintained a facade of confusion. She first checked her pockets. No. I have my phone and my keys are still here. Did you leave your phone inside? Guan bit her lip, feeling a twinge of inner turmoil. If I were to directly inquire why the bonus was not given, would Xiao Su perceive me as mercenary, always fixating on monetary matters? Sigh. I wonder how much this sum could possibly be, having constantly relied on the funds of Lao Su and Xiao Su. There is an intrinsic discomfort that lingers within me. I am uncertain when I will acquire the ability to earn my own income. My good friends suggest that laboring at a construction site could easily yield over 10,000 a month. Perhaps I shall inquire further when the holidays arrive. Then, I could meticulously calculate my expenditures during this period and reimburse them. Yet, knowing their disposition, they would undoubtedly refuse. As someone devoid of particular talents, will I ever truly be able to repay Xiao Su and the others? Guan could not help but feel a sense of confusion, accompanied by profound despondency. Observing her expression, the young girl felt a complex swirl of emotions. Master Uncle? My phone is still in my pocket. I haven't lost it. Guan snapped back to reality. Let us return home now. Su Taoyao nodded, her intention to tease Guan dissipating. The two walked under the umbrella, meandering slowly along the tranquil roadside. Raindrops fell continuously, illuminated by the stark, white glow of the streetlights. Guan remained silent, her demeanor lethargic. Oh right. Su Taoyao suddenly halted, as if recalling an important matter. What is it? Just now, Uncle Li mentioned to me that the bonus will take some time to be processed, and it will be directly deposited into my account when it's ready. Oh, I see. Guan felt a slight embarrassment as he touched his head, thinking they might have forgotten. How could that be? Su Taoyao patiently replied, capturing that fugitive was entirely due to you, esteemed uncle. If he were allowed to roam free, who knows what heinous crimes he might commit next? Your actions have effectively salvaged one, or perhaps many families, comparable to the chivalrous figures of ancient times. For the first time, Guan felt a blush rise to his cheeks, murmuring softly, I'm not that remarkable. You are, she insisted, her voice resolute amidst the patter of rain. The fugitive evaded capture by so many officers for years, yet you were the one to apprehend him. This signifies that you are truly extraordinary. In other words, you are a hero. Hero? Guan's gaze became unfocused. He had never associated himself with such a term. Indeed, you are a hero, she reiterated. A hero to the victims' families, a hero to the citizens. Su Taoyao enunciated each word clearly. You, Guan, are a hero, and still my hero. This sentiment remained unspoken, tucked away in her heart. After a long pause, Guan's eyes regained their brightness. Thank you, Xiao Su. He too left unvoiced. Chapter 46. Of course, I like Xiao Su. Weather, showers. Today marks the 46th day since my arrival. This evening, I prepared potato beef brisket, twice cooked pork, garlic sprout with cured meat, and a vegetable tofu soup for Xiao Su. Xiao Su dined with great delight, consuming nearly half a bowl more than her usual portion. While I was washing the dishes in the kitchen, I distinctly heard her, seated on the sofa, let out a contented belch. She surely believed I had not noticed, yet my keen ears picked it up. I dared not chuckle, nor did I utter a word. For if Xiao Su were to discover my awareness, she would undoubtedly devise a way to tease me. Although I would not harbor any resentment towards her, the thought of others learning of her playful bullying towards her elder, a mere distant relative, would surely invite gossip. Just on our way back, Xiao Su had extolled me as a hero. A hero. I am uncertain if I truly deserve such a title. Yet the mere utterance of the word from Xiao Su brought me joy. At 11:30, I decided it was best to retire for the night. Wait. I have yet to bid Xiao Su good night. She once mentioned that one should say good night to the person they care about most before sleeping. Yet, she has never said it to me. Alas, what am I pondering? Good night, Xiao Su. Guan closed his diary, charged his phone, and then nestled into his blankets. Friday dawned clear and bright. This afternoon, there were no classes for all 3 grades. Under the direction of the school announcement, students from various classes orderly transported their chairs to the front square. Before long, the square was abuzz with chatter, filled to the brim with eager faces. In the midst of their hectic high school lives, such lively occasions are rare, especially with the promise of a brief 3-day holiday following the New Year's gala. Who could possibly refrain from smiling? Initially, Guan shared this sentiment, but soon, a hint of discontent crept in. He had anticipated that upon reaching the square, he would swiftly be treated to a variety of splendid performances. At this moment, The middle-aged principal, clutching the microphone, had been droning on for over 10 minutes with no sign of concluding his speech. Although the day was bright and sunny, the feeble rays of sunshine offered little respite against the chill brought by the biting wind. Perhaps aware of the dissatisfaction brewing among the students below, the principal hastily uttered a few motivational phrases encouraging them to study diligently before finally stepping down from the stage. Following him were a male and a female host. The young man, clad in a suit complete with a bow tie and polished leather shoes, had slicked back his hair with wax, while the young woman appeared resplendent in an evening gown and high heels, her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. The duo bore a striking resemblance to the host Gu-in had seen on television. Gu-in felt a surge of excitement, his leg involuntarily bouncing. This was his first time witnessing such a performance in reality, especially with Xiao Su's act still to come. "Hey, Gu-in," called out Chen Lanlan as she playfully kicked his chair. "Want some sunflower seeds?" Gu-in glanced around, hesitating. "Isn't it inappropriate? What if the shells fall on the ground?" Without a word, Chen Lanlan produced a plastic bag. Gu-in remained somewhat reluctant. "The seeds are free today. I won't charge you." "All right," Gu-in agreed readily, then added warmly, "I'll take care of the trash later." "You're really something," Chen Lanlan chuckled. Gu-in brushed it off. After all, Xiao Su often teased him in a similar manner. As music filled the air, the performance on stage commenced in earnest. The first act was a skit, a rendition of a segment from a certain year's Spring Festival gala, slightly adapted and brought to life on stage by the school's drama club. Somewhat cliché, yet it still garnered a chorus of applause. No one can resist the charm of a humorous comedy. Amidst the cheers of over 2,000 students in the audience, Gu-in clapped enthusiastically. Although he struggled to comprehend everything, it did not hinder his enjoyment. "Is it truly that captivating?" inquired Chen Lanlan, who had already consumed a small bag of sunflower seeds. Noticing Gu-in's excitement, "Absolutely enchanting," Gu-in replied, lowering his hands in confusion. "Do you not find it delightful?" "It's just mediocre," Chen Lanlan responded, tossing a handful of snacks to Gu-in. "Today, I won't charge you. Indulge yourself." "Thank you," Gu-in sincerely expressed his gratitude. Yet he stuffed most of the snacks into his pocket, keeping only a lollipop. "Why are you putting the snacks in your pocket?" she asked. "To save them for Xiao Su," Gu-in replied, his expression casual, as if it were a matter of course. "TSK, TSK, TSK." Chen Lanlan pinched her chin. "Are you that fond of Tao Tao?" "Of course. Xiao Su is such a wonderful person. Who wouldn't like him?" Gu-in countered. "Indeed," she conceded. "After all, she is the renowned Tao Tao. Even if her face were obscured, her admirers would remain numerous." Chen Lanlan opened a packet of rainbow candies, pouring a few into her palm and offering some to Gu-in as well. Following this was the customary runway and medley of songs. Gu-in watched with rapt attention. After a while, a tall youth emerged onto the stage. It was Zhang, the class leader from the adjacent class. He reached for the microphone from its stand and executed a backflip, striking a pose to show off. He cleared his throat a few times, just about to commence his song, when a wave of screams erupted from the audience, accompanied by fervent confessions from some of the girls. Gu-in was taken aback by this scene. Why were they so crazy? Just a bunch of kids, enamored with a dashing and cool guy. Chen Lanlan, chewing on gum, shot a glance at Gu-in and remarked that if she went up there, they might become even more frenzied. Gu-in quickly shook her head, feeling quite resistant. "What? You don't enjoy the feeling of being adored by the masses?" Chen Lanlan inquired. "Not at all. Then what do you like?" "It seems there are many things I enjoy." Gu-in shyly rubbed her head. "Oh right, I also like watching Armored Warrior. Do you like it?" "What's so great about Armored Warrior?" "Ballala the Fairies is far superior." "Ballala the Fairies?" "Yes." Chen Lanlan's tone turned serious. "It's truly the best. You'll understand if you sneak a couple of episodes tonight." "All right," Gu-in nodded earnestly. As she listened to the affected singing on stage, Chen Lanlan found it rather tiresome. She began chatting with Gu-in again. "Which character do you like the most in Ballala the Fairies?" Gu-in pondered for a moment before saying, "I relish attending school with Xiao Su. Delight in sharing meals with her. Enjoy curling up on the sofa watching television together. Appreciate her bringing me delicious treats, and cherish our conversations. I adore her laughter. I adore her." Chen Lanlan, feeling somewhat out of place, listened to Gu-in's lengthy litany of affections, unable to interrupt, as it was she who had posed the question. As the final note faded, the passerby Zhang vanished from the stage. The two ceased their idle chatter and turned their attention to the stage. Su Taoyao's performance was about to commence. Chapter 47. the scarlet attire under the moonlight as the principal droned on from the stage. Dusk had already settled in. By this point in the evening, the students in the audience could scarcely discern the expressions of their peers. The winter night descended early, enveloping everything in darkness swiftly. Following the conclusion of a certain Zhang's performance, the previously brilliant stage lights dimmed in unison. Only those seated in the front row could faintly perceive the slender figures that quietly emerged on stage. Ding, ding, ding. The sound of 3 solemn chimes resonated, stretching into the ears of the audience. The stage's darkened screen flickered momentarily, revealing a single point of light amidst the void. This solitary glimmer danced and trembled, and after a brief pause, it shattered into a myriad of faint lights that collided and spun in a cosmic ballet. The animation on the screen paused once more, and almost in the blink of an eye, a vast expanse of a starry sea unfolded before the audience's eyes. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. The allure of the galactic ocean has always held such enchantment. Accompanying this spectacle was a melodious tune, occasionally interspersed with the harmonious strains of the guzheng and the xiao. The sound of the wind rustling through the pines resembles the gentle trickle of a clear spring over stones. Gradually, murmurs began to rise from the audience below. What was the name of this performance? It felt so captivating. Drinking alone under the moon. Is it a song? I've heard it involves dance. Dance. Hush. It seems to have begun. The two fell silent, their eyes fixed on the stage. As the music gradually faded, a few beams of light were cast from above, illuminating the stage. Only then did the audience discern that on either side of the stage stood 7 or 8 young maidens clad in white, their long hair elegantly arranged. Heads bowed in stillness. Bong. A bell tolled once more, though this chime was somewhat crisper than the previous one. At the sound of the bell, the group of maidens lifted their gazes, revealing their delicate faces adorned with vibrant red lips. Bong. Following the 4th toll, their positions shifted, gracefully gliding from the sides towards the center. They leapt lightly and twirled, deftly waving their flowing sleeves, which danced in the air like fish frolicking in water, exuberantly alive. The teachers and students below became increasingly entranced by the maidens' ethereal movements, oblivious to the subtle changes occurring behind them on the screen. The resplendent expanse of the starry river had, unbeknownst to them, transformed into a radiant jade disk. Guwen, with a lollipop in his mouth, did not share the same fascination with the maiden's graceful dance as those around him. After scanning the stage for quite some time without spotting Xiao Su, he continued to fixate on the screen. To Guwen, those white-clad maidens held little allure. Were they not merely jumping about and waving their sleeves? He could perform well, even better in his jumps. However, it also distracted him from watching Xiao Su dance. At that moment, the full moon that caught his eye captivated much of his attention. The full moon he was accustomed to seeing was merely the size of a plate for serving dishes. Yet the one displayed on the screen was larger than the stone millstone in the tofu shop below the mountain. Guwen could even discern the shadows cast upon the moon's surface. Xiao Su had mentioned that there were no chang'e embracing the moon rabbit, nor any towering moon laurel trees soaring 500 zhang high. What existed instead were craters scattered from meteorite impacts and an endless expanse of solitude. The mere thought of Xiao Su intensified Guwen's longing for her. He softly inquired to the girl beside him, Chen Lanlan. Wasn't it said that Xiao Su's performance was next? Why hasn't she appeared yet? What's the rush? Chen Lanlan tossed a packet of spicy strips to Guwen. She'll be out soon. Is it that you become uncomfortable when you don't see Tao Tao for a while, and your mind is filled with thoughts of her? Guwen retorted hastily, nonsense. Immediately after, he felt a twinge of agitation, realizing it was rather impolite. Rubbing the back of his head, he expressed with a hint of apology, I'm just eager to see Xiao Su's dance. It's not that my mind is solely on her. TSK. Such a blatant denial. Guwen was bewildered. He glanced around, but found no sign of the 300 taels that Chen Lanlan had mentioned. Only pairs of shoes scattered about. At that moment, he realized he had once again been tricked by Chen Lanlan. Sighing inwardly, Guwen speculated whether Xiao Su had been led astray by her. Fortunately, Chen Lanlan could not hear Guwen's inner thoughts. Otherwise, she would have surely retracted the snacks she had offered him that evening. Your little Su has arrived. Chen Lanlan playfully nudged Guwen's chair. Receiving the cue, Guwen immediately straightened his posture, craning his neck, his eyes wide open as he gazed intently at the stage. Finally, light emerged in the last dark expanse at the center of the stage. The brilliant white light illuminated a plush blanket resting upon it. Before Guin's eyes appeared a pair of immaculate jade-like feet, seemingly sculpted from the finest white jade. As the illumination expanded, Guin at last beheld Su Taoyao. With the darkness receding, she revealed herself in a flowing red garment. The young woman lifted her chin slightly, her exquisite features radiating an air of indifference. Yet her eyes held a faint, captivating vulnerability that stirred the heart. The surrounding lights dimmed once more, leaving only a halo of brightness encircling the girl. Behind her, the stage screen revealed a round moon, quietly ascending. Perhaps due to the lighting effects, Su Taoyao appeared to be draped in a dreamlike garment of luminescence, akin to the soft, flowing light of the moon. Shrouded in mist and ethereal smoke, the girl in red resembled a celestial being. A wave of astonishment swept through the audience. No one had anticipated witnessing such an enchanting spectacle at this modest high school New Year's Eve celebration. Yet, what perplexed them even more was the question of whether it was the lighting that created such an effect, or if it was the inherent beauty of the girl in red herself. Though she had yet to dance, the hearts of those below were already set aflame with excitement. Su Taoyao gently tapped the blanket, her bare feet as exquisite as jade. The sound she made as she touched the ground was barely audible, almost imperceptible to the audience in the front row. Yet, in the minds of all present, the echo of that soft thud resonated clearly. By the time they regained their senses, the enchanting figure of the girl in red had vanished from the stage, leaving only a swirling red garment in her wake, its long sleeves fluttering gracefully. The dancers in white on either side also moved elegantly, yet their performances paled in comparison to the mesmerizing silhouette of the girl in red. Su Taoyao's movements and poise far surpassed that of her white-clad companions. The martial arts she practiced in her childhood at the Idol Cloud Temple provided her with a solid foundation, which led to her being noticed by an esteemed dancer during her first classical dance class at the youth center. Even up until her final year of high school, she dedicated 2 to 3 hours daily to perfecting her dance. At this moment on stage, she spun and leaped, her youthful form embodying grace and skill through a series of complex dance maneuvers. In the future, Guin would unlock and witness even more of her exquisite postures. Yet, all these details are mere asides. Who among the serious audience would truly appreciate them? Returning to the main focus, with each of her leaps, the delicate silk sleeves of her attire captivated the eye. At times, the red long sleeves entwined tenderly, reminiscent of willows swaying gently by the banks of a flowing spring river. At other times, they surged like a startled dragon, akin to the bold strokes of an accomplished calligrapher on rice paper, each movement embodying the relentless spirit of rivers merging into the sea. Beneath the full moon, her crimson attire, akin to blood, evoked an overwhelming sense of awe and beauty. Guanin gazed upward, captivated by the full moon on the screen, transfixed by Su Taoyao, who danced beneath its glow. The moon evokes a universal sentiment, enchanting both the literati who raise their cups in joyful communion and the countless souls lost to the tides of history, each harboring their own melancholic reveries. Guanin is no exception to this allure. On the tranquil nights in the secluded mountain temple, only the bright moon and twinkling stars accompanied him. Now, he had departed from that humble sanctuary, arriving in this bustling world a century later. Yet the moon of yore, once luminous, pales in comparison to the brilliance of the present. Over the course of nearly 60 nights, Guanin seldom looked upon the moon hanging high in the night sky. Fearing that it would evoke memories of the Idol Yun Temple, his venerable master with flowing white hair, and the 2 elder brothers who were as close as family. Suddenly, Guanin recalled a night last week when he ventured out for a late-night meal with the young Su. The temperature that day was delightfully mild, free from snow or rain, a rare day basking in the warmth of the sun. As night fell, a soft, golden moon illuminated the sky. Noticing his dazed expression, Su Taoyao inquired, "Master Uncle, are you admiring the moon?" Guanin shook his head, replying, "I am observing them." "Them?" she asked, puzzled. "My master, my elder brother, and your great-grandfather." Guanin understood that, on the other side of time, they might be gazing at the same radiant moon, concerned only about whether they had eaten well. Su Taoyao, upon hearing this, fell silent. She bit her lip, refraining from further words, and quietly poured Guanin a cup of warm water, her gaze also drifting toward the night sky. Su Taoyao then asked, "Does Master Uncle have a fondness for the moon?" Guin nodded, expressing his fondness. The elder brother often spoke of a celestial being named Chang'er, residing in the moon's Guanhan Palace, dancing with exquisite grace. "Does Master Uncle enjoy watching dance?" Su Taoyao inquired once more. Perhaps he does. I am not entirely certain, Guan replied, reflecting. I have observed those ladies in the square dancing quite beautifully. Ha. The young girl chuckled, her heart resolute in a decision. As for Guan in the present moment, he remained oblivious to the true reason behind Su Taoyao's agreement to step in. It stemmed solely from his own words. Nevertheless, he remained utterly captivated. Xiao Su, you dance exceptionally well, Guan murmured to himself. How exceptionally well? Chen Lanlan interjected. Without hesitation, Guan divulged his innermost thoughts. 100 times, 1,000 times more beautiful than those ladies in the community square. Indeed, Xiao Su is the most beautiful in the world. Ha! Upon hearing the exuberant laughter, Guan suddenly became aware. He turned to Chen Lanlan, only to discover she was recording him with her phone, evidently capturing his earlier sentiments. There was no mystery as to how Guan recognized her intentions. Familiarity bred recognition. Chen Lanlan, let us speak reasonably. Xiao Su mentioned that taking unsolicited videos is an invasion of privacy. Why should I care? Speak again, and I will calculate the cost of tonight's snacks. Guan obediently fell silent. Humph. Chen Lanlan shot him a glance, discreetly sending the video of Guan's heartfelt confession to. Chen Lanlan was certainly not deceiving Guan, for it was Su Taoyao who had bribed her with money the previous night to secretly record Guan's reaction to her performance. Noticing Guan occasionally glancing at her phone, Chen Lanlan deceitfully assured, rest assured, I won't share it with anyone. Really? Indeed. Chen Lanlan nodded earnestly, if I am lying. May I become overweight? Even more so than Tao Tao. Tao Tao was no ordinary person. Moreover, even if she gained weight, she would embrace it. For a girl can still be charming regardless of her size, Chen Lanlan thought with pride. All right then. Guan turned back to gaze at the stage. The speed of the girl in the red dress gradually slowed, and the music softened. This dance was nearing its end. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the girl in red stood still at the center of the stage. Dong! A bell tolled. Su Taoyao leaped gracefully, her red attire fluttering. Dong! With the second toll, the girl extended her waist and turned mid-air, her flowing sleeves trailing behind her. Dong! With the third toll, the red dress descended, and the lights extinguished. The stage was once again engulfed in darkness. The audience, teachers and students alike, stared blankly at the empty stage. Clap. The first person to applaud was Guan. Clap. Clap, clap. Chen Lanlan enthusiastically joined in, caught in a state of exhilaration. Soon, the crowd responded, and a tidal wave of applause resonated throughout the campus. Backstage, Su Taoyao had donned her shoe covers and a down jacket, graciously responding to the accolades as she stepped out of the makeshift dressing room, phone in hand. She opened WeChat, made her way to a secluded corner, and lowered the volume, eagerly watching the video sent by Chen Lanlan. At the beginning of the video, Guan was completely engrossed, and she couldn't help but think, he seems quite serious, yet from this angle, he appears somewhat daft. His profile isn't particularly handsome. Su Taoyao nodded in satisfaction. Little Su, you dance beautifully. Hearing Guan's praise, Su Taoyao couldn't help but shake her head, a sense of pride welling up within her. Of course, I, Su Taoyao, am stunning. My dance is mesmerizing, and I am even more captivating. How captivating? 100 times, 1,000 times more than those aunties in the neighborhood who dance in the square. In any case, little Su is the most beautiful in the world. The girl was momentarily taken aback. You, Guhan Hands, actually compared me to those square dancing aunties? Oh well, it's fine. It's just typical of you, Guhan Hands, to say such things. Su Taoyao was not angry. Her mood remained delightful. After all, Guhan Hands praised her beauty. 100 times, 1,000 times more beautiful. The most beautiful in the world. Unable to resist, she pressed the play button again, watching it repeatedly. Guan declared, in any case, little Su is the most beautiful in the world. Chapter 49. Why did little Su touch my head? The New Year's Eve party had concluded. The school square had once again become desolate. With the lights on, over a dozen staff members began to dismantle the makeshift stage. At the school gate, Guan, carrying a bag, got into a taxi with Su Taoyao. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. The alert tone of her phone resonated repeatedly. Su Taoyao, somewhat impatient, picked up her phone. Guan, filled with curiosity yet hesitant to gaze openly, discreetly leaned against the cushion of the car's seat, casting a sidelong glance at the screen of her phone. Flying Duck Egg. Hello, Senior Su. I am Duck Egg from Class 12 of the first year. Hoping you can impart knowledge and wisdom. Oh no, I mean, to enlighten and guide me. In her mind, Guan mused, how utterly uncultured. Even sending a friend request requires such pedantic wording, and with a typo no less. Is there no sense of shame? After declining the friend request from Flying Duck Egg, Su Taoyao turned her head, only to find that Guan had already averted her gaze. Ding dong. Another friend request arrived. Dragon Knight Qianlong, good sister. I am your precious blue gem, capable of both culinary arts and providing warmth in bed. Seeing how assertive you are, I wouldn't mind being the submissive one. Once more, Guan peered at the screen and inwardly critiqued. This person clearly lacks seriousness. Cooking? As if that is a rare skill. Do you even know what dishes Xiao Su enjoys, what flavor she prefers? Are you aware that Xiao Su loves to gnaw on ribs? Do you know she likes her fried eggs cooked medium? Do you know her favorite flavor of chips when she goes to buy them? What warmth can you provide? Is turning on the heating not sufficient? I can simply wash Xiao Su's sheets and duvet, then set the air conditioning to a brisk 20 degrees. Listening to Guan's inner lamentations on the unseen side, Su Taoyao's lips curled into a bright smile. Initially intending to disable all methods of accepting friend requests, she suddenly reconsidered. Su Taoyao opened another friend request, casually rolling her shoulders before leaning against the cushion, allowing Guan Hao a clearer view of her. A small hidden blade. Senior Su, may I call you darling? I am known in the underworld as the machine gun, swift, precise, and fierce. A timid tease, Tao Tao. Do you wish to join my fishing pond? I am the fierce girl Cha Cha. Shy. JPG. Su Taoyao slowly scrolled through each friend request, seemingly examining them with great care. What on earth are these people saying? How utterly inappropriate. Little Su wouldn't he possibly agree to these friend requests, would she? Guan furrowed his brow, an inexplicable worry gnawing at him. The dim light inside the taxi made it difficult for him to discern little Su's expression in the glow of the screen. A sense of unease washed over him, perhaps due to the stifling atmosphere of the vehicle. He averted his gaze and lowered the window. The cold wind rushed in, allowing him to exhale. Yet, he quickly rolled the window back up. Such a chilling breeze. We mustn't let little Su catch a chill. Guan thought. The girl paused her scrolling, gently biting her lip. Oh, this silly Gu. Doesn't he realize how endearingly foolish he seems? Always fixated on little Su, little Su, little Su. Su Taoyao's heart skipped a beat. Guan's unintentional display of tenderness drew her deeper into her feelings, making it increasingly difficult for her to maintain composure. Su Taoyao felt both a sense of attachment and sweetness in this, pondering when Guan would finally awaken to his own feelings. The girl sighed. Little Su. As Su Taoyao gazed blankly at the screen, Guan, driven by an inexplicable impulse, called out to her. Upon noticing her attention directed towards him, Guan felt an unfamiliar trepidation, stifling the words that had almost escaped his lips. How should I advise Xiao Su to decline those bizarre boyfriend requests? If I say something, will she perceive me as a meddlesome person? Yet, those individuals truly are peculiar. Their words always seem to harbor an unsettling discord. Lost in contemplation, Guan shook his head at Su Taoyao and uttered, "It's nothing." A fleeting shadow of disappointment flickered in the depths of her gaze. Could you not express your thoughts verbally? Constantly murmuring in your heart is hardly productive. While I can discern your inner musings, do you not realize that girls prefer their leading men to be direct and courageous? Su Taoyao mused inwardly. She cast another glance at Guan, who was still surreptitiously fixated on his phone screen, and sighed softly to herself. Oh well, who could blame you? You are, after all, Guan, the Na'vi one. Setting her phone aside, she casually inquired, is the evening's program enjoyable? Very much so, Guan nodded affirmatively. Which program is the best? Without a moment's hesitation, he answered with resolute enthusiasm, Xiao Su's. Following this, he emphasized once more, Xiao Su's program is the most delightful. As the driver awaited the red light, he was startled by Guan's loud voice. Glancing through the rearview mirror, he scrutinized the two individuals in the back seat, contemplating how today's youth tend to be so boisterous. The pair before him, a handsome young man and a beautiful young woman, appeared quite compatible, though he noted that the young man seemed somewhat foolish. Noticing the driver's peculiar gaze, Su Taoyao couldn't help but gently nudge Guan, admonishing him to lower his volume. Oh, Guan replied, rubbing the back of his head and lowering his voice significantly. But Xiao Su's show is indeed the most captivating. Su Taoyao nearly succumbed to a moment of pride, ready to place her hands on her hips, yet she refrained, opting instead for a composed demeanor. Naturally, you should consider who I am. However, her slender brows curved into a playful smile. Guan nodded eagerly, his enthusiasm evident as he affirmed, "Yes, yes. Xiao Su is the best in the world." Su Taoyao basked in the compliment, instinctively reaching out to ruffle Guan's hair. Both were momentarily taken aback by the gesture. Su Taoyao thought, "Why did I just ruffle his hair? How embarrassing." Meanwhile, Guan mused, "Why did Xiao Su ruffle my hair? It felt rather nice." The atmosphere inside the car grew somewhat tense. As the traffic light shifted from red to green, the driver pressed the accelerator, causing the taxi to surge forward. The two were jolted back by the sudden motion, prompting Su Taoyao to retract her hand and turn her gaze toward the window, attempting to feign nonchalance. She found herself confronted by the reflection of Guan's face in the glass. Why did Xiao Su suddenly touch my head? Guan pondered, feeling somewhat bewildered. He noticed Su Taoyao seemingly absorbed in the enchanting lights outside the window, seemingly indifferent to his presence. In response, Guan retrieved his phone, unlocked it, and opened the browser to search Baidu for what does it mean when a girl touches a boy's head. Upon seeing the first result, he blinked in surprise. What does it mean when a girl touches a boy's head? Can you what? Where are you going with this? Guan furrowed his brow, deep in thought, when suddenly a hand appeared before him, snatching his phone away. Chapter 50. Unlocking the screen password and child mode. As they strolled through the illuminated streets, their shadows danced on the ground, one tall and one short, almost merging together. "Xiao Su, can you please return my phone?" Guan implored softly from behind. "I have no games on it anymore." "Games?" Su Taoyao halted and retorted. "What respectable person plays games? Are you not aware that the National Press and Publication Administration recently issued a notice regarding the stringent management of online gaming to prevent minors from becoming addicted?" Guan scratched his head in confusion. "Huh?" Su Taoyao succinctly summarized. "It means minors cannot play games excessively." "But I am of age. Why can't I play games?" Guan hesitated, glancing at the young girl's expression. "You don't even have an ID. You wouldn't pass the anti-addiction verification for games. Using old Su's phone is acceptable." Guan mumbled softly. Su Taoyao shot him a glare. Guan promptly sealed his lips. Su Taoyao cast a disapproving look at Guan before setting her phone to child mode and returning it to him. "Hurry up, it's freezing," she urged. Oh. Ecstatic to have his phone back, Guan quickly fell and stepped behind her. After a while, he exclaimed, "Hey, little Su, I can't unlock it. The password is incorrect." "I changed it," she replied. Guan refrained from questioning Su Taoyao's decision to alter the password and merely inquired, "Then what is the new password?" "I won't tell you." Guan attempted to use their room number and then tried Su Taoyao's screen unlock code, but both efforts were in vain. Frustrated, he noticed the warning on the screen indicating that multiple incorrect password attempts would lead to the phone being locked. He looked back at Su Taoyao with pleading eyes. "The password is my birthday." Oh. Guan entered 1101, and indeed, the phone unlocked successfully. "Little Su, why did you set the password to your birthday?" Guan asked again. Su Taoyao found herself momentarily speechless. Why had she chosen to use her own birthday as the password? Well, she thought in that way, Guan would be reminded of her every time he unlocked the phone. Moreover, she had yet to change the wallpaper to a picture of herself. Was her beauty not more captivating than that of the original Armored Warrior ensemble? Silly Guan. If only he could understand the subtle thoughts of a girl. In this world, it seems there aren't many single souls who have never even held a girl's delicate hand. Clusters of them clamoring, "Come, let us see whose sword is sharper." Noticing the girl lost in thought, Guan waved his hand in front of her. "Xiao Su, what are you doing?" Su Taoyao huffed, shooting Guan a reproachful glance. "You asked too many questions." With that, the girl dashed off, leaving her shadow behind. Guan pondered, utterly confounded. What did I do to provoke Xiao Su this time? Returning home, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. Having arrived late, Guan did not visit the market. Instead, he rummaged through the refrigerator and retrieved a few chicken drumsticks, proceeding to busy himself in the kitchen. After turning off the range hood, he removed his apron and washed his hands. "Xiao Su, dinner is ready." "I'm not eating," Su Taoyao replied from the sofa, aimlessly flipping through channels on the remote. Seemingly searching for something or merely indulging in boredom. "I made teriyaki chicken rice today. Are you really not going to eat?" Guan emerged with 2 porcelain plates and asked once more. "I also sought Ed some beef and sauce as a topping. It's quite fragrant. And I added plenty of chili." He gently set the plates on the table and turned to Su Taoyao, only to find she remained seated. "I'm not eating," was her unwavering response. "Are you truly not going to eat?" There's still some seaweed flakes in the fridge. Remember you said they were delicious when added? Guan opened the refrigerator again, retrieving a package of seaweed flakes and sprinkling a layer over her bowl. No, I'm not eating. Su Taoyao stole a glance at the dining table, yet her gaze remained fixed on the television, which was currently airing a food advertisement. Well, seeing her stubbornness, Guan refrained from insisting further and merely remarked, "If you get hungry tonight, I'll prepare something for you." "I want to eat," Su Taoyao retorted, then picked up the remote to change the channel. The sounds of the television echoed throughout the living room, intermittent and disjointed. As the enticing aroma wafted through the air, the girl's stomach began to protest, compelling her to turn her head toward the dining table, where she inadvertently met Guan's gaze. Guan blinked and said to her, "The food is still warm. Come eat, Xiao Su." Su Taoyao immediately averted her eyes and sat up straight. Guan scratched his head and continued to eat. He picked up a chicken leg and took a hearty bite, pondering, what is wrong with Xiao Su? She doesn't even want to eat. The girl on the sofa heard this and felt a twinge of grievance. Although she understood that Guan had done nothing wrong, she could not help but be overwhelmed by her emotions, her little temper rising and falling like a tide. If one did not genuinely care for another, how could their feelings be so easily stirred? A single glance, a smile, or even an ordinary emoji in a conversation could amplify one's emotions manifold. They say that unrequited love is a solitary battlefield. Yet for Su Taoyao, this clumsy and earnest Guan had become the focal point of her thoughts. A delicate balance of timidity and hesitation. Xiao Su, Xiao Su. Su Taoyao was momentarily lost in thought when she looked up to find Guan standing before her, holding a white porcelain plate and a small bowl of egg soup adorned with scallions. A delicate plume of steam rose from the soup, freshly prepared by Guan. "What do you want?" she asked deliberately. Guan set down the plate and suggested, "You might want to eat a few bites or at least drink some soup. It's important to have something in your stomach." Seeing Guan's expression akin to that of a child who had committed a misdeed, Su Taoyao felt an unexpected annoyance toward herself. Her unreasonable outburst would not trouble Guan, nor would he chastise her for her behavior. All along, he believed he must have done something to upset her. Guan was perpetually accommodating towards Su Taoyao. Noticing her drifting off again, he grew increasingly anxious. "Xiao Su, please eat, just a few bites." Su Taoyao's mood lightened. Humph, this foolish Guan, despite his simplicity, wasn't entirely unlikable. He was just a bit clingy. He couldn't help but fuss over her even when she refused to eat. The corners of the young girl's lips quirked upward in an almost smile, yet she suppressed it. This meal was not something she desired, but rather a demand from Guan. With an impassive expression, she gestured toward the coffee table and replied nonchalantly, "Leave it there. I will eat when I feel like it." "All right." Guan nodded repeatedly. "I'll leave the bowl here and wash it later." Rushing back to his room, Guan eagerly picked up his phone and opened a pink application. He chuckled to himself. An hour later, Guan gazed at the suddenly gray screen, lost in contemplation. A wave of anxiety washed over him. Did I ruin my phone? What should I do? Chapter 51. Allow me to teach you how to tie a scarf on December 31st, the eve of the new year. The atmosphere felt somewhat lacking in the celebratory spirit compared to the lunar New Year's Eve. Guan awoke early, having spent the entire night grappling with how to explain the situation to Xiao Su the next day. How could the phone malfunction so unexpectedly? Sitting at the edge of his bed, he earnestly reflected on his predicament. Resigned, he picked up the phone resting beside his pillow. To his astonishment, he discovered the screen had returned to its original vibrant colors. He exhaled in relief, exited his room, and began preparing some lily porridge for Xiao Su, followed by frying 2 eggs and stir-frying a plate of shredded pork. Guan, the domestic chef, found himself with a day of leisure. In the evening, the duo ventured out to the hospital to express their concern for old Su. Guan had even taken the time to peel 2 apples. He offered the larger one to Xiao Su and kept the smaller one for old Su, demonstrating his wisdom in navigating relationships. After all, a future father-in-law pales in significance compared to a future wife. After conversing with old Su, the two left the hospital just as night fell. Su Taoyao hailed a taxi, and Guan did not inquire about her destination. He was content to follow Xiao Su wherever she led him. The city buzzed with activity on this Saturday, the taxi weaving through a labyrinth of traffic, inching toward the distant horizon cloaked in darkness. At 7:30, they finally arrived at their destination. "Xiao Su, why have we returned to this amusement park?" Guan glanced at the throngs of people before him, swallowing hard at the sight of such a crowd. Today was indeed bustling. He still hadn't had the chance to ride the Ferris wheel from last time, and there were fireworks to behold in the evening. Fireworks? What kind of flowers are those? Noticing his head shake, Su Taoyao was reminded that he was merely a secluded Taoist hermit, and in his era, there was no such spectacle as fireworks to witness. Had he traversed time a few years later, he might have even torn apart the little devils along with his great-grandfather. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts in her mind, Su Taoyao explained, "You can think of them as flowers blooming in the sky. They are simply stunning." Guan nodded, his heart brimming with anticipation. This prosperous age was filled with countless new wonders he had neither seen nor heard of before. After purchasing their tickets, the two queued to enter the amusement park. Earlier that morning, a light snow had fallen, leaving a soft blanket of snow in the park, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of lights that cast a dazzling glow upon the snow. Everything was delightful, save for the biting wind that swept through, too cold for comfort. Prior to stepping out, Su Taoyao had donned a pink cotton hat adorned with a fluffy pom-pom. Guan had finally replaced his deep blue elderly hat with a light blue cotton one, complete with a similar pom-pom. The styles matched, a couple's color scheme. When they visited Old Su in the evening, Su Taoyao had playfully asked Guan to remove his hat to avoid being noticed by Old Su. The girl's little schemes were cautious yet endearing. As the cold wind blew, it seeped through the gaps in her scarf, sending a shiver down her spine, prompting her to gasp softly, her shoulders trembling slightly. "Is it very cold, little Su?" Guan inquired. Su Taoyao shook her head, her neck instinctively retracting as she refrained from speaking, fearing the cold wind would sweep into her mouth. "Shall we return? We can always come back another time," Guan suggested, shifting his position to stand directly in the path of the wind. On such a frigid day, it would be better to head back. "No," Su Taoyao replied with a tremulous voice. "I want to see the fireworks tonight. We still have New Year's Eve to celebrate." Guan was unaware of the intrinsic connection between New Year's Eve and watching fireworks. He wished to persuade Su Taoyao to return, concerned she might catch a chill. However, upon meeting her glistening gaze, he felt a pang of reluctance and resolved to shield her from the wind instead. He was robust and not particularly sensitive to the cold. After a moment's contemplation, Guan deemed it inappropriate to remain idle. He unfastened the scarf from around his neck and offered it to Su Taoyao. Why? Su Taoyao stammered, instinctively retreating, only to collide with the railing. Her face flushed a deep crimson, more vibrant than the bag of red Fuji apples she had purchased earlier that evening. She gazed at Guan, her heart fluttering with confusion. What was he doing? Had he learned this from someone? Had he stumbled upon something inappropriate online? Yet, he seemed utterly innocent in his thoughts. What on earth was Guan really thinking? The girl's mind swirled in disarray. Meanwhile, Guan pondered internally. Why is Su reacting so strongly? I merely wanted to give her my scarf. Is it possible that my scarf is dirty? He withdrew his hand, examining it meticulously, yet found no sign of dirt. He examined it closely several more times, discovering a few strands of his own hair. Guan lowered his head, feeling disheartened. How unfortunate it is that I am such a mess. Xiao Su, being the fastidious person she is, must certainly be repulsed by my untidiness. He silently let his hands fall, his expression one of profound disappointment. As Guan's thoughts echoed within him, Su Taoyao blinked in surprise. I don't mind at all. What do I have to complain about? I can go several days without washing my hair at home. How could I possibly scorn someone who washes theirs daily? As she observed Guan preparing to wrap the scarf around himself once more, Su Taoyao grew anxious, caught between her modesty as a girl and an uncontrollable shyness. She bit her lip, struggling to utter the words. Wait a moment. She stamped her foot, the tiny pom-pom atop her hat bobbing about. Resolutely, Su Taoyao extended her hand. In the midst of Guan's bewildered gaze, she seized the scarf and yanked it toward her. Xiao Su. Guan was taken aback. After her impulsive action, Su Taoyao found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, being Su Taoyao, she quickly extricated herself from the awkward situation. Your method of tying a scarf is all wrong. She raised the scarf high with both hands, her cheeks flushed and her heart racing as she wrapped it around her own scarf. Let me show you how to tie it properly. Like this, then this, and then this. Do you understand? Guan nodded, exclaiming, oh. He even gave her a thumbs up, adding, Xiao Su, you are truly remarkable. Su Taoyao lightly hummed, the corners of her mouth, wrapped in a scarf, lifting in unison, her brows and eyes curving like willows floating upon a lake's surface. She then cheerfully joined Guan on the Ferris wheel. It appeared that she had, perhaps, inadvertently forgotten that she was merely demonstrating the proper way to tie a scarf to Guin. As the two settled into the cabin of the Ferris wheel, the distant sound of fireworks suddenly erupted. It seemed to rival the rhythm of a youthful heartbeat. Boom, crack. Boom, crack. The fireworks began to bloom. Chapter 52, Happy New Year. Boom, crack. Boom, crack. As the resounding blasts echoed, the cabin occupied by Guin and her companion gradually ascended. Through the misty glass, Guin caught sight of a series of luminous points rapidly ascending from the ground, and in the blink of an eye, they soared into the sky. At the edge of Guin's vision, fiery sparks twinkled like stars, illuminating a portion of the night sky in an instant. Following this, a cascade of colorful lights intertwined and danced, creating a splendid tapestry of hues. The night served as a canvas, embroidered with clusters of resplendent blooms. The east wind released blossoms upon 1,000 trees, scattering stars like rain. Guin watched, entranced, her pupils reflecting the golden and fiery orange brilliance. Though the fireworks display was brief, it felt elongated in its beauty. When the night sky regained its tranquility, Guin lingered in her thoughts for a while longer. Thank you, Xiao Su. She gently turned her head to gaze outside, her voice barely above a whisper. Su Taoyao sensed Guin's mood had dimmed, and could roughly surmise the reason. Without uttering another word, she turned her head, aligning her gaze with Guin's. In a corner of the night sky, a crescent moon hangs delicately, casting its cool luminescence upon the nearby wisps of thin clouds. The gentle patter of snowflakes taps against the window, heralding the return of the snowfall. The cabin sways leisurely to its highest point, and as one gazes outward, the entire city is aglow with warm lights. Guin remains silent, her head turned slightly, with a glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes. The young girl, who observes everything, feels a deep ache in her heart. In this moment, she comprehends the solitude that Guin has long concealed within her heart, yet it does not encompass the entirety of her experience. In this world, no one can fully grasp another's loneliness. Joy is a shared experience, while solitude is a burden borne alone. Su Taoyao quietly rises and sidles up beside Guin. The sound of her fingers gliding across the glass breaks the silence. Guin watches in a daze as Su Taoyao's fair fingers trace an oval shape on the window, followed by two small dots, a downward curve, and finally, a little pig's nose. Oink oink, Su Taoyao mimics, pressing her fingers to her own nose and playfully imitating the sound of a pig. At that moment, Guin's worries dissipate like smoke, leaving no trace behind, all thanks to Su Taoyao's playful antics. What are you doing, little Su? Guin responds with a shy smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I'm not doing anything. Su Taoyao shakes her head, her eyes sparkling with mirth. I'm simply learning from you, dear master. Guin gestures towards the pig face on the window, teasingly declaring, You are clearly imitating that little pig. Nonsense, Su Taoyao retorts, mimicking Guin's tone. I am undoubtedly imitating the little pig Guin. After finishing her words, she extended her finger and inscribed the character Gu upon the pig's smiling visage. Look, this is merely little Guin, the pig. She turned her head and remarked, You are big Guin, the pig. Guin protested, I am really not. Su Taoyao countered, You are not. Are. As the two exchanged banter, the cabin suddenly jolted. Su Taoyao lost her balance and stumbled towards Guin. In response to this unexpected turn of events, Guin instinctively reached out to embrace the girl. He found himself momentarily stunned. Through 2 layers of down jackets, he felt as though something was pressing against his chest, soft, warm, yet significantly heavier than a pillow. It even seemed to possess a slight bounce. Guin felt as if he had just been roused from slumber by the alarm clock on a Monday morning, utterly enamored with the warmth and softness of his bed. Inhaling the faint scent of osmanthus emanating from little Su, Guin's mind gradually emptied, slowly surrendering to this novel experience. It was a fragrance he could never tire of. He truly, truly adored it. After a brief moment of astonishment, the girl in his arms sprang away. Su Taoyao, seated on the opposite bench, felt her breath quicken imperceptibly. Stealing a glance at the dazed Guin, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She was mortified. Su Taoyao felt flustered and disoriented, her limbs gradually growing weak, as though all her strength had inexplicably drained away. This was their first encounter that could be deemed even remotely intimate, resembling the fantasies that had long lingered in her heart. Su Taoyao found herself at a loss to articulate the sensations coursing through her. It felt as if her heart might leap from her chest, and every cell in her body was ablaze with excitement. She even entertained the thought of embracing Guan once more, burying her head against his warm chest. The emotions shared between them were undeniably peculiar. As the Ferris wheel gradually came to a halt and the cool breeze enveloped them, their feelings began to normalize. Guan seemed unfazed. Yet the little deer in Su Taoyao's heart had already collided with enough force to be bloodied and bruised, bleeding in distress. Suddenly, the young girl felt an urge to visit a church or a temple. After all, she was Su Taoyao, a paragon of cosmic, superlative invincibility, witty, youthful, beautiful, charming, and elegantly aloof. How could she be so utterly captivated by a simple, bumbling little Taoist? Surely, she must be under some enchantment. Begone, demons and specters. Begone, demons and specters. She chanted repeatedly in her mind, invoking her father's exorcism spell before daring to look at Guan again. Yet, upon casting her gaze his way, her heart raced even more wildly. Thump, thump. The rhythm of her heartbeat surpassed its previous pace. Amidst the throngs of people around them, Su Taoyao's eyes were solely fixated on Guan. Under her unwavering stare, he suddenly leaned closer, cupping his mouth and whispering softly in her ear, Little Su, little Su. Look over there, could we perhaps do that too? His warm breath sent a tingling sensation through her ear, igniting an even deeper blush within her. Su Taoyao followed the direction of his finger and beheld a youthful couple passionately kissing, their fervor highlighted by a nearby cart selling balloons. What did you say? She asked, her mind struggling to grasp the situation. Why did Gu Hanan suddenly wish to kiss me? Guan hesitated before speaking. Can I buy one of those balloons floating in the sky? What? Su Taoyao's thoughts were still muddled. The balloon. Guan observed her distracted state and instinctively touched the back of his head. Aside from her fear of roller coasters, does she also dread the Ferris wheel? Su Taoyao felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. What on earth am I thinking? After strolling for a while longer and exploring the amusement park again, they noticed the surrounding crowd growing increasingly boisterous. Su Taoyao quickly pulled out her phone to check the time. It's almost 12 o'clock, she exclaimed. The new year is almost here. As her words faded, the entire amusement park resonated in unison. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. When the clock struck midnight, Guan was momentarily startled by the scene. In the next instant, he realized someone was holding his hand. Turning his gaze, he found Su Taoyao clasping his hand, her palm cupped near her mouth as she joyfully shouted, Master Ancestor, Happy New Year. Guan was momentarily taken aback, then raised his hand to cover his mouth. Xiao Su, Happy New Year. A giggle escaped the girl, her eyes narrowing in delight. Bang! Crack! The air was once more filled with the shimmering spectacle of fireworks. Guan glanced upwards, then turned to look at the hand of Xiao Su, which was clasped in his own, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. The resplendent fireworks paled in comparison to the brilliance of Xiao Su's sparkling eyes. This year's lantern market was but a distant memory, not to mention last year's people. Master. My two senior brothers, I am doing well now, truly well. On the outskirts of the city, the night was alive with dazzling fireworks and the crackling sounds of firecrackers. The following morning, the air was permeated with the scent of gunpowder. In the Flip Garden, building number 2, room 1001, Guan sat on the sofa, appearing quite anxious. Xiao Su, this doesn't seem right. What is wrong with it? I just don't feel quite right. Su Taoyao shot him a fierce glance, instantly shifting into her authoritative mode. I don't care how you feel. I want to feel how I feel. Guan opened his mouth, hesitating to retort. Then it settled. Su Taoyao, satisfied, gave Guan's shoulder a reassuring pat and urged, quickly change into that brown turtleneck sweater I bought for you last time. It makes you look more mature. Guan nodded, still obedient. As the clock struck just past 5, darkness enveloped the sky. The two set out, hailing a taxi to a renowned upscale Western restaurant nearby. Meanwhile, on the second floor of that very restaurant on the commercial street, a tall, slender young man was already seated, a familiar face, Zhang, from Guan's neighboring class. At this moment, the youth hummed a song brimming with nostalgia, the clumsy knot of a red tie, his hair meticulously styled to resemble that of an adult, adorned in a dapper suit. He softly sang to himself, turning to the expansive window beside him to adjust his hairstyle for the day. A middle part. He had even applied some hair wax. Zhang, the passerby, felt a sense of satisfaction with his reflection. He then fiddled with the black bow tie at his collar, his mind already conjuring delightful images of the lunch he would share with Su Taoyao later. He envisioned himself bending to pull out a chair for her. If given the chance, he would even slice her steak into small, manageable pieces. Zhang gazed out at the scenery, his eyes filled with anticipation. Today, he had arranged to have a meal with Su Taoyao. The reason for her acquiescence was rather simple. After the New Year's performance, the head of the senior class approached both him and Su Taoyao, requesting their assistance in brainstorming ideas for the upcoming opening ceremony to support the graduating class. As the president and vice president of the student council, it was hardly appropriate to decline. Initially, he had merely intended to test the waters by messaging Su Taoyao to invite her for a meal over the weekend, with the intention of discussing the details. To his astonishment, the girl, who had seldom shown him kindness, readily agreed. In his overwhelming surprise, he began to meticulously prepare for this date with great enthusiasm. Zhang even chose a high-end steakhouse with an exquisite price tag, reserving a table by the window, eager to showcase his unique charm amidst the glow of the city lights. To this end, he set out early in the morning to seek the expertise of a stylist named Tony, who crafted for him a strikingly charming hairstyle. Clad in a suit that had been meticulously dry-cleaned and pressed overnight, he arrived at the fine dining establishment well ahead of schedule. Why such an early arrival? It was, of course, to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor. He had read in a book titled The Comprehensive Guide to Romance that it was advantageous for a gentleman to arrive early for a date, ideally prepared with a delightful surprise, a bouquet of flowers, or perhaps a piece of jewelry, preferably 24K pure gold, adorned with diamonds. After experiencing several setbacks in his romantic pursuits, he suddenly had an epiphany. His approach had been rather juvenile and lacking sophistication. He realized that his attempts at impressing others, akin to a dashing character, were often met with disdain by the aloof, academically accomplished type like Su Taoyao, who would find such antics unappealing. In contrast, the mature and considerate protagonists in stories effortlessly captured the attention of such highbrow individuals. He, Zhang the bystander, was tired of being just a background character. He was determined to become the leading man. With this newfound resolve, Zhang felt increasingly excited. He took out his phone and sent a message to the top contact in his list. Su, I have arrived. Please let me know when you are on your way, so I can come down and meet you. As he read his message, neither overly flirtatious nor lacking in thoughtfulness, Zhang couldn't help but commend himself. Who wouldn't be charmed by a gentle and considerate young man? With nervous energy coursing through him, he anxiously tapped his leg and stared at the screen, contemplating how to respond to her forthcoming message. If she merely replies with an "oh," I must not be disheartened. Instead, I should respond with even greater thoughtfulness. Perhaps I could first send an adorably charming emoji, followed by a message. I arrived a bit early. Su classmate, please take your time. Alternatively, I could choose to remain silent and simply wait downstairs for her arrival. Amidst the chilly winds and light snow, I would quietly await her presence, then retrieve the warm pack I had prepared in advance to ward off the cold for her. Such understated gestures resonate with warmth and kindness. Although Su Taoyao is notoriously indifferent towards boys, even the most frigid of hearts can thaw one day. As long as I exert sufficient effort. No. As long as I approach her with genuine sincerity, I shall surely move Su Taoyao. The onlooker, Zhang, grew increasingly excited. He had even envisioned the progression of their relationship, fluttering hearts, flirtation, confessions, and romance. Then he would accompany her to her desired city as they embark on their university life together. For years of love, obtaining a marriage certificate, and starting a family. He had even decided on the names for their future children. The boy would be named Zhang Aitao, and the girl, Zhang Hen Aitao. How thrilling! Zhang concluded his delightful reverie and glanced at his phone. 10 minutes had already passed, yet the young lady had not replied. His brows furrowed in concern. But he quickly reassured himself. It had only been 10 minutes. Previously, when he sent messages, they were met with nothing but red exclamation marks. No one could truly comprehend the way he had endured these past 2 years. Ding dong. He looked at his phone, a surge of energy coursing through him. It was a message from Su Taoyao. Ah, indeed. I had mentioned that a friend would be accompanying me today, hadn't I? Writer Zhang quickly replied, I understand. This time, however, he refrained from sending further messages, for such behavior might appear overly eager. Engaging in conversation with a girl he admired required a touch of dignity and a balance of restraint. Sending a flurry of messages only to receive a brief response would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation, the implications of which were all too clear. He patiently awaited her response until darkness enveloped the sky. At last, Writer Zhang caught sight of Su Taoyao's figure, along with her companion, Guan. A pang of discomfort struck Rider Zhang as he felt akin to a mere dog. Chapter 54. Rider Zhang's Tears. The restaurant was softly illuminated, its decor deliberately designed to evoke a serene atmosphere. In the distance, a piano was being played, its melodious notes resonating sweetly. Yet, Rider Zhang's heart felt somewhat chilled. He watched as Su Taoyao and her companion approached him, arm in arm. He observed them seated closely together, and as Su Taoyao's crimson lips parted, she offered him a shy smile, seemingly introducing Gu and with the words, "This is Guan." She cast a glance at Gu and before hastily lowering her gaze. "But wait, you are the aloof goddess, Su Taoyao. Why this display of bashfulness? Cursed be the moment." Rider Zhang felt as if his heart had turned to ashes as he forced a smile. "Hello, classmate Guan." "Hello, Zhang." "Zhang." Guan promptly returned the greeting but struggled to recall his full name, only vaguely remembering that he had previously mistaken him for Xiao Su's boyfriend. However, Xiao Su had mentioned that she was not well acquainted with him. Yet if they were not familiar, why then was there a dinner invitation? Guan found himself in a state of inner turmoil, ultimately deciding to forego the gathering. Yet he felt a lingering sense of reluctance. Xiao Su mentioned that someone was treating others to a meal and inquired whether he wished to join. Reluctant but unable to resist her persuasion, Guan was half dragged, half pushed to the venue. Upon arrival, however, he realized he could not recall the host's name, which was undeniably impolite. He scrutinized the somewhat familiar youth before him and noticed his pallor, which suggested he might be unwell. With genuine concern, Guan asked, "Zhang, is there something amiss with your health? I possess a modicum of medical knowledge and would be glad to assist you." The passerby, Zhang Yi, froze momentarily before chuckling. "Oh, it's nothing." He too was observing Guan. His face? So handsome. How can one be this striking? Zhang Yi succumbed to a wave of self-doubt. No. One must not judge a man solely by his appearance. It is crucial to consider his physical strength as well. Zhang Yi continued, "I am quite robust. In fact, I am a member of the school basketball team, trained to develop my physique. I even unwittingly won a championship in an arm wrestling competition not long ago." "Competition? Championship?" Guan murmured, his tone sincere. "Zhang, you are truly impressive." Zhang Yi felt a surge of pride, responding nonchalantly, "It was merely a small contest. Nothing significant. Nonetheless, that is still quite remarkable." Guan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Gradually, Zhang Yi's confidence grew, and he casually suggested, "Since it will be some time before the dishes are served, shall we engage in some lighthearted games?" Games? Guan felt increasingly exhilarated. Ever since his phone had been acting erratically, he had not had the opportunity to engage with video games. "How about we have an arm wrestling match?" suggested Zhang, a passerby, anxious that Guan might decline. "Just for fun, I won't exert too much strength." Guan, intrigued, turned to seek Xiao Su's opinion. Noticing her gentle smile, she softly advised, "Take it easy, don't use too much force." Guan nodded, a surge of excitement coursing through his veins. The title of champion is conferred upon the foremost among warriors. In ancient times, only valiant generals could attain such a rank. Given the chance to compete in strength with this champion of the Zhang surname, how could Guan possibly contain his enthusiasm? Observing Guan's youthful fervor, Su Taoyao couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Zhang. What was he thinking? Could a mere arm wrestling champion from school truly measure up to her family's Gu, who had trained in martial arts for over a decade? Upon noticing the girl's gaze upon him, Zhang felt a pang of bitterness. He found it hard to fathom that Su Taoyao would express concern for this individual and plead for him to go easy. Take it easy? No way. Did he, Zhang, really seem like the type who would buy 2 cups of milk tea for a goddess? Absolutely not. If Su Taoyao truly desired milk tea, he would buy 3 cups, 2 for her and her boyfriend, and 1 for himself. This was the last vestige of his pride against being a mere sycophant. The two clasped their hands together, their elbows resting on the table. Stealing another glance at the girl, Zhang summoned all his strength, preparing to decisively defeat Guan. On the count of 3, we shall begin. 1, 2, 3. Guan wore a serious expression, his breathing steady as he remained fully on guard. 1, 2, 3. The passerby, Zhang, counted to 3 before exerting his strength, his eyes suddenly glinting with a cold light. "I won't spare you even the slightest bit of leniency. Come down. 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 Let us go." However, Zhang found himself caught off guard, his words of defiance still lingering unspoken in his heart. Yet, his hand was inexplicably pinned to the table. In astonishment, he looked up, only to be met with a handsome face marred by an expression of sincere apology. "I'm sorry, classmate Zhang." Guan retracted his hand and scratched his head. "You must not have been prepared just now. Otherwise, how could I have pinned you down so easily?" Zhang's gaze was clouded with confusion. Was it truly as he said? Yes, it must be so. His eyes quickly regained their determination. Surely, this fellow had acted unethically, seizing the moment when he was unprepared to strike. He responded graciously, "It's all right. I was just lost in thought. Let us have another go at it." "All right, but you must be cautious this time. I'm going to be serious and will exert a considerable amount of strength." Zhang adopted a serious demeanor. Yes. Guan nodded earnestly. This time, Zhang counted slowly. His gaze fixed intently on Guan's wrist. 1. Yet, before he even voiced it, his arm had already surged forward. "Kid, this time, you are definitely going to lose." Zhang smirked, but the smile vanished almost instantly. A loud crash echoed through the air, followed by a wave of excruciating pain. Passerby Zhang inhaled sharply, his expression one of sheer astonishment. He sensed that the bones in his fingers might be fractured. Raising his gaze, he encountered Guan's apologetic yet handsome face. "Zhang, are you teasing me again?" Guan inquired softly, a look of remorse adorning his features. Passerby Zhang remained silent. Observing the pallor on his face, Guan tentatively suggested, "Shall we try once more?" Passerby Zhang's expression darkened further. Guan lowered his voice. "How about you exert yourself first this time? I shall follow your lead." Passerby Zhang bit his lip, filled with a mix of anger and frustration, lamenting internally. Am I truly destined to be but a supporting character in this narrative? Every rival I encounter surpasses me in both looks and strength, appearing as if they are possessed by a monstrous vigor. They seem so naive, yet they master the art of deception with such finesse. Without a doubt, Guan is the protagonist here. With an awkward smile, he concealed his trembling hand behind his back. Perhaps we should leave it at this for today. I suddenly recalled that the rib soup at home is still on the stove. I must return. He added, "Gu, please enjoy your meal with Su. I have already settled the bill." Guan pressed his lips together, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. "Shall we engage in an arm wrestling match next time we meet?" As Passerby Zhang took a few steps, he stumbled slightly, almost losing his balance. "Next time, for certain. Next time, without fail." Guan called after him, watching his panicked retreating figure. "Next time it is, Zhang." Amidst the laughter, a girl, who had been watching a captivating scene unfold, could no longer contain her amusement. Guan was perplexed. Why is Xiaosu laughing foolishly again? "Oh dear, Xiaosu is truly silly," murmured Xiu Xue as Passerby Zhang stood by the street. Gazing dreamily at the handsome figures behind the glass on the second floor, helplessly rubbing his nose. Suddenly, a notification chimed from his phone. He glanced at it to find a transfer of 10,000 yuan from Su Yao, accompanied by a message. "Please don't prance around in front of me anymore. I fear my boyfriend may grow jealous." Woe is me, tears streamed down Passerby Zhang's face as he helplessly deposited the money into his Uebao account. He edited a post for his social media. The bitterness of love tastes the same as snowflakes melting in tears. If only life were as it was at first glance. In retrospect, it has become the property of another. In the crowd, searching for her 1,000 times, suddenly turning back, she still remains his wife. January 2nd. Zhangzi experienced heartbreak. Chapter 55. The desire to tap on your cranium in the restaurant. Guan, deep in thought for a considerable time, finally set down his knife and fork. "Xiaosu, why don't we use chopsticks?" This query he had posed to Su Taoyao merely 2 minutes prior. Because one uses a knife and fork when dining on Western cuisine, the girl's response remained unchanged. Yet, it still feels incorrect to me. Su Taoyao raised an eyebrow, looking at Guan with a faint smile. Then why not elaborate? Guan promptly sank back into contemplation. How can I persuade Xiaosu to let me use chopsticks? This knife and fork are quite foreign to me. What if I embarrass myself in front of Xiaosu? I, Guan, am a person of considerable standing. And this is decidedly inappropriate. Why is it that beef isn't served in slices or chunks? As Guan began to succumb to his frustrations about his lineage, the young girl became more enthusiastic. Perhaps, no. Guan, anxious, began to earnestly explain. "Xiaosu, consider this. There is a saying that warns against disregarding the wisdom of the elderly, for the consequences may be immediate. This sentiment holds some truth, does it not?" "Indeed, it does," she replied. "My master often spoke of the importance of cherishing the traditions passed down by our ancestors." Once again, Guan adeptly quoted his master. "You see, Our forebears have utilized chopsticks for thousands of years, and there is profound significance in this practice. Xiao Taoyao feigned ignorance, eager to learn. What significance? Guwen discreetly retrieved his phone from beneath the table and conducted a quick search. He cleared his throat and continued. Firstly, chopsticks have one rounded end and one square end. The round symbolizes heaven, while the square represents earth, reflecting the ancient understanding of the cosmos. Ah, I see, the girl exclaimed, her eyes widening in intrigue. And what else? Moreover, he elaborated, when holding chopsticks, the thumb and index finger rest above, while the ring and little fingers lie below, with the middle finger positioned in between. This arrangement symbolizes the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity, embodying the ancestral comprehension of the relationship between people and the world. Wow! Su Taoyao seemed to have an epiphany, exclaiming, truly worthy of being my esteemed uncle. You possess such extensive knowledge. Guwen relished her admiration, his tail beginning to wag with delight. With a flick of his thumb across the screen, he eagerly continued to enlighten Su on the myriad intricacies of chopsticks, the concepts of yin and yang, the significance of their lengths, and the notion of the immortal pointing the way. Guwen spoke for a good 10 minutes, his enthusiasm unabated. Meanwhile, Su Taoyao displayed no hint of impatience. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand, listening intently. Occasionally, she would express her astonishment, which only fueled Guwen's exuberance further. Su, you can comprehend everything that my esteemed uncle has said, can't you? Su Taoyao promptly nodded like a chick pecking at grain, acknowledging that she fully grasped the clarity of Guwen's explanations. Hearing this, Guwen felt a sense of buoyancy, after knowing Su for 2 months. It was the first time he had regained a semblance of seniority in her presence. Humph, at last, I have managed to impress Su. I, Guwen, am certainly not foolish. Clearing his throat, Guwen spoke earnestly. So, Su, may I request a pair of chopsticks? Absolutely not. Guwen, who had already risen, froze in confusion. Why not? Because every profession has its own rules. When dining on Western cuisine, one must use a knife and fork. But, Guwen stammered, reluctant to let Su Taoyao know that he was unaware of which hand should wield the knife and which should grasp the fork. Please, sit down. Guwen remained in a state of despondency until he discovered that Xiao Su had positioned herself behind him, firmly pressing him back into his seat. He wished to speak, yet his body froze in an instant. The blushing young lady embraced his hands in a gentle clasp. They were so close that their faces nearly touched. Struggling to suppress the fluttering in her heart, Su Taoyao first released Guwen's hands, cautiously placing a knife and fork into his grip, before once again resting her palm upon the back of his hand. With a soft voice, Su Taoyao instructed, hold the fork in your left hand and the knife in your right. Apply a slight pressure with the fork, then slice off a small piece with the knife. She guided his hand, beginning to demonstrate slowly. Xiao Su. Guwen suddenly stammered. Yes. Su Taoyao's voice carried a hint of barely perceptible nervousness. Could you please try not to shake your hand? I fear this knife might slice my fingers. Su Taoyao was taken aback. She had never anticipated that her carefully devised plan to win his affection would unravel so swiftly. Silly Guwen. Foolish Guwen. Blockhead Guwen. In the midst of the frozen atmosphere, Su Taoyao returned to her seat with a stoic expression. A few minutes later, perspiration glistening on his brow, Guwen finally managed to cut the steak into a haphazard assortment, following the instructions Xiao Su had just provided. He exhaled a sigh of relief. Lifting his gaze, he met Su Taoyao's resentful stare, sending a shiver down his spine. Xiao Su, what's wrong? Nothing much. Then why are you staring at me? Who is staring at you? Guwen, feeling both anxious and curious, inquired. What are you looking at? I wish to crack open your skull to uncover what lies within. Once again, Guwen felt a tingling sensation. What is Xiao Su talking about? How frightening. What on earth does she intend to do? Have I provoked her today? After a considerable pause, Guwen placed the neatly sliced steak before Su Taoyao and said, Xiao Su, eat. Humph. Chapter 56. Guwen, my plowing skills are exceptional. After the new year, the monotonous life of the third year of high school continued on its repetitive course. As the final exams approached, most students in the class began to feel a sense of urgency, and their attitudes towards studying improved significantly. After all, performing poorly in the final exams could render the upcoming Lunar New Year rather uncomfortable. At home, even a simple breath could provoke a flurry of inquiries from their mothers. Su Taoyao, however, was entirely devoid of such concerns. No matter her performance, she would always be first, even if she were to score last. Old Su would not dare to utter a word of reproach. Guwen shared a similar sentiment, for he too was first, albeit in the last position. Chen Lanlan once posed a question to him. Doesn't it bother you to always come in last? Guwen replied, why should it? Xiao Su is first, and I am also first. How wonderful is that? Chen Lanlan. Suddenly, Guwen's expression shifted to one of vigilance. You, who were second to last. Are you coveting my position as first? Let me tell you, that's not happening. This is no longer an era where literature has no first and martial arts no second. The position of the last in Yangping No. 1 High School belongs solely to me, Guwen. Chen Lanlan. Is it possible that the boy, whom my dear friend fancies, possesses a mind that is somewhat different from the ordinary? This morning, the question was finally answered for me. Indeed, during the afternoon's physical education class, the English teacher adeptly commandeered the session, claiming victory in a game of cards against the mathematics and physics instructors. At that moment, a bold, or rather, reckless, young lad raised his hand and inquired, Teacher, why do you all use physical education class as a wager for your card games? I believe that is rather inappropriate. Why inappropriate? The English teacher set down the exam papers in her lap, adjusted her glasses, and cast several wary glances at the handsome boy, her eyes shimmering with a hint of danger. The physical education teacher lamented to me last time, stating that you and the other two instructors frequently coerced him, effortlessly taking over his lessons. Really? Indeed. Guwen nodded. He even mentioned that you are a fierce tigress, quite fearsome, indeed. Haha. Guwen continued, although in this instance, the physical education teacher is not entirely blameless. How can one speak ill of another behind their back? What else did he say? He said a great deal, asserting that you must be undergoing menopause, as you seem to be perpetually irritable and losing your hair in clumps. Is that so? Yes. He also remarked that you are the field, and he is merely the ox, toiling away daily. Guwen patted his head. Last time I told him that I too am proficient in tilling, yet the physical education teacher inexplicably accused me of being improper. Huh. Get out. Teacher? Guwen was bewildered. Stand outside the classroom. Don't make me repeat myself. Guwen skillfully grabbed an English book and reluctantly stepped out of the classroom. Along the way, she cast a pleading glance at Su Taoyao, but she merely rolled her eyes in response. With a heavy heart, Guwen exited. After class, Guwen endured a fierce glare from the English teacher for quite some time. Yet, she did not cower. Instead, she blinked innocently and asked, Is there anything else, teacher? Bring your parents to my office on Friday. With that cold command, the teacher, in her early 30s, turned and left. The sound of her high heels echoed in the corridor, clicking against the floor. Once she entered her office at the stairwell, Guwen returned to her seat with the book in hand. Xiao Su, Guwen gently poked Su Taoyao's back with her pen, careful not to exert too much force. However, the girl did not turn around. Guwen called out again, Xiao Su, Xiao Su, Xiao Su. Xiao Su. After more than 20 repetitions of her name, Su Taoyao finally turned her head, her expression unfriendly. Guwen panicked. Xiao Su, please refrain from associating with that gym teacher. Su Taoyao replied brusquely, why not? Guwen, confused, thought of the cheerful, dark-skinned gym teacher, who was arguably her best friend at school. There's no reason. But I have plans to go with him next weekend. Guwen's words were abruptly stifled as she clamped her mouth shut. That was close. I nearly let slip my plans to attend the comic convention with the physical education teacher. It is truly delightful to once again witness Ultraman and the Armored Warrior. If Xiao Su finds out, she will surely disallow my attendance. However, it's not a significant issue. I shall simply claim I am going out to play badminton with friends. He. Su Taoyao raised an eyebrow and provocatively inquired, where are you going next week? In nowhere, Guwen stammered, avoiding her gaze and flipping through his textbook. Didn't you just say you had made arrangements with the physical education teacher? Oh. We agreed to play some ball together for exercise. Guwen responded nervously, as he seldom uttered falsehoods. Badminton? Yes, badminton, he affirmed, turning another page, and then amiably extended an invitation. Would Xiao Su like to join me? He understood that she was not particularly fond of sports, preferring to stroll leisurely after dinner. Hey, Guwen internally commended himself. I will go, Su Taoyao replied decisively. Oh, if you're not going, then that's settled, Guwen said, looking up with concern. But next time, you must come with me. Staying at home all the time is detrimental to your health. I said, I will go? She enunciated each word clearly, akin to a broadcasting student. Guwen was taken aback. He rubbed his ears, incredulous, and asked once more, Xiao Su, what did you say? I said, I want to join you in playing badminton. Is that appropriate? Guwen pressed her lips together. What's so bad about it? The girl raised the corner of her mouth. Did you not just say one shouldn't always stay at home? One needs to exercise. Guwen. Right. Su Taoyao flipped the book on Guwen's desk. You've been placing the book upside down all this time. Guwen. Oh, and another thing. The girl chuckled again. Your PE teacher probably won't be able to play badminton with you this weekend. Guwen, why? Because his leg might just get broken tonight. Guwen. He and the English teacher are married, and since you spoke ill of him today, he is bound to face a beating when he gets home. Su Taoyao laughed. Xiaoan, you're quite bold. Guwen. Chapter 57, Family Status. For the remainder of the week, Guwen felt somewhat distracted, constantly worrying that her PE teacher might indeed have his leg broken. After all, that PE teacher named Qian was a dear friend of hers. Fortunately, on Friday afternoon, Guwen finally encountered the man she had been so concerned about. Old Qian, teacher, are you well? The left eye of the elderly Qian was a deep shade of purple as he gazed at Guwen for a long moment before responding. Guess if I'm well or not. Guwen's gaze faltered, her voice unexpectedly soft. Perhaps, maybe, it's not too bad? Old Qian took a deep breath, ultimately only letting out a cold snort. After enduring a beating, the pain was undeniable, yet the fault ultimately lay with him. How could he not control his tongue and foolishly exchanged a few lewd remarks with that Na'vi young lad? Teacher Qian, was your eye socket struck? Guwen inquired softly. Nonsense. Old Qian's expression darkened as he thumped his chest twice, inadvertently bumping into the door. Do you think the muscles of Qian Rui were built in vain? Guwen felt somewhat embarrassed, yet. There is no yet. Regardless of the circumstances, it was indeed a door that I collided with. Guwen blinked, still unable to voice his thoughts. I can actually tell whether this bruise was caused by a fist or a collision. Sighing, old Qian appeared rather melancholic. He patted Guwen's shoulder and advised. Heed my counsel, young one. Do not let yourself be easily deceived by girls. Deceived? Deceived for money? Money is not the issue. What is worrisome is that you may find yourself completely consumed, only to invest the remainder of your life. Guwen, still bewildered by such profound metaphors, pondered whether there truly were man-eating spirits in existence. However, he had no knowledge of the exorcisms practiced by the Taoists on television. If he were to encounter a spirit in the future, how could he protect Xiao Su? Guwen began to contemplate. Young Gu, do you know what is most crucial for a man? Guwen shook his head. It is status. Status? Family status. Teacher Qian nodded emphatically. Do you understand what family status entails? Guwen continued to shake his head. When I express my culinary desires for the evening, my wife dutifully prepares the meal I desire. Whenever my shoulders ache, she promptly offers her soothing hands for a massage. She meticulously cleans the grapes beforehand, peeling them and feeding me lovingly. She cooks our meals, washes the dishes, laundered our clothes, and maintains the cleanliness of our home. In the end, old Qian chuckled with a sense of pride, yet winced at the pain from his eye wound. This is what one calls familial status. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Guwen fell silent. He reflected on his interactions with Xiao Su. He was the one who cooked, washed the dishes, and tended to the household chores. If Xiao Su grew weary from her studies, he would offer her a massage and cut fruits into bite-sized pieces for her. Though he had never fed her directly, his gestures were not far removed from that sentiment. Was it possible that he possessed no familial standing whatsoever? Guwen furrowed his brow, troubled by the thought. He approached Teacher Qian earnestly, seeking advice. I have a friend who, at home, seems to have no standing at all. Do you have any wise counsel? TSK, was this yet another imaginary friend? The physical education teacher regarded Guwen with a sympathetic gaze and beckoned him closer. Allow me to instruct you. Simply do this and that. 5 minutes later, enlightenment dawned upon Guwen. After school, as they navigated through a congested street, Guwen and Su Taoyao alighted from their vehicle, finding the sky already shrouded in darkness. The vicinity of their community buzzed with liveliness, filled with students who had just been released from their classes. Along the roadside, amidst a few fast food joints and fruit stalls, numerous vendors showcased their carts. The air was suffused with the tantalizing aroma of various fried foods, the sense of grilled cold noodles and stir-fried rice vermicelli mingling with a hint of automobile exhaust. This was the most authentic portrayal of urban life. Master Uncle, are there any fruits left at home? None. What would you like to eat? I can go to the store and buy some. Guwen instinctively began to stride towards the fruit shop. However, after taking a few steps, he halted abruptly. Suddenly reminded of his physical education teacher's admonition, a man of true standing in the family should never scurry off to assist his wife before she has even spoken. Although Xiao Su is not mine yet. Pa. What nonsense are you thinking, brain? Xiao Su and I are completely innocent, all right? As Guan pondered, an inexplicable sense of guilt washed over him. He cast a furtive glance at the girl, tugged at the strap of his backpack, and walked directly into the community, his pace quickening. Guan's figure soon vanished from Su Taoyao's sight. She was left in a state of bewilderment. What do you mean I'm not anything to you? Completely innocent? What on earth is Guan thinking? Shaking her head, Su Taoyao chose to ignore the now vanished Guan and instead turned to enter the fruit shop, selecting some seasonal fruits and picking up a few of his favorite apples. Meanwhile, Guan had already arrived home. He removed his backpack and set aside Xiao Su's bag from his chest. Hiss. Guan couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath, reflecting. The physical education teacher had said that outside. A man should not be overly eager to carry a woman's bag, for it would diminish his standing. I, Guan, aspire to be a man of familial standing. With a casual flick of his wrist, he intended to toss Xiao Su's backpack onto the sofa. However, the moment the bag left his grasp, regret washed over him, prompting a swift motion to catch it before it could fall. If anything inside were to break, it would surely displease Xiao Su. Relieved, Guan gently placed the backpack on the sofa. He then approached the table to pour himself a glass of water. The water in the glass kettle, boiled that morning, had turned completely cold. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls, he made his way to the kitchen to heat a kettle of water, ensuring that when Xiao Su returned home, she would have warm water to drink. In the depths of winter, it would be unthinkable to let Xiao Su consume cold water. Before long, the kettle began to bubble and gurgle. Glancing at the clock, Guan noted that he had been home for over 10 minutes. A wave of concern washed over him. Why had Xiao Su not yet returned? Had she encountered any unsavory individuals? Was she perhaps injured on the way? In such frigid weather, a fall could be quite painful. Overwhelmed with apprehension, Guan began to pace anxiously in the living room. This marked the second occasion he had not returned home with Su Taoyao. Normally, at this hour, he would be busy in the kitchen wearing an apron or sharing a meal with Xiao Su at a nearby restaurant. After dining, they would take a leisurely stroll, visit the supermarket, and indulge in a couple of cups of yogurt or Yakult. Xiao Su favored strawberry yogurt, while she preferred the blue bottle Yakult. As for himself, he cherished anything that Xiao Su bought. Another 2 minutes passed. Guan, why has Xiao Su returned yet? Chapter 58. Family status and family dynamics in a man's life. One must possess a certain standing within the family. In front of the Qianrui garden community, Su Taoyao, holding 2 small bags of fruit, had just exited the fruit shop and was now making her way towards a somewhat distant milk tea shop. She ordered a medium-sized green tea with jelly, no ice, 3 parts sugar, honey, and ice cream for herself. After placing her order, she turned to order for Guan. I'll have another cup of milky white, large size, with boba, pudding, coconut jelly, popping pearls, sago, honey, extra sugar, and hot. The staff member, still engaged with the ordering machine, paused and hesitated. Excuse me, adding so many toppings might not fit in 1 cup. Then please place the extra toppings in an empty cup, Su Taoyao replied with a smile. She had yet to share her first milk tea experience with Guan, nor had she discerned his preferred flavors, but she was certain that more toppings could only enhance the enjoyment. She relished watching Guan eat, as he always savored his food with a delight that surpassed even the most popular food vloggers. Perhaps a significant part of her admiration stemmed from Guan's good looks? Su Taoyao chose not to dwell on this notion. As long as Guan did not act foolishly, she would appreciate whatever he did. If he were to act foolishly, she might even find herself liking him more. If only a girl's thoughts were as predictable as a weather forecast. With both hands burdened by bags, Su Taoyao strolled leisurely down the road. In January, the greenery of the community appeared stark and bare, devoid of vibrant hues. Occasionally, a few red plum blossoms could be glimpsed, their blossoms not particularly resplendent, but scattered and lingering in their unfallen state. Upon entering the elevator and ascending to the 10th floor, Su Taoyao noticed that Guan had already opened the door, extending his arms to take the bags from her hands. She blinked, sensing something amiss about Guan today. Straining to listen, she found no thoughts echoing in his mind. Once the door closed, Su Taoyao opened her mouth to speak, only for Guan to place the bags on the table and retreat into the room. Su Taoyao was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Guan's sudden change in demeanor. Everything had seemed perfectly fine in the afternoon. What could have prompted this peculiar behavior? After a moment of contemplation, she realized she had not teased him today, so why might he be upset? No, that couldn't be right. Guwen could not possibly be angry with her. Something must have transpired that she was unaware of. A frown creased the young girl's brow as she pondered the possibility. Could it be that time of the month? It was said that boys also had their share of days akin to those experienced by girls. Inside the room, Guwen lay on his bed, allowing his phone to charge for a while. After meticulously investigating, he discovered that his phone could only be used from 6 to 8 in the evening. At all other times, the screen remained gray, serving only to display the time. He tapped the green icon in the bottom right corner of the screen, entering the physical education teacher's phone number to add as a friend, preparing for future inquiries. Nickname: Qian Xiaodian, WeChat ID, QRRYDYBPLP. The profile picture features a black background with a prominent capitalized character in the center. Successfully added as a friend. Upon seeing the notification on his screen, Guwen felt a surge of excitement and quickly replied, "Teacher, are you there?" 5 seconds later, Qian Xiaodian, I am here. Your love mentor is available to serve you 24 hours a day. Love? Guwen found it peculiar, as he merely intended to inquire about how a man could attain a position of respect within a household, without any mention of romance. He considered himself a pure and earnest young Taoist, not one to casually discuss matters of the heart. Perhaps the teacher had made a typographical error? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on it. Taoist Guwen, teacher, my friend has just followed your advice and is starting to assert himself. Qian Xiaodian, so, you didn't face any reprimands, did you? Taoist Guwen, not at all. Guwen replied promptly, but then realized he may have inadvertently revealed too much and hastily sent another message. Taoist Guwen, teacher, it wasn't me, it was my friend. Qian Xiaodian, understood. Taoist Guwen, I assure you, it truly isn't me. Qian Xiaodian, okay, it is indeed your friend. Taoist Guwen, teacher, what should I do next? Qian Xiaodian, do you still remember the several key points I reminded you of this afternoon? Taoist Guwen, I do. The first point, speak with your head held high. Maintain a fierce gaze, adopt a cold tone, and strive to use concise responses like aha, oh, or impossible. Qian Xiaodian, excellent, keep going. Taoist Guwen. The second point, abstain from performing any household chores you are usually responsible for, not even a single task. You must make her aware of your struggles, recognize your virtues, and subsequently cherish, love, and care for you, holding you in the palm of her hand. This way, you will find yourself elevated in the relationship. Qian Xiaodian, Taoist Guwen. By the way, teacher, what do you mean by elevated? Is it regarding family status? Qian Xiaodian, precisely. This ensures that your familial standing is above hers, rather than beneath. Taoist Guwen. Oh, I understand now. Just as Guwen finished his message, he was startled by a sudden knock at the door. It was Su Taoyao. Master uncle, what are you doing in there? Would you like some milk tea? Upon hearing of a treat, especially one he had yet to try, Guwen hastily discarded his phone and rushed to the door. As he grasped the doorknob, the earlier conversation flashed through his mind, prompting him to straighten his posture, lift his chin, and widen his eyes. Creak. The door swung open. Su Taoyao stood there with 2 plastic cups, filled with the milk tea she had already prepared. Master uncle, she began, only to be met with a stoic, handsome face. Oh, Guwen replied coolly, maintaining his aloof demeanor. Su Taoyao paused momentarily, unfazed by his expression. She simply extended the 2 cups of milk tea towards him. Try this flavor. Next time, I'll take you to the shop to choose, or we can order takeout. Oh. Guwen accepted the cups and promptly shut the door. Outside the door, Su Taoyao stood in a daze for quite a while, then blinked and murmured, do boys really come to visit their aunt? What is Guhanan so angry about? She raised her hand and knocked on the door, calling out, Master, what do you want to eat tonight? Inside. Guwen's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he replied casually, whatever. Su Taoyao thought to herself, this boyfriend is quite difficult to manage. Oh dear, this is only the first round, and he hasn't even been officially confirmed yet. Meanwhile, Qian Rurue had just brought the last bowl of dishes from the kitchen when his phone vibrated in his pocket. He wiped his hands and took out his phone, discovering a message from Guwen. Taoist Guwen. Photo Taoist Guwen. Photo Taoist Guwen. Xiao Su bought me milk tea, 2 cups. Just as he was about to respond, a voice filled with irritation pierced through the air. Have you finished eating? Put down the phone. Hurry and finish your meal. Wash the dishes, take out the trash, and then wash your clothes. Qian Rurue instinctively shrank his neck, preparing to obediently put away his phone. Buzz. He glanced at the screen again. Daoist Guin. Teacher, is this what family hierarchy looks like? Chapter 59. The love mentor watching stars on the balcony with a swift motion. Guin slurped the last few pieces of coconut jelly from the bottom of his cup, blissfully closing his eyes. It turned out there were such delightful beverages in this world. Xiaosu is truly wonderful. After consuming 2 cups of milk tea, an urgent need to relieve himself suddenly surged within Guin. Before stepping out, he glanced at the screen. Qin Xiaodian had yet to respond. Was the physical education teacher overseeing the English teacher as she washed dishes and mopped the floor? How wonderful. How envious he was of the physical education teacher's familial status. Guin's eyes sparkled with longing. Pushing open the door, Guin did not immediately step outside. Instead, he peered around the room, and upon not spotting the girl, he took a step forward. Guin leaned against the sofa, picking up the remote control to browse through the channels. Soon, the television echoed with the girl's clear voice. Guna La, God of Darkness, La and I La. Invisible magic. Then, the living room resonated with Guin's imitation. Guna La, God of Darkness, La and I La. Invisible magic. As he recited, he rose to mimic Yin Lily's transformation dance, punctuating it with a soft hey at the end. Su Taoyao had just washed a snow pair when she suddenly encountered this bizarre scene. Bang! The girl's wrist trembled, and the large pair fell to the ground, rolling several times before finally coming to rest at Guin's feet. Thud, thud, thud. Guin froze, slowly turning his head with excruciating slowness, as if time had stretched into an ice age. The two exchanged glances, each enveloped in silence. For a moment, the tranquil living room was filled only with the sound of the television. How should one protect Guin's tender heart this time? After a lengthy contemplation, Su Taoyao was the first to break the silence. She winked at Guin. Bala Bala energy, Shaluo, little magician, transform. Guin was suddenly filled with excitement. Blinking in surprise, the dark god of Gunala, Doru, has vanished? Su Taoyao, in deep regret, pressed her forehead. Observing her, Guin mistakenly assumed she was suffering from a headache and instinctively spoke. The dark god of Gunala. Return. Su Taoyao gasped in astonishment. Guin, believing he had failed in his incantation, raised his voice. The dark god of Gunala. Return. 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 Su Taoyao could hardly contain herself, the veins on her forehead pulsing. Yet, Guin, oblivious to her distress, continued. The dark god of Gunala. Hurry forth. Dark fairy magic. The dark god of Gunala. Transform. The dark god of Gunala. Attack. The dark god of Gunala. Doru, flames. The dark god of Gunala. Gokalalu, dark violin. A minute later, Su Taoyao exploded in frustration. Guin, the dark god of Gunala. What on earth is happening? Guin looked puzzled. Just as Su Taoyao was about to utter a word, she noticed Guin raising a finger, signaling her to be quiet. Shoo, let's wait and discuss later. Su Taoyao frowned. The Prince of Amusement has made his appearance. The girl turned to see a blue-clad man wearing a butterfly mask on the screen. He spoke in a nonchalant tone. The rain girl has nothing to do with it. Guin furrowed her brows and asked, Xiaosu, what does Yin Wuguan refer to? Is it delicious? Su Taoyao sighed. I'm tired. Let it all be destroyed. Under Guin's pitiful gaze, Su Taoyao forcefully turned off the television and subsequently locked the remote away in a cabinet. She leaned back on the sofa, idly scrolling through her phone. After a while, she shifted her position, only to notice Guin scrutinizing her expression. Wow, why is Xiaosu so fierce today? She even hid the remote. Su Taoyao shot her a glare and retorted, What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a beauty before? Guin pressed her lips together and averted her gaze, muttering internally, It's true that I have never encountered a woman as beautiful as Xiaosu. Silence yourself. Su Taoyao exclaimed, tossing an orange directly at Guin. Guin, bewildered, replied, I didn't say anything. Regardless. When I tell you to be quiet, you ought to comply. Guin thought to herself. I clearly did not speak. What is wrong with Xiaosu today? Yet, I truly have never seen a woman as captivating as her. Guin shrugged, sitting cross-legged in a candid manner, choosing not to glance back at her. She remained oblivious to the fact that the girl beside her had gradually lowered her head, her breath becoming faintly hurried, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Su, the shy and blushing Taoyao. At 7:30, Guin, having lost the authority over the remote, lay on her bed. She picked up her phone and glanced at her messages, only to find that the physical education teacher had yet to respond. Thus, Guin continued to tap on the screen. Meanwhile, Qian Rurue had just finished hanging the laundry and decided to take a moment on the balcony to breathe in some fresh air. The balcony, of course, was cold, and the wind was rather fierce. So why did he not retreat to the living room, but instead endure the frigid breeze? He had simply been banished by his wife, who found his breathing too loud and disruptive to her lesson preparation. You are in the study preparing lessons, and my breathing in the living room disturbs you? Otherwise? Oh, then I'll go to the balcony to do the laundry. Hurry up. Reflecting on the conversation from merely 10 minutes ago, a wave of grievance washed over Qian Rurue. He pulled out his phone, hesitating whether to apologize to his wife again, for otherwise, he would spend the night alone. Ding dong. A message box popped up at the top of the screen. Daoist Guan, teacher, what are you doing? Qian Rurue raised an eyebrow and replied, sigh, not much. Just stargazing on the balcony. He then sent a photo of the night sky. Daoist Guan, why stargazing? Isn't it cold on the balcony? Qian Shaotian, what do you know? My wife was just worried I would be cold, so she set the air conditioning too high, and now she is mopping the floor. With nothing to do, I can only come out to look at the stars. Daoist Guan, oh, I truly envy you, teacher. Your family status is so elevated. Qian Shaotian, naturally. Wait, why? Daoist Guan, apologies, I type slowly. I just used voice input. And the words came out like this. Qian Shaotian, no problem. Oh, by the way, how did your friend fare today? Daoist Guan, he is truly remarkable. Today, he neither cooked nor did any laundry or cleaning, just like you. Teacher. Qian Rurue, on the balcony, felt a twitch at the corner of his eye upon reading this message. He lowered his gaze to his somewhat swollen palm and sighed deeply, pondering. Why is it that you, Xiao Gu, can live so effortlessly? Tap, tap, tap. He continued to reply to the message. Qian Shaotian, quite good. Keep up the hard work. Go for it. JPEG Daoist Guan, yes. I will definitely encourage my friend and mentor to study diligently and strive to solidify his familial status. Qian Shaotian, then I shall continue stargazing. Farewell. JPEG Daoist Guan, alright. Sai Qian Rurue placed his phone back into his pocket, feeling inexplicably melancholic. Bang. The door to the balcony was pushed open. What are you still doing standing there? Oh, dear wife. Come in. Oh, I knew my wife still cares for me. Bah. I just don't want to spend money on your medicine. Qian Rurue chuckled foolishly and stepped inside. Half a minute later, the living room lights went out. Wait. You haven't put that on yet. Chapter 60. Xiao Su, we must conclude our conversation. Guan checked the time. It was now 7:45. He had not prepared dinner for Xiao Su today, and Xiao Su must be reminiscing about his culinary skills. His determination soared even higher. I, Guan, shall also attain a familial status akin to that of my teacher. Guan pushed open the door and quietly took a seat on the sofa, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the young girl beside him. Xiao Su, aren't you hungry? You haven't had dinner yet. I'm not hungry. I've already eaten quite a few fruits, Su Taoya replied, casting a curious glance at Guan. I just ordered takeout. It should be on its way. Are you hungry? Guan shook his head, indicating he wasn't, yet internally he felt a pang of anxiety. He cleared his throat and remarked, isn't it said that Western food is unhealthy? It's all fried. How is it unhealthy? Just look at that hamburger, 2 slices of bread with vegetables and chicken in between. It's a perfect balance of meat and vegetables, providing essential nutrition. Guan opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. The girl spoke with such conviction that he couldn't help but feel she might be right. He scratched the back of his head, pondering whether something was amiss. According to the physical education teacher, if I stop cooking and doing housework, Xiao Su will soon realize my worth, and then she will cherish and pamper me, holding me in high regard, right? No. Why does that sound so peculiar? I merely wish to assert my position within the family. Family position? It suddenly dawned on the girl that Guan's unusual behavior since the afternoon was likely instigated by that domineering physical education teacher. She glanced at Guan again, noticing he was still lost in his thoughts. Is it possible that my cooking is simply too unpalatable? Has Xiao Su, out of respect for my seniority, never dared to reveal the truth? No wonder Xiao Su often throws tantrums. It's all my fault. Guan felt increasingly disheartened. Su Taoyao found it rather amusing yet perplexing how Gu, in his naivety, always took the blame upon himself. How should she console him? The young girl found herself in a dilemma, as she could hear Guan's innermost thoughts. Usually, whenever Guan felt a tinge of sadness, she could quickly lift his spirits. However, Matters concerning family hierarchy were not to be taken lightly. After all, this was a crucial factor in determining who would ascend or descend in the future. If Guan were to ascend to the throne, rather than remain a subordinate, how could Su Taoyao expect to be cherished by him? No way. Absolutely not. Only I, Su Taoyao, shall be the head of the household. I shall earn a living, while you, Guan, shall be responsible for maintaining your fair visage. Let Gu, the simpleton, remain the supportive figure behind the head of the household. I envision Guan shopping for groceries, cooking, doing laundry, cleaning, and even raising children. Oh dear, what am I thinking? Children? I haven't even claimed Guan's first kiss yet. How could I be contemplating such matters? Speaking of children, should we desire a boy or a girl? Perhaps twins, a pair of dragons and phoenixes, followed by a little one, in accordance with the nation's call? The eldest could be named Gu Tao, the second Gu Tao, and the youngest Gu Ai Tao? Oh no, that's wrong. I've heard childbirth is quite painful. Maybe just a little one would suffice. No, that's not right either. If we have a little one, what if Guan stops spoiling me? How troublesome. Silly Guan. Foolish Guan. It's all that gym teacher's fault. On the sofa, both were lost in their own thoughts, remaining silent. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Guan raised his head, instinctively rising to open the door and collect the takeout. This reaction had nearly become second nature to him. Whenever Xiao Su deemed a task tedious or was reluctant to undertake it, Guan had grown accustomed to stepping in to fulfill her needs. He couldn't quite articulate the reason. Perhaps it was simply the belief that, as her elder, he ought to take on such responsibilities. Being able to accompany Xiao Su daily and lend her a helping hand brought him an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Upon opening the door and receiving the bag from the delivery person, Guan expressed his gratitude as usual. He then opened the bag, methodically extracting its contents and arranging them on the coffee table: taro pies, over 20 spicy chicken wings, a Orleans-style grilled chicken leg burger, several pieces of finger-licking original chicken, chicken nuggets, popcorn chicken, tender beef cubes, a large serving of fried rice, and 2 cups of ice-cold cola, all of which were Xiao Su's favorites. As he emptied the entire bag, Guan suddenly sensed something amiss. Did Xiao Su order so much? But why is there only one pair of gloves? Does Xiao Su not want to share with me? He glanced at the girl who had just returned from washing her hands in the restroom, only to be met with her piercing gaze. Don't look. Today, there's nothing for you. It's all mine. Guan bit his lip, refraining from uttering a word. A series of faint sounds ensued as Xiao Su horizontally placed her phone and began watching a foreign drama with great relish. After devouring 2 chicken wings, she reached for the cola, only to remember her hands were greasy. Don't ask why she didn't wear gloves. Simply put, they were uncomfortable. She nudged Guan with her elbow and gestured toward the cola with her lips. Guan gazed at her for quite a while, ultimately lifting the straw to pierce the lid and bringing it to Su Taoyao's lips. With a slight downward motion, he nearly poked her nose. Guan shifted his arm downward, allowing Su Taoyao to comfortably take a generous sip of her icy cola, her cheeks puffed up. Observing this, Guan deftly set the cola aside, silently watching the girl indulge in her meal. After devouring half a hamburger, Su Taoyao pondered for a moment before asking, "Are you hungry now?" Guan nodded, affirming his hunger. "Oh, then just watch me eat. Perhaps it will satiate you." Guan. After a while, Su Taoyao inquired again, "Are you full now?" Guan. "Not full." Su Taoyao's expression turned regretful as she blinked her bright eyes twice. "Then keep watching. Once I am full, you should also be sated." Guan swallowed, his stomach rumbling twice. Su Taoyao smiled sweetly, taking a piece of chicken and gently tearing it apart. Beneath the golden crust lay tender white meat, glistening with a light sheen of oil. Under the lights, wisps of steam danced above the chicken piece. Guan swallowed once more. She leisurely finished the piece of chicken and picked up another, teasingly waving it in front of Guan. "Master Uncle, would you like some?" Guan inhaled deeply, his nostrils filled with the tantalizing aroma, and thought, "Yes." Making a playful face, Su Taoyao grinned mischievously. "But I want to give it to you. Unless what?" Guan hastily responded. "Unless you act a bit coy." To act cute? Guan was perplexed. How could he, Guan, ever engage in such a frivolous act? 2 minutes later, Guan exclaimed, Xiao Su, I think I want it." Chapter 61. I, Su Taoyao, am a serious person initially. Guan was quite resistant to the notion of acting cute. How could a man of stature lower himself to such whims for mere cravings? Yet, as he discovered that no amount of saliva could satiate his hunger, he began to waver. Ultimately, after a prolonged internal struggle lasting 2 minutes, Guan relented. Xiao Su. How does one act cute? The primal instinct of hunger ultimately triumphed over his trivial pride. Upon hearing this, Su Taoyao's eyes sparkled momentarily with amusement as she softly replied, Such matters must be devised by you, esteemed master. I do not possess the art of acting cute. Guan was torn, casting several glances at Xiao Su, troubled within. As his eyes darted about, he suddenly caught sight of the image displayed on Xiao Su's phone screen. Sunset, beach, waves, and two youths chasing each other, one ahead of the other. The youth trailing behind was taller, calling out as if attempting to seize something from his companion's grasp. However, Guan could not decipher the words exchanged between them. Before long, the taller youth managed to catch up with his companion, enveloping him in an embrace. Instantly, the screen was flooded with pink hearts. Then, Guan observed as the taller youth leaned in to whisper something into the ear of the other boy. With curiosity, Guan continued to gaze, catching sight of the subtitles, which read simply, I want it. Surely, this could be considered acting cute, couldn't it? Guan envisioned the scene of uttering those words, feeling an inexplicable oddity within. He glanced at Xiao Su, who was playfully shaking a chicken leg. Never mind. The most important thing is to eat. Resolute, Guan quickly took action. Xiao Su, I wanted. Upon hearing Guan's endearing tone, Xiao Taoyao, who had been suppressing a mischievous giggle, froze in place. Her mouth agape, a dab of white salad dressing glistening on her lips under the light, she found herself momentarily entranced, gazing into Guan's expectant eyes. What had he just said? Want it? Want what? Surely not. Where did he learn such audacious words? What did you just say? She stammered instinctively. Guan blinked, suspecting that Xiao Su wished to hear it again, and thus repeated, Xiao Su, I want it. Why you little rascal? The blushing girl slammed the chicken leg down, exclaiming, You're incorrigible. In disbelief, Guan watched as Xiao Taoyao fled into her room without a backward glance. Wasn't it you who encouraged me to be playful? Why then chastise me for being incorrigible? He stared at the array of food spread across the table, utterly bewildered. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Xiao Su's phone, displaying two young lovers locked in a passionate kiss. Guan shuddered, muttering, Incorrigible. He selected some food that Xiao Su was not particularly fond of, but had nonetheless purchased, quietly finishing his meal. Guan knocked once more on Su Taoyao's door, urging her to join him for dinner. Yet, the young lady remained unresponsive. With a sense of resignation, Guan declared, I shall tidy up the dishes then. If you wish to eat later, I can reheat them for you, or prepare anything you desire. I won't eat, came Su Taoyao's indignant voice from within. I, Su Taoyao, shall never consume the meals prepared by you. Guan, you are utterly insincere. Guan was bewildered as to what had provoked her ire once again. Yet he dared not voice his confusion, silently lamenting, what is wrong with Xiao Su this time? Could it be, as Chun Lanlan suggested, that girls inexplicably become irate when relatives visit? But no relatives have come to our home. Xiao Su, how peculiar you are. Turning away, Guan intended to tidy the coffee table, but was interrupted by Xiao Su's voice. Be quiet, will you? How bothersome. He hastily retreated, fearful that if she emerged, she would berate him further. But why again? What has become of my standing in the household? As night deepened, the entrance of the community was surprisingly lively. It was filled with those diligent workers benefiting from the 996 work schedule for them. The only source of warmth at this hour came from the late-night snacks and the smiles of the vendors outside. Guan sat on the sofa. Having watched 100 Schools Forum for quite some time, he was not particularly fond of such programs. However, his phone had dimmed to a gray screen. And just as Xiao Su had taken the remote, the television fortuitously switched to this channel. Anything to watch was preferable to nothing at all. Guan glanced at the wall clock, noting it was already past 10. Since Su Taoyao had entered the room, she had not emerged again. This thought reignited his concern that the young girl might be feeling hungry. He fixated on the television screen, where Professor Yi Zhongtian continued to drone on about the history of a certain dynasty, but Guan was oblivious to his words. After a while of restlessness, he could no longer contain himself and gently tapped on Su Taoyao's door. Inside the room, Su Taoyao was in a drowsy haze, having just opened her eyes and still in a state of disorientation. Little Su, are you hungry? Upon hearing Guan's voice, Su Taoyao turned over, rubbing her flat stomach as if to signal she had not heard him. Undeterred, Guan continued, Little Su, would you like some noodles? There's beef in the fridge. I could prepare a tomato beef dish, which you mentioned you liked last time. Alternatively, I could make you some congee. We have century egg to make century egg and lean meat porridge. Oatmeal with milk is also an option, and I could stir-fry some beef for you. There's also some sour and spicy noodles left from our last purchase, although eating something spicy at this hour might not be the best idea. As Gu Wen's words filled the air, Su Taoyao found herself enveloped by her hunger. How about some fried skewers? I could go downstairs to get some for you. Along with 2 pancakes, one with beef and the other with pickled vegetables. Just as Gu Wen finished speaking, Su Taoyao opened the door, her expression icy as she stepped outside. Gu Wen mistakenly thought she was still sulking and called out, "Little Su," yet hesitated to say more. Is little Su still upset? Su Taoyao bypassed Gu Wen and settled onto the sofa, silently chastising him as a fool. I am not angry. I am merely concealing my embarrassment, all right? Why must you insist on declaring your desires, repeating it twice no less? I, Su Taoyao, am a very proper young lady. I truly do not comprehend such lewd remarks. It is all that sports teacher's fault. Su Taoyao mumbled, noticing Gu Wen standing idly by, gazing at her with an expression of bemusement. What a simpleton. Xiao Su, are you hungry? Gu Wen inquired softly. Not at all. The girl retorted defiantly. I am not hungry in the slightest. However, the sound of a growl emanated from her stomach, proclaiming otherwise. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Another growl followed, louder and more insistent. I am indeed very hungry. She lowered her head, burying her face in her ample bosom. Gu Wen collected her thoughts and tentatively asked, Xiao Su, I am feeling peckish and contemplating a late-night snack. I might prepare more than I can finish. Would you help me eat some? Su Taoyao bit her lip, her voice barely audible, overshadowed by the growling of her stomach. Oh dear. Gu Wen exclaimed dramatically, tapping her forehead. I am at a loss as to what to eat. Xiao Su, what do you think I should have? The girl stammered, beef noodles. Gu Wen nodded enthusiastically. Yes, I was just thinking of that. Make sure to include plenty of meat. Absolutely. And add some chili. Yes. Before long, the kitchen was filled with an enticing aroma. Su Taoyao kept her head down, daintily eating her noodles, while Gu Wen devoured hers with gusto. Master Uncle, will you always cook for me in the future? The girl suddenly asked. Gu Wen was momentarily taken aback, yet without further contemplation, he readily replied, Sure, I will cook whatever you desire, even when we grow old. Silly boy. Unable to hear clearly, Gu Wen inquired, Xiao Su, what did you say? Su Taoyao remained silent, merely responding with her flushed ears to the oblivious youth. Chapter 62. The family background of old Su Time seemed to vanish as if it had an unspoken agreement with Alipay and WeChat balances, slipping away without a trace. It was already mid-January. The temperature had slightly risen, yet the damp chill remained biting. At this juncture, schools were gradually concluding their final assessments, with some swiftly releasing results. The winter break was about to commence. At 3:30 in the afternoon, at Yangping No. 1 Middle School, Gu Wen's class still had a few students lingering behind, tasked with the final cleanup before leaving school. Clearing out drawers, Gu Wen, still burdened with 2 bags, trailed behind the 2 girls. Tao, it's so annoying. My dad insists I attend extra classes during the winter break. It's indeed time for some extra study, Su Taoyao retorted, feeling exasperated with her best friend. Who would have thought you could reclaim the top position in our grade? Your total score doesn't even reach half of mine. Is that reasonable? Humph. Chen Lanlan tilted her head defiantly. I got 3 more multiple choice questions right than last time. Okay. Despite her shorter stature, she refused to be overshadowed. Who knows what special treatment you've been giving Gu Wen at home, resulting in such a significant improvement. How biased. It's embarrassing. Su Taoyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cast a fierce glare at Chen Lanlan. Where have I shown favoritism? You might as well put in some effort. Is it really that difficult to rank 51st like Gu Wen? Humph, woman. Chen Lanlan scoffed. She intended to cross her arms defiantly to appear more imposing. But then she realized this would inadvertently reveal her status as someone with ample assets, and thus awkwardly placed her hands on her hips instead. Do you dare to swear with those 2 burdens of yours? If you truly aren't biased, let them grow a bit larger. Chen Lanlan delivered her lines with dramatic flair, her words shocking. Su Taoyao hastily covered her mouth and turned to Gu Wen, who was engrossed in a book titled The 10 Crimes, not once lifting his gaze. Oh, how cruel, she thought. It seems the world is not as peaceful as it appears. I must protect little Su diligently from now on. The girl sighed in relief, contemplating how to keep Gu Wen away from Chen Lanlan so that she wouldn't lead him astray. Perhaps she could secretly delete all of Chen Lanlan's contact information from Gu Wen's account and keep a closer watch on him. If only Chun Lanlan knew what was brewing in Su Taoyao's mind, she would surely unleash a barrage of accusations, calling her a treacherous woman and declaring an end to their friendship. After a brief struggle, Su Taoyao finally released Chun Lanlan. Are you still tempted? Chun Lanlan shook her head, retorting, I am. Next time, I shall apply even greater force. Su Taoyao responded with an incredulous expression. Chun Lanlan, summoning her courage, blurted out, when school starts, you'd better not let me catch you having grown any larger. Otherwise, you will be in for a treat. With that, she dashed away. Su Taoyao gazed at her retreating figure, her frustration causing her to stamp her foot, followed by a surge of emotion. Even clad in winter school attire, the elegance of the young girl's silhouette was hardly concealed. Guwen, having just closed his book, inadvertently caught sight of this scene and quickly reopened the book to shield his face, silently reciting a calming incantation. Ice cold through the ages, all is tranquil. May my heart find stillness. May I remain solitary in spirit, my mind and soul in harmony. Su Taoyao regarded Guwen with a puzzled expression, finding the situation amusing. This Navi Gu, frightened by a mere reading of 10 crimes, resorting to such a meditative chant. Upon their return home, Old Su was already there. Due to a prior incident, he had decided to take his annual leave early this year, focusing intently on competing with Guwen for the position of the family's favorite son. Near, hurry, drink some pork rib soup to warm yourself. I've been simmering it all afternoon. As Su Taoyao changed her shoes, Old Su emerged from the kitchen bearing the soup, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Considering his recent recovery from illness, Su Taoyao refrained from her usual criticisms. After washing her hands, she took a seat at the table, her gaze fixed on Guwen, who was already on the sofa, remote in hand. Master Uncle, you should come and have some soup too. If you don't behave, I shall hide the remote again. Guwen hesitated, reluctantly placing the remote down. This was the very remote he had labored over for half a month, promised to pass the exam to surpass Chun Lanlan. And only last night had little Su brought it out. After 20 days of immersing himself in Yi Zhongtian's works, Guwen was eager to return to the magical realm. Sitting at the table, Guwen discreetly tucked the remote into his pocket, feeling a twinge of guilt as he spoke. Little Su, we agreed that the remote wouldn't be hidden during the winter break. Su Taoyao cast him a glance, choosing not to elaborate, merely serving him a bowl that she placed before him. The bowl contained a modest serving of pork ribs, scant in broth. If you behave, I might allow you to complete less homework. Really? Guwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Su Taoyao nodded, urging him to drink the soup first. Near, will you still have oatmeal milk porridge tonight? Old Su leaned in to ask. No, the one you made yesterday pales in comparison to what my grandmaster makes. Nonsense. How could my culinary skills be inferior to the grandmaster's? Old Su shot a disapproving glance at Guwen, who was engrossed in gnawing on the ribs, then turned back to the young lady with a smile. Shall I prepare sweet and sour ribs or chicken wings for you? No, I'm still drinking this rib soup. If you make sweet and sour, it's too sweet and greasy. Do you want me to gain weight? Su Taoyao took a sip of the soup, setting down her spoon as she locked eyes with Old Su. He shrank his neck, unsure of how he had once again provoked his precious daughter. Feeling embarrassed, he scratched his head, his tone remaining gentle. Then, dear, well, would you like to eat? I'll make it for you. Su Taoyao pondered carefully, nodding. I do have something in mind. Old Su's spirits lifted, and he eagerly inquired, what do you want to eat? Something that isn't cooked by you. Old Su. Meanwhile, Guwen continued to quietly savor the ribs, glancing back and forth at the two, opting to remain silent. Sigh, Old Su. Could you not have a little more familial standing? Learn from your grandmaster. Chapter 63. Guwen's journey to meet online friends. No student harbors an aversion to holidays, save for the final day of the break. On that last evening before the resumption of classes, many students toil through the night, and even teachers find themselves moved to tears upon learning of their dedication. Guwen eagerly anticipated his first winter vacation. At dawn, while the world remained cloaked in darkness and the sporadic sounds of car horns echoed faintly, Guwen sprang out of bed. He quietly donned his clothes and shouldered his bag. He retrieved a meticulously crafted note and perused its contents. Xiao Su, Lao Su. And Shu Zhu, I am off to earn some money, do not worry. Satisfied to find no typographical errors, Guwen nodded approvingly and set the note on the table, covering it with a water bottle, ensuring that Lao Su and the others would discover it while they quenched their thirst. With everything in order, Guwen approached the door, changed his shoes, and rummaged through his backpack, bus card, mobile phone, charger, and a change of clothes. He zipped up his bag and gently closed the door behind him. The previous night, he had arranged with a good friend he met on an online forum to meet early that morning and embark on a quest for employment. Guin was determined to work discreetly, earn money quietly, and ultimately astonish everyone. He aimed to prove that he, too, could rely on his own hands to make a living. Boarding the early bus to the eastern industrial district of the city, Guin arrived as planned. In contrast to other areas of the city, this industrial zone appeared somewhat desolate, still in a state of partial development. Upon alighting from the bus, Guin, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, surveyed the passers-by, hoping to spot his good friend with whom he had been conversing for over a month. Suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder, startling Guin. Guin, is that you? Turning around, he found a boy of similar age, clad in a somewhat ill-fitting suit, with slightly worn leather shoes. Guin hesitated and inquired, are you Alun? The one lost in darkness. Alun excitedly nodded, that's me. Guin felt a thrill of excitement, as this was his first encounter with an online friend, and they would be working and living together in the days to come. Alun, have you eaten? If not, I'll treat you. Guin patted his chest, feeling quite generous. Just like the chivalrous heroes in television dramas, he believed he should act similarly. Alun shyly smiled, I have eaten. Let us head to our workplace first. The others are already waiting. The others? Guin queried, wondering about the individuals he referred to. Oh, my co-workers, Alun clarified. Guin replied, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. All right, I'll lead the way. With Alun urging him on, Guin followed him through the unfamiliar streets. After navigating several blocks, Alun finally halted. Pointing at a dilapidated building with a bright smile, Guin, this is our home. Home. Guin felt a strange sensation again. Before he could ask where they were, he was encircled by more than 10 individuals. Stunned, Guin wondered where these similarly dressed older brothers and sisters had appeared from. Who are you? Guin inquired. Upon hearing his question, a tall and slender man emerged from the crowd. The man's suit appeared to be the latest fashion, his hairstyle was meticulously styled, and a watch adorned his wrist while his shoes gleamed with polish. He bore a striking resemblance to the successful individuals and corporate elite seen on television. With a gentle smile, he approached Guin and said, we are your family, dear Gu. As he spoke, he attempted to extend his hand for a handshake, but Guin instinctively recoiled. He shook his head resolutely, asserting, my family is the Shao Su family, not you. The man's smile remained unchanged as he beckoned to Alun, then affectionately embraced him, asking, you and Alun are good friends, aren't you? Guin hesitated for a moment, glancing at the eager face of Alun before finally nodding. Seeing Guin's affirmation, the man's smile widened. We are all Alun's family, and since you are Alun's friend, his family is your family as well. Indeed, Guin, Alun's family is your family too. Alun chimed in enthusiastically. Guin was puzzled by the intentions of the man before him, feeling an inherent disagreement with his words. It was not so, family is family, and friends are friends. You are Alun's family, but you are not my family. Guin, you are mistaken. Alun exclaimed, eager to argue. The man ruffled Alun's hair, signaling him to be quiet, then turned to Guin, saying, it's perfectly fine, friends are also welcome. You must have heard the saying, isn't it a joy to have friends come from afar? Guin nodded, recalling that this saying had been taught to him by Chen Longlon. You are aware of what comes next, aren't you? Indeed. Guin scratched the back of his ear, stating that a distant friend should not arrive empty-handed. The man stiffened, his face a mask of disbelief. How was he to respond? In all his years of involvement in this pyramid scheme, he had never encountered such a challenging opponent. He quickly regained his composure, having observed the interactions between Alun and Guin. He understood that this young man hailed from a well-off family, yet his intellect seemed somewhat lacking. He was precisely the type of diligent worker that the scheme desperately needed. He must be persuaded to succumb to their influence. The man once again donned a gentle smile, as if he truly were greeting a family member. It appeared that young Gu had been diligently studying, having memorized such a complex sentence. Rarely receiving compliments, Guin felt a surge of pride, his wariness diminishing significantly. He humbly replied, it's nothing, just a bit of effort, really. Oh, modesty. Uncle can tell that you, young Gu, are an exceptional individual. At your age, to take the initiative to work during the holidays is truly commendable. Guin shyly smiled, his posture straightening with pride. The man was thoroughly pleased, feeling that his brainwashing techniques had improved significantly. He continued, since you wish to be independent and earn money, I will certainly help you make a fortune. You know Alun, right? Guin glanced at Aylin and nodded. Look at Aylin, who left home 6 months ago with nothing. Now he dons a suit and leather shoes, has enough to eat at every meal, and spends his nights chatting and playing games with you on his phone, all thanks to Uncle helping him earn money. Guin blinked and turned to Aylin, who spoke up. Indeed, it's all thanks to my uncle and family. Otherwise, I wouldn't even have enough to eat. Guin, trust me, you too can earn a substantial fortune with your own hands. Aylin then exclaimed with fervor, Family, let's strive together. Tomorrow, we shall all become members of the Lee family. We will buy houses and cars. As he shouted, over a dozen others joined in unison. Family, let's strive together. Tomorrow, we shall all become members of the Lee family. We will buy houses and cars. The fervor of their collective voices startled Guin, leaving him somewhat dazed. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself ushered into a dimly lit room. Chapter 64. The Power of Unity. The room was shrouded in darkness, with thick blankets covering the windows. Only a few faint beams of light could be seen filtering through the edges. On the floor, a multitude of shadowy figures were gathered. In the center stood the tall, slender man alongside Guin, confused about how he had come to be in this situation. Guin glanced around and estimated that there were about 80 to 90 people present. It seemed Aylin had not deceived him. This was indeed a place where one could amass great wealth, as evidenced by the throng of individuals. Family, the tall man suddenly proclaimed today. Our extended family is about to welcome a new member. At that moment, a beam of light illuminated the bewildered Guin. With a swift motion, the man embraced Guin's shoulders, his expression brimming with excitement. Family, this is our new member, Guin. As soon as the words left his lips, the room erupted into a chorus of cheers, akin to the crashing waves of the sea. Let us welcome him together, shall we? The man called out once more. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome to our family member, Guin. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome to our family member, Guin. Welcome, welcome, a warm welcome to our family member, Guin. Like a meticulously rehearsed performance, everyone clapped in perfect unison, their voices harmonizing without a single misstep. Faced with such fervent enthusiasm, Guin felt an inexplicable oddity, yet he could not pinpoint its source. Resigned to the situation, he bowed slightly, echoing the self-introduction from his school days, and said, Good morning, everyone. I am Guin. The crowd responded with another wave of applause, still brimming with warmth. These people are remarkably enthusiastic, Guin thought, offering a polite smile and repeating, Good morning, everyone. The response was immediate. Good morning, family member Guin. The tall, slender man gestured for quiet, taking control of the gathering. All right. Our new family member must be feeling the warmth of our welcome now. Next, let us invite him to introduce himself. What do you say, family? Yes. After this, the man turned to Guin with a beaming smile. Little Gu, everyone adores you. Please share a bit about yourself. Guin found it difficult to refuse, and could only gaze into the dozens of sparkling eyes before him, beginning his self-introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Guin, the Gu from the Gu family, and meaning peace. I reside in room 1001 of building 2, at the Flip Garden on Flip Dadeo. However, before he could finish speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by someone from the audience. No, you are Hutu too. You are not Guin. Confused, Guin replied. I am not Hutu Tuesday. Indeed, you are Hutu Tuesday. Your father is Huing Jun, your mother is Zhang Shaoli. And you even have a cat named Xiao Guai, with a fondness for vegetables. You also possess a unique ability, the ear movement skill. No, I am Guin. As the situation began to spiral out of control, a tall, slender man hurriedly instructed someone to remove the individual from the audience who had not yet been completely brainwashed. He chuckled, explaining, That person was merely joking with you, young Gu. He used to be part of the atmosphere team. Guin nodded, scarcely paying attention, as the crowd had already risen, hand in hand, forming circle after circle. What were they doing? A glimmer of mockery flickered in the man's eyes. This is how family members strengthen their bonds. As the saying goes, united we stand, divided we fall, many hands make light work. Listening to the man's incessant discourse on the virtues of unity, Guin nodded in a somewhat bewildered manner. Family members, today it is my turn in the white robe to share a little story of the day. At that moment, another figure stepped forward. He was a robust individual, yet donned in a petite white dress. Guin felt a wave of confusion wash over him, instinctively glancing at the tall, slender man beside him, who spoke in a gentle tone. Family members are meant to be forgiving of one another. Guin pressed his lips together, continuing to listen to the robust man in the white robe as he spoke. My dear family, I have been embraced by this household for 3 months and 1 day. During this time, I have shared daily life with you all. We have enjoyed delectable meals, restful nights, and acquired a wealth of knowledge that has enabled us to become even more exceptional. Dear family, can you tell me, where else in this world can one find a home that provides us with such boundless warmth? Nowhere. Nowhere. The crowd immediately responded with fervent voices. Good, good, good. The man in white nodded repeatedly, his eyes gradually glistening with tears. Do you all remember my daughter? The family members nodded in unison. My poor daughter is now on the brink of despair. That wretched driver has yet to be found. My wife and I have sold our home, borrowing from relatives just to barely cover her medical expenses during this period. But, as the burly man spoke, tears streamed down his face. Yesterday, the doctor called me and said that if we cannot gather the surgical fees by next week, my daughter will be condemned to a life as a vegetable. In that moment, the sturdy man broke down, weeping openly. The somber atmosphere swept over everyone present. Family, do not cry, someone boldly called out. Soon, a chorus of voices echoed. Family, do not cry. We will raise the money for you. We are raising funds for you. As the crowd's emotions ran high, a robust man in a white gown expressed his gratitude through tears, slowly descending into the throng while carrying a wooden box. 10, 50, 100. One by one, family members deposited coins into the donation box. After several rounds, the box was filled to the brim. Thank you, dear family, thank you. The burly man was in tears, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. In an act of profound appreciation, he even knelt down and bowed his head to the ground. The sound of his forehead striking the earth resonated. The crowd was deeply moved by his gestures, and soon, soft sobs began to ripple through the audience. You cry. I cry. We all cry together. Observing that the atmosphere had reached a poignant crescendo, the tall, slender man spoke again. I am immensely proud, truly. I feel an overwhelming sense of pride for our family. He then turned his gaze towards Guin. Little Gu, do you feel it? Guin, somewhat bewildered, replied, What? The tall man's lips twitched slightly. The power of unity. The extraordinary, unparalleled strength emanating from our family's solidarity. He retrieved a chopstick and handed it to Guin, saying, Little Gu, go ahead and break it. Guin nodded and with a crack, snapped the chopstick in two. The tall man then produced a small bundle of chopsticks, saying, Now, little Gu, try breaking these. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easily broken, but a bundle of chopsticks is not. The tall man's words trailed off abruptly. Observing the man's discomposure, Guin hurriedly thrust the broken chopsticks, now severed in two, into his hands, stammering, Why you aren't expecting me to compensate, are you? In chapter 65, within the confines of the room, a semblance of tranquility prevailed. The assembly was engrossed in the discourse of the tall, slender man. Occasionally, the soft rustle of movements punctuated the air, likely the sounds of hands dabbing at tears. Upon closer listening, one could discern the faint rise and fall of weeping breaths, indicating that some had yet to extricate themselves from their recent emotional turmoil. The tall man appeared quite pleased with this reaction. After all, the essence of persuasive discourse lies in evoking emotional resonance. He intended to collect donations, subsequently presenting a list to record each individual's contribution, culminating in the recognition of a star of the month at the end of the month. We are all one big family, united in love. When a family member is in distress, is it too much to ask for a modest contribution? Everyone around you has donated. Would it not be reasonable for you to do the same? If your neighbor contributed 100, wouldn't it be fitting for you to offer a little more? It was akin to the fundraising efforts during elementary school, where contributions were ideally proportionate to one's family circumstances. The school would reward those who donated with certificates for 50 yuan and booklets for 100, thereby stimulating the students' enthusiasm for giving. When one found themselves short of funds, seeking assistance from relatives or friends would hardly be deemed excessive. The tall man patiently awaited the moment when the room fell entirely silent, ready to embark on today's indoctrination session, subtly encouraging the naive newcomer to assimilate into this so-called family. Thus, he resorted to his time-worn yet effective tactics. Little did he anticipate that this seemingly delicate young man possessed the strength to effortlessly snap a handful of chopsticks in half. The tall, slender man fell into a momentary daze. You don't expect me to compensate for the damages, do you? As he gazed at the chopsticks now back in his possession, he pondered whether they had indeed seen better days. Meanwhile, Guin was engulfed in a whirlwind of anxiety. After all, he He had inadvertently broken someone else's chopsticks and feared the financial repercussions. The thought of such a loss was unbearable to him. Not a problem, not a problem. The man soon regained his composure and smiled reassuringly. It's merely a few pairs of chopsticks. We are all family here. How could we let something so trivial lead to compensation? He gently patted Guan on the shoulder, saying, "Isn't that right, Xiao Gu?" Feeling guilty, Guan nodded stiffly, and was then led by the man to sit among the others, commencing the morning's indoctrination session. Meanwhile, on another side, the two had spotted the note Guan left on the table and exchanged a glance, utterly at a loss for words. Old Su felt a pang of anxiety, reflecting on how much hardship their master's absence might entail. The thought grew darker. What if he had been deceived into going elsewhere to toil in a mine, and they could never locate him again? The more he contemplated, the more agitated he became. If Guan were truly lost, his elder would undoubtedly break his legs in punishment. "Nair, you should just order takeout for lunch. I will go out and search for our master," Old Su declared, seizing his car keys to leave. However, he was halted by Su Taoyao's grasp. "No need. I know where he is," the girl said, her voice low and her expression grim. Old Su looked at her with confusion as she unlocked her phone and opened a location tracking application. After a brief moment, a blinking red dot appeared on the screen. Is this the eastern suburb industrial area? Indeed. This is troubling. Suddenly, Lao Su furrowed his brow. He had heard from a colleague that there was a pyramid scheme lurking there. Could it be that Master Uncle has been deceived? Upon hearing this, Su Taoyao felt a pang of anxiety but quickly regained her composure. A pyramid scheme? Is there truly an organization capable of brainwashing Gu Hanheng? I find that hard to believe. Su Taoyao glanced at Lao Su, reassuring him not to worry excessively. Master Uncle is blessed and will not come to harm. Yet, in the depths of her heart, the young girl thought otherwise. How bold. To venture out alone without consulting me. I hope you face some significant hardship, so you may come to appreciate my worth. Meanwhile, Guan quickly integrated into this new family. A group of people remained seated, with a tall, lean man passionately addressing them. After he concluded his motivational speech about unity and reaching the pinnacle of life, Guan joined the others in enthusiastic applause. The merit of a motivational tale is traditionally judged by its capacity to resonate with the heart. While others were moved, Guan found these inspirational stories captivating, clapping vigorously. Family stories are always just that, stories belonging to others. What we truly ought to do is unite, strive, hand in hand with our loved ones. Let us march toward a prosperous and beautiful tomorrow, he proclaimed, prompting a fresh wave of applause from the audience. All right, for our future, we must be even more united. The tall, lean man scanned the crowd, his gaze resting on several figures, including Guan. He continued, recently, we have welcomed a few more family members. Shall we gather to listen to their stories? Encouraged by the man, a woman in her early 30s shyly approached. As she faced dozens of attentive eyes, she took several deep breaths before slowly beginning. I hail from another province and work with my husband in a local construction team. He is a small contractor, and I serve as the cook. Each day, we rise early and labor late. Though it is exhausting, I do not find it burdensome. Year after year, we have toiled for 5 years, saving some money along the way. We had planned to return to my hometown to build a house, open a breakfast shop, and eventually start a family. However, recently, I discovered that my husband had taken a mistress, promising her that he would divorce me and marry her. As she recounted her tale, tears welled up in her eyes, and she covered her face as she began to weep. Observing this, a tall and slender man hurried over to console her, gently patting her shoulder. It's all right. That is all in the past. Now, we are here as family to support you, and our lives will only improve from here on out. After regaining her composure, the woman continued, I was so furious that I confronted him, but he violently struck me and threw me out that very night. Woe is me, she cried again, yet. Thankfully, I am grateful to have joined this big family, where I can have enough to eat and sleep well, and in the future, I will earn a great deal of money. A somber atmosphere gradually enveloped the room. With the sound of her sobs, soon the entire space was filled with tears. The tall, slender man consoled her while also attempting to influence others. Dear family, suffering is but temporary, as long as we strive and unite. Money? Not an issue. Cars? Not a concern. Houses? Also not a problem. His fervent exhortation somewhat alleviated the sorrowful atmosphere within the room. He directed the woman to return to her place and beckoned to Guan. Come, little Gu, it's time for you to share your story with the family. Chapter 66. the song God. Guin, upon hearing his name called, Guin felt as if invisible threads bound his limbs, compelling him to rise and awkwardly traverse to the center of the gathering. As he met the gaze of the crowd, he sensed the intensity of their stares, some curious, others scrutinizing. It was the first time he had been the focus of so many eyes. He instinctively rubbed the back of his head, a gesture that had become habitual. "Come on, little Gu." The tall man warmly draped an arm around Guin's shoulders. "Share your story, anything will do. It can be something from home or an encounter at school, as long as it left a lasting impression on you." Guin pondered for a moment, but realized that he had no particularly memorable experiences to recount. His days were consumed with accompanying Xiaosu or observing Xiaosu in various pursuits. As for his peculiar background of having traversed time from the Qing dynasty, that was certainly not something he could disclose. With a slight shake of his head, he admitted, "It seems I truly have nothing to share." The tall man, understanding the delicacy of the situation, refrained from pressing Guin to reveal his innermost secrets. Influence, after all, must be cultivated gradually. Haste would yield no fruitful results. He chuckled nonchalantly a couple of times, suggesting that Xiao Gu seemed to be quite content in his daily life. Guin nodded, acknowledging that aside from the occasional tantrums from Xiaosu, he generally led a joyful existence. The man then proposed, "Why don't you showcase some of your talents, Xiao Gu? It would help the family become more acquainted with you. After all, we will be striving and working together in the future." Guin pondered for a moment, feeling a bit conflicted as he realized he didn't possess any remarkable skills to display. While he could certainly wash vegetables, cook, and clean, singing or dancing would indeed be a challenge. Noticing Guin's hesitation, the man cheerfully reassured him, "It's perfectly fine. Just sing a song. The main goal is to help you integrate into our big family more swiftly." Stealing a glance at the audience, Guin noticed their eager anticipation for his performance, with some even beginning to applaud. Returning his gaze, Guin inquired, "Can I sing anything I wish?" "Absolutely. Sing whatever you like. Our family is all about unity and inclusiveness." With a seemingly monumental decision made, Guin closed his eyes to steady his breathing. After a few seconds, he reopened his eyes and nodded at the tall, slender man, signaling his readiness. Upon receiving Guin's signal, the man began to clap, prompting the others to join in, encouraging Guin with their applause. Once the clapping subsided, Guin finally began to sing, "Two tigers, two tigers." The tall man struggled to suppress a laugh, thinking to himself that Guin's choice of song was rather amusing. At his age, singing "Two Tigers" was quite unexpected. Perhaps he would have been better off singing a tune by his idol, Su Peng. In an instant, all traces of mirth vanished from his heart. The youthful, melodious voice lingered in his ears, perfectly in tune and devoid of any discord. Two tigers, falling in love, falling in love. One is male, the other is not female. How peculiar, how peculiar." Upon finishing the last note, Guin took a deep breath. This was his inaugural performance before such a large audience, and he was uncertain of how he had fared. With a hint of trepidation, he lifted his gaze, only to be met with an eerie silence enveloping the room. The expressions of the onlookers were somewhat strange, teetering between astonishment and rapture. Could it be that my singing was so exquisite? Guin mused, recalling how Xiaosu had praised his singing during their lessons. The thought that the audience might be rendered speechless by his talent filled him with exhilaration. Perhaps I should perform another, shorter piece? He contemplated. "Allow me to present another song." After saying this, Guin sought out the melody, cleared his throat, and began anew. Little swallow, clad in leather, every spring you catch a cold. I ask, little swallow, why do you weep? The swallow replies, how delightful. Guin sang with fervor, soaring into a high note for the last 3 words. How delightful, how delightful, how delightful. After his performance, the tall, slender man found himself repeatedly echoing those words in his mind. He began to question his own existence. Could this Guin be a rare exception to the nation's 9-year compulsory education? Why did he seem a touch different from everyone else? Can I successfully brainwash him? After a brief moment of confusion, the tall, lean man clapped his hands vigorously. Well sung. Although he internally believed the singing to be dreadful, the applause remained abundant. After all, it was essential to allow Guin to feel the warmth of home. Under his influence, the crowd regained their composure and offered waves of applause. Guin couldn't help but squint his eyes. He had never received such praise from so many people. How delightful. Could the applause grow a touch louder? The motivational session concluded, the storytelling gathering wrapped up, and Guin's solo concert came to an end. The family then began engaging in various activities designed to foster team cohesion. By midday, Guin had fully integrated into their midst, addressing everyone as family, and they responded with equal enthusiasm. Guin felt immense joy, even indulging in 2 extra bowls of lunch. Although it was merely tofu stewed with cabbage, he relished every bite. The afternoon unfolded in a manner akin to the morning: motivational sessions, storytelling, and team-building activities. Soon, dusk approached, and Guin had entirely forgotten that the purpose of this visit was to work. Yet, joyful moments are often fleeting. Just as dinner time arrived, with several pots of tofu and cabbage still unprepared, numerous police cars pulled up to the base of the unfinished building. The blaring sirens echoed through the air. Guin, still holding his bowl, snapped back to reality only to realize that he and his family were surrounded by a group of officers clad in black uniforms. One imposing middle-aged officer raised his hand and declared in a grave tone, "Take them away." Thus, Guin and his family were escorted onto several buses. Alas, Guin has found himself in the police station for the 3rd time. This time, it is the municipal precinct, spacious and immaculate. Chapter 67. Old Sue's Psychological Victory Method. Name: Guin. Age: 18. Residential address: Room 1001, Building 2, Fando Garden, Fando Avenue. Guardian's contact number: 178XXXXXXXX. Guin is thoroughly familiar with this procedure. He let out a soft sigh. Why was there still no silver bracelet today? And no one had brought him a cup of hot tea? The officer sitting across from Guin suddenly found the number beginning with 178 somewhat familiar. He dialed it on his landline, and on the other end, the voice of an old colleague resonated. "Hello, old Chun, it's me. Old Sue. Yes, I am at the entrance. I will be there shortly." Old Chun, holding the phone, was momentarily taken aback, then lowered his voice. "The young man you asked me to find is right in front of me. He can't possibly be the relative you mentioned who came from the mountains, the one you wanted me to help get an ID for?" "Yes, that's him." "Is he all right?" Old Chin discreetly assessed Guin's features, lowering his voice further. "He seems fine." "Old Sue, is this lad your illegitimate son?" "Nonsense." "All right then, that's good. This boy is quite handsome. He bears no resemblance to you at all." In front of the police station, Old Sue hung up the phone with a scowl, inwardly cursing. That old Chun, despite his age, still has such a sharp tongue. He turned to Su Taoyao and assured her, "The master is fine. We will be able to take him home shortly." The young girl pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Yet she stepped forward into the bustling police station. Before long, Su Taoyao spotted Guin amidst the crowd, holding a plastic cup, blowing on the steam, utterly unfazed. He was even sharing a light-hearted conversation with the officer seated across from him, as though he were merely visiting a familiar friend for a warm cup of tea and a chat. The girl tiptoed quietly behind Guin, making not a sound. Clenching her fist, she raised her hand, contemplating delivering a playful knock to his head. However, fearing it might render him even more foolish, she relaxed her grip and pinched his earlobe, twisting it sharply. "Ow!" Guin winced in pain, instinctively preparing to retaliate. But the chilling aura behind him caused him to freeze. "Oh no, it seems to be little Sue." He flared his nostrils, taking in the surrounding air and distinctly identifying the faint scent of osmanthus. A shiver ran down his spine, rendering him momentarily hesitant to turn around. "It truly is little Sue. I'm doomed. Did I not just report old Sue's number? How could it possibly be little Sue here? Moreover, did that Officer Chin not just call? Even if little Sue came with old Sue, it shouldn't be this swift." Upon hearing Guin's myriad of confusions, Su Taoyao let out a quiet scoff in her heart. She and old Sue had arrived near that abandoned building earlier in the afternoon and had been waiting below all this while. Following closely behind the police car, they arrived at the precinct. Could they possibly go any faster? Su Taoyao mused, exerting a bit more force on her subordinate. Guin winced in pain and reluctantly turned his head, gazing longingly at the girl. "Little Sue, don't call me that. Have you eaten, little Sue? I'm full from your anger. No need to eat." Guin dared not speak, silently reaching into his backpack to retrieve a pack of digestive tablets. Su Taoyao paused. After a moment's contemplation, Guin pulled out a matcha-flavored bun, one he had brought along that morning without having had the chance to eat. "Here, little Sue, have a bun to stave off hunger," he said, tearing a small opening in the wrapper before offering it to her. Upon witnessing Guin's instinctive gesture, Su Taoyao's heart skipped a beat. Yet, her fingers relaxed completely. What ill intentions could Guin possibly harbor? He was simply adorably naive. Forget it. No need to be angry. She had spent all day contemplating how to impart a memorable lesson to Guin, only to find herself softening, maintaining a fierce tone. She snapped, "What are you eating for? You eat it yourself." Su Taoyao accepted the bun, but promptly shoved it into Guin's mouth. Chewing on the bread, Guin mumbled, "Little Su is so nice." Su Taoyao chose to ignore him, walking over to the nearby water dispenser to fill a cup with cold water, mixing it with Guin's hot water so he could drink it. The exchange between the girl and the boy did not escape Old Su's observant eyes. Old Su's gaze flitted between his daughter and his granduncle, sensing a subtle disquiet. Was his dear daughter perhaps showing an excessive fondness for Guin? In the 18 years of his life, he had never experienced such tender treatment, akin to sipping warm water. Surely, it was merely out of pity for her former granduncle. Considering he had been deceived into a pyramid scheme, it was only natural for her to show him some kindness. After all, Su Guowei, have reached such an advanced age. It would be rather absurd to feel envious of Guin, wouldn't it? After a moment of contemplation, Old Su ultimately reached for the cup of warm water on the table. Oh, how suddenly thirsty he felt. He downed the water in one go and then turned to Guin with a hint of apology. "This water is quite sweet. My thirst has become quite unbearable. May I fetch you another cup?" Guin, Su Taoyao. After a series of trivial exchanges, Guin, with his bag slung over his shoulder, was escorted out of the police station by the Su father-daughter duo. Before departing, Guin caught sight of the tall, slender man, intending to greet him, only to be stopped abruptly by Su Taoyao. In the SUV, Guin and Su Taoyao sat in the back seat, eagerly sharing their experiences from the day. When discussing the place where funds were raised for a daughter's medical treatment, Su Taoyao could not help but inquire if Guin had made a donation. Guin looked at the young girl with a peculiar expression, seemingly conveying the sentiment. "Do you think I am the sort to be easily deceived? Of course, I did not donate. Don't you usually feel compelled to give a few coins to beggars you see on the street?" Su Taoyao asked. "Indeed," he replied. Guin nodded, confidently stating, "But I forgot to bring any change today. I feel too embarrassed to ask him for a QR code to donate, so I decided against it." Su Taoyao remained silent. The driver, Old Su, couldn't help but chuckle as he listened to Guin's words, gradually feeling a sense of calm wash over him. His daughter was so intelligent, charmingly beautiful, and endearingly gentle. Her virtues were countless, far too many to enumerate. Old Su firmly believed that his daughter was absolutely perfect. How could she possibly be interested in the clumsy and naive Guin? He glanced at Guin through the rearview mirror, silently pondering. Despite possessing such an appealing exterior, his daughter surely valued inner qualities more. Her ideal partner would undoubtedly resemble her father, strong in appearance, yet gentle and refined in character. Would she truly fancy Gu Shizu? Not in the slightest. Old Su rolled down the car window, relishing the refreshing chill of the breeze. If not for Su Taoyao's impending admonishment, he might have even hummed a tune or two. "What are you doing opening the window in this frigid winter? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold?" Chapter 68. Guin picks flowers. As night fell, the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the night sky as though it had transformed into daylight. The three of them hastily enjoyed a somewhat late dinner, and after washing up, returned to their respective rooms. This day, seemingly ordinary yet extraordinary, left Old Su feeling quite fatigued. He fell into a deep slumber as soon as his head hit the pillow. Meanwhile, Guin lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, unable to drift off to sleep. He picked up his phone, only to discover it was already past 8 o'clock, the screen dim and gray. With a sense of resignation, he closed his eyes, his mind wandering through thoughts that he himself could scarcely articulate. From the thin clouds outside the window, the twinkling stars, to the cold, floral moonlight. In an instant, the visage of a girl, blooming with laughter, appears alongside the warm smile of Xiao Su under the sun. Her brows are delicately arched, her eyes reminiscent of autumn waters. Suddenly, the memory of Xiao Su clad in a red garment surfaces, her long sleeves dancing, her bare feet lightly tapping. Xiao Su tells him that there exists neither the grand palaces of the moon nor the solitary celestial maidens dancing upon it. In truth, there was a sentiment that Guin had yet to express to her. "Xiao Su, even if there were such maidens, none could rival your beauty." Contemplating this, Guin inexplicably felt a sense of peculiarity about himself. Yet, when asked to articulate what was strange, he found himself at a loss. It was simply somewhat odd. It bore a resemblance to the flustered confusion he felt on his first night in this home. He opened his eyes again, gazing at the ceiling. The moonlight outside remained bright, even filtered through the curtains, casting a damp glow upon the floor and walls. After an indeterminate duration, Guin felt a slight strain in his eyes, rubbed them, turned over, and gradually drifted into slumber. Guin slept deeply. In the city, there were no cicadas or frogs singing in the deep mountains, yet the lights of a myriad of homes remained bright and warm. Early in the morning, Lao Su awoke. In middle age, insufficient sleep had become the norm. After stretching his limbs and back within the confines of his room, Lao Su opened the door, pondering what breakfast to prepare, when he noticed Guin stealthily emerging from the bathroom, tiptoeing back into his room. What could his master uncle be up to so early? Lying on his side, Guin, having changed his undergarments, wore a slightly flushed expression, his breath coming in hurried gasps. He rummaged through the stack of textbooks on the small table in the room and finally located the middle school science book. He resumed his study of certain physiological aspects related to male puberty. After a while, Guin experienced a moment of enlightenment. Fortunately, this is a normal physiological phenomenon. In the past, Heir Shixiang had claimed it was due to my impropriety that such occurrences happened from time to time. How mischievous. Perhaps Xiao Su's penchant for teasing is hereditary. After calming his emotions, Guin bid farewell to Lao Su and prepared to descend the stairs for a leisurely stroll. Previously, he would rise early each day to take the bus to school, return home for a meal, complete his homework, and watch television, which made the time slip away swiftly. Guin felt that his body had become somewhat languid during this period. Upon descending, the city's air carried a hint of murkiness, yet this morning felt refreshingly crisp. Guin could not help but take a deep breath, beginning to stroll at a leisurely pace. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that although Guin's steps were slow, each movement exuded an indescribable charm. This neighborhood had been established for several years, resulting in lush greenery. In summer, the streets would be adorned with patches of shade, accompanied by the raucous sounds of cicadas. The sun had emerged this morning, casting a gentle light that added a touch of warmth to the coolness of dawn. As Guin meandered along the path, he encountered several familiar elderly residents returning from the market, pulling small carts while conversing in the local dialect about trivial matters. At the entrance of the community, Guin also encountered a stoic young man, with a soft white cat resting on his shoulder, leaving a lasting impression. The roar of automobile engines serves as the awakening bell for every city. At this hour, the streets have yet to succumb to congestion. The early commuters, swaying as they embark on their journeys, are accompanied by hurried workers clutching their breakfasts. They are born, educated, and then become contented wage earners, eventually seeking marriage as they approach their 30s. With a mortgage in one hand and a car loan in the other, they will soon find themselves facing the responsibilities of diapers and formula. This is the reality of most ordinary lives. Guin, standing by the roadside, remains oblivious to these truths, merely observing the throngs of people squeezing onto the bus, his heart filling with a subtle melancholy. Everyone is preoccupied with their own affairs, each harboring their own dreams. Yet Guin finds himself uncertain of the path his future should take. In a few years, when old Su retires and young Su completes his studies, finds work, and marries, will Guin become a mere outsider in their lives? The thought of such eventualities tugs at his heart, making it feel as though it is being squeezed, causing his breath to come in short gasps. He shrugs and continues his forward stride, gradually quickening his pace. Against the wind, the youth jogs along the street, encountering several young women clad in form-fitting attire, out for their morning runs. Unable to resist, Guin steals a few glances before quickly averting his gaze, muttering softly to himself, not as pretty as Su Taoyao. Fortunately, Su Taoyao is not present, otherwise, Guin would undoubtedly face her ire. As the number of vehicles on the road increases, the cacophony of honking horns grows louder. After running a considerable distance, a fine sheen of sweat glistens on his neck. Slowing his pace, Guin resumes a leisurely stroll along the roadside, hands clasped behind his back. As he passed by the vegetable market, he caught sight of old Su from a distance. He approached with the intention of helping him carry the vegetables, but was promptly sent away. Guin did not insist. After all, old Su was pulling a small cart with 2 wheels, and it hardly required any effort. Given old Su's advancing age, it was indeed time for him to engage in some physical activity. As his senior uncle, Guin felt a sense of duty to encourage old Su. As for little Su, never mind. Shouldn't a young lady be allowed to indulge in a leisurely weekend? Why rise early to exercise when the weather outside is so chilly? Perhaps when the weather warms up. Yes, once the temperature rises. Guin resolved that when the time came, he would also encourage little Su to partake in some activity. He found a breakfast stall and ordered 4 fluffy white buns and a cup of soybean milk, consuming them as he walked back to the community. Upon passing the few plum trees within the neighborhood, Guin paused. Gazing at the vibrant red blossoms on the rough branches, an impulse surged within him. What if he were to pluck a blossom to present to little Sue? After surveying his surroundings for a moment without spotting anyone, he gathered his courage and stepped closer, gently plucking a single plum blossom without causing any disturbance or breaking any branches. Whose child is that? Don't run. You'll be fined. A sudden, aged voice shouted behind him. Startled, Guin turned to see an elderly lady in a cotton coat, adorned with a red armband, rushing towards him. In a state of panic, he clutched the plum blossom and swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 69. These cherries are delightfully sweet. After sprinting through the community for a while, Guin finally evaded the formidable grandmother. Upon returning to the living room, he found Su Taoyao sitting at the table, sipping porridge while scrolling through videos. Little Su. Little Su. Su Taoyao observed Guin, who was panting heavily and appeared as if he had been pursued by a dog. Curiosity piqued, she inquired. Did you have another barking match with a dog? Guin paused, his expression instantly turning awkward. The girl was referring to an incident a few days prior when he had whimsically imitated a dog in front of a stray, resulting in an embarrassing exchange that lasted over 10 minutes. After a moment, he replied, Did we not agree to never speak of that again? Su Taoyao took a spoonful of porridge. I did not mention it. I was merely speaking in my sleep after waking up. Guin pressed his lips together, uncertain of how to counter her. What were you up to this morning, all sweaty? The girl asked. I just took a stroll downstairs and almost got caught by that woman with the red armband. Guin recalled the encounter with trepidation. You needn't worry about her. Those few overzealous women are merely posturing around to catch people and impose fines for some extra cash, Su Taoyao said, taking another bite of porridge. She continued. Did you carelessly litter this morning? No, I didn't tea, Guin clarified. I simply went to pick a flower, and that's when I got caught. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he spread his palm to present the plum blossom to the girl. However, upon opening his hand, he found that the delicate blossom had nearly been crushed, and his palm was stained with light pink juice. A flower? Why did you go and pick a flower? Su Taoyao asked, observing the flower in his hand. Guin's gaze gradually dimmed as he contemplated. Why are my hands so clumsy? After much effort, he finally selected the most exquisite flower to present to Xiao Su, only to accidentally crush it in his hands. He silently closed his palms, bowed his head, and replied, Nothing. With that, he retreated to the living room, gently releasing his grip to discard the shattered blossom into the newly lined trash bin before returning to his room. Unbeknownst to Guin, the quiet girl stealthily approached the garbage can, bent down, and retrieved the broken plum blossom, examining it closely as if it were a rare treasure. She contemplated for a moment, then hurried into her room, rummaging through a cabinet until she unearthed a box filled with tools akin to utility knives. Eureka! Su Taoyao extracted 2 bottles of transparent crystal resin from the bottom of the box. When mixed in a specific ratio, these 2 liquids could solidify within approximately 24 hours, resembling a clear crystalline substance. The girl, still halfway through her breakfast, meticulously began her endeavor at the table, determined to preserve the first flower Guin had gifted her for eternity. As noon approached and mealtime drew near, Old Su's soup was still not ready. He turned the heat to low, carefully washed some cherries, and knocked on the girl's door with the plate in hand. Would you like some cherries? No, I'm busy. Then I shall leave them on the coffee table. You can enjoy them once you finish. Understood. You should wash some more for Master Shizu. Old Su's expression stiffened, and a wave of unease washed over him once more. He had yet to taste any of those cherries himself. How pitiful it was. The young girl, well aware of Lao Su's character, intentionally added, Oh. Lao Su felt relieved. His daughter was indeed compassionate, showing such respect for her elders. He then proceeded to wash some fruits and called Guin to come out and enjoy them. Guin dashed out eagerly. For what fruits could one find in the mountains? There were only the sour wild pears and the sweet and sour bayberries that ripened in April. Yet, no matter how delightful they were, they could not compare to the exquisite fruits that Lao Su had purchased at a considerable price. Guin savored several pieces, finding them utterly delicious and devoid of any sourness. Where are Xiao Su and your uncle? Guin habitually inquired. However, this simple question caused Lao Su to furrow his brow. After pondering his words, he tentatively asked, Master Uncle, is there anything between you and Xiao Su? Guin spat out a pit, her expression perplexed. What could possibly exist between Xiao Su and me? Soon. Guan grasped the implication behind Lao Su's words and earnestly reassured him. Rest assured, Lao Su. Over these past few months, I've kept a vigilant watch at school, ensuring that no other boys approach Xiao Su. The Zhang fellow I mentioned before hasn't even tried to find her again. Guan patted her chest, producing a rhythmic thump, and declared, as your master uncle, I am steadfast in my duties. Seeing Guan's firm and confident demeanor, Lao Su coughed lightly, feeling as though he might have been overly concerned. Surely, his master uncle would not be clandestinely courting his daughter behind his back. It was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Old Su. Old Su, why are you lost in thought? Hearing the voice, he lifted his head and saw his daughter sitting on the sofa, munching on cherries. Oh, it's nothing. I just forgot to turn off the stove, Old Su replied, feeling inexplicably guilty as he concocted an excuse to retreat to the kitchen. Master, what's wrong with Old Su? He seems rather strange, the girl inquired, turning her head to ask. Guan shook his head. I have no idea. I also find Old Su peculiar. Even his speech seemed off just now. What did he ask? Su Taoyao suddenly grew anxious. He asked whether there was anything between you and me. Wasn't that a pointless question? What could there possibly be between us? Don't worry, perhaps it's just a quirk of aging individuals. My master used to ask me and my fellow disciples some odd questions too, Guan replied cheerfully, though he gradually felt a chill in the living room. He glanced at the air conditioner. It was set to 26 degrees. Is the air conditioner broken? Guan rubbed the back of his head and turned back to grab a cherry, just as he noticed the girl's expression. She looked somewhat cold, and perhaps a little angry. Suddenly, he realized, oh no, little Su is upset seeing me eat so many cherries. Silently, Guan moved the cherry away from his lips and offered it to little Su instead. He blinked and said, little Su, you have one. Su Taoyao instinctively opened her mouth to take a bite. As the cherry's sweet juice spread in her mouth, she finally recognized how ambiguous their actions appeared at that moment. Blushing, she quickly glanced towards the kitchen, where Old Su was facing away from them, washing the chopping board at the sink. Su Taoyao took a deep breath, then fixed her gaze intently on Guan. She resolved that such behavior could not continue. What such behavior? Guan gazed longingly at the bowl of cherries on the coffee table, pondering. Is little Su implying that I should refrain from competing with her for this luscious red fruit in the future? Alas, isn't little Su usually quite generous? What has caused her to be so stingy today? Could it be that she simply adores this fruit? Well, once I earn some money, I shall buy her plenty. Guan failed to notice that the girl's face had turned as red as a large cherry. It was uncertain whether her blush stemmed from embarrassment or irritation. Why was the cherry he fed her so sweet? Guan pondered innocently, his lips appearing equally sweet. Su Taoyao mused curiously. Chapter 70. This chapter is exceptionally bold. The living room was already suffused with the rich aroma of simmering soup. Old Su lifted the lid of the pot, ladled a spoonful of broth into a bowl, tasted it, and then sprinkled in a hint of white pepper and some tender green scallions. Almost perfect, just as Old Su was about to call the two in the living room for dinner. He caught sight of the shrimp and broccoli on the side and suddenly recalled that in the midst of washing the fruit, he had forgotten to prepare another dish. He leaned out and called, hold on a moment. I forgot to stir-fry the shrimp and broccoli. It will be ready shortly. Closing the door and tying on his apron, Old Su hummed a cheerful tune while washing the vegetables, followed by the sounds of water, the exhaust fan, and the spatula. Little did Old Su anticipate that a scene unfolding in the living room would be enough to induce a cerebral hemorrhage. Before the coffee table, Guan observed the young girl lost in thought, her head bowed, and unable to resist the temptation stirring within him. He swiftly reached for a cherry from the platter and popped it into his mouth. As he glanced around, he discovered that she remained oblivious to his actions. Encouraged, he seized another cherry, and then another, until he felt a slight fullness in his stomach. A casual burp escaped him, inadvertently rousing Su Taoyao from her reverie. Only then did Guan cease his thievery, sitting up straight and feigning innocence, determined to appear as a well-behaved child. Shuzu. Hearing Su Taoyao suddenly call out to him, a wave of panic washed over Guan. Had she caught him in the act of stealing? When she repeated his full name, his unease deepened. He forced a stiff smile and turned to face Su Taoyao directly. What is it? Are the cherries sweet? They're sweet, he instinctively replied. Then immediately shook his head fervently, insisting, I don't know if they're sweet or not. I didn't steal any. To his surprise, Su Taoyao neither expressed anger nor displayed any other discernible emotion. Her demeanor was somewhat rigid, and her gaze was almost unsettlingly bright. Guin stole another glance at her, his anxiety intensifying. What does she intend to do? Surely she doesn't mean to hit me. She clearly wouldn't stand a chance against me, though I wouldn't retaliate. Yet, I am her former Shuzu. Why do I feel so lacking in stature? Such fleeting thoughts could not sway the resolute determination that now enveloped the young girl. She gently parted her red lips and softly said, "Come a little closer." Guin, perplexed, felt a wave of unease that restrained him from making any movement. Who knew if he approached? Would Xiaosu once again tug at his ears as she had before? That would be utterly humiliating. The young girl reiterated, "Come a little closer," summoning his courage. Guin remained still. However, he soon discovered that Su Taoyao had already settled beside him, the air still infused with a faint scent of osmanthus. Xiaosu. I was wrong. I truly should not have indulged. Guin trembled as he confessed his fault. Was the cherry sweet? Yes, exceedingly sweet. But the one I just had was not sweet at all. Guin responded with a hint of confusion. Then, with a sense of propriety, selected a large crimson cherry and offered it to the girl's lips. This one might be very sweet. Su Taoyao tilted her head, her face adorned with an adorable rosy smile, and asked, "Really?" "Yes, truly, genuinely." Guin was on the verge of tears, entirely convinced that Xiaosu was concealing some mischief. Yet, he felt paralyzed, unable to flee or resist, for he was indeed at fault. His master had once taught him, when one errs, one must humbly admit it and bear any punishment. Guin shifted his hand, allowing the cherry to graze against the girl's lips, and spoke, "You should try it. It is definitely sweet. Incredibly sweet. Is it?" Su Taoyao's gaze was profound, as if a tempest brewed beneath the surface. "It is definitely sweet. If it isn't." Guin blinked frantically, momentarily at a loss for words, struggling to articulate anything coherent. He sighed in resignation and raised his gaze to meet the girl's. Su Taoyao's delicate features were perfectly mirrored in his eyes. Guin could even discern his own reflection within her pupils. He noticed that today, the young Su seemed remarkably different. Her eyes remained crystal clear and bright, yet now carried a hint of confusion and anxiety, along with an indescribable emotion. Her skin bore a subtle blush, a hue that danced between peach and rosy pink, resembling the delicate tint of blush made from peach blossoms, evoking a sense of earthly beauty that was utterly enchanting. Stray strands of hair adorned her cheeks, slightly curled, while her bangs lay tousled across her forehead. A delightful mess that somehow exuded a charming innocence rather than disarray. Though they stood quite close, Guin found himself captivated by Su Taoyao. The boy's gaze was pure, untainted by any ill intentions. He simply perceived that Su was even more beautiful today, enveloped in a radiant glow that surpassed the warmth of the morning light he had felt earlier, bringing him an undeniable comfort. Suddenly, Guin spoke, "Su, why do you keep staring at me?" Su Taoyao retorted, "I am not." Guin countered, "Nonsense. I can clearly see myself reflected in your eyes." "Doesn't that mean it is you, Guin, who is gazing at me, Su Taoyao?" "That seems to be the case." Guin scratched his head. "Then I won't look anymore." "That won't do." "Lean your face closer," the girl said, her cheeks flushed. "Why? Just come here when I tell you to." "Will you hit me?" Guin hesitated. "I won't hit you," Su Taoyao replied with a wink, instantly stirring a wave of emotions. "All right then." Hearing the assurance from the petite girl, Guin slowly leaned in. Though he was uncertain of her intentions, the fact that she wouldn't strike him was enough. As he pondered, he managed to utter a single syllable, but the second one eluded him entirely. This was because the girl's crimson lips had sealed his mouth, along with the large cherry. What is she doing? Guin's eyes widened in surprise, and soon he felt a sense of dizziness enveloping him. After a while, he noticed a tingling sensation in his lips, heart, hands, and feet. The only thought that remained in his mind was, "This cherry is so sweet." Su Taoyao shared the same sentiment. Eventually, as Guin regained his composure, he couldn't help but call out, "Su." The girl responded, her voice resonating as if emanating from her nasal cavity. "Why did you spit the pit into my mouth?" Chapter 71. "Su, did you violate me?" "No, I did not." "Why did you spit the pit into my mouth?" Upon hearing Guin's dazed inquiry, Su Taoyao instantly snapped back to reality. She watched in disbelief as Guin took a piece of paper and spat out a pit still adorned with traces of red flesh. What on earth was going through his mind? Shouldn't the focus be on the fact that I kissed you, Guin? What does the pit matter? Suddenly felt a pang of regret. Just moments ago, she had displayed more courage than Jiego, Yet she had forgotten that her target was not the suave Bin Bin, but rather the simple-minded Anan. She cast a few glances at Guin, pondering how to enlighten this fool. Perhaps she could use a hammer to knock some sense into his head, or maybe a power drill. She recalled that there was one in the toolbox at home. Guin, feeling somewhat uneasy under her gaze, finally emerged from the fog of confusion that had clouded his mind. Terrified, he met Su Taoyao's eyes, his mouth slightly agape. It dawned on him only then what had just transpired. Oh my, has little Su just violated me? What is she thinking? By law and logic, she should not have done such a thing. If old Su finds out, will my legs be broken? In a state of utter disarray, Guin found himself conjuring an image of old Su in a furious rage. Suddenly, a peal of laughter broke through the tension. Guin looked at the girl with a gaze that was both somber and hesitant. Master Ancestor, you can't possibly think I was just harassing you, can you? Her eyes sparkled with mischief, a look she often wore after teasing Guin. Upon hearing her words, he felt a surge of confusion. Wasn't that just an affront? Completely aware of Guin's inner turmoil, Su Taoyao spoke with an air of nonchalance. Did I not mention to you before that there exists a kissing etiquette in the West? Guin nodded in acknowledgement. During our previous conversation, I neglected to mention a particular custom from the West, a form of playful punishment among friends, which also involves kissing, not on the cheek, but on the lips. How could you indulge in so many cherries without my knowledge? After Su Taoyao's thorough analysis, Guin remained somewhat perplexed. Is that truly the case? Certainly. Su Taoyao displayed no signs of faltering. Instead, she pressed further. If you don't believe me, I can fetch that book on Western etiquette for you right now. Faced with her unwavering conviction, Guin chose to trust her, gently rubbing his still tingling lips, which seemed slightly swollen. Was this truly a direct form of punishment among friends? No wonder Su bit down so fiercely, as if she intended to devour my lips. Guin gradually came to understand, while the young girl settled on a slightly distant sofa, fixated on the television screen, her gaze unwavering, as if utterly engrossed. Su, could we possibly change the channel? We've been watching this advertisement for several minutes now. What do you know? This advertisement is quite captivating. But Su Taoyao instinctively sought to counter, her peripheral vision catching the television, rendering her momentarily speechless. With a limited quantity of days, I don't worry. Petite stature, so mini, so happy, lightweight and compact, little wings. A mini from 7 Degrees Space. The jingle of the advertisement echoed softly. She hurriedly seized the remote and switched to another channel. Yuting, ensuring the unexpected risks of love. The young girl's face darkened as she abruptly switched off the television, settling into a daze while waiting for dinner. Guin, feeling neither bold enough to speak nor angry, could only sit in silence. His gaze wandered to the half-plate of crimson cherries on the coffee table, stirring a longing within him. Yet, the lingering tingling sensation on his lips successfully kept Guin composed. He certainly did not wish to incur the wrath of the mischievous Su again. It was quite painful. Before long, the rumbling of the range had ceased. And old Su emerged from the kitchen, announcing, "It's time to wash your hands and eat." Once the two had washed their hands and taken their seats at the dining table, old Su looked at Guin and suddenly inquired, "Master Uncle, what happened to your lips?" At the sound of this question, Su Taoyao's heart plummeted. Oh no, she had completely forgotten to mention this matter to the simpleton. He wouldn't reveal the incident of their accidental kiss, would he? That would certainly land old Su back in the hospital. In a fleeting moment, Su Taoyao's mind raced with various thoughts, yet she ultimately refrained from speaking. She feared that if she interjected now, old Su might catch on to something amiss and quash it immediately. Oh dear, please, be clever just this once. Under Su Taoyao's silent prayers, Guin, who had been lost in thought, lifted his head, responding with a confused, "Huh?" Old Su pointed to his own upper lip, stating, "Look, I just have a small cut here. It seems a bit swollen." Guin blinked a couple of times, feigning ignorance. How am I to address this? Surely, I cannot confess to old Su that I indulged too much in cherries and was punished by the mischievous Su, can I? If I did, how could I ever maintain my status as Master Uncle? No, I must maintain my persona. I cannot falter. After a moment of reflection, Guin pursed his lips and suddenly inhaled sharply. How painful. Has it truly swollen? He instinctively resorted to his signature gesture, rubbing the back of his head, then looked at old Su with an innocent expression and said, "It seems I was too eager while eating those cherries and ended up biting myself, perhaps? Is that even possible?" It was the first time old Su had heard of someone injuring their lips while consuming fruit. Noticing old Su's skepticism, Guan popped a shrimp into his mouth and exclaimed, "Ouch," indicating he had bitten himself again. Old Su silently remarked, "Eat more slowly. If my grandfather sees you injured, he'll likely give me a sound thrashing." Yes, yes, yes. Guan hurriedly agreed, assuring he would be more cautious. Few seeing Guan's naive ruse successfully distract old Su, Su Taoyao couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief internally. She never anticipated Guan possessed such cleverness. Praise must be lavishly given. In a delightful mood, Su Taoyao picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of rib into Guan's bowl. She then felt the weight of old Su's piercing gaze upon her. What now? Su Taoyao maintained her persona, returning the glare. You have high cholesterol. Do you still wish to gnaw on ribs? Are you unaware that both my master and I are still growing? Ah, old Su too dared neither to speak nor to express anger. He quietly added some vegetables to his bowl and began to eat in silence, while his eyes fixed on the bowl of his elder master, which gradually resembled a small mountain. Ribs, shrimp, crispy meat, chicken wings. He glanced down at his own bowl, finding not a single grain of rice. Burped Gu and let out a belch. Oh, old Su, are you satisfied with just one bowl? Chapter 72. Little Su, I must punish you. As the Spring Festival approached, the atmosphere and traffic of the entire city became increasingly congested. Many households began to adorn their doors with red couplets. Seeing this, Guan, not wanting to be outdone, implored little Su to accompany him to the market to purchase red paper and ink. In previous years at the temple, the couplets were always inscribed by his master or his two senior brothers, and he had never had the opportunity to try his hand at it. Although he had seemingly never practiced calligraphy, being taught by the same master, Guan reasoned that he could hardly write worse than his two senior brothers. Now, having risen to the highest familial status, it was indeed his turn to compose the couplets. After preparing the ink, he spread the long sheets of couplet paper across the dining table. Holding the brush, Guan suddenly realized that he lacked suitable verses for the Spring Festival couplets. Little Su, he began to seek help from the girl beside him. What should I write for the couplets? Anything you write will be fine. Su Taoyao replied casually, preoccupied with catching up on the variety show she had missed a few days prior. But I believe little Su's ideas would surely be better. Guan, with keen insight, offered a subtle compliment that proved to be quite effective. With a light hum, Su Taoyao casually searched for a couplet on her phone. Wealth flows in with the arrival of spring, joy accompanies fortune. The horizontal inscription read, abundant wealth. Wealth? Guan pondered for a moment, wondering if it might be somewhat kitsch. Upon hearing this, Su Taoyao shot him a disapproving glance and found another. Spring graces the earth, flowers bloom brilliantly. The festival brings forth new wonders to the world. The horizontal inscription was, may all your wishes come true. Flowers and wonders still felt somewhat off. She remarked, Xiao Su, do you have anything else? If you are so picky, think for yourself. Don't look to me. Guan chuckled softly, admitting, I am not as clever as Xiao Su. Naturally, I will rely on you. The girl's heart inexplicably fluttered, for such simple words had the power to move her. Guan's sincerity resonated far more than any flowery declarations of love. Su Taoyao pretended to glare at Guan, exclaiming, You are quite bothersome. Yet she reached for her phone once more, diligently searching for a suitable couplet. What about this one? May all affairs be auspicious, and every household find peace and health. The horizontal inscription reads, Prosperity in all seasons. Before Guan could respond, she shook her head in disapproval, deeming it a bit too conventional. How about this one? I have a good feeling about it. She read aloud, the horizontal inscription, renewal of all things. Centuries of time flourish in the present. The rivers and mountains of old are rejuvenated today. Guan repeated the lines and immediately nodded in approval, observing Guan bending over to earnestly write the couplet. Su Taoyao couldn't help but gaze at him for quite some time. However, after a considerable amount of time, it soon extended to 5 minutes, then 10, and finally 15 minutes. At the table, with furrowed brows, Guan spent nearly half an hour to complete this couplet. Beside him, the girl rested her chin on her hand, motionless, gazing at Guan for a good half hour. Even her favorite variety, show could not divert her attention. Observing the 2 rows of bizarre characters on the red paper, Guan felt a pang of frustration. He turned his head to glance at Xiao Su and asked curiously, Xiao Su, why are you staring at me again? Whether it was an illusion or not, Guan had occasionally caught the girl lost in thought while gazing at him. Yet, Xiao Taoyao had never acknowledged it, and this time was no different. Nonsense, I'm not looking at you. Oh, Guan had no intention of arguing. After all, He had attempted to debate with Xiao Su numerous times, and he had never succeeded in outwitting her. He asked again, Xiao Su, what is it? Nothing, nothing. Guan abruptly turned away, feeling somewhat embarrassed and puzzled within. Why did his characters appear so different from those written by his master and senior brother? Were they not all using brushes and ink? Guan discreetly tucked away his first piece and quickly completed a second. Yet again, it was a series of strange symbols. He found it hard to believe that his calligraphy could be so unappealing, even more so than his simplified characters. Was this the reason why his master and senior brother had always refrained from allowing him to write couplets? Guan fell into contemplation, pondering what excuse he could concoct to mask the reality of his poor brushwork, while ensuring Xiao Su remained unsuspecting. After all, he had previously sworn with utmost confidence that he could compose an awe-inspiring couplet. However, the verses he penned were truly unworthy of admiration, displayed at the entrance. They would surely invite derision, with onlookers mocking that the couplet alone was sufficient to ward off evil spirits, rendering even the door gods unnecessary. This simply would not do. Guan set down his brush, contemplating the destruction of the couplet paper to obliterate all evidence, but alas, it was too late. Su Taoyao, who had been lounging on the sofa, had somehow found her way to Guan's side, her eyes glimmering with mischief as she scrutinized his work. Master Uncle, this couplet you've written is truly splendid, she teased, her tone playful. Guan's face flushed crimson as he hastily retorted, I was merely practicing, searching for inspiration. Su Taoyao elongated the final syllable, inching closer and standing shoulder to shoulder with him. Small Su, what are you doing? Guan stammered, retreating a few steps in a fluster. Ever since the light kiss punishment, he had been diligently reminding himself, do not provoke Small Su, do not provoke Small Su. The sensation of swollen lips was decidedly unpleasant, and his body and mind felt inexplicably feeble, akin to being under some intoxicating spell. He chuckled nervously, with a mischievous grin. Su Taoyao leaned in closer, declaring, I'm merely observing your writing. And nothing worth seeing, Guan stammered, increasingly anxious. This playful side of Su Taoyao was rather intimidating. I find it quite beautiful, she asserted, playfully shoving him away from the table, eagerly examining his handiwork. She curiously inquired, why are there 8 characters here? Yet only 7 over there? Guan followed her gaze to the characters her fingertip pointed at, his expression slightly awkward. That one is a single character. Su Taoyao pouted. Clearly, it's 2 characters. One is female, and the other is child. Guan pursed his lips and softly remarked, that character means good. Ha. In an instant, the room was filled with the delightful laughter of young girls. The laughter was incessant, yet Guan's expression grew increasingly dejected, his mood sinking alongside. Master Uncle, I feel that the 5-year-old grandson of the old lady across the hall writes with a brush better than you do. Are you truly from the Qing dynasty? Guan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for a suitable retort. With a slightly sullen face, he threatened, Little Su, if you continue to disrespect me, I may have to punish you. Punish? What kind of punishment? Su Taoyao, undaunted, even cast a provocative glance at Guan. In the next moment, she realized Guan had wrapped his arms around her shoulders. The warmth of his palms instantly made her feel as if she were melting. Chapter 73. Unsure of what to title this chapter, just come in and enjoy the feast. The weather gradually warmed. The heating in the living room had not ceased, and Su Taoyao simply wore a thin wool sweater. Beneath her snow-white neck were 2 delicate collarbones, sharply defined, subtly glistening with the unique radiance of youth. When those 2 broad palms rested upon her shoulders, Su Taoyao's body could not help but soften slightly. The warmth emanating from Guan's palm grew increasingly intense, gradually searing her reason. Su Taoyao was particularly sensitive to the cold, which only deepened her yearning for warmth. As autumn approached, she would begin preparing winter garments, clothes, shoes, hats, scarves, and long, thick pink socks. When the biting cold swept through the city, she would wrap herself up tightly, even before others did. The comforter she used was sun-dried, soft and reassuringly warm. The air conditioning in her room operated continuously, delivering a steady stream of warmth. Yet, none of this seemed to compare to the heat from the boy's palm. Little Su, my dear disciple, I must punish you, Guan reiterated with heightened emphasis, attempting to project an air of seriousness. This marked his inaugural invocation of seniority over Su Taoyao, intending to demonstrate that he, too, could exhibit displeasure. Observing Su Taoyao rendered speechless by his intimidation, Guan couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. So, little Su can be frightened after all. It seems I ought to impose more discipline on her henceforth. This is the rightful path for me, Guan, to establish my familial authority. In a sudden impulse, Guan considered sharing this invaluable insight with the physical education teacher, only to recall that he likely had no need for it. Thus, he resumed his serious gaze upon Su Taoyao, wielding his authoritative stare. However, from Su Taoyao's perspective, this supposed authority lacked any semblance of intimidation. To illustrate, would you truly feel fear if a bumbling husky pretended to be angry with you? As she met Guan's gaze, the girl's breath quickened slightly, and a sense of anticipation quietly spread within her. There lingered a mixture of tension and shyness in her heart. She, Su Taoyao, was experiencing the exhilaration of falling for a boy for the very first time, secretly cherishing him in her heart and thinking of him daily. Despite his constant presence by her side, at her age, a girl would typically be bashful, yet her affection for Guan burned with an intense fervor. In the realm of their love, it was inevitable that one party must take the initiative. Su Taoyao adored Guan, deeply so. Guan, in turn, held feelings for her, albeit he had yet to realize them. The girl understood that if she waited for Guan to acknowledge his feelings for her, given his nature and traditional views on propriety, he would likely choose to conceal this unorthodox affection, to entertain a more disheartening thought. He might even find a pretext to move out and distance himself from her altogether. Su Taoyao certainly wished to avoid such a scenario. Guan could only be her Guan, her beloved fool. The girl grew increasingly resolute. "Master Uncle?" she called playfully, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. "You wouldn't dare to punish me, would you?" Her challenge successfully ignited Guan's competitive spirit. "Who says I wouldn't dare?" Su Taoyao remained silent, instead communicating with her eyes. "You wouldn't." Before Guan could contemplate further, he instinctively leaned in, mirroring the girl's previous movements, and pressed his lips against hers. He intended to keep it brief, as his sole aim was to showcase his authority to little Su. Before his lips could touch the young girl's, Guan discovered that Xiao Su's delicate fingers were already resting upon his own lips. Is Xiao Su attempting to resist? Guan felt a surge of impatience. After all, he had finally found an opportunity and could not bear to relinquish it. He reached out to move Xiao Su's hand aside, yet her slender, jade-like finger had already shifted its position. Su Taoyao gently tilted Guan's chin, rose onto her toes, and cradled his face with both hands before pressing her lips against his. "This is something I must initiate," thought the girl. Meanwhile, Guan, whose body was taut with tension, found himself momentarily bewildered. Wasn't he who was meant to punish Xiao Su? How had the tables turned? He had no time to ponder, for the fragrant breath of the girl was invading his senses, overwhelming his reason. Compared to her previous boldness, she was now remarkably tender. Although her kiss was still inexperienced, even clumsy, the instant their lips met, Guan felt as though he had touched two soft clouds, reminiscent of the cotton candy he had savored at the amusement park. Light and airy, with a warmth that lingered, devoid of weight, yet the sweetness proved difficult to dissipate. Guan found himself at a loss to articulate this sensation, unable to conjure fitting words to encapsulate it. All he knew was that his heart, nestled within his chest, was racing with uncontainable joy, as if it might leap forth at any moment. Gradually, Guan squinted, his previously tense body relaxing, and he began to find a peculiar fondness for this sensation. His mind was vacant, his limbs devoid of strength, yet his heartbeat grew increasingly heavy with each passing moment. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until Guan finally sensed that Su Taoyao had released her grip. "Little Su." Guan exhaled a sigh of relief, calling out to her, yet found himself at a loss for words. "What's wrong?" The girl, her breath quickening, raised an eyebrow and provocatively remarked, "Does my esteemed master wish to be punished by me again?" She emphasized the word again with intent. Naturally, Guan grew flustered at her audacity. "Nonsense. It is I who am punishing you." Oh, Su Taoyao continued her teasing. "I." Guan managed to utter a single word, only to observe the girl's face brimming with mockery as she mimicked the earlier actions of Su Taoyao. He too extended his hands, effortlessly cradling her face. As Guan slowly leaned down, he was taken aback that Su Taoyao did not resist as he had anticipated. In fact, she appeared remarkably cooperative. Guan shook his head, hastily dismissing that alarming thought. Surely, it was his authoritative presence that had intimidated little Su. How could she possibly be accommodating him on purpose? Gazing into Su Taoyao's fervent eyes, Guan, with unwavering resolve, pressed his lips against hers. Humph. Little Sue, I assure you, I shall not show any mercy. If you err, I must enforce your punishment. Wait, why is little Sue sticking out her tongue again? Why does it feel as if I am prying open a box? Wasn't he like this last time too? No. This makes it seem as though she is the one punishing me. Guin clenched his teeth, his gaze resolutely unwavering. The young girl, who could discern Guin's inner turmoil, would not grant him his wishes so easily. The two engaged in a fierce tug-of-war, each taking turns to attack and defend. The room gradually descended into silence, leaving only the sound of their somewhat hurried breaths and the rhythm of their hearts, which began to synchronize. Chapter 74. Embrace. The midnight snack is here. That afternoon, upon returning home from a trip to the neighboring city, Old Sue's expression was quite peculiar as he stood at his doorstep. He scrutinized the strange characters adorning the door, pondering, in this age of countless years, are the rivers and mountains anew? The couplet seemed fine, yet the handwriting was atrocious. No child under the age of 5 could possibly have produced such scrawl. Oh, how he longed to tear this couplet down. After much hesitation, Old Sue refrained from taking action, well aware that doing so would likely invite a scolding. He took out his keys and unlocked the door. Upon entering, he found Su Taoyao lounging on the sofa, engrossed in the television and occasionally bursting into laughter. While Guin sat a bit farther away, his expression rather grim. What's this? It feels as if a couple is having a spat. A fleeting thought crossed Old Sue's mind, prompting him to slap himself, questioning whether his recent discharge from the hospital had left him in a peculiar state of mind. Why was he entertaining such odd notions? Changing into his slippers, Old Sue turned and busied himself in the kitchen. As darkness enveloped the sky, he prepared the dishes, bringing them out one by one. Near, Master Ancestor, wash your hands. It's time for dinner. The girl on the sofa turned her head, her expression one of surprise. Old Sue, when did you come back? Beside her, Guin blinked, equally perplexed. Lao Sue, am I truly an outsider? In the following days, Su Taoyao constantly frolicked before Guin, often resorting to mischief, hoping to provoke him into punishing her once more. Yet, Guin remained unfazed. Upon seeing Su Taoyao approach, he adroitly distanced himself. The reason was rather simple. Guin had come to a profound realization. He, Guin, the once master uncle of Su Taoyao, could never outsmart her. He was also plagued by a growing apprehension as he gradually discerned some troubling signs. Little Sue harbored an increasing number of mischievous thoughts. Day after day, she schemed to cause trouble, compelling herself to seek punishment, only to seize the opportunity to turn the tables. Women. Guin felt his wits sharpening. He firmly believed that soon enough, Little Sue would no longer be able to toy with him. However, reality often defies expectations. One early morning, as Guin prepared to take a stroll, having just finished his morning routine and exited the bathroom, he was astonished to find Su Taoyao standing at his door. Why are you up so late? Such a lazybones, only rising with the dawn? Do you not know that the plans of the day are determined by the morning? The girl chided him softly, leaving Guin somewhat perplexed. Is it not merely 6:05? He glanced at the clock on the wall before continuing. Little Sue, don't you usually sleep until 9 or 10? Su Taoyao momentarily faltered, then shot him a glare. Hurry up. Stop dawdling. Guin nodded obediently, noticing her ensemble of scarf, furry hat, and snow boots, and could not help but inquire, Little Sue, where are you off to so early? Su Taoyao replied with irritation, you guessed wrong. I want to go for a morning run with you to exercise. Guin remained silent. Although he harbored doubts, he quickly donned his jacket and stepped outside with Sue. At the base of their residential complex, Guin cast a concerned glance at the girl beside him. It was still somewhat chilly in the morning. Sue, perhaps you should just head back? No, Su Taoyao retorted, wrapping herself tightly in layers, with only her eyes visible. I said I want to run with you. And I will. Guin scratched his head, unsure how to persuade her otherwise. He simply retrieved a scarf from his jacket pocket. Why do you have your scarf stuffed in your pocket? I usually don't wear it in the mornings. Then why did you bring it? Well, Guin hesitated. I was concerned it might be too cold outside, so I brought it for you. Su Taoyao was taken aback by this reasoning. After pondering for a moment, she was at a loss for words and finally muttered. Guin extended the scarf towards her. Su Taoyao glanced at it, but did not reach out to take it. Guin waved the scarf in front of her. Sue, don't you want it? I do. Then take it. Guin found her response quite peculiar, yet he did not extend his hand further. She turned her gaze, shivering. My hands are cold. All right then. Guin shrugged and asked, shall I put it on for you? The girl huffed softly before replying, "Do as you wish." Her tone was unremarkable, yet her heart surged with tumultuous emotions. At this moment, Guan's inadvertent gentle gestures struck precisely at the softest corners of her soul. She harbored affections for Guan, who was always willing to indulge her and could tolerate her occasional whims. She cherished his perpetual tenderness towards her, as well as his inherent kindness towards others and the world at large. Su Taoyao had selfishly envisioned a lifetime where Guan would remain by her side, needing to do nothing at all, or freely pursuing whatever brought him joy, as long as he could stay near her. After all, she was willing to support him, to nurture him for a lifetime, until they both grew old and spoke with a whisper of age. As the young girl was lost in her thoughts, Guan approached with a scarf in hand, wrapping it around her shoulders in a tender embrace, the gesture akin to a hug. Su Taoyao discreetly lifted her gaze, suddenly noticing that Guan had grown a bit taller in recent days. Her head now only reached his shoulder. Moreover, his chest seemed to have broadened as well. Enveloped in Guan's arms, the girl felt no trace of coldness. Instead, she experienced an unprecedented warmth, comforting and reassuring. This embrace was sufficient to shield her from any storm. Without thinking, Su Taoyao wrapped her arms around Guan, resting her small face gently against his chest. "Perhaps I am truly a mundane person," she mused. Guan, having just finished wrapping the scarf, felt the sudden presence of her hands around his waist and became flustered. Xiao Su, what are you doing? This time, I have undoubtedly tied the scarf beautifully, yet I still resorted to the method you taught me last time. Why do you insist on holding me? Are you planning to engage in a playful wrestling match? Guan suddenly recalled a program he had watched recently, featuring several bare-chested wrestlers whose postures seemed remarkably similar to those he and Xiao Su were currently assuming. The atmosphere was abruptly shattered. Guan remained true to his nature. However, this time, Su Taoyao did not express anger. She continued to embrace Guan's waist, remaining still. She simply wished to hold on a little longer. Noticing the girl's lack of response, Guan hesitated to make any sudden movements. Pitter-patter. Snowflakes began to drift from the sky, landing upon the streetlights. The still glowing lamps illuminated each delicate flake. Chapter 75, Xiao Su, let me show you the treasure. Perhaps due to the city's clamorous nature, it had been quite some time since it last snowed. Xiao Su, it's snowing, Guan remarked. Snowing? Su Taoyao, who had been nestled against the boy's chest, tilted her head to gaze outside. Why not skip the morning run? Just look, it's snowing, the blushing girl suggested. The snowfall isn't heavy. You should head back first. Guan stared at the sky for a moment, shaking his head. Xiao Su, could you please let go of me? As he spoke, he attempted to pry the girl's arms from around his waist. However, he found himself unable to do so, as Su Taoyao tightened her grip. When did I hold you? She retorted, employing the tactic of the wronged first. Clearly, it's your waist that insists on clinging to my hands, just like you. Guan, not learning your lessons. At last, she spat and withdrew her hand. Guan was rendered speechless, yet eventually found solace. Safe. If this little Su were to suddenly strike, would my waist not be broken? Upon seeing the joy etched across Guan's face, Su Taoyao's mood soured. What's the harm in letting me embrace you? Will you lose a piece of flesh, or break out in hives? Guan received several disdainful glances, but remained unperturbed. It was simply a matter of habit. Are you truly not going upstairs? Guan inquired once more. Otherwise, it may become even colder upon your return. Such nagging. Su Taoyao retorted as she stepped into the snow, meandering leisurely like an elderly lady taking a post-meal stroll, hands clasped behind her back. Although it was morning exercise, there were no strict regulations regarding speed, was there? In truth, it wasn't that she was unwilling to run, but rather that carrying two burdens made it rather inconvenient. What are you still doing there? Come on. After a brief distance, Su Taoyao noticed Guan had not yet caught up and turned to urge her once more. I'm coming, Guan replied, hastening to match the pace of the young girl. The streetlight flickered and extinguished as the two made their way out of the community. The winter's end always brought a certain lack of clarity to the skies, enveloped in a misty gray hue. By the roadside, Su Taoyao emerged from a breakfast shop, continuing to guide Guan into her leisurely walking mode. In the girl's words, morning run? First, we must eat something to gain energy for the run. To this, Guan found no valid counterargument, for dining out with little Su often meant she could indulge in the remnants of food that Su could not finish. The young girl's feeding plan, initiated early on, appears to be remarkably successful. As the saying goes, to make a man unable to part from you. one must first conquer his stomach. Although Su Taoyao lacks culinary skills, she can procure various delectable treats to win over Gu Wen's palate. This strategy exemplifies the judicious use of resources to achieve one's goals with minimal time investment. Gu Wen let out a contented burp, rubbing his belly, feeling somewhat bloated. Xiao Su, the pan-fried buns from this shop are truly delightful, and the deep-fried dough sticks are crispy and fragrant. Indeed, Su Taoyao nodded, having wrapped herself up snugly once more. However, the vinegar could be a tad more sour. It would be perfect if it were sharper. Next time, I should order an extra dough stick. Perhaps a sprinkle of cumin would enhance the flavor even further. Leaning against the roadside, Gu Wen rambled on as they walked, occasionally glancing at her. Su Taoyao listened, responding occasionally, while her small hands, tucked in her pockets, grew increasingly restless. She mused that her hands must have their own intentions. Otherwise, why would they persistently seek to venture into Gu Wen's pocket? Could it be that Gu Wen's pocket is warmer? No, I must resist the temptation. Ugh, no, it's not me. It's my hands that seem to have a mind of their own, refusing to heed my command. Yes, that must be it. Truly, it's not my fault. Once again, the girl successfully convinced herself. She halted her steps and grabbed hold of Gu Wen's arm. What's the matter, Xiao Su? Gu Wen turned his head to look at her, noticing the sparkle in her eyes. Was she feeling shy? A sudden jolt ran through him, and he shook his head vigorously. He did not perceive any reason for the young girl to feel shy in his presence, nor did he believe such an emotion should manifest in her at all. Xiao Su, so courageous. You should withdraw your hand from your pocket. Huh. Gu Wen was momentarily taken aback, instinctively declining. Why should I? We're already moving so slowly. It's warmer to keep my hands in my pockets. Will you withdraw them? No. Are you truly refusing? Su Taoyao narrowed her eyes slightly. No. Gu Wen hesitated, contemplating whether his refusal could be deemed a misstep. After all, the right to decline is a privilege inherent to every individual. If he chose to refuse, Xiao Su had no grounds to impose any punishment upon him. Thus, Gu Wen succinctly stated, no withdrawal. My hands will freeze. You really want to withdraw them? I intended to show you a magnificent treasure, but alas. Su Taoyao's tone was laden with regret. Since you are unwilling, then so be it. Such a pity about this grand treasure. With that, she began to sway her head and prepared to walk straight ahead. Upon hearing the word treasure, Gu Wen's eyes instantly sparkled. Treasure. A grand treasure. He reached out to grasp Su Taoyao's sleeve, and with his other hand, he waved in front of the young girl, indicating that both his hands had indeed emerged from his pockets. Xiao Su, you can now show me that grand treasure. Observing this, Su Taoyao's lips blossomed into a radiant smile, her delicate eyes curving with delight. However, due to the scarf enveloping her face, Gu Wen could not behold her expression. Do you truly wish to see? Su Taoyao inquired playfully. Yes, indeed I wish to see. How much do you wish to see? A slight curiosity stirred within Gu Wen, though he was determined not to reveal it. After all, he was a respected senior disciple, and he must maintain a dignified demeanor and a grand perspective, along with an unmistakable air of grace. Just a little. Su Taoyao feigned a step forward, but that would not do. This was a precious treasure, one he would not expose to others. Seeing the situation unfolding unfavorably, Gu Wen felt a pang of anxiety, momentarily disregarding his senior status. He grasped the young girl, fervently expressing his desire to see. Really? Su Taoyao raised an eyebrow, teasingly suggesting that the desire to see was solely his own. Yes, yes. Gu Wen nodded emphatically, eager to behold what she guarded so closely. Very well, Su Taoyao replied with a mock reluctance. I suppose I shall reluctantly allow you a glimpse. You're so kind. Little Su, Gu Wen complimented her deftly. Come closer then. She beckoned him with a gesture, while Gu Wen, increasingly intrigued by the mystery of her precious item, awaited her revelation with bated breath. Now, open your pocket, she instructed. Oh, Gu Wen complied, lifting the pocket's opening, his gaze fixed on the girl as she cautiously placed her palm inside. Little Su, are you putting the treasure in my pocket? He inquired softly. Shoo, don't speak, or others will overhear. Gu Wen quickly glanced around, ensuring there were no passers-by, before he could finally set his mind at ease. He leaned close to the girl's ear and murmured, Xiao Su, there is no one around. It's all right. Quickly show me what treasure you possess. Then you should also place your hand in this pocket first. Gu Wen complied. Have you found it? Found what? Gu Wen blinked, her fingers rummaging through the pocket. But she uncovered nothing. She only felt Xiao Su's warm little hand. Open your palm a bit. Guan obediently followed suit. Have you found it now? No, fool. Su Taoyao lightly chastised, yet her tone carried a semblance of playful affection. Isn't the great treasure right in your grasp? Guan scratched his head, feeling perplexed. Isn't there just Xiao Su's hand in mine? Wait, that is not right. Why is Xiao Su holding onto my hand so tightly? As she listened to Guan's inner thoughts, a delightful smile blossomed in the girl's eyes. Her fingers danced, intertwining firmly with Guan's palm. Silly. I am that great treasure, ahem, good morning. Regarding matters between the genders, Guan was indeed still oblivious. Unlike today's youth, he had not been bombarded by the chaotic information of the internet, nor had he read any romantic literature during his formative years. Furthermore, having never experienced communal living, he naturally lacked the sense of disparity that arises when others have crushes while one feels left out. For him, emotions are indeed a somewhat distant and unfamiliar phenomenon. Much like the relationship between Jiang He and Su Qing, if it were not for Su Qing's intricate schemes, even after over 100 chapters, Xiao Hemiao might still remain oblivious to her feelings for the good-natured Su Qing and would not even contemplate matters such as having children. The pursuit of parenthood is fraught with challenges, Jiang He sighs. However, in contrast to Jiang He, Guan is fully aware of Su Taoyao's affection for him, and he reciprocates her feelings. Unlike others who experience the nebulous anxiety of unreciprocated love, yearning to draw closer, yet fearful of rejection. Becoming ensnared in a web of confusion and sleepless nights, Guan finds himself free from such turmoil. For many, the act of loving someone can be an arduous journey. To steadfastly cherish someone is a formidable challenge, and to muster the courage to articulate those hidden affections is an even greater feat, fortunately. Neither Guan nor Xiao Su is burdened by such difficulties. Whether Guan appears clumsy or naive matters little. After all, Xiao Su is brave, resourceful in her strategies, and possesses the cliché yet effective ability to hear Guan's innermost thoughts. Even in the absence of favorable circumstances, Guan is bound to be thoroughly captivated by Xiao Su. The bond between individuals cannot be adequately captured by mere statistical probabilities. The encounter between Guan and Su Taoyao is more akin to a destined, whimsical romantic serendipity. For Guan, meeting Xiao Su may very well be the greatest fortune of his life, and it is likely no less so for Xiao Su. As they stroll along the street, their postures appear somewhat peculiar. Guan is stiff and uncomfortable, for the girl's small hand, nestled in his pocket, refuses to withdraw, tightly grasping his fingers. Xiao Su, could you please retrieve your hand? What hand? Su Taoyao feigned ignorance. The hand you put in my pocket. When did I place my hand in your pocket? Su Taoyao blinked, her face a picture of confusion. I did not stuff my hand into your pocket, look. As she spoke, she extended her other hand, waving it in front of Guan. Do not speak without evidence. The amusement in the girl's eyes intensified, her long eyelashes fluttering slightly, shaking off a flurry of snowflakes. Guan took a deep breath and withdrew his hand from his pocket, inadvertently bringing out Su Taoyao's small white hand as well. Isn't this your hand? Oh, Su Taoyao exclaimed in surprise, then furrowed her brow in deep thought before questioning Guan. Master uncle, why did you tuck my hand into your pocket? Guan was left speechless by the shock. Little Su, you. What is wrong with me? You. I. Mimicking Guan's stuttering, Su Taoyao echoed his words. After contemplating for quite some time, Guan could not find the right words to say, eventually muttering, childish. Su Taoyao continued to imitate him. Little Su, childish. Guan, unwilling to concede, retorted. Super invincible childish. Su Taoyao immediately parroted, super invincible childish. Little Su, do not imitate my speech. Guan replied, do not imitate my speech. I am not imitating you. I have not learned to speak as you do. Guan exclaimed, observing Su Taoyao's persistent imitation of his speech, yet she stubbornly refused to admit it. To his surprise, the young girl seemed to have anticipated his words, preemptively uttering the phrase he had intended to say. Utter nonsense, Su Taoyao asserted. Nonsense, Guan echoed, growing increasingly flustered. Eager to retort, but she had beaten him to it. Nonsense, I have not. Su Taoyao insisted. Nonsense, I have not. Guan countered, with a triumphant huff. Su Taoyao remarked, see, it is clearly you who is mimicking my speech. Guan pressed his lips together, conceding defeat, and then cleverly extricated his hand from Su's grasp. Slipping it back into his pocket, the young girl had nothing more to say on the matter. Their hands had been intertwined for a while, and the warmth from their palms had begun to create a slight perspiration. It was just right to cool off for a moment before they would hold hands again. The two continued their stroll along the pavement, with Guan on the outer side and Su Taoyao closer to the road. Flurries of white snow danced in the air, swirling in the currents created by passing vehicles. The city was awakening, or perhaps it had only just begun to stir. The traffic was not yet congested, although the early morning buses were already packed to capacity. As they arrived at the crosswalk, they stood silently waiting for the traffic light. Su Taoyao suddenly recalled the day she had taken him out to buy books, when they had crossed this very intersection. Stealing a glance at Guan's handsome profile, she noticed he was lost in thought, gazing at a fuel truck. Seizing the moment, Su Taoyao gently slipped her hand into his pocket, her fingers wrapping around his larger hand, warm and comforting. Chapter 76. The greedy young girl Su Taoyao. There were not many people on the sidewalk. Guan raised his head, counting down in his mind as he followed the numbers displayed on the screen. While waiting for the traffic light, one must find a way to occupy oneself. 10, 9, 8, 7. As Guan counted, he suddenly felt a small, icy hand slip into his pocket. Turning his head, he glanced at Su Taoyao and asked, "Why don't you keep your hand in your own pocket?" "My pocket is cold. It isn't warm," Su Taoyao replied, her expression unwavering, though her face remained hidden beneath her scarf. "Then could you refrain from gripping my fingers?" Guan paused momentarily, feeling an odd sensation. Odd? What is odd about it? Su Taoyao felt a twinge of concern, wondering if he might have noticed something amiss. She continued to feign nonchalance. "Isn't this quite normal? Just think of the dramas. Don't the elders usually warm their juniors' hands to fend off the chill?" It seems so. Guan reflected for a moment and realized that indeed, it was often depicted that way. Yet, there's no yet. You, as my senior, should naturally care for me, your junior. Su Taoyao interjected firmly, striking a chord in Guan's heart. He recognized his role as an elder, and it was indeed his duty to look after the younger generation. With this understanding, Guan felt a surge of generosity and inquired, "Would you like to put your other hand in as well?" Su Taoyao thought to herself that if both hands were crammed into one pocket, she would look utterly foolish. If one hand went into each pocket, she would end up clinging to Guan like a koala, which was far too embarrassing. She shook her head in refusal, only to realize that Guan had already taken her hand. With mere seconds left before the light turned red again, she urged, "Xiao Su, hurry." Su Taoyao paused for a moment, her eyes quickly transforming into crescent moons. She allowed Guan to lead her, guiding her across the white stripes of the road, brushing past other pedestrians. Su Taoyao had never before experienced such a sensation. It was novel, a delightful novelty that filled her heart with joy, while simultaneously enchanting her. Old Su had held her hand, as had her grandfather, yet the feelings evoked by these two figures paled in comparison to the difference she felt with Guan. The hands of old Su and her grandfather were calloused, their rough palms offering a sense of secure reliance. Guan's palm bore calluses too, but they were subtle. The friction created while running sent delightful tingles through Su Taoyao, making her heart flutter. His grip was firm yet gentle, neither oppressive nor restrictive, securing her small hand in a way that prevented it from slipping away. Guan was mindful not to hurt Su Taoyao, nor to lose her hand. After all, he had just promised to keep her little hand warm. As an elder, one must consider every detail. After crossing the street, Guan proudly held the young girl's hand and continued walking. At that moment, the sky bore no trace of snowflakes, only a few droplets of water on their shoulders. Guan inquired, "Xiao Su, are you feeling warmer now?" "Not bad," she replied. "Then let me warm you a little more, just a bit more, and you'll feel cozy." "All right." After a while, Guan asked, "Xiao Su, would you like to switch hands for warmth?" Su Taoyao squinted her eyes and replied, "Sure." Thus, another hand found its way into Guan's pocket. The attire Guan wore was a loose and comfortably fitting down jacket, with generously sized pockets on either side. The girl's hands merely nudged back slightly, adopting a posture akin to an embrace around Guan. Soon, Guan sensed something unusual. "Huh? Is something amiss? I am clearly helping Xiao Su keep her hands warm, so why is she hugging me?" The girl, whose head was nestled against Guan's chest, then plaintively remarked, "It's cold." She appeared quite pitiful. "Cold?" Guan blinked several times, feeling no chilly breeze. "Cold." The girl's voice became more insistent. "What to do? You could embrace me. That would warm me up." Left with no choice, Guan wrapped his arms around her. Su Taoyao silently chuckled and pressed herself closer. Listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat, The girls had instinctively nuzzled against him. Su Taoyao thought, every day, I wish for Guan to hold me like this. I wonder if he has abs. Guan quietly embraced the girl, enduring the strange glances from the elderly passers-by. At that moment, he believed there was nothing more important than keeping Xiaosu warm. As time passed, Su Taoyao appeared not to have warmed up yet, still clinging to Guan. Guan, whose body had been tense, began to feel a gradual numbness in his limbs. Little Su, he softly called to the girl in his arms. But upon seeing her unresponsive, he repeated her name several times. Su Taoyao remained silent. He shifted his hand slightly and gently patted her shoulder a few times. Only then did she respond, lifting her head with a dazed expression. Su Taoyao stared at Guan blankly, her long eyelashes fluttering, and her watery eyes gleaming with a delicate light reminiscent of a warm moon. Little Su, you should be warm enough now, right? Are you? All right. Can you let go now? It's about time to head home. I suddenly feel cold again. Guan gazed at her in bewilderment, finding it hard to believe. Su Taoyao met his gaze directly, unwilling to relent. After contemplating for a moment, Guan inquired, how much longer until you feel warm? 2 minutes? Su Taoyao immediately shook her head, adding, I think it will take about 5 to 10 more minutes to feel warm. I'm nearly frozen. Little Su, you're not deceiving me, are you? Of course not. If I were lying, you'd be the little dog. Oh, Guan nodded, oblivious to the fact that her last pronoun was you instead of I. He replied, then let's wait another 10 minutes. All right. Su Taoyao closed her eyes again, snuggling closer in Guan's embrace. 10 minutes later, Guan gently shook the young girl in his arms. Xiaosu, can we go home now? Not yet. Not yet. It's still so cold. I need another 5 minutes of hugging. Guan. Chapter 77. Xiaosu's confession. Human desires are eternally insatiable. This adage aptly applies to Su Taoyao as well. 10 minutes turn into 5, 5 into 3, 3 into 1.5, then 50 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds, and finally 5 seconds. The two at the street corner engaged in an endless back-and-forth negotiation. Let's go home. No, I won't. Home. Not going. Home. All right. Let us go. After considerable effort, Guan finally persuaded Su Taoyao to release him and return home. Blissfully unaware, he did not notice that Xiaosu had seized the opportunity to embrace him a little longer. Like a joyful simpleton, he continued to warm her hands in his pockets, taking a shortcut towards the community. As they approached the neighborhood, Su Taoyao contentedly withdrew her hand. At this hour, old Su might be out shopping for groceries. She needed to be cautious. After all, given old Su's age, encountering his daughter holding hands with her master's uncle could lead to an unexpected outburst. It would be wiser to wait until later to inform old Su, or perhaps until she started university, when she could concoct an excuse for Gu Shushu to accompany her, thus initiating their cohabitation life in advance. Days living with Taoist Gu and Su Taoyao had even completed the script, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the leading actors to commence filming. Upon returning home, she discovered that old Su was not present. Upon retrieving her phone from her pocket, she noticed a message from old Su, stating that he had to embark on a distant journey due to an unexpected matter at work, uncertain if he would return on New Year's Eve. Oh, take care, she replied, informing Guan of old Su's business trip and casually reminding him not to call her for lunch. Stifling a yawn and stretching lazily, Su Taoyao made her way to her room, preparing to indulge in a rejuvenating nap. During the holidays, it felt remiss not to enjoy a little extra rest. The winter days fell dark quite early, especially in the south, where one moment the setting sun painted half the sky red, and the next, the night enveloped all. In the evening, the living room remained unlit. It was illuminated by the flickering glow of the television. Guan, nestled on the sofa, had spent the entire day engrossed in television, showing no signs of fatigue. He clutched the remote firmly, relishing the indulgence of holding it for such an extended period, a rarity. For he usually left the remote in Su's hands, following her lead on which channel to watch and what programs to enjoy. Small Su? It suddenly struck Gu in that he had yet to see Su since his return that morning. He lifted his gaze to check the time, 5:30. It was time to prepare dinner. Guan pressed the pause button and knocked on Su's door. Su, are you awake? What would you like for dinner? I can cook a few dishes, or we could dine out. There are still many dumplings left from last time. Would you like some? After several attempts to engage her in conversation, the girl remained silent. Guan knocked on the door once more, contemplating the necessity of rousing Xiaosu from her slumber. Having already indulged in a lengthy daytime nap, continuing to sleep would surely render her dazed. This secret was initially shared with Guan by his senior brother, And throughout the years, Guin had seldom indulged in lazy mornings. During his time at the temple, he would rise before dawn to accompany his two senior brothers in their morning lessons. With a more forceful knock, Guin called out, "Xiao Su, it's time to wake up." Yet, behind the door, silence prevailed. After a moment of thought, he mustered the courage to utter a stern remark to provoke Su Taoyao. "Xiao Su, you cannot sleep any longer. If you do, you shall transform into a hideous pig's head, one that is both ugly and foul." He added this final jab and waited patiently, but soon, anxiety crept in. On ordinary days, after such a lengthy period of his chatter, Xiao Su would promptly express her impatience and assure him she would rise momentarily. But today, no matter how persistently he called, there was no response. Could she be unwell? "Xiao Su, I am coming in," Guin declared, delivering one last announcement before anxiously turning the doorknob and approaching the bedside. Beneath the pale floral duvet lay the curled form of the girl who had enveloped herself in the covers. Guin approached, gently lifting the duvet to reveal Xiao Su lying on the bed. Her complexion was flushed, her breathing slightly rapid, and her long black hair was in disarray. Xiao Su, Guin called out again, placing his hands on her shoulders and giving her a gentle shake. Su Taoyao, still in a daze, half opened her eyes and looked at Guin, murmuring, silly, why do you have two heads? Hey, you're still quite handsome. Come, give me a kiss." Ignoring the girl's nonsensical ramblings, Guin pressed the back of his hand against her forehead, which was burning with fever. "Little Su, it seems you have a fever," Guin said, his brow furrowed with concern. "Fever? I don't have. I'm very serious," the girl mumbled, then wrapped her arms around Guin's hand, continuing to speak in a manner he could not comprehend. Guin, undeterred, dashed out of the room to find the medical kit, then hurried back to her bedside. He sterilized the thermometer with an alcohol swab. Recalling the procedures he had seen in the medical science videos that Little Su had shared with him, and gave the thermometer a shake. "Little Su, open your mouth." Guin leaned down, hoping she would comply so he could take her temperature. However, Su Taoyao, her mind clouded, was far from rational. No matter how much Guin called out to her, she stubbornly refused to open her mouth for the thermometer. After struggling for a while with no success, Guin found himself at a loss. Measuring her temperature under the arm or in other suitable areas seemed impractical. The only option left was to check the temperature at the root of her tongue, but Su Taoyao remained uncooperative, tightly closing her mouth. Guin feared that forcing her mouth open might hurt her, so he reluctantly tried a different approach to coax her. "Little Su, if you open your mouth first, I promise I'll buy you cotton candy later. How does that sound?" Cotton candy? Upon hearing her beloved cotton candy, Su Taoyao seemed to awaken slightly. "Yes, cotton candy, Xiao Su, let me take your temperature, and afterward, I shall fetch you some cotton candy." Su Taoyao furrowed her brow, as if deep in thought, or perhaps wrestling with some inner turmoil. After a prolonged silence, she spoke softly, "I do not wish for cotton candy." A warm breeze brushed against Guin's face. "Then, what do you desire? I shall procure it for you." "I want Hanan," the girl murmured dreamily, her voice barely discernible. "I only want Guhanan. He is called Guin. Can you help me find him? I like him so much." Guin stared at the girl in a daze, suddenly engulfed by an inexplicable anxiety. "Xiao Su, is this truly the case? Does she genuinely harbor feelings for me?" In that fleeting moment, Guin felt an overwhelming urge to flee, to escape to a place far removed from Su Taoyao. Yet, he discovered that the girl's fingers were tightly gripping his arm, with a force so intense that the knuckles turned pale. Chapter 78. Xiao Su. "I like you very much, too." Su Taoyao cherished the habit of drawing the curtains tightly before retiring for the night, shielding her room from any encroaching light. However, she would invariably switch on the bedside lamp, adjusting it to emit a gentle, warm hue, a blend of soft white and orange, creating an ambience of comfort and tranquility. Guin waited for 5 minutes, then leaned down gently to extract the thermometer that Su Taoyao had held beneath her tongue. By the soft light, he carefully read the markings. 38.9. A high fever. Panic surged within him. "Xiao Su, shall I take you to the hospital?" The girl, on the verge of drifting into slumber, suddenly opened her eyes, her expression fraught with anxiety. "No hospital, no hospital. You have a high fever. You must receive an injection." "No injections, it hurts." As her voice quivered with the hint of tears, Guin felt a pang of both sorrow and compassion. He rummaged through the nearby medicine cabinet, retrieving a box of antipyretics and a packet of powder. The girl on the bed continued to frown and weep. the tears cascading down her cheeks, forming a small puddle on the light-colored sheets. Guan poured a cup of warm water, grabbed a pillow, and propped Su Taoyao against the headboard. After a moment's thought, he hurried to the bathroom to fetch a basin of cold water, soaking a towel to place upon her forehead. The chill of the water brought Su Taoyao back to a semblance of consciousness. She squinted at Guan, her voice laced with fragility. Han, I don't want an injection. I'm scared. No injections, just some medicine. Guan wrung out the towel, re-wetting it, and placing it gently on the girl's forehead, all the while offering her soothing words. Really no injection? Su Taoyao attempted to open her eyes, but the heaviness of her eyelids forced her to squint. MHM. Guan diligently perused the precautions listed in the medication instructions, comparing them carefully, before finally placing 2 tablets to her lips. Little Su, here is the medicine. Medicine? Su Taoyao attempted once more to lift her eyelids, yet failed again. The medicine was too bitter. Observing the seemingly transformed little girl before him, Guan, devoid of alternatives, could only verbally acquiesce. First, you must obediently take your medicine, and later I shall bring you chocolate. What about the cotton candy? The girl, summoned by an unanticipated surge of energy, suddenly sat up, her eyes wide open. Guan picked up the damp towel that had fallen onto the quilt. Yes, but you must first take your medicine, then have a good sleep, and later, you can indulge in all the flavors you love: matcha chocolate, strawberry, mango, pineapple, and blueberry cotton candy. Guan softly murmured, surprisingly recalling every flavor that Su Taoyao delighted in. All right. The girl obediently opened her mouth, accepting the tablet Guan placed upon her tongue, her little face immediately contorting in response to the bitterness. Guan tilted the cup of water towards her lips, encouraging her to sip. Su Taoyao pressed her lips to the rim of the glass, taking a few sips, slightly shaking her head as if that might aid her in swallowing the bitter tablet. She took 2 more sips to dilute the taste lingering in her mouth, then shook her head to signal that she no longer desired water. Guan set the cup upon the bedside table and gently assisted her back down. What about the chocolate and cotton candy? Su Taoyao murmured weakly, her eyes closed. You can have them later. Guan rearranged the towel and applied it anew. Upon hearing these words, Su Taoyao opened her mouth and, in a hesitant whisper, began to murmur, chocolate, marshmallows, strawberries, mangoes, pineapples, blueberries. I want them all. Her voice dwindled to a faint whisper, eventually giving way to slightly hurried breaths. Observing Su Taoyao drift into slumber, Guan exhaled a sigh of relief and settled onto the edge of the bed. At that moment, he recalled the word like that Su Taoyao had uttered. Could it be that Xiaoxiu truly harbored feelings for him? This was Guan's first thought as the phrase lingered in his mind. And did he, in turn, possess feelings for Xiaoxiu? This question arose once he had composed himself. Guan was not entirely unfamiliar with this term. He had previously researched its meaning. Like is a term in the Chinese language, pronounced ex-huan, synonymous with affection. It denotes pleasure and joy, as well as a fondness or interest towards a person or thing. In essence, like embodies a spectrum of emotions, including appreciation, admiration, infatuation, love, and adoration. He cherished Xiaoxiu, held a fondness for Lao Su, and adored this home. He relished every moment spent with Xiaoxiu, treasuring the companionship that enveloped him daily. Yet, did this affection align with the kind of like that Xiaoxiu had articulated? He found himself reflecting once more on the girl's peculiar behaviors over the past few days, which seemed to convey a deeper sentiment. Guan remained in a state of innocent bewilderment regarding romantic feelings between men and women. Moreover, he was akin to a blank canvas, with many concepts entirely foreign to him, never having even heard of them before. Could one genuinely believe that a simple and pure Guan, having long resided in the depths of the mountains, could swiftly transform into a reflection of his peers? Even domesticated animals require an extended period for taming. A gap of over a century cannot be bridged so effortlessly. Guan's notion of affection was merely a simplistic form of liking. Yet, upon further contemplation, he discerned that the bond between him and Xiaosu should more rightly be classified as a deeper love and dependence. He had often mused that marrying a woman like Xiaosu would be truly wonderful. However, her recent remark, "I really like him," left him somewhat bewildered. It dawned on him that Xiaosu harbored genuine fondness for him as well. At this very moment, this thought began to take root in Guan's mind, proving impossible to dispel. A whirlwind of emotions, nervousness, awkwardness, joy, trepidation, and bittersweetness swirled within him. Guan lowered his gaze towards her, observing the youthful visage still flushed with color, her delicate brows furrowed, He gently extended his finger to soothe the crease upon her forehead. Xiao Su, do recover swiftly. My esteemed master dislikes your frowning expression. You are not at all unappealing. You remain as lovely as ever. Drip drop. Guan removed the towel from her forehead, re-wetting it with care, and tenderly wiped Xiao Taoyao's cheek. Xiao Su, I too hold a deep affection for you, he murmured softly. Chapter 79, The Sound of Raindrops. It has come. It has come. The previous chapter depicted Guan caring for Xiao Su, alongside his internal transformations, culminating in his admission of affection towards her. A sudden rainstorm had erupted last night. Drip drop. Until dawn, the rain continued to pad against the glass window. The sound of the rain roused Su Taoyao, who had been in slumber for more than half a day. The overwhelming sensation of lethargy made the girl feel as though the quilt enveloping her weighed 1,000 pounds. She blinked a few times and removed the towel from her forehead. Puzzled, she wondered how a towel had come to rest upon her head. Turning slightly, she noticed a cup of water and a blue medical box on the bedside table, while a basin filled with water sat on the floor nearby. Had Hanin fed her medicine and placed a towel on her head yesterday? Su Taoyao tried to recollect, but her mind was filled with only vague fragments of memory. She could not clearly recall the events of the previous evening. Surely nothing too peculiar had transpired? The girl murmured uncertainly to herself, her mind drifting to a fleeting memory of having grasped Gu Henin's hand, unwilling to let him depart. However, it should not be a significant concern, right? After lying there in a tangle of thoughts for a while, Su Taoyao decided it best to rise from her bed. She struggled to sit up, only to suddenly catch sight of Guan, who was sound asleep at the desk by the window. Instinctively, Su Taoyao covered her mouth and waited in silence, soon realizing that Guan showed no signs of awakening, which eased her anxiety. If she were to inadvertently reveal herself and frighten Gu Henin away, it would be most unfortunate. The girl quietly placed her bare feet on the floor and stealthily approached the desk. Guan, resting his head upon his arm, appeared to be in a deep slumber, his nostrils gently flaring as he breathed steadily. Su Taoyao leaned in closer, resting her own arm on the desk, mirroring his posture. In her eyes, Guan seemed to have emerged from an exquisite ink painting, his starry eyes and sharp brows complemented by finely chiseled features that retained a rugged masculinity. With his eyes closed in deep slumber, he emanates an indescribable aura, seemingly imbued with a sense of distant longing, yet tinged with an air of unfamiliarity. He appears like a solitary hero, exuding a cool detachment, but in truth, he is merely an endearingly naive youth. His skin is so strikingly fair. Su Taoyao feels an overwhelming urge to reach out and caress Guan's face, yet she manages to restrain herself just in time. Should she inadvertently awaken him, she would find herself at a loss for words to explain the situation. It would be utterly inappropriate to mirror the antics of spoiled noble scions from period dramas. Boldly declaring, "Ah, beautiful maiden, I have taken a liking to you. Come home with me." This is the first time she observes the slumbering Gu and in such an intimate manner, nearly face to face. The protagonists lean across the table, their faces mere inches apart, engaging in either heartfelt gazes or furtive glances. Such scenes are not uncommon in youthful campus literature. Su Taoyao, having perused numerous novels, has naturally indulged in fantasies of similar moments, yet lamentably, she has never encountered a suitor who sparked her interest throughout her life. However, now she finds herself delightfully compensated in this regard. How wonderful it would be if Guan had grown up alongside her, a tale of childhood sweethearts. From school uniforms to wedding attire, this might be the kind of romance that many would envy in this world. She wonders if Guan was even more innocent as a child. According to her great-grandmother, he was always a pure-hearted and naive boy. His disposition was gentle and kind. Whenever he erred and faced his master's reprimand, he bore no resentment and never expressed dissatisfaction. Instead, he would humbly accept his punishment, shedding tears quietly in the dead of night. In all interactions, one must always maintain sincerity and a gentle spirit. To echo the words of his master, when one treats others with genuine kindness, such kindness is often reciprocated. If it is not, it matters little. At least one remains true to oneself. Reflecting on this sentiment, Su Taoyao suddenly felt a pang of sadness, having departed from the home where he had resided for over a decade. Leaving behind the two elder brothers who had nurtured him since childhood, Guan had unexpectedly found himself a century later. The past was irretrievable. Surely, he too must occasionally feel a sense of isolation, she pondered. A tinge of disappointment surged within the young girl. If Henin were given the chance to return to the past, would he choose to remain? For the splendor of this era, for the myriad delicacies he had yet to savor, for the Ultraman and armored warriors he cherished. For old Su, and for her, Su Taoyao, would he choose to stay? To remain in this world that was still foreign to him? Su Taoyao mused that this decision might not pose a significant dilemma for Guan. The vibrant chaos of the present day likely pales in comparison to the melodious mountains of a century ago. Henin, will you always be by my side? Su Taoyao silently whispered in her heart. You have no idea how deeply I adore you, an affection so profound that it defies articulation. The young girl lay quietly on the table, lost in contemplation, her gaze tenderly fixed upon the object of her affections. The sound of raindrops outside seemed to echo unspoken sentiments that no one could comprehend. In Su Taoyao's eyes, life stretched long ahead, with many more encounters yet to come. Amidst the vast sea of humanity, perhaps Guan was the only one destined to cross paths with her, Su Taoyao. She could never find another Henin. Su Taoyao could not help but sniffle, for her heart felt a bittersweet ache. The feeling of being fond of someone is not as delightful as one might imagine. It brings with it a sense of insecurity and the tendency to overthink trivial matters, which can lead to a plunge into despair. Akin to the undulating waves in a silent puddle. Although she is not weak, indeed, she possesses greater courage than most, she remains an 18-year-old girl, newly acquainted with the stirrings of love, and the profound humility that lies deep in the dust of her heart occasionally resurfaces. She is truly enamored with Guan. Tick-tock. Tick-tock. The rain intensified, its rhythm quickening. Guan, in a deep slumber, fluttered his eyelids, and upon awakening, found the girl merely inches away. Xiao Su. Su Taoyao, startled, instinctively rose. However, having just recovered from a fever, she possessed little strength. Her legs buckled, and she lost her balance, plummeting toward the ground. Guan, unable to ignore the tingling in his legs, sprang from his chair and caught her in his arms before she could hit the floor. Thud. Guan landed on the floor, cradling the utterly weakened girl. With concern, he asked, Xiao Su, are you all right? I'm fine. Did you hurt yourself? Not at all, Guan replied. That's good, Su Taoyao said, pressing her palm against the ground, attempting to rise. Yet, as soon as her face drifted away from Guan's chest and she leaned forward, her body weakened once more, causing her to fall again. Chapter 80. I want you to feed me. The preceding chapters seem to be missing, and it appears the subsequent chapters are also inaccessible. It feels quite disorienting. According to Newton's law of universal gravitation, there exists an attractive force between all entities possessing mass. This principle applies to humanity's relationship with the Earth. The Earth's relationship with humanity, as well as the connection between Guan and Xiao Su. The force of attraction is mutual. When an object descends, it is subject to various forces that induce acceleration. With no support, Su Taoyao's body fell uncontrollably downward, and in an instant, she found herself pressed closely against Guan once more. In contrast to their previous intimate encounter, both individuals now felt an unusual tension. Guan felt slightly flustered, clad only in a thin sweater, while the young woman wore merely a silk nightgown. Their bodies, in close proximity, allowed Guan to distinctly sense an indescribable softness and elasticity. The warmth radiating from the girl left him somewhat bewildered, feeling slightly flushed. Whether it was an illusion or reality, Guan even sensed a subtle slickness. Suddenly, an instinctive thrill surged within him, causing his breaths to quicken, as every cell in his body transmitted an exhilarating signal. As for Su Taoyao, her cheeks had already flushed a rosy hue, painting half of her visage in crimson. Nestled against Guan's chest, she could hear the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in her ears, each thump reverberating against her own racing heart. The girl felt a pang of regret, contemplating how, had she leaned in just a little more, she might have been able to steal another kiss from the endearing Guan stammered, Xiao Su, you should get up. Su Taoyao replied softly. Guan tensed his body, patiently waiting for a moment, yet could not resist urging, Xiao Su, aren't you getting up? Please get up, the girl mumbled incoherently, failing to articulate a complete sentence. After pondering for a while, Guan inquired, Xiao Su, are you feeling weak? Su Taoyao replied faintly, her limbs entirely devoid of strength, her voice barely a whisper. Shall I help you up? Guan offered. The girl merely responded with a soft continuing to listen to the steady rhythm of Guan's heartbeat, which resonated like a drum. Su Taoyao felt as if she were lying amidst soft clouds, a gentle breeze caressing her face, enveloping her in a cocoon of warmth. Her head began to swirl in a haze. By the time she regained her senses, she found herself once again nestled in bed. "Are you hungry?" he asked. I'm all right," she replied hesitantly. "I'll go make you some congee. It'll be comforting," he suggested. "Okay, what kind of congee would you like?" "Anything is fine," Su Taoyao murmured softly, her complexion growing increasingly flushed, her gaze drifting. "I shall prepare pear congee, sweetened with a bit of rock sugar," he decided. I'll be off then, you rest a little longer." Guwen picked up the basin on the floor, preparing to exit the room and make congee for Xiao Su. Just as he stepped out, he heard her call him softly. "Xiao Su, did you just call for me?" He paused and turned back to ask. "No, I didn't." Su Tao hastily replied, her gaze beginning to evade, unwilling to meet Guwen's eyes. "Oh." Guwen scratched his head and shrugged, pondering whether his lack of sleep the previous night had led to auditory hallucinations. Seeing the young woman on the bed take a step forward, he heard her anxiously call out, "Master Uncle." "Huh? I. Su Tao opened her mouth, finding it difficult to articulate her thoughts. "Little Su, if you have something to say, just speak." I need to use the restroom." The girl's voice was barely a whisper, so soft that Guwen could not catch a single word. Had he not witnessed Su Taoyao's lips moving, he might have suspected yet another illusion. "Little Su, what are you mumbling about?" Guwen queried, perplexed. "If you have something to say, why hide it?" Yet he soon recalled the confession of affection she had previously expressed. Recognizing that she was usually straightforward with her thoughts, her current hesitance suggested an unspoken concern. Guwen pondered for a moment before tentatively asking, "Little Su, do you want to use the restroom? Or are you feeling weak?" Su Tao nodded, her cheeks flushed, and she was somewhat astonished. When had Guwen become so perceptive? "Then I shall assist you." Guwen set down the basin and returned to the bedside, helping Su Taoyao to her feet. He bent slightly, so she could grasp his shoulder for support. After taking a few steps, Guwen felt a surge of awkwardness, fearing that little Su might stumble. He wrapped his arm around her waist, drawing them once more into close proximity. As the two moved about, Guwen once again felt that softness and elasticity. Fortunately, there was a private restroom in Xiao Su's room, and Guwen promptly assisted her into the bathroom, turning to close the door behind him. While waiting quietly outside, Guwen suddenly heard Xiao Su call out, "Step back." Guwen didn't quite catch it. "What? Keep your distance. Don't stand by the door," Su Taoyao shouted at the top of her lungs. This time, Guwen understood clearly. He obediently picked up the basin of water and made his way toward the restroom adjacent to his room. "Oh, all right, call me when you're done. I'll just go pour some water." Su Taoyao did not respond, instead covering her face, overwhelmed with embarrassment and annoyance. Even entering the restroom required assistance. And if Guwen were to hear her sounds while using the toilet, how could she maintain her image as a little fairy in front of him in the future? It is well known that in the presence of a beloved, certain little fairies never seem to need to use the restroom. And even the faintest of farts are fragrant little fairy farts. The thoughts of a young girl are simultaneously innocent yet intricately complex. Around 10 o'clock. The sky outside remained a gloomy gray, and the rain intensified. In the brightly lit living room, Su Taoyao sat at the table while Guwen was serving porridge. Su Taoyao was not particularly fond of thick rice porridge. She preferred it more diluted, finding it much more pleasant to drink. To hasten the cooling of the porridge, Guwen took a spoon and gently stirred it in the bowl. The snow-white rice grains settled in the slightly viscous rice water, interspersed with neatly diced pear cubes. A cloud of white steam rose from the bowl's surface, illuminated by the light, casting a delicate hue. After a brief stirring, Guwen gently touched the bowl with his fingertips, sensing that the porridge had reached a temperature suitable for the delicate palate of the young girl, Su. He then presented the bowl before her, urging, "Su, do indulge. I have added rock sugar for sweetness. Do taste it, and see if it pleases your palate." Just as Su Taoyao was about to grasp the soup spoon, she hesitated and lowered her hand back down. With a playful blink of her innocent, sparkling eyes, she softly declared, "I want you to feed me." It was not a mere wish, but a heartfelt request. Chapter 81. New Year's Eve. The gentle patter of rain had persisted for several days. Su Taoyao's illness waxed and waned, proving stubbornly resistant to recovery. Guwen was deeply troubled, for her fever had subsided, yet Su continued to complain of dizziness and weakness in her limbs, attributing these ailments to the lingering complications of her recent illness. This prompted Guwen to fretfully consult medical advice online each day, only to receive increasingly alarming conclusions. Despite Su Taoyao's repeated assurances that her condition was trivial and would improve with rest, Guwen remained anxiously vigilant, unwilling to let her out of his sight. In this role reversal, Su Taoyao resembled a modern-day Lin Daiyu, caught in a blend of bemusement and indulgence. Guan took it upon himself to feed her during meals, style her hair, wash her face, and even provide soothing massages while they watched television together. Before she retired for the night, he would tenderly cover her with a blanket. As she basked in Guan's attentive care, a profound sense of guilt began to blossom within Su Taoyao's heart. She cherished Guan, appreciating his attentive care. Yet she did not wish to see him burdened by his own unspoken concerns, especially due to her own relentless busyness. Suddenly, the myriad ailments plaguing the young girl seemed to vanish. Upon learning this, Guan was naturally overjoyed. Nothing brought him more happiness than seeing Xiaosu healthy and cheerful. On New Year's Eve, the gentle rain continued to fall. In the evening, Lao Su called to say he would not return until after the Lantern Festival. Unable to accompany the two at home for the New Year celebrations, Su Taoyao refrained from expressing her disappointment, but a twinge of sadness lingered in her heart. Fortunately, this year, their home had the addition of the endearing Gu, or else it would have been yet another lonely year. As she watched the Spring Festival Gala on television, the young girl recognized several familiar faces among the crowd, alongside a few unfamiliar ones whose names eluded her. Each year felt increasingly monotonous. Su Taoyao inwardly lamented, continuing to sit on the sofa, silently accompanying Guan as they watched one program after another. As time passed, she leaned against Guan's shoulder and drifted into slumber. Guan had grown accustomed to these intimate yet not overly romantic gestures. He picked up a nearby blanket and gently draped it over her. Having recently recovered from illness, it was vital to keep warm. He adjusted the blanket, ensuring it enveloped her shoulders completely, then resumed watching the television with a cheerful heart. "Oh, I almost forgot to mute the sound," Guan murmured, reaching for the remote to lower the volume. Although there were no subtitles, he found the lively atmosphere captivating. Guan had never witnessed such a grand and magnificent evening gala, and he felt a tinge of excitement. For Xiaosu had mentioned that there might be hundreds of millions of people watching the event alongside him. How delightful it would have been if Master and Senior Brother were present as well. Guan murmured softly, without harboring excessive feelings of melancholy. The last time he met Xiaosu's grandfather, he learned from him that his master and senior brother had been living peacefully in their later years, passing away without any significant ailments. This knowledge provided Guan with his greatest solace. Xiaosu had once told him, everyone has their own way of living. Whether blissful or tragic, life must continue. Since they had entered this bustling world, it was only natural to explore and witness its splendid landscapes. After contemplating various thoughts, Guan steadied his heart and redirected his gaze to the screen, where a skit was about to begin, his favorite genre. After all, laughter is often a manifestation of one's joyous spirit. Whenever he was with Xiaosu, he would occasionally catch Xiaosu chuckling softly. Those smiles were truly enchanting. Guan felt he could hardly find anything more beautiful than Xiaosu's smile. Indeed, it seemed improbable that anyone could dislike Xiaosu's radiant grin. Guan craned his neck slightly, quietly observing the serene figure of Su Taoyao, who lay just a mere hand's breadth away. The young girl slept peacefully, her eyelashes fluttering gently from time to time as if she were lost in a dream. Noticing the slight upward curve of Xiaosu's rosy lips, Guan couldn't help but wonder, was she dreaming of something delightful? I am uncertain whether I am ensnared within a dream. Perhaps I am indeed. It is likely. Perhaps I even dreamt of being taken to indulge in delectable cuisine, ordering more than I could consume, yet compelled to finish it myself. As Guan pondered, a smile unwittingly graced his face. When one harbors affection for another, merely contemplating them can invoke a profound transformation in one's emotions. It may manifest as an overwhelming melancholy, resulting in sleepless nights filled with endless ruminations, or, as in Guan's case, a delightful joy, where each memory becomes a precious treasure. Guan was rather innocent. When Xiaosu was elated, he too shared in that joy, and when Xiaosu was discontented, he felt a corresponding sorrow. Although Xiaosu often presented an aloof demeanor at school, he invariably appeared whimsical in Guan's presence. Guan found it somewhat challenging to discern which version of Xiaosu was the true essence of him. Yet, he cherished both incarnations. Initially, he could not fathom why Xiaosu enjoyed embracing him, holding him close, or inventing peculiar reasons to plant gentle kisses upon him. Eventually, he understood it was born from affection. It was because she, Su Taoyao, harbored feelings for him, Guan. The gaze, actions, words, and even the rhythm of one's heartbeat all serve as unmistakable indicators of affection. Just as he had unconsciously memorized Xiaosu's snack preferences, flavors, and brands. The specific takeout establishments she favored, her inclination for chicken wings when devouring fried chicken, the certainty of ordering a certain brand of starch sausage and grilled squid during barbecues, and her unwavering preference for ice-cold cola, even in the depths of winter. There were countless details, too numerous for Guan to articulate in a moment's time. However, when Xiao Su desires to eat, he is always able to fully recall it. Guan originally believed that these were responsibilities befitting an elder, and he has diligently endeavored to fulfill them. Now, he realizes that this stems from affection. Guan also harbors feelings for Su Taoyao. He is uncertain when this affection blossomed, but it has undeniably taken root. Suddenly, a chime resonated through the community. Guan withdrew his gaze, instinctively turning towards the television screen, which had already begun the countdown to the new year. It was the Lunar New Year, a unique celebration for the vast and rich culture of China. Guan gently roused the young woman. Once Su Taoyao regained her senses, Guan enveloped her in an embrace. "Happy New Year, Xiao Su," he whispered softly, reminiscent of a century ago when his second elder brother bestowed similar blessings upon him. "Junior brother, Happy New Year. Wishing you a life of peace and safety." Thus, Guan added, wishing Xiao Su a life of tranquility and safety. Chapter 82. Longevity Noodles and New Year Red Envelopes on the first day of the new year. It was already mid-February in the Gregorian calendar. Unbeknownst to him, Guan had spent nearly 3 months in the present world. 3 months, 90 days, a season. It is both long and short. For migratory birds, it is soon time to embark on a long journey once more. As Guan rose, the sound of rain outside had already been overshadowed by the continuous crackling of firecrackers. Fortunately, this city does not explicitly prohibit the lighting of fireworks. Otherwise, the early hours of the new year would lack much of the festive spirit. In the kitchen, the pot of water bubbled vigorously, with small clusters of foam floating atop the surface. Guan retrieved the cooked longevity noodles, drained them slightly, and placed them into a bowl. Then, he added toppings from the large basin beside him. Wood-ear mushrooms, headless grilled shrimp, slices of meat, dried clams, and finally, a poached egg enriched with 2 yolks. This was a local custom. Virtually every household prepared a serving of longevity noodles on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year, symbolizing the wish for enduring longevity. Although Su Taoyao had previously expressed her aversion to longevity noodles, Guan still prepared a bowl for her, reasoning that a few bites would suffice. After all, with the cacophony of firecrackers echoing this morning, she was unlikely to sleep well. Just as Guan contemplated this, a voice filled with annoyance emerged from behind him. "Isn't this incessant firecracker noise bothersome?" Guan chuckled softly and walked out of the kitchen with the bowl of noodles. Upon seeing the longevity noodles in Guan's hands, Su Taoyao's expression fell immediately, and she protested, "I want to eat it." Old Su insisted that you must take a few bites. "There's no avoiding it," Guan replied, shaking his head. "Will you listen to Old Su or to me?" The girl glared at Guan, unable to accept the soft, mushy texture of the longevity noodles, which felt as though they were clinging to her throat while eating. Yet, every New Year's Day, Old Su would always compel her to consume a small bowl. In matters of preference, Old Su would usually yield to her wishes. But this tradition of eating longevity noodles was the sole issue on which she would not relent. After Su Taoyao posed her question, she noticed Guan remained silent for an extended moment. She was about to speak again when Guan had already extended the chopsticks towards her. "I really don't want to eat." The girl attempted to resist further, gazing imploringly at Guan. "Early in the morning, Lao Su called me, saying that if you were unwilling to eat, I should call him back." With a slight frown and a few pointed glares at Guan, Su Taoyao obediently picked up her chopsticks. Although she was reluctant, she still began to eat bite by bite. Such a demeanor from Xiao Su was a first for him. Guan silently chuckled, but upon noticing Su Taoyao's keen gaze, he quickly concealed the smile that danced at the corners of his lips. "Silly," Su Taoyao muttered, continuing to grit her teeth as she faced the bowl of longevity noodles, as if it were her arch-nemesis. As noon approached, the rain outside began to pitter-patter once again. Guan, utilizing the ingredients from the refrigerator, prepared a rather sumptuous lunch, though the flavors were predominantly mild, considering Su Taoyao had only recently recovered from a serious illness. It was wise to avoid spicy and stimulating foods. Furthermore, Guan eagerly shared a few small remedies he had learned recently for a cough due to lung heat. One could simmer 100 grams of grapefruit and 100 grams of snow pear together, adding honey or rock sugar. Alternatively, one could stew 500 grams of fresh winter melon with a fresh lotus leaf in an appropriate amount of water, seasoning it before consuming the winter melon twice daily. In the face of Guan's incessant chatter, Su Taoyao suddenly recalled those health experts from wellness shows from years past. It wouldn't be entirely accurate to say Guan resembled them. Rather, he was their exact replica. If only Guan donned a Taoist robe and adorned himself with a peachwood hairpin, appearing on a couple of shows, he would undoubtedly become a sensation across the land. Then, perhaps he could even open an entertainment company and sign Guan. I, Su Taoyao, am indeed the woman behind him. Suddenly, Su Taoyao felt an urge to attempt writing a few novels. Whether they would succeed or not was secondary. But she was certain she could become an artist, a painter of oils, capable of expressing any color she desired. It was akin to the return of Emperor Qin to his palace. He was home at last. As Su Taoyao envisioned her future, she ate her meal, occasionally bursting into laughter, causing Guanxin to tremble with concern, fearing yet another peculiar affliction. After finishing their meal, as usual, Guan tidied the dishes and wiped the table. In the afternoon, the sound of rain remained noisy, yet softened somewhat as it reached the interior of the house. Su Taoyao had initially planned to take Guan out to pay a New Year's visit to her grandfather. However, the old gentleman insisted that given the torrential rain, it would be best for them to stay at home, and he generously gifted each of them a substantial red envelope. Now, Guan sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the balance in his wallet. The child mode had been discreetly turned off by Su Taoyao, for she was preparing to initiate her bedtime goodnight plan. Previously, she had read in a magazine that research indicated that when a man and woman frequently engaged in deep conversations late into the night, the likelihood of mutual affection blossoming between them significantly increased. Although she was uncertain which reputable research institution had conducted such a seemingly frivolous study, Su Taoyao found it to be quite plausible. Little Su, your grandfather has transferred 300,000 yuan to me as a New Year's gift, Guan stated, counting the sum repeatedly, still struggling to believe the astonishing amount he suddenly possessed. In the cafeteria, a chicken leg costs 3 yuan, with 30,000 yuan. One could purchase 10,000 chicken legs. Consuming 2 each day, that would sustain him for 5,000 days. Calculating it annually, that amounts to over 13 years. However, he realized he must share with Xiaoxiu, which would still allow for 6 or 7 years of indulgence. Guan gradually succumbed to confusion, his mind swirling with images of chicken legs. What is your payment password? Upon hearing Su Taoyao's inquiry, Guan instinctively revealed his password, 101004. Haha, all set. What do you mean, all set? Guan turned in bewilderment, only to see Xiaoxiu grinning as she returned his phone. He glanced down, and his expression froze. Wasn't there 32,875 yuan and 28 cents just now? Why has it dwindled to just 1,561 yuan and 28 cents? Where did Xiaoxiu take my money? Despondently, Guan turned to Su Taoyao. Xiaoxiu, where's my money? Humph, it's with me, Su Taoyao teased, waving her phone. Grandpa just sent you a red envelope, so shouldn't you send me one too? Guan pursed his lips and stiffly nodded. The thought of his 30,000 yuan vanishing into Xiaoxiu's pocket without a trace didn't even stir a sense of loss within him. However, Guan found himself perplexed by the deduction of 1,314 yuan from his original balance. After much contemplation, he could not conceive a reasonable explanation. Thus, he inquired, Xiaoxiu, why did you transfer away an extra 1,314 yuan? Su Taoyao, of course, would not divulge the significance of those 4 characters. Instead, she blinked and replied in an ordinary tone, it means nothing. I like you. Do you have any objections? The young girl cleverly showcased her wit. Guan scratched his head, decisively abandoning the thought of reclaiming that sum, considering that the more than 2,000 yuan was still provided to him by Xiaoxiu. Oh. By the way, why is your payment password 101,004? Does that number hold any significance? A flicker of panic crossed his eyes as his gaze drifted away from the girl. No, it doesn't mean anything. I just said it randomly. Really? Really, truly. Guan nodded fervently. Su Taoyao scrutinized him for a while before retracting her gaze. Still harboring doubts, his body language suggested he was not being truthful. Yet soon, the curve of her lips transformed into a radiant smile. Phew, fortunately, Xiaoxiu did not press further. Otherwise, I would surely have revealed my secret. 101004. I, Guan, would never be foolish enough to tell Xiaoxiu that this string of numbers corresponds to the strokes in her name. Su, 10 strokes. Tao, 10 strokes. Yao for strokes. Guan was certainly not foolish. Yet he could never have imagined that the musings echoing in his heart would be entirely overheard by the young lady. Guan, oh Guan, You shall never escape the clutches of little Sue in this lifetime. As night fell, the rain ceased, and the moon shone brightly. Guin had been engrossed in his phone for several hours, his eyes beginning to ache, when suddenly a notification appeared at the top of the screen. He exited the Pink app and opened the message sent by little Sue. "What are you doing?" Guin paused, sensing something peculiar in her tone, though he could not quite place what it was. Thus, he opened a browser and searched, "What does it mean when a girl asks what you were doing?" He clicked on an appropriate entry and began to read patiently. However, as he continued, the glow of the screen gradually flushed his face a shade of red. When a woman asks you what you are doing at night, it signifies that she is thinking of you. When a woman inquires about your nighttime activities, it implies that she desires your company. When a woman asks what you are doing at night, it conveys that she harbors feelings for you. So, was little Sue indeed thinking of me? Did she wish for my company? Guin muttered to himself, his mood inexplicably brightening. He turned onto his side, contemplating. Since little Sue expressed that she misses me, I too shall convey that I miss her. Thus, he replied, "Not much. What about you?" "Not much. Just feeling a bit bored." Boredom? What could that imply? Guin recalled the method his Chinese teacher had imparted for tackling reading comprehension questions. Every ordinary word, even a mere punctuation mark, could conceal profound significance from the question setter. One must dare to ponder, to reflect deeply. He then opened his browser. When a girl sends you something mundane, the term mundane can sometimes carry a double entendre. However, when the opposite sex sends you this term late at night, it often indicates that they are feeling quite bored, lacking any engagement, and are hoping you might invite them out for some amusement. As Guin contemplated the explanation from a relationship blogger on his screen, he found it somewhat implausible. Xiaosu was undoubtedly the type who preferred to stay home daily, showing little inclination for outings. Given the current cold and damp weather, it seemed unlikely they would wish to venture outside. After perusing the list, Guin finally located his mentor, Qian Xiaodian. "Teacher, are you there?" A few seconds later, his phone chimed. Qian Xiaodian replied, "Yes. I just finished supervising your English teacher with the dishes." Guin responded enthusiastically, "Impressive, teacher." Meanwhile, on the other end, having just washed the dishes and removed her gloves, Qian Rue smiled and asked, "What is the matter? Is your friend facing some trouble again?" Guin replied, "Yes, precisely him." Qian Xiaodian encouraged, "Go on, tell me, and I shall assist him with some advice." Guin continued, "It's about my friend. You see, he recently discovered that a girl has developed feelings for him, and he reciprocates those feelings. Now, this girl has been reaching out to chat with my friend, but he fears saying the wrong thing. So he asked me to consult you." Upon reading Guin's message, Qian Rue raised an eyebrow. "A girl? Su Taoyao? In the school. There is no shortage of girls who admire Guin, yet most of them are thwarted by Su Taoyao, who is always by his side. If that lad were to harbor feelings for anyone, it would undoubtedly be for Su Taoyao." TSK, the physical education teacher, sensing the juicy gossip, felt a thrill at the thought of the two potentially becoming a couple, unaware of how many hearts would be broken among the young boys and girls in the school. Tap, tap, tap. With nimble fingers, Qian Xiaodian typed on her screen. "You know, teacher, I will definitely lend a hand to your friend." Daoist Guin replied, Yes. That girl sent a message to my friend saying she was a bit bored. How should I respond?" Qian Xiaodian advised, "Honestly, any response will suffice at this moment. The girl primarily wishes to gauge your attitude." Daoist Guin acknowledged, "Mm." Qian Xiaodian continued, "It's almost midnight now. When a girl mentions boredom, she likely desires to chat with you for a while before drifting off to sleep, perhaps a few words of goodnight." She added, "But that is too simplistic. A mere goodnight lacks sincerity and is quite kitsch." Qian Xiaodian proposed, "How about this? I'll share a bedtime story with you, and you can send it to her verbatim, lulling her to sleep." Qian Xiaodian, 25 seconds. Guin clicked on the voice message and listened intently. Meanwhile, in another room, Su Taoyao furrowed her brow, staring at the screen, bemused by Guin's prolonged silence. Ding dong. In the next instant, Guin's message appeared. "Silly Su. Were you just farting under the covers?" Su Taoyao was taken aback. "What are you talking about?" Guin replied, "I'm complimenting you. JPG Henin. Farting under the covers. Capable of both literary and martial prowess." Su Taoyao maintained a composed expression, suppressing the urge to storm into Guin's room to deliver a couple of kicks, and replied with a message. "Not bored anymore. Going to sleep. Good night. Henin, good night." Upon hearing that Xiao Su claimed she was no longer bored, Guin couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement as he pumped his fist, thinking to himself, Truly deserving of her familial stature, Qian Xiaodian understands everything. Guan sent another message. Teacher, my friend said it was very useful and asked me to thank you. Ding dong. Qian Xiaodian, smile. JPG Qian Xiaodian. It's only right. Chapter 84. Guan will cook for Xiaosu for a lifetime. The second day of the Lunar New Year. Weather. Heavy rain. The rain was torrential, preventing me from venturing out to buy groceries. The refrigerator still held a considerable amount of vegetables. In the morning, I cooked some porridge, and then had more porridge for lunch. As I was preparing to make porridge for dinner, Xiaosu erupted, questioning whether I wished for her to become a nun, drinking porridge day in and day out. I pondered for a moment, refraining from retorting. If one were to become a nun, it would certainly be as a Taoist priestess. This lineage must not be severed. Naturally, I did not voice this thought, for uttering it would only invite another round of torment from Xiaosu. Strangely, despite my silence, Xiaosu seemed to intuitively grasp my thoughts. Truly impressive, Xiaosu. Thumbs up. JPG. By the way, I received a package today containing my identity card. I finally possess an identity card. Xiaosu remarked on its usefulness, stating it allows one to visit internet cafes for gaming, check into hotels for study sessions, and is also necessary for obtaining a marriage certificate. I shall ask her to take me to an internet CAF to play some games soon. It is perhaps best to forego the idea of renting a hotel room for our study sessions. The comforts of home suffice, and it would be a needless expenditure. Regarding marriage, I remain uncertain whether a Taoist can wed. I shall need to investigate this matter further. I shall conclude today's diary entry here. Oh, I nearly forgot to wish Xiaoxiu good night. Good night, Xiaoxiu. The following day, when Guan awoke, the sky was shrouded in darkness. Thick clouds enveloped the heavens, leaving only a few faint patches where the original daylight could still be discerned. Guan emerged from his room and retrieved the dough he had set to ferment in the refrigerator the previous day, intending to prepare some braised beef buns. He had noticed Xiaoxiu watching a food vlogging video on her phone yesterday, particularly replaying the segment where the buns were being enjoyed. Inspired, he decided to create some for her to savor. As he kneaded the dough, he diligently worked to expel the excess air that had formed during fermentation, ensuring that the surface of the buns would emerge smooth and even, devoid of unsightly dimples. He then divided the dough into small portions, rolled out the wrappers, and filled them before placing them in the steamer. Though the process was somewhat intricate, Guan found joy in it. He hoped fervently that Xiaoxiu would find them delightful. Around 9 o'clock, Su Taoyao, still in her long-eared rabbit slippers, groggily followed the enticing aroma to the table, resting her head upon it. She had awakened, yet her consciousness had not fully returned. "Master Uncle, what are you making? It smells so good," she called out. Hearing her voice, Guan poked his head from the kitchen, an apron draped around his neck. "Xiaoxiu, you've awoken," he replied. Su Taoyao struggled to lift her eyelids, only to succumb to their weight once more. She was utterly exhausted. "Just a moment, let me prepare a soup first." Guan withdrew his head and resumed his bustling activity in the kitchen. Through the door, the hum of the range hood seemed to soften considerably. The girl squinted her eyes, gazing at the silhouette behind the kitchen's glass door, before resting her head down to doze off. Once the tomato and egg soup was ready, Guan sprinkled some chopped green onions into it. The vibrant green of the scallions, the pale yellow of the egg flowers, combined with the peeled tomatoes, created an aesthetically pleasing dish. The tomato and egg soup was the only kind of soup that Xiaosu relished. He brought the soup to the dining table and turned back to prepare a plate of sauced beef buns. Xiaosu, he called out twice, but as usual, he failed to rouse the girl. For some inexplicable reason, Guan was suddenly struck by a playful impulse. Looking at the buns on the plate, he picked one up and made a small incision with his fingers, just enough to release the aromatic scent of the sauced beef while ensuring that the meat and gravy did not spill out. Guan bent down slowly, bringing the bun close to the girl's nose, then gently blew a breath. The rising steam, infused with the rich fragrance of the sauce, began a silent assault on Su Taoyao. Faced with such temptation, the girl, still in slumber, instinctively inhaled the air, greedily savoring the aroma. Guan then shook the bun slightly, retracting his hand. To his surprise, Su Taoyao indeed leaned forward a bit, following the enticing scent. Guan tightly sealed his lips, suppressing his laughter, and placed the bun back on the plate. The girl, seeking something yet finding nothing, furrowed her brow and rested her face once more against her arm. With a gentle smacking of her lips, she seemed to savor a delightful morsel in her dreams, a hint of glistening residue at the corners of her mouth. Guan found the young girl before him to be irresistibly charming in this moment. Unable to resist, He leaned closer with the bun, while Su Taoyao sniffled softly, her face shifting slightly. The sparkle at her lips transformed into a string of drool. Was the little Su actually salivating? Guan was tempted to capture this scene on his phone, but upon considering the potential consequences of being caught, he wisely chose to refrain. He decided not to tease the girl still lost in her dreams and quietly consumed the bun, ensuring to eliminate any evidence of his mischief. Even if Su Taoyao recalled something upon waking, she would have no incriminating proof against him. Su Taoyao, Guan gently shook her shoulder to rouse her. The young girl let out a long yawn, squinting at him. Just as she was about to speak, her gaze fell upon a small stain of moisture on her sleeve. Panic surged within her. Did I drool? She thought. I hope Guan didn't TC. Quickly, she turned her attention back to him. Relieved to find no signs of suspicion in his demeanor, surely not. Composed, she lifted her arm from the table, resting it against her cheek, inadvertently brushing against her lips to discreetly wipe away the remaining glimmer. In the presence of someone they admire, many can unlock performances worthy of the Oscars for Best Actor and Actress. Did you make buns this morning? Su Taoyao's attention was drawn to the plate of buns, and she picked one up with her chopsticks, inquiring, what filling is this? Guan settled back into his seat across from her, smiling as he replied, braised beef. The young girl expressed her surprise, questioning the suddenness of his actions. Guan, rubbing the back of his head, refrained from revealing the true reason and instead concocted a small fib, claiming that he had merely remembered the beef in the refrigerator and thought to give cooking a try. Oh, you must taste it and see if it's edible. All right. Su Taoyao took a bite, raising an eyebrow. Guan gazed at her with anticipation, his voice brimming with eagerness as he inquired, is it delicious? Initially, the girl did not respond. Instead, she took another 2 bites, followed by yet another, until the entire bun filled her cheeks. Is it good, Xiao Su? Guan could not contain himself and asked again. Su Taoyao remained silent, but pulled the plate closer, safeguarding it with her arm. Then, she made a playful face as if to threaten, these scrumptious buns are all mine. Guan was evidently delighted, pushing the bowl of egg soup closer to her. At the dining table, the girls savored the sauced beef bun, occasionally sipping the soup. While Guan also enjoyed his meal, the two shared a comfortable silence. After a while, the girl suddenly spoke up, Shu ancestor. Will you always cook for me in the future? Of course, Xiao Su. Whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. If I do not know how, I will learn. Then I want you to cook for me for a lifetime. Guan's expression shifted slightly. After a brief silence, he gently replied, all right. Guan will cook for Xiao Su for a lifetime. Chapter 85. Guan's confession. All encounters in the world are but reunions after a long separation. This phrase, rich in poetic and Zen-like essence, originally served as the title of a collection of essays. Its familiarity grew when a renowned director quoted it as the concluding line of one of his films. Now, this expression often graces copywriting and emotional blogs, frequently appearing in various novels as well. The first time Su Taoyao encountered this phrase was at the beginning of a chapter following Su Qing and Jiang He's declaration of their feelings for each other. Su Qing's words, ultimately, it is you and I who meet. It is destined, also left a profound impression on her. At times, Su Taoyao wonders if her connection with Guan is likewise a matter of destiny. Although many people quantify fate in terms of long strings of probabilities, she does not subscribe to such views. To her, while numbers may be precise, they are also excessively cold. What does it matter whether the odds are 1 in 10,000 or 1 in a billion? The vast denominator and the minuscule numerator create a sense of despair. Just as she dislikes the chill, she yearns for the warmth that Guan provides. Guan is always patient with her occasional whims and consistently shows concern for her well-being. He thinks about whether she is drinking warm water, whether she has dressed warmly on cold days, and whether her mood has soured, noting if she has eaten less than usual. She often finds herself grateful for the serendipity of meeting Guan. She firmly believes that her bond with Guan is indeed a matter of destiny. The phrase, then I want you to cook for me for a lifetime, encapsulates not only her genuine sentiments, but also her earnest plea. Su Taoyao was not yet prepared to formally confess her affection to Guan. Thus, she could only dare to express her feelings through a blend of playful deception and tentative probing. Unbeknownst to her, Su Taoyao had already inadvertently revealed her heart's desire that fateful night, while Guan was gradually coming to terms with his own emotions. Consequently, during those fleeting seconds of Guan's silence, Su Taoyao felt an undeniable tension. After all, the notion of a lifetime signifies the entirety of one's existence. Even if Guan were somewhat obtuse, he should be able to grasp the profound implications of those 3 words. Cooking for a lifetime surely implies a commitment to be together forever, does it not? All right, Guan will prepare meals for little Su for a lifetime. Upon receiving Guan's affirmation, the light in the girl's eyes undeniably brightened. Humph, you promised, so you mustn't go back on your word. Indeed, I shall not. But what if you are unable to fulfill that promise? That won't happen. And what if you grow lazy and no longer wish to cook? That won't happen. What if your culinary skills deteriorate over time? Then I shall learn more, and I will always be able to make delicious dishes. Well then, as Su Taoyao continued her relentless inquiries, Guan remained patient in his responses. He would never exhibit impatience towards little Su. After a lengthy preamble, Su Taoyao naturally posed the subsequent question, will you ever stop liking me? Upon hearing Xiao Su's anxious words, Guan lifted his gaze and regarded her intently. Articulating with profound sincerity, Guan will forever cherish Xiao Su. This time, it was Su Taoyao's turn to be taken aback. She had merely wished to hear the word never from Guan's lips. Never could she have anticipated such earnestness in his declaration. The phrase Guan will forever cherish Xiao Su could easily be deemed a confession of affection. In the next moment, Su Taoyao's mind was utterly bewildered. Guan continued, I will always cherish Xiao Su, forever and ever. Once he finished speaking, the living room fell into a profound silence, as if the rain outside had ceased to fall. The rhythmic beating of their hearts echoed, accompanied by Su Taoyao's suddenly constrained breaths after a brief moment of holding her breath. Meeting Guan's eyes, her lips parted slightly, yearning to articulate a response. Yet words eluded her grasp. Her very essence felt as though it had vanished. Su Taoyao could not shake the feeling that Guan's affection for her transcended the mere liking he had previously expressed to Chen Lanlan. It seemed to embody the deeper feelings of romantic love. She was so tense that her hands clutched her trousers tightly. Was Guan's sentiment towards her truly of that profound nature? Suddenly, she sensed a disquieting uncertainty. What if Guan had genuinely realized that his affection for her was of a romantic nature? Given his disposition, would he truly be so forthright? Could it be that he has lost his senses? Is he merely speaking nonsense? Or perhaps I am overthinking this. Moreover, if a confession were to occur, should it not be I who confesses first? How can I make Yohanan confess first? Otherwise, I will appear somewhat lacking in assertiveness. This way, my future prospects remain uncertain. In a flurry of thoughts, the girl pondered endlessly. Yet, the voice that echoed in her ears made her anxious. Xiao Su, I like you in the way that boys and girls like each other. No. Su Taoyao stood up abruptly, her cheeks flushed like the rising sun. I forbid you from saying you like me. Why? Guan was taken aback. Because the script does not unfold this way. Huh? I have already written the script. You cannot deviate from it. What script? Guan scratched his head, perplexed by Xiao Su's words. Noticing his confusion, Su Taoyao continued, it's just that the setting is wrong, and the timing is off. It should be in a romantic place, where we hold hands and share whispers, express our feelings, and finally embrace and kiss. Su Taoyao rambled on, her nervousness causing her words to stumble. It's just, well, it doesn't feel right. The girl, blushing, suddenly found herself at a loss for words. She returned to her seat, her head bowed, lost in her thoughts. Xiao Su. Sensing Guan's voice drawing near, Su Taoyao instinctively looked up, her eyes reflecting his face, which appeared larger and larger. With a slight tug of his arm, Guan pulled Su Taoyao and her chair closer to himself. He leaned down, gently cupping the young girl's face with both hands. What are you doing? Su Taoyao felt a surge of panic as she faced Guan for the first time. Didn't you say you wanted to embrace and kiss me? Before Su Taoyao could finish her sentence, her lips were abruptly silenced by Guan's kiss. Her eyes widened in alarm, filled with confusion and helplessness. Was Guan still the same innocent Gu? A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Had the script for the male and female leads been swapped? Chapter 86. Su Taoyao's timidity. A kiss is an intimate contact born from affection, where soft lips meet and gently brush against one another, sometimes even nibbling or sucking. Kissing embodies romance and sensuality, a manifestation of emotions that have accumulated to a certain extent. In childhood, witnessing characters kiss on television sparked curiosity more than shyness. As one transitions into the tender years of adolescence, the notion of a kiss evokes a balance of longing and bashfulness. Yet, when one reaches adulthood, having endured the complexities of love, a kiss may transform into a mere mechanical step in the dance of romance. Compared to their previous encounters, Su Taoyao felt less of the delightful thrill that once filled her heart. Instead, she was engulfed by uncertainty. Guwen's sudden shift from passive to assertive caught her off guard. But he merely pressed his lips against hers for a fleeting moment before withdrawing. Was it truly enough to simply touch lips after confessing one's feelings? Su Taoyao fixed her gaze on Guwen, biting her lip in silence. Guwen, under her intense scrutiny, felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. Su, he could not help but take a step back. Upon seeing Guwen in such a state once more, the multitude of words the young girl had prepared instantaneously transformed into a gentle smile. Gu Hanan remained the same Gu Hanan, though she was perplexed as to how he mustered the courage to confess his feelings for her. Everything felt rather abrupt. Su Taoyao was even uncertain whether this was a misfortune or a blessing. She had laid so much groundwork, seeking various excuses to engage in ambiguous gestures, all with the intent of expressing her sentiments to Guwen. Yet, before she could anticipate that day, she found herself confronted with Guwen's declaration of love. After a moment of composure, she inhaled deeply and addressed Guwen earnestly. Master Uncle, do you realize what you just said? I do, Guwen nodded. The bravery he had just displayed now seemingly dissipated. He glanced at the young girl before diverting his gaze away. I said, I like you, he replied. Su Taoyao bit her lip in silence for a moment. Do you truly understand what it means to like someone? Guwen nodded, then shook his head, indicating he had some understanding. I wish to be with you forever, Xiaosu. When you smile, it brings me joy. That must be what liking someone feels like, right? After speaking, Guwen's gaze focused once again on Su Taoyao. He appeared somewhat anxious. Indeed, it is liking. Su Taoyao mirrored his gaze and then inquired. Why do you like me? The young girl was acutely aware that her question was rather ill-timed, perhaps even foolish, yet she could not restrain herself from voicing it. Perhaps the surprise arrived too suddenly, and Su Taoyao's heart was gradually overtaken by an innate sense of unease. When one harbors deep affection for another, it is common to fantasize about the sweetness of mutual confessions. In a fit of exaggeration, one might even envision the future, when to wed, in which city to settle, and when to nurture the next generation. Affection begins as a mere liking, evolving through prolonged introspection. Love at first sight ignites an immediate attraction, while the slow burn of affection arises as one becomes captivated by certain qualities in another, whether it be physical allure, voice, character, or perhaps the sight of that radiant smile glistening in the sunlight. Su Taoyao found herself enamored by every facet of Guwen. Yet, she doubted whether Guwen would reciprocate her feelings entirely. The anxiety of uncertainty, coupled with feelings of inadequacy, is a sentiment many couples experience before or even after establishing their relationship. This might stem from sensitivity, a lack of self-confidence, or a genuine perception that the other may not feel as strongly. Yet, this very turmoil reflects the intensity of her feelings for him. Thus, Su Taoyao found herself in a state of complexity, questioning why Guwen would harbor affection for her. In contrast, Guwen's thoughts were inherently simple. He did not dwell on convoluted notions or grasp the complexities of emotions. For him, the clarity of his feelings for Su was undeniable, and thus his declaration of affection flowed effortlessly, without reason, for to love is simply to love. Guwen harbored affections for Xiaosu, and Xiaosu reciprocated those feelings. Guwen softly articulated his sentiments, gazing directly into Su Taoyao's eyes, enunciating each word clearly. Upon hearing the first declaration, the young girl's heart instantly transformed into a radiant sunny day, gentle breezes and wispy clouds gracing the sky. However, upon learning that Xiaosu also held feelings for Guwen, she instinctively scoffed. Who said I like you? Su Taoyao bit her lip, attempting to feign fierceness, yet her flushed cheeks rendered her demeanor all the more endearing. Guwen scratched the back of his head, feeling a pang of confusion. Did I express my feelings too bluntly? Yet, Xiaosu clearly liked me as well. Did she not? The two exchanged glances, remaining silent, the atmosphere tinged with a hint of awkwardness. Perceptive of Guwen's inner turmoil, Su Taoyao huffed once more, her tone unwittingly laced with a touch of playfulness. Do not flatter yourself. I do not have feelings for you. I shall return to my room for a nap, and you should reflect on your own self-importance. Remember, I will not easily acquiesce to your affections, and, for heaven's sake, do not let old Su in on this. Otherwise, you will find yourself in quite a predicament. Humph. Cease your self-admiration. Remember, it is not I who likes you, but rather you who confessed your feelings for me. Su Taoyao. With a resounding thud, Su Taoyao slammed the door shut. The sound echoed, yet it paled in comparison to the thunderous rhythm of her breath and heartbeat. Xiaosu, truly delightful. Guwen chuckled softly, lingered for a moment, and then began to tidy the dining table, his mind filled with thoughts of the charming girl. Chapter 87. Innocent and pure after firmly shutting the door behind her, Su Taoyao did not feel as lighthearted as her earlier words suggested. She inhaled deeply, exhaled, inhaled, and exhaled again. It felt as though she had been submerged underwater for an eternity, finally breaking the surface to gasp for air. With each breath, the oppressive sensation of suffocation gradually began to dissipate. Reclining on her bed, Su Taoyao gazed at the ceiling, her thoughts drifting unpredictably. One moment, she recalled the snowy night when she first encountered Gu Anchuan. The next, she reminisced about the countless days and nights spent together with him. The dazzling fireworks, the long paths they traversed together, the first time she leaned on his shoulder, the first embrace, the first hand holding, the first gentle kiss. From beginning to end, it had always been her taking the initiative. If this were a novel, Su Taoyao would undoubtedly be the protagonist who had long harbored feelings for the male lead, longing for his presence. The thought made her chuckle unexpectedly. Surely, she was far superior to those typical heroines, wasn't she? Who would have thought that even the simple-minded Gu Hanan would muster the courage to confess his feelings to her? She picked up her phone and stared at her reflection, smiling as she remarked, "Little Su, you insufferable, irresistible charm." As she continued to gaze, her cheeks began to flush, reminiscent of a peach kissed by morning dew. With a flick of her legs, she opened WeChat and navigated to the top of her message list where Guan was located. Clicking on his profile settings, set remark and label. She deleted the previously set remark Gu Hanan and suddenly found herself pondering what to replace it with. This simply cannot do. It is far too ambiguous. If Han Han were to catch sight of it, he would likely presume that I harbor feelings for him. Perhaps I should replace it with a pig emoji? Yet, that too seems inappropriate. What if Han Han discovers it and feels disheartened? Su Taoyao found herself at a loss, struggling to conjure an appropriate note. Ultimately, she reverted to the original Han Han, appending a pig emoji at the end. Humph. Given that Gu Han Han has such a gluttonous disposition, it is hardly an exaggeration to liken him to a pig. Now that Guan has confessed his feelings, what should she do next? After some contemplation, she resolved to seek assistance from Chen Lanlan. Yes, in the name of friendship. Lanlan, what is it? I have a little matter to inquire about. Spit it out. I'm preoccupied with gaming alongside a handsome guy. Well, a friend of mine has encountered a situation and is unsure how to proceed. She came to me for advice, but I too am at a loss. So I thought to consult you. A friend? Indeed, a friend. Come now, Taoyao, don't feign familiarity. From kindergarten until now, Haven T you only had me, Chen Lanlan. As your friend? Jerry ? JPG, just tell me directly what's going on between you and your Guan. Don't waste my time. I swear it's genuinely a friend of mine. All right, your friend. Now, hurry up and explain the situation briefly. My friend recently received a confession of love from someone of the opposite sex. Although she harbors feelings for him as well, she did not give a direct response. The exuberant girl exclaimed in disbelief, expressing her astonishment repeatedly. Chen Lanlan sent a flurry of plan emojis, struggling to recover from her shock. Can you believe that Guan, with his thick-headedness, dared to confess to you? She remarked. The girl was utterly bewildered, her fingers scrolling through the chat logs once more, realizing that she had never actually stated Guan confessed to her. In that moment, the young lady lost her usual cleverness. For who among those smitten by love does not exhibit a touch of foolishness? Suddenly, her phone vibrated again. It was another message from Chen Lanlan. You must tell me how he confessed. I happen to be in the mood to write a novel, and I could base the male lead on Guan, with you as the female protagonist. In the first 3 chapters, let us have you advance to third base, no less. Chen Lanlan continued. Whatever your preferred techniques are, I shall write them for you. Be it whip techniques or any martial arts, I shall master them all for you. Hurry up, and if typing is too tiresome, let us switch to voice messages. The fierce girl, reminiscent of a youthful spirit, mused to herself. I sense that fortune is on the horizon. When the time comes, I shall treat you all to a delightful meal. She then inquired, by the way, have you two shared a kiss? What does it feel like? With a hint of boldness, she speculated, surely you must have, given your audacity. As a flurry of messages illuminated her screen, Su Taoyao felt an instant tension grip her. Regret washed over her as she recalled her dear friend's uncanny ability to predict plot twists while they indulged in dramas and novels together. Spotting an incoming voice call, she swiftly declined it, promptly adding her to the blacklist. Meanwhile, Chen Lanlan, with a knowing smile, sent another message to her friend, Taoyao, where are you? Don't be shy. Observing the bright exclamation mark and the notification that her message had been sent but rejected, Lon Lon fell into deep contemplation. Could it be that Tao Dao had gone beyond mere kisses? If so, could it mean that I, Chen Lon Lon, might soon cradle a little one? She clicked her mouse to close a document titled, I Became the First Love Girlfriend, and then opened another titled Dog Food, Ancient Meets Modern, School Beauty. During noon, after a brief and disoriented slumber, Su Taoyao was awakened by Guan's call for lunch. Throughout the meal, she exhibited no unusual behavior, save for a struggle to rein in her wandering gaze, which seemed to have a mind of its own, yearning to rest upon Guan. The silent lunch concluded all too swiftly. Then there was the sofa, the variety shows, and the fruit cut into pieces by Guan, arranged on a platter, accompanied by her exclusive little silver fork. Master Uncle, let me make this clear. Do not think that just because you are always being courteous in front of me, I will develop any fondness for you. You are my elder, and it is only right for you to take care of me, your junior. This is familial affection, and I hold a sincere filial piety towards you. Do not presume that Su Taoyao will allow this piety to be misconstrued. Guan quietly listened to the girl's lengthy explanation, yet no matter how she expressed herself, he could sense an undertone of defensiveness and insincerity. Guan settled onto the sofa, despite the considerable distance of around 40 to 50 centimeters that separated them. Yet she spoke again. Do not sit so close to me. Our relationship is innocent and above reproach. Others might gossip. Guan found Su Taoyao's peculiar behavior somewhat perplexing, but he chose to indulge her whims. He shifted his position, moving to the very edge of the long sofa. Then, with a playful wink, he signaled that this distance should suffice. However, Su Taoyao's next action caught Guan completely off guard. With a furrowed brow, she huffed, Why are you sitting so far away? You look like a thief with a guilty conscience, as if there's something to hide. Our relationship is perfectly innocent. Guan could only respond with a silent exasperation. Come a bit closer. Su Taoyao glared, gesturing to the space beside her thigh, insisting he sit there. Guan hesitated, glancing at her before murmuring, Aren't we supposed to keep some distance? Su Taoyao, come here. Oh. Guan obediently sat down beside her again. Move a little closer. Huh. If you don't move forward, how can I lean on your shoulder? Oh. You're so silly. In the living room, the girl happily leaned her head against Guan's shoulder, gazing at the screen with a gentle smile. Chapter 88. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight after Guan's confession. It seemed that there was no further progress between him and Su Taoyao. Their relationship appeared to undergo some changes, yet at the same time, it felt as though nothing had altered, remaining much the same as before. Guan busied himself in the kitchen while Su Taoyao patiently awaited their meal, occasionally choosing to remain in the kitchen with him, expressing her desire to learn how to cook. However, when Guan offered to teach her, she declined. I'm not foolish. If I learn, you would be able to slack off and not cook for me anymore. Guan found it peculiar that Su Taoyao often insisted on maintaining a distance, frequently mentioning her desire for boundaries. Yet, at certain moments, she delighted in drawing closer to him, just like earlier when they were watching television together on the sofa. Su Taoyao always urged Guan to sit next to her so that she could rest her head on his shoulder. Guan did not think such a position would be comfortable for her. It might even be a bit awkward. Therefore, with the intention of ensuring Su's comfort, Guan once patted his thigh and said, This time, don't lie on my lap. This might be more comfortable. However, what perplexed Guan was that upon hearing his suggestion, the young girl shot him several disdainful glances. Her cheeks flushed as she scolded him for being a lecher and indecent, accusing him of failing to learn proper behavior. Guan watched as the girl's figure vanished in just a few swift steps, scratching his head in confusion before glancing down at his thigh. Unable to fathom the reason for Xiao Su's anger, the sudden outburst seemed utterly nonsensical, as did her actions. Nearly half an hour later, Su Taoyao emerged from her room and settled beside Guan, offering no words as she reclined on the sofa, her head resting on his lap. Xiao Su, didn't you say you didn't want to? Guan inquired. Humph, I never said I didn't want to, Su Taoyao retorted, playfully nudging Guan and advising him not to tense his legs, for they were too rigid. At long last, the incessant rain that had poured for days subsided, giving way to a clear sky. The evening sun began to set, casting a crimson glow that spread across one corner of the heavens, only to be swiftly chased away by the encroaching darkness of night. Around 8 o'clock, Guan and Su Taoyao finished their meal and descended the stairs, intending to take a stroll and aid digestion. The girl, having not ventured outside for several days, inhaled deeply, savoring the refreshing chill of the air as it flowed through her nostrils and into her lungs, invigorating every cell within her. The evening temperature was not particularly low. In fact, it felt mildly warm. The streets were mostly deserted, yet the sounds of laughter from nearby homes occasionally echoed through the night. During the Spring Festival, a rare holiday for many, the joyous reunion of families, after a year of relentless toil, becomes all the more precious. Su Taoyao clasped Guwen's hand, but before long, it felt somewhat sticky. She heard Guwen grumbling softly in his heart, prompting her to release his hand and instead drape her arm around his shoulder. They strolled beneath the glow of the streetlights, eventually pausing in a small playground designated for children in the community. Xiaosu? Guwen stumbled slightly, puzzled as to why she had halted so suddenly despite their steady pace. Did you not mention wanting to swing last time? Su Taoyao pointed towards the two swings nearby, winking at Guwen. Just as he was about to deny it, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over him. He glanced at Su Taoyao and then at the swings. Realizing that she was once again using him as an excuse to engage in something she was a bit hesitant to do. Soon, the creaking sounds of the swings echoed in that little space. Bright streetlights flanked them, illuminating the swings as they swayed gently in the night. Guwen mimicked Su Taoyao's movements, gripping the chains with both hands, his feet pushing off the ground in a rhythmic manner. He found it quite delightful. Swaying back and forth on the swing, his spirits lifted. After a while, he raised his gaze and suddenly spotted the moon hanging in the sky. Only a half moon. Yet it shone brilliantly, transforming the nearby clouds into a gossamer veil. The moon is so bright tonight, Guwen remarked. Indeed, it is, Su Taoyao replied, tilting her head to take a look. She suddenly recalled the phrase, the moon shines brightly, yet its brilliance is of no use. I like you. And my affection is equally futile. Even though the moon is inherently warm, all its radiance emanates from the sun. A person may harbor feelings for another. Even if such affection remains unreciprocated, nonetheless, the sentiment persists. This is the very nature of affection, devoid of reason. How many can genuinely recognize the need to halt their emotional investment and rein in their true feelings? Certainly, she, Su Taoyao, is not among them. Nor can she accomplish such restraint. The young girl gazed at Guwen beside her, observing the pure moonlight reflected in his eyes. Suddenly, she reached out and grasped the chain of his swing. Master Uncle, please twist the swing to face me. Why? Guwen paused for a moment, then complied with her request, using both hands and feet to turn the swing towards Su Taoyao. Done. Su Taoyao nodded, her gaze sweeping around before lingering on Guwen's lips for a few extra seconds. Master Uncle? Ah, it seems there is something dirty on your face. Where? Guwen raised his hand to touch his face. Oh no, not there. Let me. Guwen silently lowered his hand, watching as the girl leaned closer, lifting both hands to gently cradle his cheeks. What is little Su doing? Is she mimicking me from that day? Just as Guwen began to recognize the familiarity of her actions, his breath quickened, for Su Taoyao had already sealed his lips with her own. Guwen was unaware of how long it took him to release her embrace, feeling dizzy and his lips tingling. This isn't a kiss, mind you. It's a punishment for your last sneaky peck, she declared. It's an eye for an eye, a mouth for a mouth. You didn't misunderstand this time, did you? Listening to the young girl's playful retort, Guwen shook his head, indicating he had not misinterpreted her feelings. He certainly recognized Xiaosu's affection for him. Humph. Su Taoyao returned to the swing, her demeanor quite authoritative. As long as there are no misunderstandings, we remain innocent. Guwen smiled and nodded, his dark pupils reflecting Xiaosu's rosy cheeks and the bright laughter in her eyes. The evening breeze was gentle, and the two continued to sway on the swing. The moonlight made the stars twinkle even more vividly. Thanks to Guwen, Su Taoyao's countenance radiated with brilliance. Master Uncle, she called. The moonlight is truly beautiful tonight. Indeed, he replied. The moon is accompanied by the stars, and Guwen has Xiaosu by his side. And what of you? Doghead emoji, Chapter 89. A request for a hug. Time passed, growing later still. The moonlight and twinkling stars continued to dance in harmony. After enough swinging, Su Taoyao stood before Guwen, brushing off her backside, hands placed on her hips, fixing her gaze upon him. Guwen squinted. He found it challenging to decipher Xiaosu's intentions. What is she up to? Why is she putting her hands on her hips? Observing the girl's posture, Guwen suddenly recalled a scene he had seen on television. Could she possibly want to play eagle-catching chicks with me? Catch you? Not a chance. Su Taoyao felt a mix of amusement and frustration. She had hoped that Guwen had finally gained some understanding, yet he still appeared as dense as ever. With my hands on my hips, I intended for you to take hold of my arm. What would happen if you lost me? Such delicate thoughts were, of course, too shyly kept to herself. Ultimately, she let out a soft huff and lowered her arm, urging Guin to return home with a hint of irritation. Guin scratched his head, bemused. Their relationship, a charming blend of tsundere and simple-minded affection, was indeed entertaining. Upon arriving home, Su Taoyao suddenly felt a pang of hunger. She rummaged through the refrigerator, but found nothing suitable to quell her appetite. Everything was raw. Closing the door, she poured herself a glass of water from the kettle on the table. "Little Su, are you hungry?" Guin emerged from the kitchen, having just finished washing the dishes, and caught sight of the girl who had just closed the refrigerator. After a moment of contemplation, Su Taoyao hesitated before responding. "It's quite late. Eating now might lead to weight gain." Weight gain? Guin furrowed his brow, having always considered Su Taoyao to be rather slender, with no trace of excess anywhere on her. "You're not overweight at all. You wouldn't understand," she replied, her voice tinged with melancholy. "If I were to gain weight, it would show in certain places." Guin was left puzzled, not fully grasping her cryptic reference. "There are still some shrimp and beef dumplings from last time. Would you like some? If so, I can prepare a few." "Then just a little bit?" After much deliberation, Su Taoyao extended 2 fingers, indicating her request. "Just a little?" Guin looked on uncertainly. "You mean you'll eat just one?" Su Taoyao suddenly felt a reluctance to continue the conversation, pondering that while Gu Hanen's simple-mindedness was endearing, engaging with him could prove somewhat exhausting. When a girl mentions a little, does that truly equate to just a little? Su Taoyao rolled her eyes, declaring, "I want to eat 10, 20, no, I want a whole pot." "A whole pot?" Guin was astounded. He gazed earnestly at her, concerned that consuming such a quantity at once would surely lead to discomfort. Their home lacked any digestive aids, and it was rather late for the pharmacies to still be open. "I shall prepare a bowl for you, the one used for rice." As Guin began his familiar stream of admonishments, Su Taoyao felt no annoyance. Rather, her heart was enveloped in a warm embrace. After all, she was the only girl in Gu Hanen's life who cared to fuss over him like this. Ahem. Perhaps that was not entirely accurate. It should also encompass this lifetime. Yet, that still seemed insufficient. A lifetime still felt a tad lacking. Perhaps forever would suffice. Just as he proclaimed, Guin would forever cherish little Su, eternally. Before long, a bowl of steaming dumplings appeared on the table, accompanied by broth, garnished with cilantro and chili. Beside it lay a small plate, holding a fried egg that exuded a subtle, toasty aroma. Su Taoyao was not particularly fond of steamed dumplings. It wasn't that they were unappetizing. Dumplings, whether steamed, boiled, or pan-fried, were delightful. As the saying goes, only dumplings that have been fully immersed in boiling water provide that sense of fullness and satisfaction when savored. Tossed with a drizzle of spicy oil and vinegar, or served in broth with added chili and a splash of vinegar, they were equally enticing. A bowl of dumplings quickly revealed its. Gazing at the remnants of red oil clinging to the bottom, the girl licked her lips with lingering desire. She cast her eyes toward Guin, or more precisely, toward the large bowl before him. "Are you not full?" Guin inquired. "Just a little bit short." Su Taoyao blinked, indicating it was merely a fraction. Guin set down his chopsticks and ventured into the kitchen, soon returning with yet another bowl of dumplings. Chopped cilantro and chili oil adorned the dish, exactly to Su Taoyao's taste. Though it remained uncertain if her earlier scheme to capture Guin's heart through his stomach was successful, Guin had undoubtedly ensnared hers. In fact, in certain respects, Guin had become more attuned to her culinary preferences than the old Su, who had cared for her for over a decade. After consuming 2 bowls of dumplings, Su Taoyao finally felt a sense of fulfillment, nearly stifling a burp, though she managed to suppress it, as such behavior would hardly befit a lady. Across from her, Guin had finished his portion and proceeded to gather several bowls, heading to the kitchen to wash them. When he emerged, Su Taoyao remained on the sofa, engrossed in a television show, cradling a large bag of potato chips and munching contentedly, resembling a small hamster. Guin approached, parted his lips to speak, but ultimately chose silence. If Xiaosu enjoys it, then let her indulge. If she feels overly full, perhaps I shall massage her belly. I've heard it aids digestion. Will eating chips like this make her thirsty? Contemplating this, Guin took a step forward, intending to prepare a cup of warm milk. The girl on the sofa quietly observed his retreating figure, a subtle, indescribable pang of bittersweetness stirring within her heart. Gu Hanen has always treated her with such kindness. Xiaosu, have some milk. It's still warm. She gazed at Guan's face, noticing an extra cup of milk on the coffee table. I am indeed a fortunate person, Su Taoyao thought to herself. She patted the sofa beside her, inviting Guan to take a seat. Sure, Shusu? What is the matter? Would you like some potato chips? Su Taoyao pinched a chip and held it to Guin's lips. You go ahead. I've had my fill. Guin waved his hand dismissively, although tempted. He wouldn't indulge further if he felt satisfied. Are you truly not going to eat? You know you adore this flavor of chips. Oh. The girl quietly finished an entire bag of chips, her munching filling the silence. At that moment, the movie on the screen transitioned to the credits. After a few minutes, the film concluded. Guin glanced at the time. It was already midnight. Time for bed. The girl nodded in agreement. Then say goodnight to me first. Xiaosu, good night. All right. Su Taoyao replied cheerfully. Now, you should hurry off to sleep. Guin took a tissue and tidied up the crumbs scattered on the coffee table. Turning back, he noticed Su Taoyao still sitting on the sofa, her eyes wandering restlessly. Aren't you going to sleep? I am. Then why are you still sitting there? Su Taoyao's gaze drifted. After a moment, she spoke softly. I need a hug before I can sleep. Chapter 90, the end of the holiday, just one hug. And I can finally sleep, she said. Guin, of course, was not one to withhold such a gesture. He nodded and gently embraced Su Taoyao, then remarked, there. It's done. Little Su, you may go to sleep now. Yet, Su Taoyao had no intention of releasing her grasp, resting her head against Guin's chest. Guin patiently waited, a sensation he had grown accustomed to. At school, he would wait for Su to finish her student council duties or tasks assigned by their homeroom teacher, only to head home together. They would wait for the bus, and then wait again as it traversed the familiar streets of their neighborhood. Life is merely a series of endless waits, waiting for others, waiting for oneself, and waiting for others to wait for you. Fortunately, with Su Taoyao by his side, Guin's waiting never felt tedious, feeling the warmth and subtle fragrance emanating from her. Guin's heart was at peace. He held no anger towards Su Taoyao, nor did he harbor any childish emotions. Instead, there was a sense of acquiescence. Or perhaps it could be termed indulgence. Guin only wished to treat Su Taoyao well, to always cherish her. And was she not perpetually thinking the same? Striving to do just that? Is it a humble sentiment? Perhaps. Does it stir a lingering frustration within? Maybe. If it pains you to see this, perhaps it is best to express it more vocally. For those who can express such sentiments, perhaps waiting until they mature a bit more would be wise, as they can only see Guin's side and fail to recognize the goodness in Su Taoyao. The living room was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the soft ticking of the clock on the wall. The sound was subtle yet melodic, perfectly masking the gentle breaths of the two individuals present. Xiaosu? Guin called out, but the girl nestled in his arms had already succumbed to slumber. He stifled a chuckle, careful not to make a sound. Leaning slightly, he wrapped one arm securely around her back while lifting her legs with the other, cradling her as he made his way toward her room. To his surprise, Xiaosu was not as slender as he had anticipated. In fact, she felt rather weighty. Had she indulged in a hearty dinner? She appeared quite delicate at a glance. Yet the sensation of her in his arms was unexpectedly substantial. Pondering this, Guin entered her room and gently laid her on the bed, tucking her in with care. He then approached the window, drawing the curtains tightly shut, before turning on the warm bedside lamp, adjusting its brightness to the softest glow. Good night, Xiaosu, he whispered softly as he closed the door behind him. Inside the room, the faint warm light seemed to radiate even more brightly. Good night, Guin, murmured the girl as she turned over in her sleep, her features softened by a serene tenderness. The following days brought bright sunshine, and Lao Su returned home sooner than expected, weary from his travels. The brief period of cohabitation between them was drawing to a close. Strangely, Su Guowei sensed a noticeable shift in the dynamic between his daughter and her master, as if their once close bond had begun to wane. Moreover, he consistently maintains a certain distance, which is quite commendable. Old Su, who has been away on a business trip to another province for over half a month, feels no fatigue whatsoever. If he were now in his room, he would likely have a smile that resembles a blooming chrysanthemum. During dinner, Old Su finds it difficult to suppress the grin that dances at the corners of his mouth, laughing as he eats and eating as he laughs, which earns him several exasperated eye rolls from Su Taoyao. Life gradually settles back into its mundane yet normal rhythm. As a high school senior, now burdened with the responsibilities of a dog, he is naturally unworthy of a complete holiday. In the few days leading up to the start of school, Guin suddenly finds himself engulfed in a flurry of activity. Upon opening his backpack, he is taken aback by the sheer volume of assignments. Is this much homework truly the product of human effort? Guin feels a sense of despair. The exam papers are manageable since he can copy from Little Su. But those extensive assignments in Chinese and English. Little Su, with so much copying to do and only 2 days left, Will we manage to finish? Guin inquires. What do you mean by we? I don't need to copy those assignments, and I can choose not to complete the exam papers, replies little Sue nonchalantly. But why are you exempt from writing them? Won't the teacher scold you? The girl, engrossed in her drama, lifts her gaze to glance at Guin, shrugs her shoulders, and responds, if you consistently rank first in the class, the teacher won't say a word even if you don't write a single word of homework. Moreover, the purpose of assigning such work is merely to help students strengthen their memory and familiarize themselves with various phrases and verses. A bit of extra copying never harmed anyone. With a single pen over 2 evenings, a miracle can be created. Keep it up, my dear apprentice. Su Taoyao rises and gives Gu and shoulder a hearty pat, encouraging him. Every student of the present era has traversed a similar path, and it is indeed worthwhile for Gu Hanan to experience the tribulations faced by contemporary scholars. For 2 consecutive days, Guin found no respite for indulging in mobile games or watching television, exhausting several pen refills, and just managing to transcribe the last word at 3 o'clock in the morning on the eve of the new term. After a quick shower, he collapsed into bed. The following morning, when the alarm clock rang, dawn had just begun to break. This morning, old Su had the time to drive the 2 of them to school. As Guin followed Su Taoyao into the classroom, he noticed that a substantial number of classmates had already arrived. Perhaps due to the looming college entrance examination in 4 months, the atmosphere in the classroom on the first day of school was permeated with an unusual tension. Unlike the norm, Guin even spotted several classmates, who had previously been his academic equals, diligently working on exercises at their desks. Faced with this exceedingly atypical scene, Guin momentarily questioned whether he had entered the correct classroom. Shouldn't the classroom, before the morning self-study session commenced, be filled with the raucous noise akin to that of a bustling marketplace? Before the bell had rung, the homeroom teacher, still clutching a thermos, had already positioned himself at the podium. After the new year, this middle-aged balding educator appeared to be in significantly better spirits, with his hair on either side curling, suggesting that it had likely been permed. He scanned the classroom, his expression softening. If these nearly adult students lacked even a modicum of urgency, they would surely require a thorough overhaul. Ah, splendid. His gaze lingered on the students seated in the back rows, nodding in satisfaction. He then shifted his attention to the transfer student, rumored to be a relative of the principal, whose dismal academic performance elicited profound existential doubt. Aside from that handsome visage, this transfer student appears to possess no other remarkable qualities. Indeed, I am referring to Guin. As he observed the approaching form of the homeroom teacher, Guin swiftly extricated himself from his listless demeanor, a result of restless nights. Good morning, teacher, he managed to utter. The homeroom teacher nodded and inquired, have you been diligent during the holiday at home? Guin, feeling a twinge of guilt, replied, not too bad. Then let me test you, the teacher said. What follows the line? Guin pondered earnestly, but could not recall the subsequent phrase. Finally, with uncertainty, he responded. The teacher's expression darkened, and he pressed further. What is the next line of? Guin's eyes brightened. This seemed familiar. He declared with confidence. Chapter 91. The college entrance examination. With the advent of a new year, a fresh atmosphere permeates the commencement of the school term. On the very first day of the new semester, Guin found himself summoned to the entrance of the classroom for punishment. Yet he conjured a rather fitting rationale for his predicament. The final sprint towards the college entrance examination was swiftly approaching. Following the oath-taking ceremony, the small blackboard beneath the clock began to display a countdown that changed daily. 100, 99, 50, 30, 7. As the examination loomed just a week away, time grew increasingly agonizing. An omnipresent tension enveloped everyone, with some dedicating themselves to intense preparation, diligently seeking to address any gaps in their knowledge. Some individuals are filled with regret, contemplating how to seize the final months to make a concerted effort. Alas, the motivational platitudes that inspire are ultimately just that, platitudes. It is an exceptional case for a student to bridge the gap of over 2 years of effort within the last 3 or 4 months. While there may be some effect, time may still be insufficient. Indeed, this is a reference to Guin. During this period, Guin has been under considerable strain, enduring the monotony of a tedious and repetitive existence, which has notably intensified the dark circles under his eyes. When the examination permits were distributed, every classmate received theirs. Yet he found himself without his own permit. He discreetly inquired with Xiao Su, only to be informed that individuals like him, without official registration, lack academic status. Without academic status, the school cannot assist him in registering for the college entrance examination. It was already quite an achievement for Lao Su to secure an identification card for him, but as for his academic status, it truly cannot be temporarily reinstated. Should he wish to participate in the examination, he would need to register as a social candidate, which entails specific procedures and channels. Su Taoyao mentioned that she had discussed this with Lao Su, expressing concern about potential mishaps, thus deciding against allowing Gu In to participate as a social candidate. She suggested that it would not be too late to participate in the future, yet she still respected his personal choice. The young woman expressed her apologies, admitting that she had been preoccupied with her final phase of revision and had forgotten to inform Gu In about this matter sooner. Gu In, however, did not take offense. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. Yet, he dared not show it, feigning a semblance of regret. It's fine, we can discuss it later. After all, I probably won't achieve much now. Initially, I was concerned that my test scores might be too low to attend the same school as Xiao Su, but now, it seems I need not take the exam at all. The rigors of studying and testing are utterly exhausting. I have even begun to lose my hair during this period. Having squandered so much time, I might as well follow the example of other parents and prepare meals to deliver to school each day. Alas, it will be fine. Xiao Su, give it your all, and I shall be outside with Lao Su to support you. Observing Gu Anxin's conflicting expressions, Su Taoyao couldn't help but chuckle, though she struggled to contain herself. On the day of the college entrance examination, the weather was surprisingly cool. Despite the overcast skies, it did not feel oppressive. Such weather is a rarity in the southern coastal city. Typically, by the end of May, the sweltering heat of summer envelopes the entire city, accompanied by the incessant chatter of cicadas. On this particular morning, Gu In and Lao Su rose early to prepare. They began with a light breakfast, simple fare of congee and fried eggs. At this moment, safety was paramount. A heavy or extravagant meal could lead to discomfort or an upset stomach, both of which would be disastrous. Before leaving, Lao Su was as anxious as if he himself were the one taking the college entrance examination rather than Su Taoyao. "And have you packed all your stationery?" "Yes." "What about your examination admission ticket and ID?" "I have them." "Make sure to bring a couple of extra black pens." "I've got them." "And the marking pen?" "I have it." As they approached the school gate, old Su could not help but inquire once more, "Have you gathered all your belongings?" Su Taoyao, somewhat exasperated, understood that old Su's anxiety stemmed from his deep concern for her. "Yes, I have everything. My examination admission ticket, my ID. And I even brought extra black pens and marking pens." "Oh, that's wonderful, that's wonderful," old Su repeated several times. Yet he could not quell the turmoil within him. As the time drew near, Su Taoyao waved goodbye to old Su and Gu In, turning to enter the school. Upon witnessing Su Taoyao's silhouette fade from view, old Su finally exhaled a few deep breaths. "Old Su, there's no need for such anxiety." Gu In's sudden remark caused Su Guowei to stiffen. I'm not anxious. Master Uncle, please don't overthink it," old Su retorted defensively. Gu In smiled gently. "We must simply have faith in young Su. She will surely succeed." Old Su silently pressed his lips together, well aware of this logic. However, certain emotions are far beyond his control. As a parent, who among them could truly remain untroubled in such moments? Meanwhile, Su Taoyao swiftly arrived at the examination venue. Since the allocated examination room was conveniently located within her own school, she had visited the venue with Chun Lanlan the previous day to familiarize herself with it. Following a series of tedious procedures, she was finally permitted entry. Her seat was by the window, allowing her to gaze outside and see the throng of parents gathered at the school gate. Su Taoyao searched carefully and soon spotted the figures of old Su and Gu In's. Although their faces were obscured, she recognized them with ease. The examination commenced shortly thereafter, and Su Taoyao felt no sense of anxiety whatsoever. The first subject examined was Chinese, perhaps the one with the least pressure for all candidates. Let us not debate this. I was only considering Chinese, mathematics, English, and the comprehensive subjects, excluding the academic examinations. After countless assessments, the content remained largely the same. Having been introduced to characters in early childhood and having studied them for over a decade, one should not perform poorly. If one indeed scores abysmally, it can only be attributed to personal shortcomings. Su Taoyao finished her essay approximately 40 minutes ahead of time, meticulously reviewing the multiple-choice questions and classical poetry sections multiple times. In objective assessments, losing even a single point is simply unacceptable. She waited quietly for the bell to signal the end of the examination. And only after the invigilator collected the papers did she leave the examination hall with her peers. After the exam, The young woman felt quite elated. However, upon reaching the school gate, her mood swiftly soured. Chapter 92 concludes. During the days of the annual college entrance examination, the city always appears somewhat subdued. Drivers, who are also parents, exhibit less irritability on the roads, honking their horns far less frequently. The presence of traffic police along the streets is noticeably increased, and one can also see officers maintaining order at the school gates. Su Taoyao, clutching her stationery bag, exited the classroom building and gradually moved through the crowd. As she approached the school gate, even in such a refreshing climate, she began to feel a bit stifled. Surrounded by throngs of people, she scanned the area for a considerable time, but could not spot old Su or Gu Hanan. Pausing for a moment, she suddenly noticed a group gathered near the security office, comprising both parents and candidates. Could it be that a travel agency was advertising there? Su Taoyao pondered as she stood in place, continuing her search for the two individuals. Before long, the crowd that had gathered began to disperse, only for a new wave of parents and examinees to arrive. Intrigued, Su Taoyao's gaze followed the shifting crowd. In the next moment, her expression darkened. Among the throng stood two males, one robust and the other youthful, both adorned in striking red short-sleeved shirts. Prominently displayed on the front of these shirts was a vibrant portrait of a girl, none other than Su Taoyao herself. Moreover, the shirts bore two rows of text. The elder Su's read, Little Su, achieving academic excellence, accompanied by an illustration of a golden brush. Gu In's shirt proclaimed, Little Su, the best in the world, along with a large thumbs-up graphic. Based on previous news reports, such peculiar displays were favored by television stations, and it was likely that she would see old Su and Gu Huan on television that evening. Perhaps she would even come across a post in her social media feed titled, A Loving Family, Father's Red Short Sleeve. The thought made Su Taoyao contemplate relocating. She turned to leave, intending to confront these two foolish beings at home. Old Su, Little Su has emerged, Guin exclaimed, catching sight of Su Taoyao's retreating figure and calling out excitedly. Upon hearing Guin's voice, Su Taoyao's expression stiffened, and she swiftly turned to walk away. Where's An'ir? Old Su inquired, glancing around but failing to spot her. Just by that black car ahead. Guin pointed to the right ahead, standing on tiptoe to greet Xiao Su. Xiao Su. Su Guowei followed Guin's gesture and spotted Su Taoyao. The two squeezed through the crowd, hastening after Xiao Su. To their astonishment, they found that with each step they took, Su Taoyao's pace quickened, shifting from a brisk walk to a light jog. Old Su, why is Xiao Su running? I don't know. Guin and Su Guowei exchanged glances and continued their pursuit. This peculiar scene captured the attention of many gathered at the school entrance. A perceptive journalist signaled to the cameraman to record the unfolding drama. Already contemplating the essence of this news story, whether the ever-increasing difficulty of the college entrance examination might become the final straw that crushes the creative spirit of the new generation. Today, as the Chinese language exam concluded, a candidate fled, ignoring the calls of their family, covering their face in despair. Something urgent has come up today, it's overwhelming. I'll have to catch up tomorrow or the day after, sob. I will definitely make up for it tomorrow or the day after. In the hotel room, Su Taoyao stared blankly at the two exasperating men. All right, I'll change when I get back. I'll change. Old Su nodded in agreement while opening a thermal container on the table. This morning, I made lily and lotus seed soup, with rock sugar added. Near. You should drink some. The residential complex was not close to the school, so to ensure Su Taoyao had ample time for her afternoon rest, they rented a suite at the hotel. Is it cold? Su Taoyao inquired. A touch of ice, but too much would be detrimental. Guin replied, casually handing her a soup spoon. That will suffice. After sipping the refreshingly cool lily soup, the girl's spirits lifted considerably. Before taking a break, Su Taoyao couldn't resist admonishing her once more. Remember, you must not wear this outfit again. If you are unashamed, I shall be utterly mortified. Guin glanced down at the red short-sleeved shirt, meticulously prepared by him and old Su, unable to discern what might provoke such embarrassment. Isn't this quite nice? The fabric is fine, and the printed words are lovely. And there's a beautiful photo of little Su. Others would find it difficult to wear something like this. Little Su. Truly stunning. Guin mused, admiring the picture on his chest. Su Taoyao pondered for a moment before conceding. Oh, never mind. Wear it if you wish. Really? As you please. Old Su interjected, what about me? Su Taoyao paused, nearly forgetting that old Su was present in the room. Do as you like. I need to rest for a bit. You talk too much. Old Su. Following this brief interlude, the two exited the room. Mathematics, English, comprehensive science, along with 18 subjects from which to choose 6. With the conclusion of all examination subjects for the college entrance examination, countless students and their parents breathed a sigh of relief. Over the past 3 years, the fatigue was not confined to the students in the classrooms. Their parents shared in it as well. The aspirations for their children to soar to greatness are a common thread among every generation of parents. Even if one's academic performance is subpar, the pursuit of a bachelor's degree, regardless of the exorbitant tuition fees, is enticing enough for some parents to wholeheartedly embrace. In this era where grades reign supreme, a person's college entrance examination results have nearly become synonymous with their future prospects. Aside from the innate conditions bestowed upon one at birth, it is ultimately the individual who shapes their destiny. After the examination concluded, the school, as customary, organized the return of students to estimate their scores. In the classroom, the youthful faces remained unchanged, yet the overall demeanor of the students appeared markedly different. Perhaps it was due to shedding the uniforms worn for 3 years in favor of their own attire, which felt somewhat incongruous and even uncomfortable. Yet, this transformation might represent the very selves they had yearned for together. Boys could now sport their preferred hairstyles and don what they deemed stylish clothing. Girls, too, could openly embrace makeup, adorn their ears and necks with jewelry prohibited by school regulations, and wear skirts if they wished. Youth, at last, was liberated from repression. They gathered in small clusters, softly conversing about their futures, the morrow, and the enigmatic feelings of sorrow and confusion that accompanied impending farewells. This marked their final day at school, and many experiences remained unfulfilled, many words left unspoken. The homeroom teacher entered, not with his familiar thermos that had accompanied him for years, but rather with an unfamiliar smile that they had never seen before. He shared a few light-hearted jokes before delving into the intricacies of filling out college applications, a topic he had broached several times before, yet today, he could not help but reiterate his guidance. As the teachers from various subjects entered the room, bearing test papers and answer keys, the process of estimating scores commenced. Naturally, some were elated while others were engulfed in sorrow. Those filled with joy had their eyes sparkling, while the disheartened discreetly concealed their disappointment. Xiao Su. Guan has come today as well, Su Taoyao remarked. There was a class graduation dinner planned for the evening, and he certainly would not miss it. What is the matter? Su Taoyao inquired. Guan lowered his voice. I overheard them saying that this year's college entrance examination is even more difficult than last year's. And they were complaining about that teacher, Gu something Jun. Is it really that challenging? Indeed, it is quite difficult. Have you completed it all then? Guan asked, a hint of worry in his tone. I've finished everything, came the confident reply. Oh, I see. Guan nodded, then queried. But didn't they say it was exceedingly hard? It is difficult, but that doesn't necessarily correlate with my ability to solve it, Su Taoyao explained. After contemplating for a moment, Guan found this reasoning convincing. Xiao Su, you're impressive, he praised sincerely. By the time everyone had formed a rough estimate of their scores, the sky had transformed into a golden hue, reminiscent of dusk. The homeroom teacher offered a few more words of advice before permitting everyone to disperse, instructing them to gather at the designated hotel around 6 o'clock. Groups began to form as they exited the familiar classroom, and a profound sense of nostalgia filled their hearts. The once vibrant senior high school building fell silent once more. And come the golden autumn of September, these classrooms would soon be brimming with a new cohort of youthful faces, embarking on their 3-year academic journey. As for their futures, none could predict with certainty what lay ahead. As Su Taoyao approached the school gate, a bus came to a stop, disembarking more than 10 students clad in uniforms, their backpacks slung over their shoulders. It was Sunday, the time for first and second-year students to return to school. Watching them, a wave of melancholy washed over her. She turned her gaze towards the teaching building, where the red flag in the front square continued to flutter, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun. The flag appeared resplendent. From the first year to the second, and then to the third, she reflected on the journey from the entrance ceremony, military training, to the 100-day oath-taking ceremony, culminating in this moment of parting. The fleeting passage of these 3 years left her momentarily dazed. What are you staring at, Xiao Su? Guan asked curiously, noticing her lost in thought. You wouldn't understand. Graduation brings a different emotional weight, Chun Lanlan interjected. Perhaps our little Su has even penned a poem in her heart. A poem? One of those farewell verses, like outside the long pavilion, by the ancient road. Fragrant grasses stretched towards the sky, Guan mused, trying to grasp the sentiment. Is it because I won't be able to accompany Xiao Su to school every day anymore? Lan Lan replied dismissively, something like that. You two are practically living together now. Whether you come to school or not, it hardly makes a difference. Listening to their banter, Su Taoyao shook herself from her reverie. She smiled, shifting her gaze to the horizon. The sunset today was dazzling. Hearing her, Guan looked over and echoed, dazzling indeed. Chen Lanlan glanced at her phone and tugged at Su Taoyao's arm. Hey, we need to hurry. The car I ordered is about to arrive. Slow down, Lanlan. Su Taoyao protested gently. Relax, I'm definitely slower than your wooden block of a friend, she quipped. Chen Lanlan chuckled and playfully uttered a suggestive remark. Be serious. Serious? Nowadays, those who claim to be serious are often the most hypocritical, don't you think? As the two continued their playful banter and strolled ahead, the golden rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow upon their hair. From Guan's perspective, Su Taoyao seemed to radiate a vibrant brilliance. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and catch up. The young girl turned back and called out to Guan coming. Guan replied, hastily quickening his pace to join them. Little Su, you shine just as brightly, he mused inwardly. The trio arrived at the XXX Hotel, ascended to the second floor, and located the reserved private room for their class. The room comprised two interconnected spaces, furnished with 4 or 5 tables. Each room also featured a corner designated for karaoke, complete with LCD screens, long sofas, and coffee tables. Although referred to as a hotel, it was essentially a modest tavern converted from a 3-story residential building. A popular spot for casual gatherings among friends, where they could indulge in food, drinks, and a bit of singing. For a simple graduation celebration, there was no need to venture to those extravagant hotels. Su Taoyao guided Guan to a table nestled in a corner. The classmates seated there were of a more reserved disposition, speaking little and primarily socializing within their own small circles, lacking a significant presence in class, yet embodying a quietly diligent spirit. Su Taoyao maintained a decent rapport with them, occasionally assisting in analyzing problem-solving approaches. At 6:20, the dishes began to arrive promptly. As time passed, the atmosphere gradually grew more lively. Some audacious young men began to traverse amongst several tables, cups and bottles in hand, to toast their teachers or engage in drinking competitions with familiar peers. Although they lacked any substantial experience with alcohol, their enthusiasm remained undeterred. Before long, these spirited youths, brimming with bravado, found their faces flushed. A few brave souls, emboldened by the effects of the drink or the encouragement of friends, discreetly retrieved their phones to send a message to the girl they secretly admired. It seems a bit warm in here. Shall we step outside for some fresh air? Such tender sentiments of youthful infatuation often tread cautiously. Parting is always imbued with melancholy and under the influence of alcohol. The raucous environment became tinged with the sound of quiet sobs. Those who had indulged in spirits wore flushed cheeks and teary eyes, while even those who had only sipped coconut milk juice began to show signs of emotion. Over the course of 1,000 days spent together, many may have had their share of disagreements and quarrels, perhaps even whispered ill of one another. Yet at this moment, the vibrant faces of youth somehow bore a singular expression, one of reluctance and nostalgia for the past. The old teacher, having consumed a few cups of liquor, rose from the table and approached the side, microphone in hand. He declared, I shall spare you the sentimental platitudes and instead offer my blessings. May each of you have a bright future ahead, with your paths adorned with flowers. Applause erupted, and it was as if a sudden grain of sand had found its way into everyone's eyes, bringing forth a bittersweet discomfort. Guan clapped his hands in unison, glancing at Xiao Su, and poured half a cup of coconut milk into her glass. He then rose and slightly opened the nearby window. Outside, the neon lights dazzled, and the evening breeze was gentle. Chapter 93. Summer days. With the end of the college entrance examination, a lengthy vacation followed. Su Taoyao had been lounging at home for several days, relishing in the comfort of her surroundings. The girl, possessing an absolute dominion over her family, was incomparable to the examinees who feasted on fish and meat before the exams, only to be relegated to pickled vegetables and steamed buns afterward. The sweltering heat outside deterred her from stepping out even once. After lunch, Su Taoyao sat cross-legged on the sofa, cradling half a watermelon, accompanied by a stainless steel spoon. Guan had initially intended to assist her in cutting the watermelon into pieces, but she declined his offer. The watermelon was best enjoyed in halves, savored with a spoon. Is that so? Guan inquired, to which Su Taoyao nodded, carrying the watermelon into the kitchen, where she sliced it in two. She retrieved a rather aged spoon and took a scoop from the center of the fruit. Su Taoyao first indulged in a bite herself before offering the remaining morsel to Guan. He opened his mouth to take a bite. Try it. Is it sweet? Guan chewed a couple of times before nodding in agreement. Su Taoyao took another scoop and placed it into her mouth, then handed the half watermelon, now missing a sizable chunk, to Guan. Here, you can have this half. With that, she embraced the untouched other half of the watermelon, grabbed another spoon, and settled back onto the sofa. Guan gazed at the half watermelon in his arms, scratching his head, seemingly sensing that something was amiss. He did not ponder for long and sat beside Su, sharing the moment as they watched television together. Su, when will the exam results be released? Around the 20th. Perhaps the 25th or 26th. In July? No, just this month. Oh. Guan nodded, yet suddenly fell into a contemplative silence. The two continued to watch the screen. After a while, Guan turned to the young woman and inquired, Su, where do you plan to attend university? Where? Su Taoyao set down her spoon, seemingly unprepared for this question. If she performed up to the standards of her previous mock exams, she could certainly gain admission to several prestigious universities in the country. Over the past 6 months, numerous institutions had extended their offers, yet she had not responded to any. It was not a matter of arrogance or self-importance. She merely wished to ascertain her own capabilities. I'm not quite sure where to go. I have a bit of a desire to explore the north, and I'm also drawn to the metropolis. Guan pursed his lips and asked, that is quite far, isn't it? Indeed, several hours by plane or high-speed train. Then, Guan began to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. Su Taoyao cast a silent glance in his direction, understanding that he feared the distance between her chosen university and home would mean a prolonged separation, suppressing her inner delight. The young woman feigned a sorrowful expression as if lamenting her impending departure. She let out a soft sigh, lamenting the distance that would keep her away for several months, leaving only you and old Su at home. Just me and old Su. Guan echoed, his gaze beginning to cloud with confusion. Xiaosu was off to university, and old Su was busy with work. What was he to do? Did his master intend for him to accompany him to university? To university? But I haven't even taken the entrance exams. Surely they wouldn't accept me. A wave of regret washed over Guan, wishing he had exerted more effort previously, for had he done so, he might have been able to attend university in the same city as Xiaosu. Su Taoyao chuckled lightly, assuring him that it was not a significant issue, as many university classes were semi-open, allowing students from other majors and even other institutions to audit classes. Is that truly possible? Guan's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, though he soon felt a twinge of embarrassment. He hesitantly asked, what if people start gossiping about it? What gossip could there be? The pursuit of knowledge is a time-honored virtue. No one would speak ill of that. Su Taoyao picked up a slice of watermelon, her tone light and carefree. When the time comes, we can always find a way to donate to the school under some pretext, treating it as a form of tuition. Furthermore, there is no need to attend every class, and there won't be any exams. Doesn't Master wish to go? She inquired. I do indeed. Guan replied without hesitation, eager to accompany Xiaosu. Well then, it's settled. Master, you shall accompany me to university. Yes, it is agreed. The two continued to watch television with cheerful spirits, indulging in the signature summer drama of the Blue Channel, Chinese Paladin 3. It is often said that a summer devoid of Chinese Paladin 3 and the character Rome Mama is incomplete. Guan did not know Xiao Yanzi, yet he found himself captivated by the man with the surname who on the screen. What if we all leave? Won't old Su be home alone? Old Su? So what if he is home alone? It's inconsequential. Consider it a preliminary adaptation to retirement life. Without us around, he will have the opportunity to seek companionship. Oh, I see. Guan felt a sense of admiration, quickly redirecting his focus back to the screen, just as the plot unfolded with Mao Mao exchanging flesh for grain. The climactic duel between Jing Tian and the evil sword immortal was fast approaching. Guan cast aside thoughts of old Su, his mind consumed by the impending developments in the story. Later that evening, Su Taoyao opened the window, feeling a refreshing breeze and, for the first time, called Guan to join her for a stroll downstairs. Guan readily agreed, swiftly changing into another outfit before stepping out with Xiaosu. Summer nights possess a unique charm among the 4 seasons. Above, the sky was adorned with twinkling stars and a luminous moon. The city buzzed with the lively sounds of urban life. Upon reaching the entrance of their community, they found the snack stalls brimming along both sides of the street, bustling with young entrepreneurs taking advantage of the post-work crowd. It was a vibrant scene. The streets were also populated with elderly couples out for evening walks. accompanied by their grandchildren or pets on leashes. Strangely, the few dogs they encountered seemed particularly excited, barking and jumping at Guin as if they had encountered kindred spirits. A purebred Siberian husky with striking blue eyes broke free from its owner's grasp and silently trailed behind Guin for a considerable distance. Ultimately, its owner caught up, and with Guin's assistance, managed to restrain the husky once more with a leash, forcibly leading it back home. Along the way, the dog frequently glanced back, its reflective eyes sending a shiver down Guin's spine. They say all creatures possess a spirit, yet this large dog seemed far from the foolish demeanor it projected. Guin even sensed that it yearned to communicate with him. Could it be that it bore some resemblance to him? A sudden chill ran through Guin, prompting him to dismiss such peculiar thoughts. After all, he was the clever and astute Guin. How could he possibly share any similarities with that dim-witted dog? It was merely an illusion, undoubtedly an illusion. Soon, as they continued their stroll, they arrived at a bustling night market. Although it was referred to as a night market, that was not entirely accurate. Before Guin and his companion lay a vibrant square, merely separated from their residential area by 2 streets. Given the name of the street was Flip Street and the garden was Flip Garden, it seemed fitting to call the square Flip Square. Indeed, Flip Square was a simple yet memorable name. At the heart of the square stood an ancient locust tree, over 200 years old. Its bark resembled scales, revealing its venerable age, yet its crown flourished with abundant leaves. Beneath this tree gathered a group of approximately 20 women, all clad in matching attire. Adorned with short sleeves featuring a red peony design, they wore loose-fitting trousers reminiscent of practice garments, complemented by cloth shoes embellished with delicate floral embroidery. These women, dancing in synchrony, were the most radiant figures amidst the throng of onlookers. The reason for this was evident, as a gathering of elderly gentlemen had already formed around them. As the brainwashing melody of Little Apple played, Guin and Su Taoyao stepped into the square. The winter square was rather desolate this spring. He had accompanied Little Su at home, only venturing out for leisurely strolls on weekend mornings. The morning square remained starkly quiet, with only a few elderly individuals ambling about. Guin surveyed the stalls scattered throughout the square, his face betraying his excitement. There were vendors selling clothes, toys, and trinkets. In contrast to the myriad shops within the shopping mall, Guin found himself more drawn to these roadside stalls, which exuded an indescribable sense of familiarity. Moreover, at these stalls, he could haggle to some extent, unlike the fixed prices found in the mall. Navigating through the crowd, Guin held Su Taoyao's hand tightly, fearful that if he turned around, she might vanish. He paused before a stall selling trinkets, run by a woman in her 30s, dressed in traditional Han attire, exuding an air of cleanliness that was quite pleasant. The stall featured a small table adorned with a gray checkered cloth, displaying simple handcrafted jewelry, earrings, rings, and bracelets. "Look, Little Su, they sell jewelry here." "I see," Su Taoyao replied, feeling somewhat awkward, as many people in the square were from the same neighborhood. She had even spotted the elderly lady who lived on her floor just moments ago. "Little Su, do you think this one looks nice?" Guin inquired, pointing to an item laid upon the white cloth on the table, turning to ask Su Taoyao. Su Taoyao glanced over and discovered that Guin was referring to a copper hairpin, approximately 10 centimeters in length. The pinhead was adorned with 2 flowers resembling jade lotuses, one larger and one smaller, nestled closely together, with several beads dangling below, strung delicately on fine threads. At first glance, it did not evoke any sense of wonder or distinctiveness. The woman in traditional Hanfu at the table picked up the hairpin, opened her palm, and placed it within. "Does the young master like this?" she inquired. "If so, you may pick it up to examine. Is that permissible?" Guin asked politely. "Certainly, feel free to look," came the woman's nod of consent. Seeing her affirmation, Guin cautiously lifted the hairpin from her palm and held it before Xiao Su. "Xiao Su, take a look. It features exquisite patterns." It was only then that Su Taoyao noticed the faint engravings on the hairpin, with gentle curves and flowing lines that revealed tiny blossoms within their undulations. Under the bright white streetlights, this seemingly ordinary copper hairpin possessed an unexpected allure. "Is it beautiful, Xiao Su?" Guin eagerly inquired once more. Su Taoyao sincerely replied, "It is indeed beautiful." Delighted, Guin took out his phone to inquire about the hairpin's price and promptly scanned to make the payment. He did not haggle, believing that since Xiao Su found it lovely, it was worth the price. "It is too late to finish. I will complete it tomorrow." The woman in Hanfu produced a long, azure paper box, lined with soft fabric, and carefully placed the hairpin inside. Guin accepted it, intending to hand it to Xiao Su, but then decided to tuck it into his pocket instead. Su Taoyao was adorned in a kneeling skirt, devoid of pockets. Xiao Su, shall we stroll a bit longer or head home? Guan inquired. Let us wander a while longer, Su Taoyao replied, gesturing towards a locust tree, behind which lay a gravel path leading directly to Fengshui Lake. Oh, splendid, Guan responded, taking Su Taoyao's hand as they walked together. The duo navigated through the throngs of people, one slightly ahead and the other just behind. Once they emerged from the bustling crowd, they found themselves on the gravel path the young girl had mentioned. At that moment, the music blaring from the speakers reached its crescendo, albeit with a rather muddled quality. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the spirits of the exuberant ladies in floral attire, whose dance moves became increasingly flamboyant. Guan turned back for a brief glance and suddenly exclaimed to Su Taoyao, Xiao Su, when we grow older, I will accompany you here to dance. Su Taoyao was momentarily taken aback. Guan's thought process was always peculiar, often leading him to utter strange remarks. He continued, Xiao Su, you can still perform ethnic dances, right? When the time comes, combining ethnic dance with square dance will surely make you the leading dancer among them. No, that sounds rather unassertive. What was that phrase? Guan furrowed his brow, trying to recall a saying he had encountered online. After a considerable pause, he finally remembered, Xiao Su. You will undoubtedly be the brightest star on this street, or rather, in this square. Su Taoyao. She silently stared at Guan for a few moments, shook her head, feeling utterly exhausted. The ground beneath them was laid with pebbles of varying sizes. Occasionally, one might need to step onto a slight elevation, flanked by a cluster of pine trees interspersed with a small patch of verdant bamboo. A gentle breeze rustles through, producing a soft susurration that, while not melodious, is far more soothing than the cacophony of urban life. They meander leisurely along the path, gazing upward at a tapestry of night sky interwoven with the silhouettes of tree branches. The streetlights, partially obscured by the crooked limbs, cast a patchwork of peculiar shadows upon the passers-by. In the summer, mosquitoes abound, drawn to the glow beneath the lamp shades, where countless insects flutter. Should the surroundings fall into deeper silence, one might discern the faint thuds of collisions. Occasionally, a weary insect can be seen, wavering before it succumbs to gravity, disappearing into the grass at the feet of the pedestrians. The individuals traversing the path engage in hushed conversations, punctuated by the occasional laughter of children. Perhaps startled by a rustle from the woods, a young girl hums a cheerful tune, her spirits evidently high. Guan quietly trails behind, hands tucked into his pockets, lost in thought. Upon exiting the narrow path, they are greeted by the shimmering surface of the lake. A refreshing breeze sweeps towards them. Chapter 95 retains the same title as the preceding chapter. Fengshui Lake is an artificial body of water, modest in size. It was conceived over 2 decades ago as a minor project within the city's redevelopment initiative, primarily aimed at alleviating the urban heat island effect. Without delving into the complexities of this phenomenon or the principles behind the construction of artificial lakes, it suffices to mention that it also sought to enhance the living conditions of the nearby residents. Over the years, the lake's waters have remained relatively clear. The lake is home to numerous koi, and the community regularly organizes volunteers to feed them. If one were to arrive a little earlier, they could witness the lake's surface bathed in the crimson hues of sunset, with schools of fish frolicking beneath. However, at this moment, the night has deepened, and the surface of the lake shimmers with glimmers of light, occasionally disturbed by ripples caused by the fish swimming below. The lotus leaves drifting on the water sway gently in response. Guan and Su Taoyao stand by the railing, enjoying the breeze. The air carries a faint fragrance of lotus flowers, delicate and subtle. Su, when will they bloom? Guan inquires. Su Taoyao glances at the lake and replies, it should be soon. At the onset of early summer, the lotus leaves have turned a vibrant green, occupying much of the lake's expanse, while the lotus flowers remain in their buds, yet to fully unfurl. Guan nods, inhaling deeply. Unlike the perfume of osmanthus, the scent of the lotus is more understated. Yet he finds it equally appealing. Su, what's wrong? Su Taoyao asks. Nothing, really. Guan glances at her before shaking his head, his right hand still tucked in his pocket. Observing Guan's tense demeanor, Su Taoyao wonders to herself, what could be troubling him? Soon, she comprehends the reason. How should I present a hairpin to Su? Would it be impolite to directly ask if I could place a hairpin in her hair? After all, in ancient times, hairpins symbolized a heartfelt bond between members of the opposite sex. A hairpin is a gift for someone cherished, and the act of placing a hairpin in a woman's hair is traditionally reserved for spouses or partners. Xiaosu's hair was not even tied up, and even if she wished to do so, there was no place to insert the hairpin. Listening to Guan's worries, Su Taoyao's lips subtly lifted for a fleeting moment before sinking back into contemplation. Oh dear, why does it feel a bit warm? Just as Guan was entangled in his thoughts, he suddenly heard Su Taoyao begin to talk to herself, lamenting that her hair should not be draped over her shoulders, as it was causing sweat to trickle down her neck. Guan then observed Su Taoyao reaching back to gather her dark locks, her fingers, delicate as tender shoots, deftly twisting and turning until she fashioned a ponytail. Still feeling stifled, she decided to simply twist her hair up. However, with only one hair tie, it could not be secured completely. Turning to Guan, she asked, "Master Uncle, where is that hairpin? It would be just right to help me secure this." Guan, momentarily dazed, only regained his senses upon Su Taoyao's further urging, and he retrieved the elongated box from his pocket. "Don't just stand there. Open it quickly and help me insert it." "Me? Am I?" Su Taoyao concealed her smile entirely, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "Can't you see I have both hands occupied?" Oh, right." Guan couldn't help but let out a soft laugh as he hurriedly opened the box and took out the hairpin. Su Taoyao turned around, presenting her back to him to facilitate the pinning of her hair. "Xiaosu, I'm going to insert the pin now, okay?" Guan still felt a tinge of nervousness. The young girl with her hair elegantly gathered revealed a slender, smooth nape, accompanied by a subtle fragrance wafting through her strands, causing Guan's heart to flutter with an uncontainable sense of yearning. "Are you ready?" Just a moment. Guan gently pinched the hairpin with his fingers, his arm trembling uncontrollably. With his middle finger resting against the pin's tip, he gradually applied pressure, swiftly embedding the pin into the girl's twisted hair. However, overwhelmed by anxiety, the pin veered off course. "Little Su, what's wrong?" "I inserted the pin incorrectly, then simply try again." Oh. Noticing that Su Taoyao was not angry, Guan felt a slight alleviation of his tension, yet his arm continued to quiver. Once more, the pin was misaligned. "Little Su, it's crooked again." Su Taoyao sighed in exasperation. Had she not been able to hear Guan's thoughts, she might have doubted his intentions. "Then please try again." "All right." Su Taoyao sighed deeply, maintaining her pose. "Little Su." Again Guan faltered once more, and as he began to speak, he noticed the pitch of the girl's voice rising. "Do you even know how to do this?" I do. I'll have it right shortly. Then call me once you're finished." "MHM." After several more seconds, she inquired again, "Is it done?" Yes. I've got it." Guan exhaled a sigh of relief, lowering his hands. Su Taoyao let out a soft hum, deftly extracting her phone from Guan's pocket. She activated the front camera and tilted her head to inspect the hairpin nestled at the back of her head. After several glances, she remained noncommittal, neither expressing fondness nor disdain, yet her countenance radiated a brightness akin to the spring sun. Satisfied, she snapped a few selfies and murmured, "This hairpin appears quite charming." Immediately, Guan chimed in, "It is indeed lovely, but it looks even more exquisite on you, Xiaosu." Su Taoyao felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, purposely feigning a gagging sound. "Spare me the flattery. I, Su Taoyao, am not swayed by such tactics." "Not at all," Guan replied, scratching his head. "I'm not flattering. Xiaosu is genuinely beautiful." "Flatterer? I am not." "You are." "I truly am not." Once again, the two engaged in a childish argument, with the outcome unchanged. Guan inquired, "Xiaosu, can I not be a flatterer? Isn't being a flatterer quite commendable? What would you prefer to be?" After a moment of contemplation, Guan declared, "I wish to be a stable keeper." Su Taoyao erupted into laughter. The breeze by the lake grew stronger, and the stars in the sky shone ever more brilliantly. The pair strolled along the lakeside, noting that it was time to return home. Upon reaching her doorstep, Guan produced his keys, but before he could unlock the door, the girl called out to him. "Hold on. What is it? A bug is crawling on your head." Upon hearing the words, Guan instinctively reached to touch his head, only to be halted by Su Taoyao's exclamation, "Don't move. Let me do it." Confounded, Guan blinked. Isn't Xiaosu usually averse to insects, even a little fearful? Why is she so courageous today? In the next moment, a chill swept across Guan's cheek, followed by a warm yet cool sensation. Once again, the innocent Guan found himself kissed by Xiaosu. However, this time it was merely a discreet peck on the cheek, a fleeting touch that quickly parted. "Xiaosu, please do not overthink this." Su Taoyao maintained a composed demeanor, yet the area behind her ears and along her neck tinged with warmth, betraying a hint of blush. I merely thought that since you gifted me this hairpin, I ought to express my gratitude. After all, wasn't the ancient custom of reciprocity quite esteemed? Su Taoyao wished to elaborate further, but sensed it unnecessary. Thus she reiterated, in any case, please do not overthink it. Guan obediently nodded. Yet as he held the key, he hesitated to unlock the door. A slight furrow adorned his brow, as though he grappled with an internal conflict. Suddenly, the corridor plunged into darkness as the motion sensor lights extinguished. Xiao Su. Su Taoyao lifted her face to meet Guan's gaze. In the obscurity, the youth's eyes remained bright, even fervent. He spoke again, Xiao Su, you ought to kiss me once more. What? Su Taoyao thought she misheard. When had Guan become so bold? Guan blinked. His expression one of righteous indignation. I gifted you something last Christmas too, yet you did not kiss me. Upon his reminder, Su Taoyao was suddenly reminded of the silk scarf from earlier, and for reasons unknown, her heart began to race once more. The warm breath exhaled from Guan's nostrils added to the girl's flustered emotions. Xiao Su, you're not trying to play tricks, are you? Guan, discerning her hesitation, cleverly saw through Su's intentions. Su Taoyao shot him a glance, snatched the keys, and stepped through the door. Guan, in a moment of exasperation, softly called out, Xiao Su, you're being unreasonable. I can't be bothered with you. Su Taoyao paused momentarily, slipped on her slippers, and retreated to her room. Guan pouted, a hint of disappointment crossing his face as he closed the door. Xiao Su was being unreasonable. The summer continued to reveal its ferocity. The meteorological station issued a high-temperature warning today. The heat rendered the city somewhat quieter. Even the cicadas sang with a feeble tone. Guan sat by the window, listening to the sporadic chirping of cicadas while diligently penning his journal entries from the previous day. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and Su Taoyao stealthily entered the room. She approached Guan from behind, her steps muffled by the hum of the air conditioner. As she drew nearer, curiosity compelled her to glance at his paper, where she discovered the phrase Xiao Su is being unreasonable scribbled across the page. Half jokingly, she chided, Oh, you foolish Gu. How dare you speak ill of me behind my back? Startled, Guan leapt from his chair, clutching his diary tightly against his chest. Little Su. Why did you come in without knocking? Su Taoyao paused for a moment, realizing she indeed had entered without knocking, yet she insisted, I did knock. I always knock, and I knocked several times. You simply didn't hear it. All right. Why are you writing in your diary so early? Yesterday's entry. You write every day? Guan nodded. Every day? That must be quite challenging. Su Taoyao glanced at the notebook cradled in Guan's arms. The very one she had gifted him. Has it really been over 6 months, and you haven't finished it yet? Su Taoyao inquired again. No. Guan picked up the notebook and opened it. Every page was filled to the brim. Sometimes he only wrote a sentence or two in a day. Yet there were still many pages remaining. Shouldn't you write 1 page for each day? Write the next day on the opposite side? That would be too wasteful. Guan explained. True enough, Su Taoyao replied with a slight smirk. So have you finished writing? Written, yes. Then let me see it. Upon Su Taoyao's request, Guan instinctively prepared to comply. He was almost ready to hand the notebook over to her when he suddenly realized. If little Su discovers what I've written, I'm doomed. Guan swiftly retracted his hand, approached the table, and deftly tossed the diary into a drawer, locking it away. Seeing Guan, it was as if she were guarding against a thief. The corners of the young girl's eyes twitched slightly, yet she remained silent. After all, the contents of this diary would one day be revealed to her in all their glory. Su Taoyao settled onto Guan's bed, engaging him in light conversation. They began to discuss whether to find a place to enjoy themselves and escape the sweltering heat, as the summers in this city were quite unbearable. After some time, they managed to suggest a suitable destination. It seemed any place would do, but when it came to actually choosing one, it felt rather inappropriate. Guan struggled to articulate his thoughts, as apart from the small temple and the mountain, he was unfamiliar with other locales. Su Taoyao, however, had researched numerous tourist spots, yet none seemed satisfactory to her. She felt that this summer, she ought to visit somewhere special, somewhere unique, and take Guan along. Is there anywhere you wish to go? She inquired. Guan pondered deeply as he lifted his eyelids. The words that hung on the tip of his tongue transformed into an admission of having no particular place in mind. How about the southernmost point? That beautiful river you mentioned before? Yes, that sounds delightful. Then what about the northernmost point, where one can indulge in meat every day? You've always enjoyed that lamb skewer shop at the community entrance. The owner is from there. Lamb skewers? Guan couldn't help but envision the sizzling lamb skewers on the charcoal grill, filling his mouth with the tantalizing aroma of cumin and grilled meat. Not only are there mutton skewers, but also mutton pilaf, grilled buns, and whole roasted lamb, all prepared with fresh lamb. Guan could not help but slurp with delight, feeling quite captivated. Subsequently, Su Taoyao mentioned several more locations, each of which Guan found quite appealing. In truth, it mattered little to him where they went. As long as he was with Xiao Su, it was all that truly mattered.